What is up, YouTube? Welcome in to another edition of Bucky and BK live on Texas Sports Unfiltered and on the free Texas Sports Unfiltered app. Today is Thursday, December 14th, 2023, and the Buck and I are with you for the next 2 hours talking plenty of Texas Longhorn football. The Longhorns 2024 schedule was released last night. We'll go game by game and talk about what the Longhorns' first year in the SEC is going to look like. Plus, Malik Murphy has officially entered the transfer portal and will not be a part of Texas's college football playoff run. What does that mean for Texas and the future of the quarterback position at UT? Also, the Longhorns picked up a big-time commit from Kobe Black yesterday. We'll talk about that. We've got some NFL. We've got our Throwback Thursday segment. We are jam-packed for the next 2 hours, and we are broadcasting live from Sioux Patrick, 5222 Burnett Road. And if you're watching us on YouTube, you see just some of the ridiculous selection of Longhorn gear that they have. This is the place to shop. If you're looking for some holiday gifts for the Longhorn fan or just the woman in your life, this is the place to go, Buck. A beautiful, beautiful store. They don't open until 9:30, so don't come by yet. They're not going to let you in.
They're not going to let you in.
But if you've got some holiday shopping to do over the next couple of weeks, this is the place to come.
Oh, everything from hats to golf gear, you name it, they have it. And it's lots of burnt orange here for sure. There are books here. There are stocking stuffers. There are everything you need, cards, socks. I mean, everything you're looking for, hats. I mean, the Big 12, the championship Big 12 shirt, the T-shirt is here, along with, of course, the Sugar Bowl T-shirt, the official. The absolute official. There's the official hat.
Yeah, let me bring this a little bit closer to the camera so people see what they've got. Yeah, this is the locker room hat. This is what the players were wearing on the field in Arlington after winning the Big 12 title. This is the shirt the players were wearing in Arlington after winning the Big 12
and they've got Sugar Bowl gear here already, too, of course. And, Jay Willems and Sioux Patrick, they've been doing this since 1975. Jay said this is his 42nd year.
How about that?
They've been in this location since 1999, and I've been coming here for a lot of years. And it's the books and the things it's the knickknacks, the accessories, as I'll say. And folks, you're not going to get a better T-shirt. You're not going to get a better quality hoodie, and a golf shirt. You see me wearing the golf shirt. These are the shirts that we sold out.
Yeah.
For them, as a matter of fact. I'll let Jay know that this is the shirt that we were wearing for Texas OU weekend. That the people were saying, "Where the heck did you get that shirt?" And they went online, and Jay will have a new order in here shortly of this T-shirt. I mean, this nice polo, and there are tons of polo here. We got gear. We've got name gear here, name brand.
Quinn Ewers jersey.
Absolutely.
Arch Manning jersey.
There's no Malik Murphy jersey.
No, and there probably won't be anytime soon.
No, probably won't be.
Yeah. We'll obviously get to that story, but I think my mom is already watching this morning, and she says, "I'm sending you my remaining Hanukkah wish list."
There you go.
Away. So this is, this store has so much, and it's not just Longhorn gear. Tons of great ladies' clothing. You mentioned some of the trinkets that they've got.
Shot glasses, you name it.
Austin collectibles, the Keep Austin Weird shirts, a great selection of books as well. Stocking stuffers or full gifts. I mean, seriously, whatever you're looking for this holiday season, you can find it right here at Sioux Patrick. I see our man Kyle Umlang's 101 Aggie Facts book.
That's here. There. Oh, yeah. I love it. I mean, they've got the El Arroyo, the billboard there. They have 7 volumes of those sayings that have been on those billboards for years and years. 7 volumes of them now.
How about that?
It's incredible.
Who comes up with that stuff?
I don't know. They've got the hard copy book for your table, your dinner table there, or your living room table. And then they've got a small version of that too in 7 volumes. My daughter-in-law has 2 of the volumes. So guess what? I got to get up to speed here. Get a couple of volumes for her for the new year and for the holidays. And to you, happy Hanukkah.
Thank you
as
very
we
much.
Continue to move on through the holiday season. And it's this place will brighten you up. Let me tell you, at 9:30, if you want to come through the door, say hello to us. We'd love to have you through. But say hello to Jay when you're in here, and Sue will probably be in here by then. And say hello to those folks because they've got all the gear that you need. As I said, stocking stuffers for the kids are really, really cool. I'm a stocking stuffer guy.
Yeah.
I got 7 grandkids, so some of the stuff they like to have cash stock in their stockings for sure. But I love
the entire stocking there.
Yes, I love the trinkets though. I'm a trinket guy.
There you go. I've always heard that about you.
Yes, something I can step on. Maybe I get some for little Jeter. Put it in the drawer with him.
You're going to get your figurine toy a holiday gift?
I need to get Jeter a gift. Yeah, I didn't think about that.
What does he need?
Or obviously he needs a new manager there where he used to play.
I was going to say, he's got that Jeep that he drives in the commercial. He's got the wife who
He's
talks
got
to
Juan
horses.
Soto.
He's got Juan Soto there now in New York. Yeah, they're doing okay.
Yeah, this is a great morning. Another beautiful morning here in Austin. It really, really is.
Oh, yeah. We'll talk plenty about Sue Patrick throughout the course of today's show. Once again, they open at 9:30. So as much as we would love to see y'all right now, I guess we're right by the front door. You can look and wave, but they're not going to let you in for another hour and change. But this is the place to be. And, Buck, before we dive into Texas football, how about a good morning to our friends at Fort Cavazos?
Yes. Good morning to the soldiers at Fort Cavazos, Texas, the soldiers in the state of Texas, and all those that fight for us each and every day. Thank you very much for what you do, to you and your family, and especially to your families. Thank you for helping us and lending your folks with us, mom, dad, sisters, brothers, everything, daughters, sons. We do appreciate it. And please be safe out there.
Amen. Amen. All right. How about a Roll Tide in the chat this morning?
Roll Tide is here.
You guys the best. Roll Tide.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. We appreciate that.
We might get a rematch with Roll Tide on January 8th.
Don't want it. Don't want it. I know Roll Tide would like that. I don't want it. I don't want to see that again.
I mean, I'm cool with seeing either Alabama or Michigan, because that means Texas gets by Washington. And honestly, the matchup with Washington scares me more than a matchup against Alabama or Michigan. And I think you can make an argument that Michigan and Alabama have more talent than Washington. It's just the matchups, right? The fact that UW has the #1 passing offense in the country and Texas's passing defense ranks 85th, that worries me a little bit.
Yeah, that's a bad matchup right there. You're right.
Yeah.
I'd as I said, if I'd have had that coin toss and I'd have got a chance to flip it, I'd have loved to have been flipping this bad boy with Michigan, because what they want to do is they want to run. They want to prove how dominant they are in the run game, and that's what Texas is dominating the whole year, dominating everybody's run game. So I would have loved to have seen that, but this one right here, this Washington defense is suspect themselves, especially the latter part of the season.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't play that well. I mean, their quarterback was always in a shootout, and they escaped some games too here down the stretch, but they were very much like Texas, just win and get in.
That's all you had to do.
Yep, and they did it. They found a way to do it. They didn't lose. Yep. They didn't lose a game.
They were in the same position Georgia was in, right?
That's right.
You're going into conference championship weekend undefeated. You're ranked top 3 in the nation, and you can't afford a loss.
No.
Because if you lose, the team that beat you is getting in, and you're going to be out.
That's right.
Obviously, that's where Georgia was, playing Alabama in the SEC title game. Georgia loses. They're out. Alabama's in. Oregon, Washington, right? The winner of that game was going to make it. The loser was not, and that's what happened. Washington was able to get the job done. So they were basically playing in a playoff game, as was Texas, right? Texas, every game the Longhorns have played since Oklahoma has been a de facto playoff game, because if they lost, they would have no shot to compete for a national championship. And they've both teams have succeeded, and they passed every test.
Let me ask you this, BK. If Oregon would have beat Washington, would Bo Nix have probably won the Heisman Trophy?
I think so.
You think so? You think that was kind of set up in that way too?
Yeah. He was the Vegas favorite going
into that game. Yeah. If he'd had a decent game, he didn't have to have 350, 400-yard pass game.
No.
But if he had a reasonable game, no interceptions, but led that team to victory, and got into the he probably would have won the Heisman Trophy.
I think so too, because the odds shifted pretty drastically right after that game went final. And Bo Nix's numbers weren't that bad. Now his completion percentage
Let's talk about that.
was not as high as it had been all year. But if he put up those numbers and Oregon won, I think he wins the Heisman. But because they lost to the same team twice, didn't make it to the CFP. Yeah, that obviously opened up the door for Jaden Daniels at LSU to get the job done. So, yeah, I mean, there's a bunch of different alternate universes where Texas could be playing somebody else.
That's right.
There was a chance they could have been playing Florida State. There was a chance they could have been playing Michigan. There was obviously a chance they could have been playing Georgia. Right? If Georgia beat Alabama, maybe Florida State's in as the 3 and Texas is the 4, and then boom, you're playing Georgia all of a sudden in the Sugar Bowl for the second time in 5 years.
We will see those teams soon enough. It sounds like, as you talked about scheduling, it sounds like we'll see them quite often here from this point on.
That's a perfect segue, my man, because let's pull up the Texas Longhorns 2024 schedule. It was officially announced yesterday. So some of these dates we've already known. We've known the opponents for a while, but the SEC revealed its full conference schedule for next season, and we now know the entirety of the 2024 slate for Texas. So we'll start with the non-con before we get into what Texas has in its first year in the Southeastern Conference. Texas opens up against Jay Norvell former Longhorn wide receivers coach and offensive coordinator in Colorado State. That is game 1 here in Austin on August 31st.
I like that game.
Hopefully a nice little tune-up there
It
for
is.
Texas. And then week 2, I think every Texas fan has had this one marked on the calendar for a while.
Cheaters.
A trip to the Cheaters.
Yes.
The Michigan Cheaters.
Yes.
In Ann Arbor at the big spying house.
Wow.
Yeah, Watergate stuff going
Spygate going on.
So week 2 at Michigan. Man, I'm sure Longhorn fans already have tickets to that game.
Oh, yeah, they're all set.
Flights booked, Airbnbs, hotels, you name it. We got to get up there, don't we?
I think maybe that's one of those. That could be one of those trips.
Mm-hmm.
Like, obviously when I was in the Big Ten, played at the Big House. Never won a game at the Big House, but wasn't overall all that impressed with this. It's so big and it's so open there. The sound just goes straight up. It's such a big bowl. It's like being at the Coliseum and playing against USC.
Yeah.
If you're playing the Coliseum, that sound just goes straight up and out.
So it's not that loud.
It's not that loud. They pack 100,000 in there, and it doesn't seem that loud. It really doesn't.
Okay.
But it is a sight. It is a sight to see those Wolverine colors there all over the place.
Oh, the maize and blue.
Oh, my goodness.
They've got the booster club sign all the players hit when they're running out onto the field. Yeah, the tradition, the hail to the victors. Yeah, that's going to be a fun one for sure.
That'll be the battle of the bands. I hope Texas takes the full band with them to that game, because Michigan's band, would be the battle of the bands for sure.
That's a far trip, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
You take a mega bus or a Greyhound up there.
There you go.
You might need 2 of those bad boys to get our band. Week 3 back in Austin against the Roadrunners of UTSA. Birds up. And then it's 4 non-conference games. This is different. Now, I think this will change. I think eventually the SEC is going to go to a 9-game conference slate, which means only 3 non-con games. But for next year, the Longhorns have been playing 3 non-conference games for a long time in the Big 12. They've got 4, and they're all the first 4 games of the season. So you won't have that Week 11 cupcake game that the SEC has had in its schedule a lot in recent years. It's 4 straight non-conference games. So it's UTSA in Week 3, and then it's Louisiana Monroe in Week 4. So you feel really good about 3 of those non-conference games. UTSA with Jeff Traylor, they built a good program.
But their quarterback, I think, will finally be graduated and gone. Maybe.
Now, Frank Harris?
Don't tell me he's had another.
Dude, he's an 8th-year redshirt sophomore.
Wow.
He's got 2 years left. I think that's how it works
for
him.
How do they do that?
I think that guy actually has to leave.
I think he has to leave.
You don't have to go home, but you can't stay here.
No, you can't stay on campus anymore. You got to go.
That's what they're telling Frank Harris, who might be older than Franco Harris at this point. And then the fun begins, Buck.
Yes.
I guess the trip to Michigan's pretty fun. But then the SEC slate begins, and Texas's first ever game as a member of the SEC will be at home here in Austin against Hail State. Mississippi State coming to town. So a home opener for Texas to open up SEC play on September 28th. Yeah, that's you'd like to start off with an SEC win, and you feel like, look, Mississippi State, they're going to have a first-year head coach in a bit of a transition period. Texas, it's so hard to predict what's going to happen because we really don't know what the roster is going to look like.
There are 2 games out of those first 5 there. Mississippi State will be physical.
Sure.
Michigan would be unbelievably physical. The other 3 games, those are games you just flat out win those games. You got to be physical with those teams and win those games. But that Mississippi State to start before the next game there's 3 physical contests in the first 6 games that are incredible.
Yep. Yeah, you'd like to think that's a 4-1 start at worst for Texas. Obviously, if you go into the Big House and pull off what I assume will be an upset in terms of Vegas line, then boom, you're 5-0 going in to Texas OU. Now, the Longhorns have a bye before Texas OU.
Yes.
So Mississippi State, that game is on September 28th, and then an open week, and then the Longhorns will take on Oklahoma, of course, in Dallas. And then how about right after that? They won't be the defending champs anymore, but the current 2-time defending champion Georgia Bulldogs come to town. So,
they'll be mad mothers.
Oh, my God. OU on the 12th in Dallas, and then UGA on the 19th here in Austin. Yo.
Yeah, that's a nice second game to bring the SEC to your home right there.
Yeah.
Their fans will travel and travel big time.
Oh, my God. That's going to be a tremendous weekend. That's also F1 weekend here in town. Georgia fans are pissed. Have you heard about this?
No rooms? No room at the end?
Yeah, Georgia fans think like Texas was in cahoots with the SEC. Like, oh, they just don't want a bunch of Georgia fans in town, so they're going to schedule it on F1 so there's no hotels for us to stay in. as if like Texas has any say in that type of decision
Stay
whatsoever.
right down to San Antonio. There's plenty of room down that way.
Let's go send them further. Send them further than that.
Oh, you can go out past Horseshoe Bay.
Yeah.
It's down to Kingsland.
There you
somewhere.
go. Yeah, I don't even know what that is, but yeah, y'all could stay there, maybe further.
Kingsland's where people go to hide. That's the hideout.
Like you commit a crime and then you go hide over there.
Nobody will ever know you're there.
Well, if you ever don't know where I am,
that's your
guess Kingsland, right?
That's
there.
Right.
Yeah, I'll be doing some shows down there.
There you go.
Before this thing is all said and done. The first true road game for Texas in the SEC at Vanderbilt. That's a good start.
It is.
That's like you want to have Vandy on the schedule every year. That's not going to be the case, but look, Vandy's been the bottom feeder of the SEC for years now.
It's not far from Nashville, right?
It's
right
in
there.
Nashville.
It's right in Nashville.
Yeah, so that's I mean that every game at Vanderbilt has more road fans than home fans.
Oh yeah, that's the trip.
There's going to be all sorts of burnt orange. There are going to be more Texas fans at Vandy than there will be at Michigan. And there are going to be plenty of Texas fans in Ann Arbor, but that game on October 26th at Vanderbilt, man, burnt orange will be all over Nashville. That'll be a lot of fun. Then the week after that, home against Florida, the Gators. And then another open week. So you've got 2 bye weeks in the middle of conference play. Then a trip to Fayetteville to take on Arkansas. Of course, the move to the SEC allows that rivalry to be reignited, which is big for a lot of Texas fans.
Oh, for sure.
Like I hate Arkansas, but I only hate Arkansas because I was told I need to hate Arkansas.
Yeah, you don't really know much about it.
Like
it's been traditionally a team you need to hate.
Exactly. Obviously, a huge rival for so many Texas fans, and that's one of the cool parts, right? Obviously, you lose some rivalry games with the departure from the Big 12.
But you're gaining 2 of them.
You add a couple
back, and you keep one.
And you keep one with Oklahoma, which is great. Yeah, even if OU wasn't also joining Texas, that's a game that needed to happen every year. But obviously, the fact that the 2 teams are going together,
just being in this conference is going to be whether
these games,
whether you like it or not, they're all going to end up being rivalries, rival games. I mean, Georgia will want to be a rival with Texas. Alabama's always, since the defeat, they're always going to want to be a rival.
Yep.
Hell, since the close game in Austin, they're going to want to be a rival with Texas.
Oh, sure. I mean,
Arkansas,
after the last 2 years.
Oh, it's great. Texas A&M.
Yep.
I know I think the ones you have to start to build is that Gator one.
Florida.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Start to build that.
Florida's down as a program, right? Billy Napier will be back in Gainesville next season, but his seat is as hot as ever.
Yeah, he's not made the kind of move that Texas has made. Yeah. With Sarkisian. His group right now, they're looking to get him out. Or Sark, they're just so happy to have him after 3 years.
Oh yeah.
Napier right now is, like you said, he's on a hot seat going into his year 3.
Yeah, and there's some rumors they've got a 5-star quarterback committed,
wow.
And there's a thought that he might flip his commitment before signing day next week. Man. So if that happens, I don't know how many legs Billy Napier has to stand on. But as of right now, he'll be that coach. But that's the game you think Texas wins. At Arkansas, we mentioned, and then the final 2 games of the year, home against Kentucky. John Calipari will bring his team to town. Wrong sport. And then, of course, the season finale. Not on Thanksgiving. It's the Saturday after Thanksgiving, which I'm glad it's that weekend. I wish at some point, or I hope at some point, that game does go back to Turkey Day like old times. But the Longhorns will play in College Station for the first time since Justin Tucker walked off the Aggies in 2011.
Don't forget that, Aggies. Don't forget that.
Oh, yeah. It'd be nice to it was obviously nice to win the last matchup, and then it'd be nice to get the first matchup, too, in Aggieland. That
beautiful schedule. That's a beautiful schedule to start out SEC.
It
really is.
It's glorious, man. I mean, it really is. Like it's
big time football.
Some of that, you got Georgia and Florida coming to town.
Yes.
Next year. Like, think about, who was the best home game for Texas this year? Kansas State? Like, seriously.
Yes.
So it's just the difference between just the caliber of program, the quality of team, and also the brands that you have when comparing the Big 12 to the SEC. Like, you're going to have marquee matchups at home every single season in this league. Obviously, you'll always have the OU game, which is a big one. But
and after your non-conference games, with the exception of Michigan there, you better be on it, because you can lose any of those games if you're not prepared.
Vanderbilt.
Vandy's a little bit better than they've been. Florida, it all depends. Florida will be good eventually.
Vandy's,
you know that.
You're saying they're the skinniest kid at the fat camp now? Is that what they are? I mean, come on, man.
They've gotten better, man.
Okay.
Or am I thinking Georgia Tech? Yeah, I keep getting those 2 mixed up.
Yeah, I guess.
Neither one of them are any good.
No, not really. I don't know. Georgia Tech gave Georgia the decent game at the end of the year.
Yes.
They beat Miami in the worst coaching.
New coach
game.
at Texas A&M.
New coach, of course, Mike Elko at Texas A&M. So I love doing this, Buck. And this game is harder to play in college football than in any other sport, right? Like, if you released the 2024 NFL schedule right now, you'd be able to be like, okay, well, the Cowboys are going to have this record, right?
Sure.
Because Dak's going to be back, and the O-line's going to be back. Obviously, there's a few free agents in the draft. You don't know exactly what the team looks like, but literally in any other sport, you can kind of know what the roster is going to look like the following season. We have no idea what Texas's roster is going to look like right now. So we'll play the win-win, loss-win game a couple of times over the course of the offseason. I mean, hell, we think Quinn Ewers will be back next year, but that's not set in stone. Obviously, the portal and recruiting and this and that. So it almost feels foolish, but you can't help it. When the schedule comes out, you got to start making your predictions. So we'll go one by one, Buck. I'll give you the team, and you tell me just win or loss. And obviously, if you want to break it down, go ahead. So Colorado State.
Win.
At Michigan. Say it.
Thinking if the quarterback's back. I'm just going to say loss on the road.
Okay. UTSA.
Win.
ULM.
Win.
Mississippi State.
Win.
T-shirt boys.
Big win.
Revenge for Texas. Home Georgia.
Win.
Whoa. Okay. It's a 6-1 start. At Vanderbilt.
Win.
Okay. Home Florida.
Win.
You are 8-1 with 3 games left. At Arkansas.
Oof. Boy, I remember the last time they went there.
Yeah, the last few times Texas has played Arkansas have not gone well for the Horns.
They put the beat down, too. It wasn't like it was close.
No. That game couldn't end soon enough.
Their big quarterback is finally gone after 17 years, too. Their coach is probably going to be gone.
Yeah, his seat is warming up. It's a big seat.
Loss.
Okay, 8-2. Home against Kentucky.
Win.
And at Texas A&M.
Win, always. No matter what, always a win.
You're always going to pick that to be a Texas W, huh?
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter who's here, who's there, who the quarterback is, the running back, the offensive line, or who the coaches are. That's a win.
10-2. I think most Texas fans would sign up for that, and that's one SEC loss right there. So that could get you into the SEC championship, right?
Yes.
Because you've got Texas losing to Michigan, non-con, and then losing at Arkansas. So, one loss in the SEC. There's a damn good chance you're playing for the conference title in year one.
Yeah, I just think Kirby Smart's magic will run out in Georgia. It just, know.
Really?
Yes. I mean, they'll bring back, their quarterback will be back. I mean, he wasn't great, but that team will play unbelievable defense. That we know that. The defense is coming. They're coming with them.
Yeah.
The defense doesn't stay at home at Georgia.
No.
They'll be here. God. But I think this home crowd will do it right there. It'll be a close game.
I have a hard time believing Georgia takes any sort of a step back. Not to say that
It's
Texas
the redhead
can't win.
kicker still kicking, but then, yes.
For Texas?
Yes.
Oh, Bert Auburn, you think is going to be the difference?
Win right there, yes.
Game-winning field goal at
absolutely
the buzzer against
Georgia, yes.
Okay. I'm going to pull up OU's schedule because a lot of Oklahoma fans are ticked off. They feel like they got the short end of the stick. They've got a little bit of a tougher slate in year one in the SEC than Texas does.
I saw the word Temple up there.
Yeah, and the good news for Texas is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 home games plus the OU game.
Nice.
So, only 4 true road games for Texas, 3 of them in the SEC. Obviously, Oklahoma is considered a road opponent next year. So, in 2025, the schedule won't be as favorable to the Horns. But, there you go right there. Let me pull up Oklahoma's schedule here real quick. You're going 10-2. I like that optimism, man. I like that a lot. Here's what Oklahoma's got. I'll pull this up to make it bigger. Temple.
What?
Houston.
Come on, guys.
Tulane. And then SEC play. Home Tennessee. It's tough. At Auburn. They also have an open week before Texas. Home South Carolina. At Ole Miss. Oh, they get the cupcake November game. They get Maine on November 2nd.
The Black Bears of Maine?
The Black Bears of Maine. That's what they are?
Yes.
Very nice. How do you know that?
Remember, I went to Boston College.
Is that
Maine,
close to Maine?
Yeah, it's close enough.
I don't know where the hell Maine is. Where is that?
Yeah, one of my buddies was the head coach at Maine.
On purpose?
On purpose, yes.
Boy.
Beautiful part of the country.
At Mizzou. Mizzou's a top 10 team this year. Then open, and how about this to end the year? Home Bama at LSU for Oklahoma. Yeah, they've got a tougher schedule than Texas.
Yeah, they'll win 4 games.
You're going 4-8 for the Sooners next year?
That doesn't look good right there.
Oh,
they will beat Maine, though.
Oh, yeah, I would hope they beat Maine. Actually, I hope they don't beat Maine. That'd be hilarious if they slipped up against the Black Bears.
Another field goal win
in Norman. But, yeah, I mean, Oklahoma doesn't have the benefit of the extra home game because Texas is a home game for them. And, yeah, boy, Bama, LSU, Ole Miss, Mizzou, Tennessee. Yeah, they got it a little tougher than Texas does in year one.
They played Temple to start. What a start.
Stan Drayton, Texas, former Texas running backs coach.
They'll beat them by 100.
Yeah, you would think so. You would think so right there. Shout out to everybody who's tuned in this morning. We are once again broadcasting live from Sue Patrick, 5222 Burnett Road. This place opens in a little more than an hour, 9:30. Get all your Longhorn shopping done. You can see some of the great gear that they've got
they have
behind
some gear
us.
In here now.
Oh, man, this place is jam-packed.
If you're a golfer and you're looking for that wonderful polo for somebody for the holidays, this is the place. I'm wearing the polo that we sold out for them.
There you go.
This is the one right here.
We're taking credit for that?
Yes, we are. I told Jay we're taking all the credit for them. Them having to get shipments upon shipments in here in a week or so. They'll have the new shipments will be in, but they'll have the same beautiful polo. They've got it in burnt orange. They also have it in white also, which is really, it's a cool shirt. It's a good golf shirt.
I still have a few in my car. Should I try to sell those on the street somewhere? Think Jay
out
will
in front
appreciate that. Pawning off his gear.
Well, we may be back. I mean, because once he gets that gear, he wants that gear gone for sure.
Oh man, no doubt about that. Yeah, it is gorgeous. The Bucks obviously rocking that shirt right now, but look, they've got tons of other great UT gear, casual gear, fancy gear, the button-ups or button-downs.
If you've got babies, let me tell you something. If you've got kids, little kids.
Oh, they got the toddler stuff.
Yeah, they got toddler stuff here too for Christmas.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is where I get to spend my time for all the grandkids that I have because some of my daughters still have toddlers hanging around.
Oh, there you go.
Yes, of course. It's my daughters that are married with children. My sons, I wouldn't wish that on anybody's daughter. So everything's good. It's all good.
No, I know, AJ. I wouldn't wish that upon my worst enemy.
No, I'm not wishing those dudes on anybody right now.
Oh, man.
They can take their time.
Love that. A couple of comments before we give some shout-outs to some sponsors. And we got to talk about the Malik Murphy news, of course.
Yes.
Big time. Our guy Jake says Arkansas is wet garbage. Win. And then KB ATL says, you call a quick win over Georgia, but you stutter to pick a win over Arkansas.
There's something about going to that place.
I'm telling you, man. Vietnam, as they call it. It's, I don't know. Some teams have been fine there, and Texas was historically fine there, but in recent history, that has not been the case. So y'all hit us up on the Coda text line, 512-222-9328. We want to hear your thoughts. Someone says Week 11 versus Kentucky. I thought you said no Week 11 cupcake.
Ooh,
that's pretty good. We got the trash talk coming in from UT fans already, and that is a beautiful thing. But yeah, before we get to some of the other Texas news, notes, and nuggets, Buck, some love to some of our great sponsors.
Yes, how about our good friends at Texas Orthopedic? If you're seeking that specialized patient-focused orthopedic care, contact the experts at Texas Orthopedics. Their physicians offer comprehensive surgical and non-surgical orthopedic care for children and adults, of course. Spinal care, of course, sports medicine, trauma care, joint replacement, rheumatology, and even more. Now, our good friend Chris Daney and Christopher Stockton are both dedicated orthopedic surgeons there, and their goal is to get you right back into good health and that great quality of life that you deserve. Visit txortho.com for more information. Texas Orthopedics is the largest independent orthopedic practice in the state of Texas. Once again, for more information, go to txortho.com.
Yes, indeed. Shout out to Texas Orthopedics. And how about a word from our man, Tom McKay, and the team at AV Consultations.
Hi, this is Tom McKay, owner of Audiovisual Consultations, and all of us at Audiovisual would like to wish you and your family a happy holiday season. This time of year can get a little hectic, so we want to remind you to relax, enjoy the season with your family and friends, and give us a call for all your home entertainment needs. If you save the time you spend in traffic and big store crowds, you'd have more time with the people you actually enjoy. So smile, hug your kids, make love to your wife, and cheer the game with your friends. Call us at 255-8678. That's 512-255-8678 or online at avconsultations.com.
Yes, indeed. Shout out to AV Consultations.
Thank you, Tom.
Let me talk about holiday gifts.
Oh,
and that new TV setup at your place.
Heck yeah.
And give yourself something. You're going to be here at Sue Patrick buying gifts for, the wife and the kiddos and the friends.
Get yourself something.
Oh, that TV setup.
Oh, my goodness.
Badass surround sound. You kidding me? That's as good as it gets. And how about this? How about a Slurpee this morning?
Yes.
There's some coffee, I guess, on your way to
Yeah,
work. if
get
that's
yourself
your
some
thing.
7. Go to 7-Eleven.
We love our friends at 7-Eleven. Shout out
I think
to
Jay must have
Ashish.
stopped there because I see the hard copy here. That's
Oh.
right. The hard copy of the Austin American Statesman was right at the doorstep, maybe.
That's got to be yours.
No, that's Jay's.
No, nobody else in this city buys the newspaper
Come
besides
on,
you.
man.
That's all you.
No,
dude.
no. The old timers still read the paper. We don't jump on the computer and have to pay that kind of money.
The subscription?
Oh yeah, the subscription.
How much is the paper these days? $3, $5?
It's almost like $3.
God bless it. Yeah, the subscription is, I guess, well, it's a monthly fee that you pay. So
you got to pay for cutting down the trees.
Yeah, absolutely. So that paper's looking thinner than it's looked in the past.
There's not a lot of news out there.
No, I guess not. But 7-Eleven, they've got the hard copy. If you're like the Buck and you want the newspaper, but of course, all the great drinks, all the great snacks that you love. I don't have to tell y'all what 7-Eleven has. You've been there a million times, and you should keep going there a million more.
Little Debbie's.
Little Debbie snacks. Shout out to our guy Ashish. Shout out to Wendy as well.
Thank you, Wendy.
They own and operate a few different 7-Eleven spots across the Austin area. They're always doing fantastic work, keeping the stores nice and clean and stocked up for you. We love our great friends at 7-Eleven. And as Dee says, shout out to the Longhorn volleyball team. They are playing tonight.
There you go.
In the national semifinal. Today is Thursday, right? Get my days confused this week. It is Thursday?
It is Thursday.
And the Longhorns 2 wins away from winning another national championship. They've got to play Wisconsin tonight. They are the second semifinal. The first game starts at 6. It's Pitt versus Nebraska. And then the Texas match will start 30 minutes after that first match ends. So we'll see if the Longhorns can knock off Wisconsin in the semifinal. If they do, they'll be playing for a national championship, I think, on Saturday. So best of luck to the Longhorns.
How about the snow globe?
Look at that.
6th Street. It's got it all. Look at this. It's got the tower. This is wonderful here.
That needs about 15 more high rises.
Yeah, because we are loaded up downtown Austin right now.
That is gorgeous, man.
Isn't that cool?
You got the Capitol in there. You got the UT Tower.
This is great stuff here.
You got the Frost Bank Tower. That is great. They got a little Longhorn, a little Bevo
Stevie
action.
Ray Vaughan statue there.
Oh, I love that.
This is wonderful. They've got all these items right here at Sioux Patrick.
Yes, they do. Yes, they do. All right, Buck. So, look, a lot of good news for Texas football yesterday. Kobe Black committed. We'll get to that a little bit later, but obviously a big-time get for Texas, one of the top 50 players in the nation, announcing his commitment to come to the Longhorns next year, which is awesome news. We talked about the SEC schedule. I think every Texas fan is excited about that. We've obviously known the move to the SEC was happening for a while, but now it's kind of cool to have that visual element that, now this thing is here.
Here's who we're playing.
It's real and it's spectacular. And that's all great, but the bad news yesterday, something I think everybody expected to happen at some point, but I think we were all hoping we would get to wait until the off season before it did. Unfortunately, that is not the case. Malik Murphy has officially entered the transfer portal. That news came out yesterday. There were initial reports that said, Murphy's basically entering the portal, but he's going to stay with Texas throughout the college football playoff, and then he's going to leave. But those reports were debunked pretty quickly, and Malik Murphy is leaving Texas. He will not be a part of the Sugar Bowl against Washington, and obviously if Texas wins and plays for a national championship, Malik Murphy will not be a part of that game either. So Malik Murphy, Buck, once again, I think we all kind of thought this was coming, but happening a little earlier than any of us would have hoped.
Well, you'd hope the kid could stick it out, but it's not. Timing is everything. He wants to get to where his next destination is as a quarterback. I mean, there are teams all over this country looking for starting quarterbacks, and he's pretty valuable. He's very valuable. He's been valuable to this team. He's hung there for 3 years. The 2 games that he won this year were very important to this football team. His leadership has been important, but there just comes a time where you're not going to be the guy, and you're not sticking around waiting when you have an opportunity to be the guy somewhere where people will think you are or feel like you can lead their team to something special. And I think he's a special kind of kid. I don't know if he's a special kind of quarterback. I don't know that. I haven't seen enough of him. I've seen enough to know that he's won 2 important games for University of Texas, and people seem to really, really like him. So this is his opportunity, and wishing him well, and hopefully everything's going to work out no matter where he goes. Just stay out of the SEC. But you're wishing the kid well. You're wishing, but it's just timing, BK. It's tough to stick around when you know you've got to leave, even though you're playing possibly for a national championship, and you're playing in the Sugar Bowl. That's hard to walk away from. It really is. But there are places that they want when you give them your commitment, you want to be committed right away. You can't say I'm coming there, but give me till January 3rd, January 4th. I mean, there are coaches that say if you're committed to us, commit to us. Let's go.
Yeah.
Get your stuff, pack your gear, come on down here. Let's get you situated. Let's get you to meet this team right here. Maybe one of the teams that he's looking at is in a bowl game themselves. Maybe they want to get him to where they're going. So this is an important move for him, but it's a move for him. I mean, he's been selfless. It's time for him to be a little selfish.
Yeah, and Joel Klatt, who is, of course, one of college football's lead analysts for Fox, he had the perfect tweet that just kind of encompasses all of my feelings about this situation. He tweeted last night, quote, "I feel terrible for Malik Murphy. There's no way that he wants to do this prior to the CFP, but the calendar in college football is atrocious. The ridiculous timing of the transfer portal forced his hand."
Yes.
That's exactly what happens. Like, I think Malik Murphy absolutely wanted to stick it out with his teammates and be a part of these last 2 games for Texas. But like you said, he's got to go somewhere soon, right? Like, there are only so many available spots out there in the transfer portal, and Malik Murphy wants to go to a place where he can play right away.
You don't want any indecision. You don't want a coach thinking, well, he says he's coming, but is he really coming? We have a guy who said he'll be here today. So you don't want that. You don't want that time in between. So a kid then makes another decision and says, well, how young kids will make it quick three different decisions if you give them 2 or 3 weeks.
Yeah.
It's like recruiting all over again. So it's like, no, if you're committed to us, we need you to show up.
Exactly.
So now we'll know that we can stop recruiting or stop trying to get another quarterback. You're here, you're on our campus, you're going to stay with us. So it's just the timing of it all. It's not great timing, but you know what? It's good timing for him. He can go somewhere where he can play, where he can be the man, where he can help win championships possibly, but not in the SEC.
Right.
But he can stay here in the Big 12 or something like that. But go to the ACC, but don't go to the SEC. But
you don't want to see him.
Don't want to see him. No, I don't want to see him.
No, because you don't want to root against him.
I don't want to root against him, and I don't want him to have a mat on. You know what I'm saying?
Sure.
I don't need that.
No.
What do we need that for?
No. Revenge game.
We don't want any of that.
For Malik Murphy.
No.
Yeah. And look, I know tampering happens. Like, of course, we all know tampering happens. But obviously, you're not supposed to be able to contact a kid until he enters the transfer portal. So now that Malik is officially in the portal, a bunch of different schools can reach out. They can pitch their NIL deals. They can offer Malik Murphy, and he'll have his pick of the litter. I mean, he's going to have, I think, a number of different schools coming after him.
Big time schools.
Big time schools, Power 5 schools who saw what Malik Murphy did in a couple of games this year. And like you said, I mean, you can't tell the story of 2023 Texas football without talking about Malik Murphy.
No.
Right? Like, Malik Murphy made a couple of starts and Texas won both of those games. And it wasn't always perfect for him, but he did enough to lead the Longhorns to 2 victories that they absolutely needed to have to get to the Big 12 championship and obviously to get to the college football playoff. So he was really, really important for this team this year. But just the timing. And it's so dumb, Buck. Like, oh my God, the NFL crushes college football here. The NFL crushes every sport here.
Sure.
And the NFL is always going to be bigger than college football. What the NFL does such a good job of that college football doesn't, and college football needs to learn from, is the NFL just dominates the sports calendar. They have something going on every single month. And college football, like, while the season is still happening, because of course the season is still going on, bowl games start this weekend and go for the next 3 weeks. You've got National Signing Day. You've got the transfer portal stuff going on right now. Like, it's great. There's plenty of college football headlines, but then you just hit this dry spell.
Yeah, and that's why, I mean, there are a lot of people that don't like the transfer portal. It's too long. It's too this. I enjoy hearing about college football during that course. I know it's long, but when they start talking transfer portal and then you hear people talk about, oh, it's too long. I mean, I'd like to hear that. That rings that bell for me.
It's unfair to the kids too.
Yes.
Think about the high school kids first, right? Like, they're playing in state championship games this weekend. Some of them, they're getting ready for their midterm exams.
Nobody's talking about that, so they're talking about the transfer portal.
Right, and they've got to make the biggest decision of their lives where they're going to play. And then for college kids, they're getting ready for final exams. They're getting ready for bowl games potentially. And then they also have to deal with the transfer portal stuff. And then the coaches too. Like Steve Sarkisian and this Texas coaching staff, they've been on the road recruiting since the Big 12 championship. They've got to worry about signing day, which is less than a week away.
They got to worry about their guys that are on campus. Who are they talking to?
They've got to do the portal. They've got to re-recruit the guys who are here to try to make sure they don't enter the portal. They've got to try to get new players. And oh, by the way, they've got a college football playoff semifinal game in less than 3 weeks. So
and in about
stupid.
And in about 2 weeks from now, they're going to really have to worry about their players that are with them, because people are going to really start coming after them hard.
Yeah.
They really will. Things will open up when these players go off and they spend some time at home. You know, you really worry about them on campus, and you've kind of got them. But when they go off to home and their friends start talking to them from other football places, hey, you're not going to play. You're not going to play there. You need to come with us. You have a real opportunity. Their buddies start telling you about the opportunities that you could have at their place.
Sure.
It gets really, really scary for college coaches when they leave campus. You've got them when you at least you feel like you have them when you have them on the campus. When they go home for a couple, they go home for a couple days before they get back to bowl practice, you start to get nervous. Who's coming back? Who's not coming back?
Yeah.
But for Malik Murphy, this is a great opportunity for him, and he's hung in there, and he's no dummy. I mean, we all know what the deal is here at Texas. I mean, there's the handwriting's on the wall. When Arch Manning stepped on the field a couple of weeks ago and some mop-up duty, you knew it right away.
Yeah.
This is what the future is. And as well as Malik Murphy did for this team, and he won 2 games, as I said, we don't know really much about Malik Murphy, but everybody knows about Arch Manning. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. When he stepped on that field to that ovation, he is the next guy up.
Yeah.
And that Malik Murphy's not dumb. The people around him aren't stupid. They know that his chances of being the quarterback at the University of Texas next year would not be that good.
Right. And we've seen a few reports that say Quinn Ewers is going to come back.
Sure.
Right. So that'd be year 3 for Malik Murphy on
You're not
campus.
going to sit around and wait around for, it's not like it used to be in the old days when University of Miami would have a JUCO quarterback for 1 year or 2 years and end up being, a superstar and going off and making it in the NFL. You need to be seen. The quarterback needs to be seen right now. I'm not saying you need to be seen for 4 years, but you need to have at least a good 2 or 3 years to be seen by NFL scouts, because that's where you want to go, because they all want to go to the NFL.
Of course.
They all do. There's 99 point whatever % of players that play the game of football in college say, you ask them, so what do you think you're going to do next? Oh, I'll be in the league.
Dude, I said that in 6th grade. The 1 year I played football, I thought I was going.
I've never had a player that I've ever recruited that said that, oh, I'll be a doctor when I get out.
I'm going to work for Enterprise.
Yeah. No, they're all. I'll be in the league. Okay.
Yeah.
Get that degree. Make sure you get that degree there, son.
Especially when you're at a place like Texas.
Oh my goodness.
Right. I mean, you're a 4 or 5 star kid, and the hope is that you're going to play well enough. You're going to be developed, and you're going to hear your name called in the NFL draft at some point down the road. And for Malik Murphy, his best chance of hearing his name called in the NFL draft or being a Sunday player means he transfers somewhere else, because there just was no clear and obvious path for him to
and what they will know about him, that he's a team player.
Yep.
That he'll give his all to the team. I mean, he's done that for the amount of time that he's been here. But you're in that situation. You've got a starting quarterback. You come in, people don't know much about you, but you win 2 games. They know a lot about you now. They know what kind of character that you have, and that's important for these other teams that are looking for a quarterback right now.
Yeah, and if Texas wins the national championship, Malik Murphy's got to get a ring.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, I would think so.
Has to. Even though he won't be a part of these last couple of games, he absolutely deserves a ring.
Well, he's getting a Big 12, that's for sure.
Yeah, you cannot tell the story of Texas Longhorn football here in 2023 without talking about Malik Murphy. And what does it mean for Texas, Buck? Well, I'll explain it to you. The Longhorns are 1 hit away from a true freshman quarterback having to play in a college football playoff. And, a lot of Texas fans are talking about, oh, my God, we might get a rematch with Alabama. And how fitting would that be? Because obviously the loss to Bama in the national championship game in early 2010 kind of started the tailspin that Texas has been in for way, way too long. And it's like, oh, how full circle of a moment would it be if Texas got to play Nick Saban and Alabama again for a national championship? And maybe that's the thing, like, Texas is officially back, and that vaults him, back to being an elite program in college football. But obviously, what happened in that game? Well, you had an experienced quarterback who was really, really good, and he gets hurt early in the game, and then boom, you're stuck with a true freshman playing in that one. Now Texas is
back in the situation again.
Obviously, they've got to get to the championship first, but for these last 2 games, one Quinn Ewers hit away from relying on a true freshman. And this true freshman's different than most true freshmen, but that's the situation for Texas, and we're hoping history does not rear its ugly head.
Well, this true freshman needs to be a lot different than a lot of quarterbacks that are out there in the country. The fact that we still don't know what Quinn Ewers will do. If he has a great couple games, if he plays in 2 games and plays in the national championship game, that guy's liable to say, you know what, probably time for me to go. I mean, I haven't heard any. I mean, nobody's confirmed that he is actually coming back, or
He'll be back.
he will be back.
He'll be back.
Okay.
Arch Manning?
Yeah, not Arch Manning.
Oh,
I
I'm
mean
sorry.
Quinn Ewers. I mean, I don't know if there's a confirmation that he will be back. I mean, there's some indications that he may return, but
Yeah.
if this guy has a game, the game of his life in the championship game, why would you?
Yeah, if Quinn Ewers throws for 400 yards in the next 2 games and he's hoisting that national championship trophy that looks like
And you've won a Big 12 championship on the way out?
yeah, it looks like a female reproductive part, then
Yeah.
yes, absolutely. Like he should leave. He should leave. Like, I would love for him to come back. My God, a 3-year starter going into your first year, the toughest conference in the sport. It'd be great to get Quinn back. But yeah, no, his decision, I think he's leaning one way right now, and that way is to come back to Texas.
Mhm.
But man, if he balls out these next 2 games and the NFL scouts are like, dude, you could be a first-round pick, then
Yeah.
he'd be silly to return, right?
Yeah, I mean, once again, that NIL money is nice because he's making enough of it where he is right now. He's been making enough of it since he left high school.
Yeah.
But, it's that quarterback money is a little different. It's a little bit different once you get to the NFL. And as quick as you can get there, that means as quick as you can get back to your next contract. So hanging around college making a couple million would be okay.
Right.
Nothing wrong with that. Hanging around Austin, Texas with a couple mil.
Oof. Yeah, and he's got an NIL deal with, what is it, Lamborghini
Oh,
or Rolls-Royce?
Oh, he's got all that stuff.
One of the luxury car brands here in town. Yeah, he's doing okay here. And I think Quinn Ewers wants to be a first-round pick. And
Sure.
if he thinks there's a chance that happens this coming April, then he'll leave. But if
Sure.
not, like, he'll talk to NFL people when they say, hey, dude, you need another year of development, prove that you could stay healthy over the course of a full season, and here are a couple of things to work on. And then if you do that, then you'll be a first-rounder in 2025. Then I think he
and he's got a lot to
back.
look at, too. Who returns from the University of Texas? Who's coming back? There are other guys that have opportunities to leave this place, too. So, I mean, for him, if you lose 2 receivers and a tight end, he's going to look at that and go, really? Am I going to come back to this? It's like starting all over again.
Well, once again, I think it has to do with his draft status. Like, if he hears
Sure.
that he's going to be a 3rd or 4th round pick, like, I think he's going to say,
I'll come back.
Yeah.
Sure.
Like, Texas is going to have good receivers and tight ends next year. They lose a lot, and they don't have a lot of returning talent or production there. So it's a little worrisome to think, like, okay, well, with what we've got on the current roster right now, how's it going to look next year?
Yeah, but they've got 5-star wide receiver coming in. They should be okay.
Yeah. And they'll hit the portal hard and bring in a couple of guys. I don't know if
veteran players, yes.
Find an Adonai Mitchell. I don't know if that guy exists, but they'll find a couple of dudes out there. So we'll see. But yeah, obviously in the short term with Malik Murphy hitting the portal and not participating in these CFP games, that means Arch Manning is now QB2.
Yes.
And look, I've got all the faith in the world that young man is going to turn out to be a hell of a football player. But I mean, you don't want to be in that situation where a true freshman is trying to lead your team to a national championship game. Mark asks, is Charles Wright ahead of Arch Manning? No. I don't think so. If something happened to Quinn Ewers, it would be Arch Manning who would get the nod for Texas.
I would say so.
Which is crazy to think about. We've got some Sark. I have not watched or listened to this yet, so I hope this is good. But I saw my guy Dennis De La Pena from Fox tweet this out. I don't know where he was, or where somebody was interviewing Sark last night. I don't know what Sark was doing, recruiting. Somebody will probably let us know on the Coda text line or on our YouTube chat line. But here's Steve Sarkisian, a little back and forth talking about the Malik Murphy news.
Malik obviously transferring. What was that conversation like?
Well, that stuff's always difficult. Malik's been a great teammate. He's been an awesome guy to have on our team. We wouldn't be here today if it weren't for Malik, and he won 2 football games for us. But I also understand this day and age of college football, and that's unfortunate that he's been put in kind of this situation, in this position, to where he's trying to look out for his future, but he was part of a team that's competing for a national championship. And so, this kind of structure of how our seasons go throughout the year in college football is not perfect, and we're all learning as we go with now the transfer portal, the early signing period, the college football playoff, and then what it's going to look like next year when we go to 12 teams, and managing that for our own current players, but also for our future players. And so you got to continue to adapt. But it's, again, I love Malik to death. I love the opportunity to coach him. Like I said, he was a great teammate, and wish him nothing but the best of luck.
So there you go. There's Steve Sarkisian last night, apparently at the Houston football banquet.
Yeah, this is not a surprise to the head coach. I mean, he understood that this was going to happen. He understood that when the kid started his first game, for this team and won that game. He knew people were going to come after him. They were coming after him last spring.
Oh, yeah.
They've been coming after him, so it was just a matter of time. But, I mean, he had decisions to make himself as the head coach. Is Malik Murphy better than Arch Manning? How is that working out? That's what he has to worry about. That's the decision he had to make. He didn't have to worry about people coming after him. They were going to come after both kids.
Right.
So he just had to make the decision on which kid can I say goodbye to? Which kid do I still have to continue to recruit? And he's made his decision. Arch Manning is the kid that he's going to have to continue to recruit. And Malik Murphy has opportunities to go elsewhere. There used to be a time where you didn't have all those opportunities. You'd have to sit out a year, all these things around. So the portal and all this other stuff isn't as bad as some coaches make it out to be.
Yeah.
It just gives you more of an open book. I mean, you are the product. You're the ones. You should have an opportunity. If you don't like one place, go to another. I used to just be stuck on the one thing. No, every time you go somewhere, you sit out. And no, you can't go in your same conference and not sit out. You can't just play. But now, no, they should have at least one opportunity to go somewhere different.
Yeah.
When they make those decisions, they're young. If they stay for a year and they battle it out and it doesn't work out, why shouldn't you? I mean, if we go to a job and we don't like it, we still have another opportunity to go to another job.
You're not
Nobody
leaving
says,
me, are you?
No, but you're not stuck.
Yeah.
You're not stuck in one place. You don't have to be stuck in one place, and neither should that be for college football.
Look at coaches too.
Oh, they're not stuck. They just go.
Those
They
guys
just
get
go
up
where
and
the
leave.
money goes.
Yeah.
If they get a bigger offer, hell, they don't even have to tell you goodbye. They just go.
Yep, they just go. So we wish Malik Murphy
Yes.
nothing but the best. Of course, tremendous teammate, tremendous young man. Did a lot for the University of Texas. Incredibly well liked and respected in that Texas locker room. Won those 2 games for the Longhorns this year, which were huge to get Texas into the college football playoff. But it makes sense. And look, I don't know exactly where Malik Murphy's going to end up. I have heard that Florida is interested. There were reports that Florida was interested after the spring game, like you talked about, where Malik Murphy balled out. I've heard Auburn is maybe a team to watch for Malik Murphy as well.
I did say not in the SEC.
You did say not in the SEC. He is a left coast kid from California, so maybe he wants to go a little closer to home, which if that's the case,
sure.
I would say Pac-12, but that doesn't exist.
No.
A Big Ten school, perhaps,
Sure.
could be in the cards for
an Illinois or an Indiana.
No, I was saying one of the West Coast Big Ten schools.
Oh, yeah, there you go.
Or a Big 12 school with Arizona and Arizona State, some classic Big 12 brands right there.
Tech has called them because, they need a number of quarterbacks at Tech.
I don't want him to go to Tech because he's going to get hurt if he goes to Tech.
That's true.
Every QB they get gets hurt.
That's right.
Every single year. That's how it works in Lubbock, Texas. By the way, make sure you get your bowl picks in. This is for you. This is for everybody listening to the sound of my voice and watching us right now. If you're on YouTube, there's a link in the video description below to enter our free Bowl Mania Pick'em contest. You can compete against all of the TSU hosts. You get to compete against each other. We're going to be giving away some great prizes to multiple people when this thing is all said and done. I think we're going to give out a prize to whoever finishes last. Now, you've got to submit your picks. If you don't submit picks and you get 0 points, then sorry, you're not going to win anything for being lazy. But if you're so bad that you finish dead last of all the people who actually enter picks in our bowl contest, I'm going to give you a gift card.
Yeah, that happened to me. One bowl season. We did the pick 'em.
That's you with your 1,000-unit plays.
And that was me. And it was just, it's hard to do. It's hard to get them all wrong, but I was trying to get them all right. I didn't win a bowl game.
God,
that's hard to do.
You didn't win one?
No,
that's
I didn't
impossible.
win one.
That is impossible.
No, it's not. It happened.
There's like 400 bowl games.
I picked them and I lost every bowl game. I did not win a bowl game. And I mean, I even played the piece of junk down in Shreveport Tech. Yeah.
Dude,
yes, it was awful.
A newborn baby would get a few right.
I know.
One of those dogs on TikTok would get one of those.
One of the dogs
right.
at my house would get one right.
How do you do that?
That was terrible.
You deserve like a spot in Ripley's Believe It or Not or something
awful.
for that type of performance.
That has happened.
My goodness.
It wasn't a bit. It just happened that way.
That's incredible. Well, yeah, join that. It's free to enter. And once again, some great prizes out there as well. And yeah, a lot going on with Texas Sports Unfiltered. We're still working on. Oh, I announced this on the midday show yesterday.
Okay.
I'll announce it to you, Buck,
Okay.
and to our morning crowd. We will be a part of the Texas One Fund Texas Tailgate at Manning's. Speaking of Manning, in New Orleans,
Nice.
inside of Harrah's Casino.
Now it's really nice.
Oh yeah, we're going to be broadcasting live on January 1st. From Manning's inside of Harrah's in New Orleans.
We will take a picture of me hugging a slot machine.
We will indeed. We don't know the exact time we're going to be out there, but we will be there with the Texas One Fund. You can actually buy tickets to that event, and I think $50 from every ticket that's purchased goes to the Texas One Fund, which of course is the university's NIL collective. So
very nice.
If you're happy that Texas is in the college football playoff, and if you're watching us,
show that love.
Show that love. And obviously NIL is a big part of why Texas is here. Let's call a spade a spade. So yeah, your purchasing of a ticket allows you to hang out with some important people, allows you to get some great food and drinks at Manning's, allows you to listen to our broadcast on January 1st.
Gives you an opportunity to be a part of the One Fund if you're very interested in that in your company or as an individual.
Indeed, and it gives you the chance to hang out with a lot of Texas fans on Jan 1. GA tickets are available. VIP tickets are sold out. I'm working with one of the guys in charge to see if we can get a few more VIP tickets just for our listeners and viewers. But you can get a general admission ticket right now. The website, TexasSugarBowl.party. Have you ever heard of a dot party?
No, I've not heard of dot party before.
Heard of .com?
.com, yeah.
.edu?
Yes.
.org? Big fan of the hub.edu. I don't think that's an edu, although there is some education on that website I've learned over the years.
Well, we got all the gear where we are right now to take with you. That's for sure.
Oh, my God.
That you're going to want to wear to the event. And we are at Sue Patrick's 5222 Burnett Road this morning. We'll be here till 10 o'clock this morning. Doors will open at 9:30, so come on in and say hello to us. And come in and say hello to Jay Willems, Sue Patrick, and the whole gang here, as a matter of fact. And Jay's wearing that polo. He's got that golf polo on that we sold out for him. He understands that. He understands the power of Texas Sports Unfiltered because he didn't have any of those shirts, but they are an order. They will be here, and you can get them online. $49 or more. You get free shipping, of course, and there's always room for parking here. You don't have to. You don't have to go blocks and blocks to get a parking space here at Sue Patrick.
Free too.
And it's free.
That's a miracle.
We must be in North Austin because it's free parking up this way.
We're celebrating Hanukkah right now, and
there
that's a miracle. Free parking anywhere in Austin is also a miracle.
Absolutely.
Yeah, this is great. Our guy Jason commented saying, "I'll be coming by in an hour to say hi and shop." And there was one other comment that said, "I shop for myself at Home Depot and I shop for everybody else at Sue Patrick."
There you go.
For the holiday season. So, yeah, come on by. Once again, they open up at 9:30 today, and they're open all through the holidays. Come out and see the great folks here at Sue Patrick, and, get gear for the Longhorn fans in your
They got some
life.
of the classic Longhorn hats, man.
They do, and
love those hats.
They've got the classics, and they've also got the Big 12 champion locker room shirt and hat. They've got the Sugar Bowl gear as well. Of course, if Texas wins it all, they're going to have all the national championship gear here too, right?
Oh, yes.
That's how it works at Sue
That
Patrick.
may be our return visit here.
Yes, indeed. Oh, that'd be awesome.
Huh?
I'd be happy to come out here any day, but if we're celebrating a national championship, promoting gear that they've got out here.
Yeah, Jay's liable to throw us outside then. Oh, we need to make room for the shirts and hats and everything else. You guys just go right here on the porch.
Yeah, no space for you jabronis.
That's right.
Out there. Sorry about that. All right. Shout out to Sue Patrick for having us out, of course. Shout out to some of our other great sponsors. How about Olipop, Buck? Oh. We are big fans of the Olipop. You were telling me before the show today that your local HEB has a huge stash
in Bee Cave.
In Bee Cave, yeah.
Yes, they have all the different flavors there. They've got their own stand. It's right there when you get through the aisle there. So it's spectacular, and so is Olipop. I'm off the sugar beat right now, so I'm kind of staying away from the sugar. I'm doing a pretty good job this week.
Yep,
it's my first week.
There you go.
After last weekend's event, so we don't want to get to that part of it. So,
where your wife caught you with Snickers wrappers in your car?
No, it's just I spent some time trying to unwind, as they say.
Oh, a little BM going wrong.
Dude, that's it. That's it for sugar. No. I had my fiber. I'm in my fiber. I'm oatmeal gad now. having a little bit of oatmeal. But
yeah, you were eating oatmeal in your car outside of
Yes.
St. Patrick this morning. I'm surprised Jay didn't kick you out for that.
I'm having my oatmeal. That's all right.
Yep.
But with the Olipop, you've got that 7 unbelievable ingredients and you've got your fiber in there too. I'm telling you, that stuff is good for you. It not only tastes good, but it's good for you and all those different flavors. And now, once I get stuck on a flavor, which I'm the grape ape, so I kind of like the grape right now. But
Throwback show.
yeah, you like all the different flavors right now.
Yeah, I think grape is my favorite right now.
Yes.
But the cream soda is spectacular. They've got a cherry cola that's phenomenal. They've got the classic soda flavors, original cola, root beer, lemon lime. They got them all right there. And they're at HEB, Walmart, Target, Whole Foods, Costco, wherever you buy your groceries. You can find you some Olipop, great tasting soda that is actually.
And you got to keep your Olipop cold, so we got the koozies for you too.
There we go. Yeah, we got a few TSU koozies out here today. If you come out, you can grab a couple of those. And those are free. We'll throw those in for free.
There you go.
That's what we do for the people out there. So shout out to Olipop and also shout out to SendTexTickets.com. Speaking of the Sugar Bowl, if you're trying to get to New Orleans and be at the Superdome on Jan 1, you can get those tickets at SendTexTickets.com. Texas basketball plays in Houston this weekend. If you're down in the H and you want to go to that game, or if you want to make the trek down to Houston for that, SendTexTickets.com. It's not just Longhorns. It's every team, every sport, all year round, plus concert tickets, Broadway show tickets, literally any event that is live. They've got tickets for you online at SendTexTickets.com. Shop local, shop SendTexTickets.com.
Love them.
Buck, we'll get into some NFL. We'll talk more Texas football, of course, the Kobe Black news. We've got to break down his commitment and what it means for the future of Texas football. But it is Thursday.
Oh, yeah.
And we've started a couple of weeks ago.
Oh, boy, the scary bit.
Called Throwback Thursday. And, yes, we invented this. I don't think anybody else has ever done any Throwback Thursday segment in radio or media ever. So, yeah, we'd like to trademark and copyright Throwback Thursday. I'll call it TBT. That feels good.
It does.
That feels original. No one's done that. That's creative. We will show you every Thursday as a part of this TBT segment a viral video from back in the day on the internet. So we've shown a couple to this point. Our first one was the plane crash gone wrong.
Oh, that was awful.
Where the newscaster was reading some fake names of the pilots who apparently flew the flight. You know, let's play that one. We could play all three of these here. We're having a good time.
Well, the one you got me with yesterday it wasn't a throwback, but it was somebody from my hometown there. That dude.
Shut up, bitch.
That one. I mean, I guess that is a throwback.
That is a throwback.
That's the Rock.
The Rock.
From back in the day, but
shut up, bitch.
That was you yelling at that woman in the parking lot.
No, that was me over the top. Yes, and I have apologized from that day on. I'm still apologizing today. Didn't have to go there, but people are saying yes, you did have to go there, and I didn't have a mic in my hand like The Rock, but I did roll down the window.
I think a lot of people are on your side.
This shouldn't be.
Woman speeding in the parking lot.
No.
Yeah.
Could have killed us all.
Could have killed us all. All right, here's the first one we played a couple of weeks ago.
Determine the cause of death and whether she was already dead when the truck hit her. We have new information now also on the plane crash. KTVU has just learned the names of the 4 pilots who were on board the flight. They are Captain Sum Ting Wong, Wee Tu Lo, Ho Lee Fook, and Bang Ding Ao. The NTSB has confirmed these are the names of the pilots on board Flight 214 when it crashed. We are working to determine exactly what roles each of them played during the landing on Saturday.
So that was 2 weeks ago.
Gee, lady. Really?
Yeah.
You really did that?
They really bought that. Last week, and this is a little NSFW, so if you've got kiddos in the car,
yes,
here's your earmuffs warning.
What really happened on that Thursday here at Augusta High School that led to Chris Wood's death?
The fuck is that? Shit! I'm dying in this fucking country-ass fucked up town. Shit flying in my mouth. The fuck? I can't see pollen. Let's get the fuck out this country, motherfucker. I can't even see me.
Okay. He's so professional.
Yep. Yeah. He went from professional to
oh my goodness.
miserable in the span of a split
My
second.
goodness, that poor dude.
Which is great.
And you said he's still going strong down in H-Town.
Fox 26, Isaiah Carey, good dude. Super nice guy, has his own show, doing great work.
Doesn't
down
like
there.
bugs in his mouth, huh?
I don't know if anybody does. Do you like bugs in your mouth?
No.
I don't like too much in my mouth. I don't want any bugs in my mouth. That's
Wow,
for
that
sure.
dude.
Yeah. And then this is a classic. This is one of the best ones ever. And we talked about this earlier this week, so it felt fitting to bring this up for this week's edition of TBT here on Bucky and BK. We take you back to 2007. Miss Teen USA.
Oh, no.
Okay. Recent polls have shown a fifth of Americans can't locate the U.S. on a world map. Why do you think this is?
I personally believe that U.S. Americans are unable to do so because some people out there in our nation don't have maps, and I believe that our education, like such as in South Africa and the Iraq, everywhere like such as, and I believe that they should, our education over here in the U.S. should help the U.S. Or should help South Africa and should help the Iraq and the Asian countries, so we will be able to build up our future for our children.
Thank you very much, South Carolina.
Thank you for helping South Africa out there, Miss South Carolina, Miss Young Teen.
There is so much to unpack.
You know what? Something Wong right there. I'm going to tell you that. That's for sure.
Something was definitely wrong.
Oh, my goodness.
Goodness gracious. We can't accept that.
No, such as.
And Trebek on that deal.
Wow.
U.S. Americans. All right, we're going to watch this.
What about the U.S. Americans? That's even the best. That's got to be the best one of all.
U.S. Americans. Some of our citizens don't have maps everywhere, like such as what is the Iraq?
How did South Africa get into that one?
South Africa and the Iraq. What is the Iraq?
I don't know what the Iraq is.
Is that different from Iraq itself?
It's a little different.
Okay. And then our education in the U.S. should help the U.S. I mean, should help South Africa,
no,
the Iraq, and Asian countries. Asian countries. I mean, could she name a single? Here we go again.
Recent polls have shown a fifth of Americans can't locate the U.S. on a world map. Why do you think this is?
I personally believe that U.S. Americans are unable to do so because some people out there in our nation don't have maps, and I believe that our education, like such as in South Africa and the Iraq, everywhere like such as, and I believe that they should, our education over here in the U.S. should help the U.S. Or should help South Africa and should help the Iraq and the Asian countries, so we will be able to build up our future for our children.
Thank you very much, South Carolina.
So pretty and so dumb.
I love how...
Yeah, go say thank you very much. That's enough of your talking. Take this microphone away from your face.
I mean, how was that dude able to keep a straight face during that whole thing?
I don't know.
I would have been dying.
You're falling on the floor.
That is some of the funniest stuff I've ever heard in my entire life.
That is just stupid.
That's like the whole Billy Madison thing, right? Mr. Madison, what you have just said is one of the most insanely idiotic things I've ever heard. At no point in your rambling, incoherent response were you even close to anything that could be considered a rational thought. Everyone in this room is now dumber for having listened to it. I award you no points, and may God have mercy on your soul. That's how I feel. Like that speech, that should have been that guy's response to Miss Teen South Carolina back in 2007 when she spewed out whatever that was.
Wow.
Everywhere like such as
the Iraq,
South Africa, and the Iraq.
Wow.
Some of us don't have maps, which I guess is accurate. I'm not sure if I have a map. U.S. Americans.
The U.S. Americans is really special.
What is that?
I don't. They're a special group.
Aren't we just Americans? Do we need U.S. Americans?
They got to be U.S.
Is she saying us Americans? Like she's talking like she's American, so she's one of us Americans?
So pretty and so dumb.
Oh my God. I can't even remember what her name is. I want to find
She didn't win.
She should have won.
She should have.
That's the only thing people talk about from that pageant.
Absolutely.
I couldn't tell you anything
that is some
else.
Comic relief right there, dude.
I couldn't tell you anything that has happened at any Miss Teen USA ever.
That's a throwback.
Oh, my God. Yeah, Rodney says we need a U.S. American shirt. Maybe Sue Patrick needs to sell some of those.
Some U.S. American shirts?
U.S.
For
American
sure.
shirts. I need to get some that says South Africa and the Iraq. Like, that's a shirt that I absolutely need. On the back, it just says like such as. I mean, that is a classic, dude. That is one of my favorites.
I don't know what the F you guys are asking me, but I'm not going to answer like this. That's for sure.
Oh, my God. Our guy Dave says she's a rocket scientist now. Yeah, there's a negative 100% chance that is the case. So there you go. There is your Throwback Thursday.
She sounds a little bit like Siri on my phone. Maybe she went on to be Siri.
You think so? No, Siri's actually smart.
Yeah, she's not going to make Siri, no.
Okay. Recent polls have shown a fifth of Americans can't locate the U.S. on a world map.
Judge talking right
Why do you
now.
think this is?
I personally believe that U.S. Americans are unable to do so because some people out there in our nation don't have maps, and I believe that our education, like such as in South Africa and the Iraq, everywhere like such as, and I believe that they should, our education over here in the U.S. should help the U.S. Or should help South Africa and should help the Iraq and the Asian countries, so we will be able to build up our future.
He's ready to crack.
Is that Mario Lopez there? Who is that?
That dude is ready to crack. There's no way he can listen to that without cracking up.
You see him at the end, just kind of smiling, trying to keep it together.
He's going, "You are so damn dumb."
Oh,
that's what he's saying.
He's looking at like a cameraman or some of the
somebody,
judges.
Somebody save me.
And it's just like, are you hearing what I'm hearing right now? Is this really happening?
Somebody hit that bell 5 times in a row, please.
Oh my God! Yeah, you should have stopped her before then. Like,
yes,
the time is done. You're not allowed to talk anymore.
You might drop the mic. You should have just bopped her right on the forehead with that thing.
It would have helped her. Like, she could use some CTE, I think, just to clear up the mind.
Wow.
That would help her, I think. So that's, that will never get old. I will damn near cry laughing.
Oh, my goodness.
Every time. I mean, I can watch that every day for the rest of my life and still find it as funny as I did
funny.
The first time I watched it.
Between that and the D's Nuts guy, that's always the best. It will always get a laugh. It just does.
Those are some of your favorites.
Oh, my goodness.
Here we go.
These nuts.
With our video drops that we have
my goodness.
On YouTube, people.
Sorry about that, you people.
Yeah.
You people that are looking for something educational this morning from us, you just got that. That's what you got this morning.
Very educational.
Wow.
Yeah, like such as.
I mean, that's Miss USA. Is it Teen USA?
She was trying to be Miss Teen USA. I don't think she won, but she was a contestant. She was representing South Carolina.
Wow.
Which never known to be the brightest state in the union.
Man, oh, man.
Yeah, that was their best, I guess, that year from that pageant. Unbelievable.
Ooh,
okay.
For a while, I thought South Africa was in the United States.
Yeah.
Such as.
Our U.S. should help the U.S. and also South Africa and the Iraq and Asian countries.
Gee.
Because, we're crushing them in education right now, of course.
Mike Gundy makes her sound smart.
Yeah.
I mean,
like a newborn baby who can't talk makes her sound smart. Like, literally.
Coach Gundy's like, come on, man.
Oh, my God.
She's stealing my sound bites.
Yep. Yeah, she is. Gundy will always will have some classics.
Mother of children.
Mother of children.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Coach.
Instead of a mother of dragons.
Yeah. Okay, let's get back to the sports here. Cam Newton. You remember that guy, Bob?
Oh, yeah, I do.
He is making some headlines with something he had to say on a podcast earlier this week. So Cam Newton, I don't think is officially retired from the NFL.
Still waiting for somebody late who's maybe getting to the playoffs.
And still technically a free agent. I don't think he's going to get another call.
No.
He didn't get one last year, so he's probably not going to get one this year. But Cam Newton, a great quarterback in his prime. Obviously, national champion in college, led Carolina to a Super Bowl berth. Things didn't go too well in that game against the Broncos. But
he wouldn't die for that fumble.
No, he would not. But NFL MVP 1 year. The guy's a stud. So I won't go revisionist history and dunk a bunch on Cam Newton.
No.
That guy was one of the most electrifying players in football for a few years in college and in the NFL. But he was recently talking about some of the quarterbacks who are currently playing in the league. And, he had some pretty harsh criticisms to say about some guys who are having really, really good years in the NFL. Check this out.
Lamar Jackson, obviously Patrick Mahomes, Dak Prescott, Brock Purdy, but Brock, they're not winning because of him.
He's not turning the ball over.
He's managing the game. And if we were to put that in its own right as game managers, Brock Purdy, Tua Tagovailoa, Jared Goff, and really Dak Prescott. These are game managers. They're not difference makers.
And when you say game manager, I'm not asking you to go out and win the game. I'm just asking you not to lose.
Not to lose the game. Listen, motherfucker, I don't give a damn what you do. You don't have to score every time. You just don't have to throw a pick every time either.
So that's Cam Newton. Sorry, I didn't give the NSFW warning there. Kids, that word we'll let your parents explain that one.
Yeah, leave that one alone.
So Cam Newton just said that Brock Purdy, Tua Tagovailoa, Jared Goff, and Dak Prescott are not difference makers. They are all game managers as quarterbacks in the NFL. I'd like to remind you that Dak Prescott and Brock Purdy are currently the two favorites to win MVP of the league this year. And Tua Tagovailoa is obviously having a tremendous season for a Miami team that's got a really, really good shot to make a deep playoff run. But according to Cam Newton, those guys are just game managers.
At some time in their career, they were. Brock Purdy's not just a game manager. He's a very accurate quarterback. He's in a wonderful system, and it's, he's got a coach that the system fits him. He doesn't have to fit the system. The system fits what he does and some of his skill set. And the same right now for Dak Prescott. What Mike McCarthy's putting out there for Dak Prescott right now is fitting exactly what he needs. He doesn't need to throw the ball every down.
Mm-hmm.
He needs to be able to run the ball with some consistency, and they're getting out of that. They're getting that, and their defense is getting an opportunity because this team is, they're not having to score big bomb drives. They let the defense rest. He's not turning it over. They're not putting the defense in bad situations. I like it. Every single quarterback that he mentioned, I don't know, Jared Goff, maybe as close to a game manager but not all of them are game managers.
No, I mean, Dak Prescott leads the NFL in touchdown passes this year. Game manager is a guy who ends the year with 20 touchdowns and 5 interceptions, and he throws for 2,800, 3,000 yards. They don't turn the football over, and they let the other guys around them lead the team to victory. That's not what's happening. Definitely not with Dak Prescott, right? I get if you want to make that argument in San Francisco, I still wouldn't, because Brock Purdy's doing a tremendous job. But look, there's so much talent on that 49ers roster. They had success with Jimmy Garoppolo. Look what the Raiders have been with Jimmy G. Obviously having Shanahan and all of that talent is elevating Brock Purdy. There's no doubt about that. But that feels disrespectful to him. But Tua and Dak Prescott this year, the MVP favorite, top 5 in every passing statistical category.
Why can't the system just fit what the guys are? I mean,
the Cowboys can't run this year also. Usually if you're a game manager, it means your team has a really, really strong run game that you can rely on every single Sunday to lead your team to wins. Now, Dak is carrying the Cowboys with the passing game this year because Tony Pollard hadn't done anything.
Yeah, and for Tua last week was an indication without Tyreek Hill in the game that they're a little bit different, but that means the whole team is a little bit different. People play them differently. That's not because you're just a game manager. That means you lost a very valuable player. The team's not still bad,
right?
And expects you to do this and do that. No, they expect you to still continue to go on. But that Tua last week, and when you watch Tua last week, it was incredible how they just kind of disappeared offensively,
right?
Without one player.
And look, I get it. Tua did not play well once Tyreek went down.
No,
and you're right, that
he did
offense
not.
Sort of fell apart, and they lost a game that they shouldn't have lost to Tennessee on Monday night. But look, that's tough when somebody gets hurt mid-game.
True,
you've got a chance to game plan. Okay, we know we're not going to have Tyreek Hill, so we're going to game plan.
If you know you have him for the week, he's not
Exactly.
going to be there for a week, and you practice. You're going to be different.
Yeah, I still think Tua's a really, really good quarterback. I think he's better than a game manager. I think he's a top 10 QB in the league, and look, obviously he's better with Tyreek Hill. Patrick Mahomes, better with Tyreek Hill. Everybody better with Tyreek Hill. That guy's one of the best receivers in the league. He's one of the fastest people on the planet. Of course, having a guy like that is going to help out. But
glad he didn't mention Patrick Mahomes. He said names, but glad he didn't mention him as a game manager.
Yeah, if he said that, then that's just, what are we doing here? I mean, what are we doing here? But look, Dak has better numbers than Patrick Mahomes this year.
Yes.
So this is not Dak is better than Mahomes. No one should ever argue that. But to lump, I mean, most of those guys in there feels like a crock of crap. But Dak Prescott, really, right now, you're throwing Dak in there as a game manager, like maybe his rookie year.
That's why I said at one time they were game managers.
Yeah. When the Cowboys went 13-3,
sure.
Romo got hurt. Dak took over as a rookie 4th-round pick, and Zeke was doing his thing also as a rookie. Cowboys defense was great. They had all sorts of talent all over the place. Dak he had 4 interceptions, 23 touchdowns, 4 interceptions. I think those were his numbers. That was a game manager, and he was really good at it too. And he's gotten to the point, though, where he's not that. Like, he is one of the best quarterbacks who, once again, we're not 2-3 weeks into the season where we're talking about this guy as an MVP favorite. We are going into week 14, and this guy is the favorite to win MVP of the league. You don't get that honor if you're a game manager.
That's just a bitter old quarterback.
It is.
That's all it is. It's really nothing more. Or that's his honest opinion. It can't be his honest opinion.
It's bringing people down, man. That's a bad bit. Try to lift yourself up by bringing people down. He wants a job, so he's going to dunk on these quarterbacks.
He doesn't want it. He knows he can't get a job.
I'm a difference maker. Even me in 2023, I'm a difference maker.
That guy doesn't want a job. Nobody's going to hire him.
Jerry Jones, you want Dak Prescott over me?
And Lamar Jackson, obviously Patrick Mahomes, Dak Prescott, Brock Purdy, but Brock, they're not winning because of him.
He's not turning the ball over.
He's managing the game. And if we were to put
I'm not listening to all that again.
No, dude, that dude has a Shriners hat on.
What?
It's not the Shriners parade in Philly. Cool out, man.
Oh my God. Yeah, I don't know what that look is.
He's a haberdasher.
Who now?
A haberdasher that does all his clothes.
Haberdasher.
Yes.
Hardly know her. No, it doesn't work with that one, does it?
No.
What is a haberdasher? Someone who picks out clothes for you?
Yeah, that's where you get your wardrobe from and your hats.
Really?
Yes, your funny hat, like the man with the big yellow hat. I mean, really. That hat he had on just now looked like, I don't know if you've ever seen a Shriners parade where they wear the big, huge monster hats with all the things hanging. It looks like a lamp.
See if I can pull up a still shot picture here. Shriners hat. I don't even know what to Google. Cam Newton, Shriners hat, Cam Newton podcast. Here we go. This is what he's
look at that thing.
Guy, let me share the screen here.
A drum major.
That guy looks like he's dressed as a pilgrim. Dude, let's pull it up here.
Look at the Pilgrim's back there outfit.
What's going on here? And he's got the tie underneath that with the
it's not fashionable.
Collar popped on the button-down shirt.
He's very different.
Is a Christmas sweater underneath? He's got the little tinsel or whatever sticking off the shoulders. He's got like a pilgrim vest. Almost looks like he's got like a carpenter's overall setup going on here.
It's a bad look.
With the glasses.
It's a lot of looks.
And it's like a bucket hat, normal hat.
The emblem on the top of it looks like Bassmasters.
Like Bass Pro Shops.
Bass Pro
It kind of does.
It does, doesn't it?
Yeah, I don't think it is, but it does kind of have that look to it.
Can't run around with Bass. You got to pay for that, Cam.
Dude, you're not getting a job in the NFL if you look like this.
No, you're not.
I don't care how good you play. If you're dressing like this, it ain't going to happen, dude. You're not getting a job at your local Walmart if you look like that. You're going to scare people away. My God.
You're not going to be a greeter with that outfit on.
No. So there's Cam Newton spewing a bunch of randomness right there. Just ridiculous. Figured we'd had to bring that up a little bit. I know a lot of Cowboys fans and Dolphins fans and Niners fans and Lions fans are not happy with Scam Newton and what he had to say about those quarterbacks there. All right, before we get back into Texas football, we got to talk about Kobe Black, of course, and we'll talk more about the more little. What does that mean? We'll talk more about the SEC schedule.
Mr. South Carolina.
As well. No kidding. Yeah, she is rubbing off on me.
Dude, if you listen to that a couple times, something can happen to you from listening to it. Something's going to stick in your mind. It's not a good thing.
Do we know where she is these days? I'd like to find her.
I bet you would.
Yeah, I'd like to see
I bet you would.
She's going.
Oh,
she has
boy.
going on these days. All right, Buck, how about a shout out to some of our great sponsors?
We'll love the folks at Relax the Back, of course. They embrace a holistic approach for a healthier lifestyle based on 35 years of proven expertise. And my back couldn't be happier, folks. I had thoracic back surgery about 20 years ago, and this back is absolutely feeling good. And I didn't bring my road chair with me, so I can tell the difference when I'm not in my Relax the Back. And you can tell the difference when you get a chance to sit in one of those wonderful Tempur-Pedic chairs, or how about this? They've got Tempur-Pedic pillows, mattresses. They have everything that you need. They've got the massage chairs, select massage chairs now with 20% off. Just go over to Relax the Back. They got 2 wonderful locations. one is close out here at BK for sure.
Yeah.
One in BK's at the Hill Country Galleria across from Whole Foods. And in Austin at the Gateway Shopping Center across from the Container Store. Live pain-free like the Buck with Relax the Back.
Yes, indeed. Or check them out at relaxtheback.com.
Absolutely.
Also, shout out to our great friends at Altstat Brewery down there in Fredericksburg, the best brewery in the world. If you haven't been down there, oh my God, you have to go check it out. If you're a fan of beer, if you're a fan of breweries, if you're just a fan of having a good time, go see my friends at the Altstat Brewery because there's a good time had every single weekend down there. They've got live music. They've got a German-style restaurant serving up some great food. They've got an outdoor beer garden. And if you're a single guy or gal out there, there's like bachelor and bachelorette parties every single weekend.
There you go.
I mean, it's incredible. It's so much fun. Of course, you get plenty of samples of the great Altstat beer, and you get to see how the beer is made. It's really, really cool. It's the most authentic German beer drinking experience you are going to find all throughout the great state of Texas. They've got 6-packs all across the state. H-E-B, Specs, Total Wine, Twin Liquors, wherever you go to get your beer, you can find Altstat beer. It is the official beer of BK. It should be the official beer of you as well. It is Altstat beer. No impurities, no regrets. Buck, the Longhorns picked up a commitment yesterday. We were talking about this young man a lot during yesterday's program, and we felt pretty good. Most of the insiders believed that when Kobe Black made his announcement in the 4 o'clock hour yesterday afternoon that he was going to pick the University of Texas. He was originally slated to commit the week of the Big 12 championship game, but pushed it back. And as I told you yesterday, whenever you get a delay in announcement, it makes you worry a little bit like, okay, this
is there
guy
last visit, one more visit?
Yeah, this guy was leaning Texas, but he pushed it back. Does that mean someone else is coming? Is there going to be a last-second visit? What happens here? But I mentioned yesterday that Kobe Black's brother currently plays on Oklahoma State.
Yeah.
So that was sort of my theory for why he didn't want to commit that week because, of course, Texas was about to play against Oklahoma State. So it's like, I'm not going to commit to the school that is playing against my brother this weekend. That's a bad look. So he pushed the commitment back a couple of weeks, but ultimately the decision is still the same as Texas gets a huge piece on defense. Kobe Black, some sites have him as a corner, some sites have him as a safety, but he is a top 50 player in the composite rankings for this class of 2024. Regardless of position, you can never have enough secondary players in today's college football.
I mean, there's no doubt about it. And they have to continue to get more of those type of players in the secondary, but he is that's a key piece right there. That starts to move you up in the recruiting rankings right there. When you get players like this who will commit to you now, once again, I mean, we still got a couple weeks to wait. We got about a week or so to wait, right? Before it's all said and done.
Next Wednesday is National Signing Day.
National Signing Day. So, you still got some time. Weird things happen in the weeks ahead or the week ahead. So you got to hope that this is a commitment that's solid. You've got a player that can play two different positions. You find the positions that is suited for him once he gets here. See how he moves. You see what kind of his physicality, what he's all about. But that's a 4-star kid that's a great get for the University of Texas.
Yeah, I feel great about this commitment actually sticking because apparently Kobe Black actually committed to Texas before the year even started. It was just a silent under-the-table commit.
Very nice.
Didn't want the announcement to go public, but he's told the coaches for a while that he was going to be coming here, and it seems like he never wavered off of that decision.
Doesn't matter. You don't sleep one night when you have kids that do that. Until they get that signed on the dotted line, you're always one eye open.
Yeah, that fax machine. We still using fax machines for
they're still coming in that way.
NST. Yeah, Kobe Black had offers from just about everywhere. His other finalists were LSU, Ohio State, Oregon, and Texas A&M. Consensus 4-star guy from Waco. Played his high school football at Waco Connolly, keeping an in-state kid here in the state of Texas. Also played some offense in high school too. Had 11 touchdowns this year as a receiver and running back, but in college he is
all-around
going to be
athlete,
a defensive back. Yeah, 36 tackles, a couple of pick sixes this season, and once again the number 41 player in the composite rankings. 24/7 Sports has him listed as a safety, but I think On3 has him listed as a cornerback. So once again, we'll see where Kobe Black is slated to play when he gets here to the 40 acres. But 6 foot, 190, potential early enrollee as well. We mentioned he's a two-way player, so he's a really, really good athlete. And this is a really, really good get for the University of Texas. And the secondary needs some help Let's be honest. Like,
oh yeah, for sure.
It hasn't been great this year, and they're going to lose some guys too from this year's team.
Yeah, that's why you just keep bringing them in. You get them here. It takes not as we've seen, these young freshmen have a little bit of a rough time. There's not a lot of them to come in, step in, and become starters and play with the consistency that you're looking for. It takes them a year or two to get themselves kind of settled into any position that they're at, and especially in the secondary. A lot to learn in that secondary. So this is a wonderful get for Texas.
Absolutely. And the Longhorns still working on that class of 2024. Of course, you still do have the February signing day.
Oh, yeah.
Most kids, it feels like 90% of kids are committing.
So that December.
Yeah, and it's so dumb. We talked about this earlier when we were touching on the Malik Murphy transfer news. Like, it feels silly that all of this stuff is going on right now while the season is still being played. I don't know if I ever finished my NFL point, but the NFL does such a good job of just dominating the sports calendar. Like, college football will never be the NFL. I understand that. But the NFL literally has something going on every single month.
Spread it out a little bit.
They've got the season from September to February. Then they've got, free agency in the combine in March. They've got the draft in April. They've got the schedule release in May. And then, boom, training camp is there before you know it. And it's like literally every single month there is a big-time NFL story that is worth talking about. College football can do something similar if they just spaced out the transfer portal period, if they spaced out National Signing Day. Like, I'm cool with them having 2 National Signing Days, but the first one shouldn't be in December. The first one should be before the season starts, like in August. So then, you get people talking about college football early. And then you have the second one in February, so people are still talking about college football in the offseason because, of course, college ends in January. Like, instead, it's just all this stuff going on right now, which is great for right now, but you have such a long dead period with college football.
Yes, you do.
It's bad for fans. It's obviously a lot for the kids and the coaches to have to deal with, and it's bad for the business. Like, this is a business.
Well, unless you're talking about Texas football, because if you're talking about Texas football, what they do in the month of June is incredible. The month of June is something special for them.
Oh, yeah.
You're talking about recruiting. They own the month of June. They own the summertime, which that never used to be.
No.
That used to be the time, hey, kids, go home. We don't want to see you until just before training camp. But now with Steve Sarkisian, they own, and the University of Texas, they own that month. There's a lot to talk about if you're around here. Now, nationally, there's not a lot to talk about.
Right.
Not everybody's owning the month of June like he does.
Never a dull moment covering Texas football. And
Absolutely.
Look who's joining us here.
Yeah,
Bud.
Jay Williams is here with us.
So you guys are doing the best job ever. A great job doing this. I just wanted to pop in for 1 second.
Yeah, of course.
You know.
Put that mic just down
a little bit closer to your
better?
mouth there.
Is that great?
Yeah, I can turn you up a little
better?
bit.
Perfect. So my passion, besides Longhorn football, is Lady Longhorn volleyball.
There we go.
Yeah.
And I'm in the unique position of getting to make things with manufacturers, and we made this farewell tour shirt.
How about this?
Yes.
Wow.
Fabulous on the front, very standard. I added farewell tour to it, but look at the back.
Some championships there.
This is amazing. 19 years in the Big 12, and they've won 16 times.
How about that? Yep, you've got every single year on different volleyballs on this shirt. 16-time Big 12 champs.
Wow.
This is awesome.
And then at the top 23 this year.
I love that.
And I don't think anybody expected this team to make it to the Final Four.
No.
Which is just unbelievable.
They're the only 2 seed to make it, right? You've got 3 number 1 seeds that are there, and then Texas pulled off the upset over Stanford last weekend, and they're playing tonight with the chance to get back to the national championship.
So if you're a volleyball fan, this is the tee. And the tee I made earlier in the year for Texas volleyball. Both of these are Sue Patrick exclusives.
Very nice.
The roster on the back.
How about that?
Yes.
Wow.
Which is really great.
This year's squad,
and I have sold a ton of these, tons of parents, right? Because obviously, if you're a volleyball parent, you'd love to have a t-shirt
cool
with
is
your
that?
kid on the back.
This is great. Have you been to a volleyball match at Gregory Gym?
I have season tickets.
Love it.
And I picked them. I used to have Lady Longhorn courtside seats, and last year when we moved to the Moody Center, they put a cameraman in front of me on the courtside, so I gave those back. But I don't have a giant amount of foundation money involved, and for volleyball, there's only like 3,500 season tickets.
Oh yeah.
So mine are the first row where there's no seat back, and I said to myself, "Oh, these are primo seats because there's not going to be anybody in front of me."
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely perfect. It's on the way to the bathroom.
Oh boy, Jay.
Yes.
Oh, they didn't tell you that, of course, when you bought them, right?
Yes. And then when it comes time at the end to reassign your tickets for what's available, there's 0 chair back seats available.
Of course.
And so they're all hearing you right now, so they'll understand that you better get Jay all hooked up over there.
Well, there's another part of this little story. I have these lady friends that their mother was ill, and so they stayed home and took care of her. They have second tier, third row at the net volleyball seats.
Whoa.
The best seat in the house.
Wow.
So I got to sit in their seats almost every game this year.
That's awesome. Yeah, I tell people all the time, if you've never been to a Texas volleyball match at Gregory Gym, you're missing out.
Yes. And I advocate for the girls basketball team to play there.
Yeah.
We would sell it out and it would be loud. But they want to play. They want to play in the.
They want to play in the Moody's, yeah.
Right, and they did a nice job filling it up for UConn the other day.
It's a great crowd and a big win.
Yes, yeah. Vic I had the most respect for Vic. He's a really unbelievable basketball person and an unbelievable coach.
He is, and Texas women's basketball ranked number 5 in the country right now. The volleyball team, obviously, in the Final Four.
Yes,
a lot to be proud of if you are a fan of the University of Texas,
and a lot to be proud of this where we are right now, Jay. This place looks beautiful right now. It is, for the holidays. You have everything that you need. Stocking stuffers. I was telling BK, I'm a big stocking stuffer guy, so I'm looking at everything right in front of me.
Yes,
but
I should mention this too, Bucky. This.
Oh, there we go. Sugar Bowl
shirt with Bourbon Street on
there. There you
go.
No
kidding.
Right.
Let's hold that up to the camera so everybody could see.
Another Sue Patrick exclusive.
You can only get that here.
Front and back.
How about
I love that, Jay. I love that. This is your great opportunity to, thank us for selling out all of your polo shirts for golf.
I always love a man, Bucky, that takes credit when credit is.
See, that's what I'm telling you. It is absolutely. I'm wearing the shirt that. Right now, that'll be coming in very shortly, right?
That's home in burnt orange, and I also have it away
in
white.
Yes, you do.
I've got the white one. I love that shirt. It's the most comfortable shirt that I own. Not only does it look amazing, but whatever the material is
it's great for golf. And if you're a golfer, this is the deal right here.
And this hat, I got in 48 yesterday, and by the end of the day today, I will be done with that hat. It will be sold out.
The locker room hat for the Big 12 championship game, and we've got the shirts here as well, right?
Yes.
You got plenty of these too, but they might also be sold out soon.
I have 2 more batches coming.
Very good.
Wear what the players wore while the Big 12 commissioner was getting booed.
While BK was booing,
I was
Big
a part
12
of the booing there, Jay.
Yes, absolutely. And BK, I'm going to bow out here in just one second. But has anyone ever told you that you look like Opie Taylor? Do you know who Opie Taylor is?
I did not before the first time somebody told me I look like Opie Taylor.
He looks like a young Opie, doesn't he?
Young Opie.
Thank you.
Which is great. Well, you guys are great. I certainly appreciate you coming.
Thank you for having us today.
We have a good time here at this store. I am passionate about UT. I get to make things that no one else has, and it's absolutely wonderful.
And you've got tons of it, Jay.
I'm always well stocked.
You know what? I didn't realize that just the little golf section here has everything that you need for a golf. I mean, you got head covers there, you got towels, you have everything that a golfer, a UT person that wants to give something as a gift.
Yes.
Some of you Texas cheaters out there may want to give to us as a gift.
Yes.
There you go.
For the holiday season.
And
yes.
I'm sure you've talked about this on air, Bucky, but what's your ring for?
That was the last Southwest Conference championship ring that we shared with numerous teams in the Southwest Conference before entering the Big 12.
Okay.
And I lost the first championship ring, the first Big 12 championship
ring. And do you
ring.
wear that ring every day?
I do.
Okay.
I do.
So you're sentimental and near and dear to your heart.
Yes, absolutely.
Yes. Absolutely. Well, it's good. It's good. I appreciate it.
This is great, Jay. Thanks for having us.
We'll have you again soon.
Would love to be out here. Thank you for joining us.
You bet.
And y'all make sure to come say hi to Jay here.
And they're open. They are open right now.
They're open. This place is already getting full, man.
Yeah.
There's already people in here this morning. So
come on in.
5222 Burnett Road. They've got a ginormous parking lot, and it's free. That's the best part. And the selection of Longhorn gear is ridiculous, and they've got all sorts of fun holiday gear as well. Plenty of stocking stuffers and great gifts for everybody this holiday season. Yeah, the giant snow globe. Get that bad boy back on the camera.
That is so awesome.
Yeah. It is.
I mean, they got 6th Street on there.
The Zach Theater in there.
Zach Theater. Love the Zach Theater.
Stevie statue.
So very soon at the Zach Theater, they will have Scrooge there, hopefully this year.
Oh, is that right?
I told you about the play that they run, Scrooge.
That's your favorite one?
That's one of my favorite ones. I went to see them do that, and the acting was just awesome at the Zach Theater. That's the first time I was in the Zach Theater.
They do a good job at
They
that
do
place.
a fantastic job
Yeah,
there.
they really do. They really
Very
do.
fortunate around here to have all this good stuff.
Oh, absolutely. So thanks to Jay for joining us, of course, for having us out here. And yeah, we can't say enough great things about this fantastic
And he did thank
place.
us about selling all his shirts out, didn't he?
Did, yeah.
Because I wanted to make sure he publicly got out there and recognized us for selling loads of these golfing shirts.
And he did tell me off the air that you were the most humble person that he's ever met.
Yeah.
Buck.
Okay.
Yeah,
well,
yeah. A lot of people have said that
no,
about you.
I have not
think.
heard that before, but that's good to know that some people may think that.
Oh my God. All right. Shout out again to Sue Patrick for having us out here this morning.
And BK, once again, the news about Malik Murphy today is it's good for Malik Murphy. It's good for the University of Texas. I mean, when you've recruited the way they've recruited and you've got a backup to a backup that people want, that's a good thing. That means you're recruiting pretty well. I mean, when you can get a kid, if you can get a kid from California, from the state of California, very highly recruited player to come to your university and has not played and not started for 2 years and has played in 2 games and help you to get to a championship, that's good stuff. If a kid says, "Oh no, I'm leaving, I'm going home," this is not worth the stay.
Mm-hmm.
It's been worth his stay.
Yeah.
You know, it really has. It's been worth his stay. I don't know if he'll get a degree from Texas, but he'll be damn close to it.
Yeah, I don't know, because he was an early enrollee.
Right, he was here early. That's right.
Second season, so he's been here for 2.5 years.
Yeah, almost 3 years.
I guess. So I guess it's possible to maybe take enough classes to make that happen, or maybe, I don't know, by the end of next semester.
Yeah, I just think it's just. I think it's great for university. It really is, because the kids don't do that anymore. They if they're, most of the quarterbacks, especially in college football, they don't even stay at the same school. About 70% of them are gone somewhere else.
Well, it's not great for the university that he's leaving right now. It's a problem.
Well, he doesn't want to go. He would rather stay,
of course,
probably until the remainder of the season is over with. But
that's why it's annoying that the schedule in college football is what it is.
Well, that's why when you talk about, hey, spread things out a little bit, guys.
Yeah, Malik would like to stay here through the college football playoff games. Obviously, Texas would like to have Malik Murphy stay here for the college football playoff games. And it's not like he can start practicing right away at his new school. He's got to wait until next semester anyways.
By the way, he does know how to play quarterback here.
Yeah.
If something else were to happen.
Exactly. I know we're all giddy about what Arch Manning is going to be as a quarterback here, but we don't know. And
that's right.
Last time Texas was really competing for a national championship, they had an injury to an experienced starting quarterback, and they had to go to a true freshman QB in a huge spot, and that guy just didn't play all that well. So you don't want history to repeat itself. I'll knock on wood to make sure I'm doing my part to make sure that history doesn't repeat itself. But yeah, with Malik leaving right now, Texas is unfortunately one play away from going to a true freshman quarterback in the college football playoff.
But what's best for him is best for him.
Exactly.
He's just got to go. I mean, the timing is not good, but for him, he's obviously right now he's already made a decision where he's going to go.
You think so?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Ooh.
I mean, I'm pretty sure he's got at least one or two.
Oh, he's got a few offers already.
He doesn't have 6 or 7 places he wants to go visit. He's got it probably narrowed down because he wants to get going so that he's ready to go for winter workouts and everything else, because he's not going to a place now that he's not going to be the starter. I got to believe he's going to be able to compete for the starting job no matter where he goes right now.
I had a baby staring us down a second ago.
Are you the guys from South Carolina? Are you two the guy that I heard in the car?
Yeah, that baby wanted beef, clearly. Lucky he got out of here before I stood up and started saying something.
They said I didn't eat yet.
He kept giving me that look like he wanted to go.
Yeah, Mom just brought me in here. I'm looking for food.
Yeah, and we don't have any guy. Don't give me the stink eye anymore, all right?
He did kind of look at you funny, didn't he?
Baby was like, oh, is that guy going to punt me? What's going on here? He's the guy who does that?
That's the guy who punts babies.
What a mess. Oh, we've got one more Sugar Bowl shirt. Jay's back. Yeah, come on.
Go ahead, Jay.
Pop it on. All the way down with the microphone, a little lower.
There you go.
There you go,
Okay.
sir.
So this was an exclusive, and I only had it for 3 days, and it just came in overnight.
Oh, these are
look at the color.
Sweet.
Yes.
Let me hold it.
So if you want this T-shirt, you need to come buy it from me.
Okay, Sue Patrick
Look at that.
exclusive.
Yes.
Right here, Sugar Bowl shirt.
Look on the front.
So this just tells you how much fun I have making things.
This is you?
This is us making
How
it.
about
right.
that?
Yeah. Right.
These
Which
are
is great.
awesome. You've got the masks. You've got all sorts of New Orleans festive
And
the Mardi Gras colors on the back. This is phenomenal.
And they always offer, like they would offer this shirt to me, and it would be like on black.
Mm-hmm.
And when you put both teams, like right here, I don't know if they can see that. When you put both teams on here and you have it on a black shirt, in my mind as a UT fan, it's not a UT shirt.
Right.
And I only want it to be a UT shirt if I'm going to wear
gorgeous,
it.
Jeff.
Absolutely.
Anyway,
That's great.
Anyway, hot off the press. I'm sorry I broke in for you.
No, you didn't break in. Did I mention that we sold some incredible polos?
You're the best.
Did you tell people yet?
Yes, Bucky. And I always tell your friend Ed Clements, Bucky.
Oh no!
Everything he knows, he learned from you.
Oh, don't tell Ed that. He's not going to buy that.
Easy Ed.
Yeah.
He'll say the exact opposite. He'll say Bucky learned everything from him.
Yes, he will.
Right?
Thank you, guys.
Thank you again, Jay. Thank you for having us, man. This is great.
Exclusive only here at St. Patrick. Make sure you check this.
Those colors are cool right there.
Oh,
they go good with the burnt orange.
Yeah, New Orleans. I love New Orleans, dude. I am so excited to be out there in a couple
We will
of
be
weeks.
there.
And I've got some really good sports memories in New Orleans. Like the last 2 times I've been to NOLA have been for sporting events. I was at the Sugar Bowl in 2019. Of course, when Texas beat Georgia. Georgia didn't want to be there. They had all their best players fighting in Vietnam, I think.
Yeah, remember they had other things to do.
Yeah, they didn't care about that game at all, but was there for that, which that game was a ton of fun. Ended up buying 50-yard line tickets 5 rows up from the field for $10.
Wow.
I scalped them off of someone who was probably homeless. And she's like, I got these tickets. Anyone want them? We're walking in.
Where the hell did they get those tickets?
And I looked at the section and it was 1-0 something. And I'm like, okay, well, the seats I have right now are upper deck. 1-0 usually means the lowest. So I'm going to buy these. And I'm like, oh, they're definitely fake. She's selling 2 for $20. They've got to be fake. Whatever. But I'll take the chance and see what happens. Sure enough.
That's a great deal.
Sitting with all the donors, I was drunk off my ass.
You hit the jackpot.
Probably making a fool of myself, but Texas won, and that was great. And then more selfish, this one doesn't mean as much to other people as it does to me, but I watched Kansas win a national championship in basketball in 2022.
You're right. Nobody cares about that one.
Yeah, nobody cares about that.
Yes, last time I was there, I lost a game to Virginia Tech, Sugar Bowl game. From the University of Texas. That was not fun.
Yeah, good job there, Buck.
And I think that was when the roster imposter was told to us also at that time.
That day?
That day, yes.
Oh.
There was a gathering out of nowhere with the coaches of, hey, listen, we got to get the team together. We have an announcement. We've got to make this announcement. I'm like, damn, what did my guys do? What have they done now?
You knew it was one of yours.
I thought it was for sure.
And it was one of yours.
No. This kid was playing in the secondary.
Okay.
So it wasn't one of my guys, but he had been in my home several times for Thanksgiving.
That's why I thought he was one of yours. I knew you had him over all the time.
Oh, no, he had come over.
Drinking scotch.
Friend of Ricky's back in the day. As the players are having their iced tea for Thanksgiving, this dude was drinking like black coffee straight, no sugar, no nothing, just black coffee. I'm like, there's something different about this 30-year-old dude here.
Yeah, this guy's not 18. There's no way
No.
this dude's 18. That'll always be a great story. So excited to be out there. And yeah, they've got all the festive gear here at St. Patrick. So you can be ready to go if you're making the trip to the Big Easy.
Folks are making their way in for sure.
Yeah, no kidding. This place opened not even 20 minutes ago. We've already seen 15, 20 people.
Good. Keep it coming.
Walking in here. And yeah, come by, say hi to us. We'll be here for another few minutes. But of course, the store is open all day, every day. So come out and hang out at St. Patrick. Malik Murphy, back into that conversation. Look, we wish the kid nothing but the best. And I'm going to keep saying this, like, you cannot tell the story of Texas football this year without talking about Malik Murphy. Easy guy to root for. That's why you hope he doesn't go to the SEC. Now, there's a chance he's really good, so you're also worried about that.
I don't need him going to the SEC.
I don't ever want to have to root against Malik Murphy.
No.
Like, if he goes to somewhere in the Big Ten or the Pac, the Pac-2 doesn't exist. Well, Pac-2 exists. The Pac-12 doesn't exist. The ACC, whatever the hell these conferences look like next year. If he's outside of the SEC and he's not on Texas's schedule, then I'm going to be rooting for him to be successful because, once again, a tremendous, tremendous young man, super well liked and respected in that locker room. And stepped up when his number was called. And, won 2 huge, huge games for Texas to get to the college football playoff.
Let me tell you, and kids don't stick around unless their head coach, the guy who recruited them, means a lot to him. So that kid has an awful lot of respect for his head coach and his other coaches too, BK. It's not just that's just not a one-trick pony. That's everybody that's involved. He likes his teammates. He's enjoyed his time at the University of Texas. To stay here this long and wait this out and then still try to hold on as long as he could before he's getting ready to go to another school says an awful lot about Steve Sarkisian. It does say a lot about the coaching staff too. You know, he had enough respect for the people here to get his opportunity. He's taking advantage of his opportunity, and now he can move on, and everybody can wish him well.
Yeah, and
which is a great thing.
I think part of the reason why Malik Murphy stayed this season, even though he had offers from other schools to be a starter in 2023, was he wanted to be developed by Steve Sarkisian.
Yeah.
Like, he's one of the best quarterback coaches in college football right now.
Sure.
He's got a long proven track record of developing QBs, and you get to learn from one of the best, and then, okay, well, if I don't get my opportunity here, then I'll have learned from a
I'll
great
be prepared.
coach, and
That's
I'll
right.
be prepared to go somewhere else and be really good right off the bat.
No doubt.
Yeah, I mean, Malik Murphy, I think it was a smart move for him. I don't think he has any regrets about coming to UT. Obviously an early enrollee, so we got 2.5 years to be a part of this program and to learn this offense and learn from Steve Sarkisian. I think it was good, and it felt like this thing was going to happen. It felt like this was inevitable. It once again sucks that it's happening right now instead of after the college football playoff. But according to reports, Malik Murphy handled this thing with class. We played you the Steve Sarkisian audio earlier in the show. He had nothing but great things to say about number 6. So he will be missed for sure, but he is looking out for himself.
Yeah,
he's making the right move for himself.
And as you said, doesn't seem to be any bitterness about leaving and opportunities. I mean, once again, you understand and you see what's going on. You know what your future is. Your future is, I mean, he's played in 2 games. He understands that he wants to be the leader of a football team now. He wants to be the quarterback, and he doesn't want to have to. I mean, he will battle. He's done that for the last 2 years. He will battle. He will hang. He will battle, but he understands what's going on here.
Yeah, he does.
That's not being like, well, why doesn't he battle with Arch Manning? No, he understands what's happening.
Yeah, and Quinn Ewers might be coming back.
And
too.
Quinn Ewers may be, and that's the main thing is,
Yeah.
I mean, if you get a 3-year starter, you get a guy who's coming back for another year. It's time for you to go. That's just the way football is. That's the way college football is. Nobody's sticking around here for 3-4 years to get to play for 1 year.
Right. Right. Yeah, and most guys would have left before Malik Murphy did.
They would have been gone.
Absolutely. How about this? I saw Bruce Feldman, who covers college football for The Athletic and Fox. He posted a coach's evaluation of Malik Murphy in high school. Quote, coaches view him as an intriguing talent, but still a project. One Power 5 coach who scouted Malik Murphy in high school said the only more impressive talent his program had in camp the last 5 years was C.J. Stroud. He has a lot of arm talent. Velocity is high level, plus athlete. I think it's a good kid. He's just so raw and inexperienced. He was really only a 1-year starter in high school, but he's as talented as anybody. Someone will pay him big money. Somebody in the
1-year starter in high school even?
Yep, and he was great and helped lead his team to a state championship. And yeah, we saw some of that arm talent on display in the spring game. We saw some of it in flashes against BYU and Kansas State. But yeah, look,
he just needs more time, needs more experience on the football field.
Exactly. Who was it? Matt Rule, the Nebraska coach. By the way, maybe flipping the number 1 quarterback in this recruiting class here in 2024, which is crazy. That kid's about to go play for Nebraska. Bold move there. Matt Rule was like, yeah, if you want to get a high-level QB in the transfer portal, you've got to pay $1 to $1.5 to $2 million. That's what Malik Murphy's going to make. Like, that type of money is staring him into the face, and there's going to be a bit of a bidding war, I would think.
Well, I got to believe so.
I don't think that's like priority number 1 for Malik. He's talked about it. He just wants to start. But obviously, he'll have the chance to make some coin and start. It's the best of both worlds for him.
Yeah, this is going to work out well for him. This is such a good thing. It is, and it works for everybody involved. Like I said, it works for the University of Texas. They did what they had to do. He got an opportunity in 2 games to help lead this team and get them to where they are. They wouldn't be here without his leadership, and the players like him, and the coaches like him.
Yeah.
He's like the university. He won't be able to say good things about this university when he leaves, and that's a good thing because guys, when they leave, a lot of times are bitter when they have to go. If they stuck around and thought they got screwed, they got a raw deal, they will let their friends know, and their friends will let their other friends know at other places. I think he's going to talk about the good experience that he had here, and it is the way to go out. It's a classy way to go out, and I think he's a classy kid. I think the university's better off for the time he spent at the University of Texas, which is going to be good. Now all you have to do is wish him well from this point on. Hope he has a great career.
Let me ask you this, and I'll knock on wood once again, but if Arch Manning has to play in either the semifinal or a potential national title game, how confident would you be that he could step in and make something happen?
I think he could be a fabulous game manager.
Okay. I think that's all Texas would want.
And that's all. And that's that. Yeah, you couldn't expect him to do any more. I mean, you can expect a miracle out of a guy who's hardly been. I mean, who's just coming out of high school. You just can't. I don't think you can expect that. I don't care how good Sark is at quarterback. You know, teaching quarterbacks. It's just you need to have the experience of actually being there and doing that, and he really hasn't had that. And I mean, I would expect him to be able to manage a game. I wouldn't expect him to throw a bunch of picks, but if he had to play, I'd feel okay. I wouldn't feel great.
Yeah, nobody feels great when their backup quarterback has to come in, and it's even worse when it's a true freshman. I will say I'm glad that.
I just don't want that to happen because I don't want to see something that would happen that would be negative to the kid. I mean, there's a difference between getting that experience and then having a negative experience by getting in there.
Well, Garrett Gilbert, you know, like he never really figured it out. Now, I think a lot of that had to do with just Mack Brown and the end of Mack Brown's tenure here and just kind of where Texas was as a
It didn't work out to his favor.
No, and he got recruited thinking he was going to run a certain type of offense, and then Mack kind of pulled the rug out from under him and switched everything up. And there were a lot of reasons why Garrett Gilbert didn't work at Texas, but one of them could potentially be, his first real college football experience was in the national championship game against a Nick Saban defense. And that could be a pretty traumatic experience for a lot of folks out there. So, it was tough for him, and it's okay. You guys can talk. That's all right. We can't have a great conversation with y'all right now, but we're happy you're here.
Thank you for coming in.
Thank you for coming here. So it's Arch. Like, I'm glad he got that experience against Tech. Yes, it was mop-up duty. Yes, it was with a bunch of second and third teamers, although Tech had a lot of its starters on defense on the field. Yes, Texas ran the ball a lot on that drive that Arch was in, but at least he has that because
you're right.
He didn't get much else over the course of the year. If he had zero experience, if that game against Tech was close and, Arch didn't get to play and didn't get to throw a pass at all, then it'd be even scarier than what it is right now.
Yeah, I mean, he is the future of Texas football at quarterback, and for him to just get the little experience that he has had, and now it's almost like, boy, you wish those Rice games and you would have seen these kids play a little bit sooner, get into the Rice game and get some meaningful snaps.
Yeah.
But that's always the situation you're in when you've got a quarterback actually going into his second year as a full timer. You want to get them all the snaps that they can get, and you want to drive a team like Rice into the ground where you get backup quarterbacks in so that if something were to happen, because at Texas, something always happens to the quarterback.
Sure feels that way.
I mean, it's not like Tech where you lose 5 of them, but the starter never ends up. He always gets hurt somewhere down the line. It's just been that way.
You hope Quinn's injury already happened, right?
Yes.
He missed a couple of games earlier this year. You hope that was a one-off for this season.
Sure.
Right? Obviously got hurt early last year, missed a few games, got hurt midway through this season, missed a couple of games. You hope that's it. You hope, Quinn can stay healthy against Washington, and once again in a potential national title matchup against Alabama or Michigan. We've got a UW fan here. Our guy Greg.
Good job, Greg.
The Texas D will not stop Air Penix in 2024. Okay. Tell your friends, Greg. Get some Washington fans in here. We need some good back and forth trash talk. We want that banter.
Gotta have it.
That's what makes college sports great, isn't it?
Yeah, the mighty lefty we'll see about that.
Yeah.
This isn't the Alamo Bowl.
This is not the Alamo Bowl. No,
yes.
This is a little different. This is not.
You guys are remembering the Alamo. That's what you're doing.
Yeah. Well, we also remember the Alamo.
Yes, we do.
And the Alamo Bowl because we played in that game about 15 times since it came into existence. And thank God that we don't have to deal with that this year. All right, some shout-outs to some sponsors before we wrap things up. By the way, no Wags today. You know who's filling in, co-hosting with Rodney?
Who's that?
Super Bowl Stu Myrick.
Yeah, Stu.
We'll have a little crosstalk with Rodney and Stu here in a
Absolutely.
moment. Love having Stu on board.
Well, let me tell you about our good friends out at Covert BK.
Yes.
We drove past there the other day, and the place was all lit up with all those wonderful cars, trucks, and SUVs. Of course, they've been doing it since 1909. The Covert family selling cars and trucks in Central Texas. They've got Covert Ford and Chevy in Hutto. They've also got Covert Ford and Lincoln in Austin. But out there in BK, 7 unbelievable brands: Buicks to GMCs, Cadillacs, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram. Get that Sierra. Please get that Sierra. I saw the commercial with the Sierra the other day. What a truck that is. For more information, go to covertbcave.com to find out about their weekly sales that they have out there in beautiful Bee Cave, Texas. And we want to thank them so very much for what they've done for us here and been one of our great sponsors, and we appreciate that. When you're out there, say hello to Dan Covert and Mike and Stacy and the whole game. I saw Jerome out there the other day.
There you go.
Always good to see Jerome. But for more information, once again, go to covertbcave.com, and nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, not ever.
Shout out to our guy Jason, who just walked in. Bevo Lance Jason, big-time fan of Texas Sports Unfiltered.
Very nice.
Means we're a big-time
in his
fan.
gear.
Absolutely. Woods Comfort Systems. If you need your heater checked out before we really get into the winter, which according to the Buck will start 17th. On Sunday, the 17th.
Yes.
Call our friends at Woods Comfort Systems. 67?
67 years.
God, it's almost as old as you.
No. I'm still older. How about that?
Yeah, you've got them beat, but they've
Yes,
been
I
around
do.
a long time. They've got a great beard over there at Woods Comfort Systems as well. The best HVAC services and plumbing as well that you can find all throughout Central Texas. Go to their website, woodscomfortsystems.com, for more info. And a shout out to our man, Brandon Mars, over at Top Gun Rentals.
Not far from them, right out this way.
Nope, they've got the north location on in Anderson Square, off of Anderson, and the south location on South First. That's moving right after the new year down to Buda. We'll give you more information about that as we get closer to 2024. But topgun.net, check out their website. They've got all the tools and supplies for rent, for purchase, everything that you need to get the job done at home or at your place of work. It's right there at Top Gun. They will shoot you straight. One final shout out to Sue Patrick before we bring on.
No doubt about it. To Jay Willems and Sue Patrick. Sue will come in here shortly. But let me tell you, this is the place. This is the place in Austin if you're looking for Longhorn gear. I know you got your co-ops, you got all these different places. You've got our wonderful friends at Academy that do things, but nobody does it like Sue Patrick. I mean, there's blankets, there's robes, there's kids stuff. Everything that you want. Flip-flops,
hats,
golfing accessories.
They got baseball jerseys. Oh, some of those gorgeous baseball jerseys here. You got little Bevo plush toys, little stuffed animals.
These jerseys with the guys' names on the back.
Yeah, how about that?
For a little bit of Christmas stuff.
Welcome to the world of NIL.
Yeah, right.
This was not a thing when I was growing
up. No names on the back of jerseys. Now they've got it. And I said they've got all the accessories, all the stocking stuffers. And for you ladies, they've got an apparel line here that's fabulous, exclusive to Sue Patrick. So please come on in and check it out. They'll be open. They're open all day. The crowds will start. They're starting to come in right now, but we loved having this opportunity. And Jay, we do appreciate it. And yes, we did sell all those polos for you. And when they come back, we'll sell more for you too.
Yes, we will. I think my dad wants 4 of those. So
there you go.
We'll already sell 4. All right, let's bring on the fellas. No wags today. So we've got the great Stu Myrick filling in, and we've got Rodney as well. Stu, what's going on, man? Good to see you.
What's up, boys? How y'all doing?
We're doing good, Stu, man. Everything's good. I see Rodney's got one of those Sue Patrick.
I like that. Look at that. Styling.
You're on.
Dressed up for the occasion, man. Special day with you guys down there.
Well done. Because there are no more of those right now. We've sold them all out. Yeah, that's right. Jay knows that.
Top notch.
Bucky, I miss our little road trips during the high school playoffs.
I did. We
always had a good time driving up and down.
And this was the time of the year with all Christmas music, right, Stu?
That's right. By the way, I was in South Padre Island last week.
There you go.
Thought about you. That one time we had to do the game at Los Fresnos.
Never liked the ride, but what a place! After you go over the intercoastal there, what a wonderful place.
Valley Week.
Still in my mind thinking that South Padre is going to be a hit when the casinos eventually come to this state, that they'll have them over that. That'll be the place that they'll put a couple big casinos on the water there on the island.
Yeah.
Need to be a part of that. Texas Sports Unfiltered may be a part of that.
Yes, Stu. He's going to go from a high school football game to the casino, or maybe the opposite. He might go casino to high school football.
There you go.
Down there.
Everybody else is doing a betting, podcast or whatever. Maybe that's what I'll start.
There you go, Stu.
I like that. Well, you guys have a great show. We'll be locked in. Thanks again to Sue Patrick for having us out today. Buck and I will be back tomorrow morning at 8. But Chaos Theory with Rodney and Stu coming up next. Y'all take care, guys.
See you guys.
Take care, boys. It is Chaos Theory, man. Stu Myrick diving in today. I mean, following up the guys over at Sue Patrick. And Stu, I'll tell you, man, it is a pleasure to have you on here. You and I mean, we've done COTA things, we've done NASCAR, we've done Formula One, we've done football, we've done all kinds of fun shit.
Man.
But for you to pop in today, man, I think we'll probably get nostalgic when it comes to this brand new Texas football schedule, man, because we've been here a long fucking time, brother.
Yeah, we have. It's been a long time. It's great to join you here. Looking forward to some great talk, and yeah. Got to hit it hard with the reveal last night of the Longhorns schedule as they enter the Southeastern Conference.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Dive into that, talk a little Dallas Cowboy football. Maybe we'll try to figure out the mystery. I don't know if you saw last night, Stu. It was a little bit later. The mystery of the missing basketball last night, man. I don't know if you saw that. We'll kind of talk maybe a little bit about that. And then towards the end, dude, I have to. Having you here today, because Wags and I have talked about it a little bit. December 22nd, I think it is going to be a massive day because that is the debut of the Iron Claw movie. Yep. And dude, I have got to get your thoughts on that, man, because I grew up with world-class wrestling, and I know you know that shit really well, brother.
I do. I'm great friends with Kevin's sons, Ross and Marshall, and I've talked to Kevin on a few occasions. So yeah, believe me, I'm looking forward to that as well.
Absolutely. You got them right there, Stu. They're checking in on you, man. There's Sal giving you a drop right there.
Sal in NYC. There. What's up, Sal?
How about that, man? He's made the crossover with us right here. There you go. More of it coming right there. Just good stuff as we get diving into the show today. And don't forget, you guys can comment right there over on the side, just like you always do. Coda text line is open, 222-9328. Feel free to be a part of that as well as we dive in on a loaded chaos theory today with Suplex Stu Myrick and Double R Rodney Rodriguez. Stu, all right, man, here it is. I know there's still work to be done, and I would love your thoughts on this football season for Texas, the playoff game coming up, all of that, man. But this schedule that drops last night, I mean, made for TV event, 2-hour extravaganza that you have coming out here. But when you look at the Texas schedule, obviously seeing these names on here, man, when you see Georgia, Vandy, Florida, Kentucky, I mean, when you compare that to what Texas has had with the Big 12, I mean, you look at this, dude, and this is major league shit right here. And then, I mean, for me, the coolest part about this, obviously A&M is back on there. Mm-hmm. You've got Arkansas and you've got Oklahoma. You've got your three biggest rivals. Does it get any better than that, my man?
And by the way, it seems almost a little odd that Texas renews its rivalry with both the Razorbacks and the Aggies on the road.
Mm-hmm.
They have to go to Fayetteville and to College Station. So interesting little tidbit there, but yeah, you get the Aggies back on the schedule, get the Razorbacks back on the schedule. Plus week 2, well, besides the SEC schedule.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, that
week 2, which who knows? It might be a national championship rematch.
Could be.
So you got week 2 at the Big House against Michigan. That's after the season opener at home against Colorado State. You got Colorado State at Michigan and then UT San Antonio, right there, the 3 there, and then followed up with Louisiana Monroe. But yeah, this SEC schedule, 2 open dates. That's going to be a little odd. It almost breaks up the schedule into thirds, really.
It does.
You got open date on October 5th, and then once again on November 2nd.
Yeah,
which I think that might be good. It gives guys chance to rest, recover from whatever nagging injury they may have. I do kind of wonder if Texas gets on some sort of gets momentum, how those open dates may or may not disrupt that. We'll see.
Yep. I like the fact that you do have, 4 non-cons, which that's probably going to change. I think that will change moving forward, but that really is a good thing right there that you have that you have the 2 open days. I think it's a good thing. I mean, obviously it's good. You get dudes that may be dinged up. That's going to give them an opportunity maybe to heal up a little bit and so forth. But at the same time, I'm a firm believer, and I know that I get a lot of pushback on this, to where I think momentum is extremely important. I mean, even like right now that we're waiting for the New Year, college football playoff game, I wish the game was actually a little bit sooner. I mean, because you've got, of course, you get the extra practices and all that. I mean, that's great. You can scheme and do all the different things right there. But man, I think momentum is so important. So it's good and bad, I think, with the 2 bye weeks here. But I mean, just a simple fact. I mean, it's really here. I mean, we've been waiting, since the announcement was made that Texas and OU are going to the SEC. But I mean, now it's like you're looking at it. I mean, you're looking at it right here, and this is it's so funny to see how this has changed, and it's changed really quick, dude. I mean, this happened. You can't just you can't just move conferences, but this has happened real damn quick, dude.
Yeah. And by the way, because you and I have covered events at Circuit of the Americas, October 19th.
Oh, dude.
Texas hosts Georgia. And oh, by the way, that's Formula One weekend. So
God.
Good luck to the people coming from Georgia that want to get a hotel room in Austin.
Man.
Because you know how hotels like to jack up those prices when Formula One comes to town. Now, plus, I'm wondering if Daniel Ricciardo, who I think is still driving for McLaren, but he wants to go to Red Bull. Wonder if he might make the game. He's a Longhorns fan. He sported the burnt orange on his track suit and stuff in the past. Maybe Daniel Ricciardo makes an appearance at DKR.
If there's a sprint race on Saturday, Stu, he may just skip it and go to the game. You know what I'm saying? I mean, he's like, I'm going to have more fun at DKR. I think I'll just go watch a game and I'll just race on Sunday. But that is going to be horrible. Can you imagine that?
That's a crazy weekend.
I think that would have only been more. No, it wouldn't have been, because I was going to say if that was a NASCAR race, you get the Georgia whatever. But of course, NASCAR is kind of fallen out of favor with a lot of people down south anyway. But I mean, just with the volume of people that are going to be around here, and I will predict right now that there's going to be some sort of controversy that weekend or leading up to that week with this. What do they call it when you can rent your house out?
Like Airbnb or
Airbnb.
Yeah,
people doing it without permits. I saw something the other day where it's like there's 12,000 of them, but only 2,000 permits have been issued. Shit. So, that man, what a weekend right there, man. That's like the hub of the world on Austin, Texas that weekend.
And let's not forget, they like to schedule, the Formula One weekend. They schedule those gigantic concerts. We have not heard who the music acts will be for the 2024 U.S. Grand Prix, but there will be a huge concert on Saturday night. So, heaven forbid if they schedule that Georgia-Texas game for prime time. You got Georgia, Texas at DKR. You got whatever major concert out at Coda on Saturday. It's Saturday night, same time. Man, that might be a stay sequestered at home and just let the madness ensue.
And Stu, don't forget, I mean, leading up to F1, they do all that shit downtown too. So I mean,
all the parties. Believe me, I've been to a few of those parties, and these are not your typical Austin, discounted beers. These are swanky parties. I mean, I went to a fashion show once.
Yeah,
which just blows my mind. These are swanky, like big time. I won't say on the level of Super Bowl parties, but they're pretty damn close.
Yeah.
And so you have that on a possible Georgia Texas prime time, and again, assuming things go, well, that's going to be a game of the week type scenario.
Man. Yeah.
So
you'll probably have game day here. SEC. I mean, you'll probably have.
You'll definitely have SEC. What do they call it? I forget they do a pregame show on the SEC network.
Yeah,
I would suspect they'll be here at the very least if College Game Day doesn't come.
Yeah. That right there. That is going to be. I mean, it's going to be incredible, but at the same time, Stu, you're right, dude. That's a time where you just bunker down. I mean, you just don't leave the house. You if you need to go to HEB or you need to go get your Olipop or you got to hit 7-Eleven or one of these places, you do that shit way ahead of time, because I don't think you're going to want to be out. I hope the city is prepared for this. They need to be planning right now.
I just thought of this. This is going to come right after ACL Fest.
Mm-hmm.
So you're going to have 2 weekends of ACL and then these two events right up against each other. So that's going to be just stock up, stay home, and enjoy the madness.
And that's a great question right there from Jake, of course, because you got the Red River game the week before at the Cotton Bowl in Dallas, which thank God that isn't moving. That needs to stay right there. Yes. I think they're locked in there, but it's
34, I think, is the
yeah. Exactly. So I don't know. That's a great point right there. But I don't know how you don't have game day here. But regardless of game days here or not, just with everything else that's going to be going on right there, it's going to be horrible. Double D checking in. Austin should start road work on a busy road that weekend in Austin fashion. That's probably right. They'll probably fucking close 35 down right there at Dean Keaton. That's probably what they're going to do.
God. Well, or work on 183 south, going past the airport.
No, God, reduce it to one lane, right?
Yes,
that's probably what they'll do right there. I'll tell you, maybe they elevate the destruction of the Frank Irwin Center. I know it's going to be a whatever hospital, UT hospital deal or whatever. They might have to level that shit out and make it a parking lot for that weekend.
Wouldn't be the worst idea, that's for sure.
Absolutely would not be the worst idea. Speaking of good ideas, talking about that weekend right there, talking about everything that's going to be going on, and talking about this weekend, every weekend. It's the best time of the year of sports right now. There is no doubt about it. And football season, now you're into basketball season. There's always something going on. That means there's not a better time, especially around the holidays, to get a hold of my man Tom McKay over at Audio Visual Consultations. Get that TV setup done the right way. Don't try to do it yourself. Don't have wires hanging around and it's going to look all, half-ass, I guess is probably the best way to do it. Stop spending your time and money driving around on game day, going to restaurants, spending money. I mean, do that. I mean, we do want you to support local restaurants, but if you have your home theater set up there for your family and friends, bring them over and make your spot the place to be on game day. It's AV Consultations, been doing it since 1988. And then whether it's a home theater, a man cave, a lady cave, outdoor hookup, whatever it is, AV Consultations will have you covered. Check them out at avconsultations.com or call them at 255-8678. It's AV Consultations. But the rest of that, Stu, I almost called you Wags. I'm over here like Shannon Sharp. Skip. It's like, wait a minute, that's not Skip, dude. Hold on a second here. I almost called you Wags. A&M game. So that's a little bit further out. I heard that could push to a Friday game, but from some of the rumblings that I heard, it was one of those things to where that's an Aggie land that the SEC kind of doing them a solid right there, to where it's like, okay, Texas is coming back. You get the first home game, and that's totally fine because that atmosphere right there as well. I mean, shit. I don't know how many people have been to Aggie land that are watching this right now, but that's a pretty rip-roaring time over there in Brazos County.
Yeah, it's Kyle Field gets hopping, and they're going to be chomping at the bit, especially with the year that Texas is having this year, to get the Longhorns back at Kyle Field. Those Aggie fans are going to be just frothing at the mouth to try to knock off the Longhorns. First time since 2011, and let's not forget also the last time Texas was at Kyle Field. Justin Tucker, 40 yards, and ended the rivalry for then with a big win in the Aggies' house. So, yeah, there's going to be some serious motivation for the Aggies under a first-year head coach, by the way.
Right.
Let's not forget that. So they're going to be big-time motivated.
Yeah,
I try to show out against Texas.
I think it's extremely ironic, Stu, that the path of the two programs right now is Texas makes its way into the SEC. You know, you've got Texas just on a surge that, you know, hitting a breakneck pace that we haven't seen in a very, very long time. I mean, it's been over a decade that we've seen anything like this. And you had A&M that had a, you know, a good year or two, I guess, if you want to call it, but they're kind of trending the other direction. But I do think with Mike Elko coming in, I mean, at least you've got some knowledge, some stability with knowledge of the program, you know, having been there, you know, as DC at one point. So they're losing guys in the portal. I mean, that epic class, I mean, a lot of that is disintegrated. But I think the fact is that is going to be a matchup right now or coming up next year, November 30th, man. Those, God, I can already feel the atmosphere in that place, dude. It is going to be so raucous up in there, man. Yeah, that's going to be some good stuff. Hey, I saw right here, my man Michael C says, I'm so happy I moved to Round Rock this past summer. Man, I've been in Round Rock here for 17 years, and I got to tell you, man, we're kind of heading down the wrong path as well. I live off of 620, and they finally finished the shit out here for me, so it's a little bit better, but my neighborhood has turned into a cross street. Can't even get out of my damn driveway, but I mean, that's a whole different story. We don't need to get onto city politics and all that stuff. Malik Murphy yesterday, we find out he's headed to the transfer portal. It's been talked about all morning, Stu. You cannot chronicle this 2023 season that the Texas Longhorns have had. Anytime that you have a magical season, you're going to have bumps in the road, and you've got to have folks that fill in or that jump into a role and continue to keep the flow. And Malik Murphy definitely has done that. He's been a locker room leader. He's loved in that locker room. And I can tell you one damn thing, as a Texas fan, I'm always going to be grateful for Malik Murphy because that dude showed out when he had to.
He really did. He came in at a you know, when Quinn went out with his shoulder injury, stepped up, managed the game. He, you know, went undefeated, by the way.
Yeah.
And, you know, proved himself to be a really good quarterback, you know, serving in a backup role. There was a lot of talk, you know, coming, you know, to end the season that he was probably going to transfer. And, you know, now it's happening. He's not going to be available for the game against Washington. It's not totally shocking. It's not totally surprising. It's a shame, but it's going to be, that means that now Arch Manning's got to step up. If he gets called on, he's got to step up and at the very least manage that game. I'll be interested to see who gets that number 3 slot going into the offseason, going into spring camp. Who ends up being that number 3 quarterback behind Quinn, assuming Quinn stays, by the way. Quinn's still got to make his decision about whether he entered the draft or not.
Yeah.
But behind Quinn and Arch, it'll be interesting to see who that number 3 quarterback ends up being.
Yeah. And you have to think, like, you know, we're looking at right there. I mean, you have to think yours is going to stay. I mean, it seems like, but I look at this. I mean, let's say he comes out and just puts up astronomical numbers here in this game against Washington. And then Texas is fortunate enough to get into the national championship game. And he does the same thing against whoever the hell that opponent may be right there. That stock's going to continue to rise, and to me, Quinn Ewers is very much an NFL quarterback. I mean, he fits a lot of different NFL systems. Of course, you know, I don't know. I mean, but you have to think that between that and who knows, maybe Quinn has gone to Malik and said, "Hey, dude, I'm staying, just so you know." But you have to think that in that last game of the year, dude, when Arch Manning comes rolling out there and that ovation that he gets from the home crowd here, Malik, well, no, I guess Malik wasn't on the field. Well, no, he probably was on the field, but he was hurt. You know, Malik's probably looking around and he's like, oh, shit.
Mm-hmm.
I think I see the writing on the wall right here. And like you said, it's unfortunate because this dude is mega talented. I mean, you plug him in here and he wins those games. And the Houston game, when he comes in, is still in doubt, and he wills that team to a win, and he wins the next 2 games. Pretty damn impressive for a dude that just gets plugged in the middle of a game that is still not determined.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. So, I I'll be interested to see where he goes. I think I've heard rumors he may end up in Nebraska, which I think that'd be a good fit. Got a comment: if UT wins the next two, Quinn going pro. I'm with you, Rodney. I don't think he goes. I think that there was enough of a question about his season this year, and especially his durability, because he's been injured the last two seasons. I think there's going to be the notion of coming back, have a very solid, if not great, senior season. And oh, by the way, I've heard a few whispers. I think Joe Clapp from Fox Sports has tagged Quinn as a Heisman contender next year.
I saw that.
I think he may want to come back and get that senior season under him, have a great season, maybe win the Heisman, then go pro. But we'll see what happens.
It's so. I mean, this game is so unpredictable. I mean, because like the texter said right there. When like I mentioned, you ball out in the next two games. Yeah, obviously your draft stock is going to rise. This is a very good quarter. The other thing to think about that Quinn's probably thinking about, and hopefully people that are talking to him are reminding him about this quarterback draft. So that would kind of put me in another scenario to where he stays. Not that he's not better than Caleb Williams and all of these different folks, and brand new mock drafts are out, by the way. We may have time to take a look at one of those, but there's a factor right there. But then it comes back to, I mean, are you going to risk, especially with now going into the SEC, because once you get into the, I mean, I know we can talk about almost said Vandegrift, Vanderbilt, although Vandegrift's pretty fucking good too.
They are, but I don't think he's going to go back to high school.
Yeah, no. But I mean, you can talk about Florida. Well, Florida, Billy Napier, whatever, and that don't matter. I mean, when you're going into that schedule, there's the injury part, because like you mentioned, maybe at one point there was a question of the injury. He was injured this year. I mean, do you risk that if that money is there? I just don't think that, again, having two big games, I don't know if you go right now with everybody else that's already going to be going, because it's loaded. I mean, this draft is loaded with top level quarterbacks.
Yeah, it really is. And that's going to be another thing for Quinn to think about, is if he decides he wants to go this year, where is he going to end up? Because like you said, so many good quarterbacks. This is like going to be one of the best quarterback drafts in some time. Why not play your senior season at Texas, put down some good tape, and then hopefully end up being a top quarterback for the 2025 draft.
Yeah,
it makes sense, makes all the sense in the world. But again, and of course right now he's trying to get ready for Washington. So I suspect we won't hear anything about a decision at least until after that game, and likely until after the national championship. But I think a lot of people would really like for Quinn to come back and play his senior season.
And the other factor with that is different now. I mean, a huge difference now is, in the past, it would have been, you better take that money while you can. And that's still true to a certain extent. Yeah. I mean, if it's millions and millions of dollars to go into the league, yeah, absolutely. I mean, take care of yourself, take care of your family, take care of blah, 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 blah. We hear it all the time. But now, I mean, let's say he does have two tremendous games. If it is two tremendous games, you become Mr. Austin. And if money is a factor now, you can still get paid. You can still get paid to stay here. And Stu, I guarantee you, if he has two breakout games and stays, there are going to be people just throwing money at him around here. There's money everywhere in this town, and they will throw it at him.
This isn't like VY back in 05, 06. You got NIL. Yep. And there, if he is able to at the very least get Texas into the national title game, you got to imagine there are going to be a lot of companies, whatever, they're going to want to attach their brand to Quinn Ewers and gee whiz, what happens if he leads them to title number 5?
Yeah.
Oh my Lord.
Yeah.
I mean, it's going to be silly.
Yeah, and he would end up doing, if he stayed, would end up doing what VY didn't do. Ends up staying and putting yourself in a reasonably good spot to attempt to go back to back. And the other part of it is, I think, foundationally for Quinn, because here's where I think something else is different. I think if this was Quinn Ewers a year ago, although if it was Quinn Ewers a year ago, Texas is probably not in the spot that they are. But let's just say that Texas is in the spot that they are with Quinn Ewers in the headspace that he was a year ago. No fucking question. He probably would already have told us that he's going to the NFL. But I think now with the different, and I think that's one of the biggest changes that we've seen in Quinn Ewers is the mindset is different. The attitude is different. He is appreciating every snap. Every step on the field he is appreciating. Plus, the big plus is you get another year with Steve Sarkisian. That dude is an offensive genius. And look what he's already done. You get another year with that guy, man. That's huge. That sets you up for success in the NFL.
Who would have thought year 3 with Sark and now Texas contending for a national title? I mean, I love Mac Brown to death, but even Mac took a little bit longer.
Mm-hmm.
This is just crazy, and it does. I will say this: whatever happens, in 2 weeks and the week after, whatever happens, man, it gives me quite a bit of faith in the success of the Longhorns in 2024 as they enter the SEC.
Mm-hmm.
This is not like when they announced Texas and Oklahoma going to the SEC. This is not a case of, oh, now you're really gonna feel it. Now it's kind of like, it's not, is Texas ready for the SEC? I think it's going to be more, is the SEC ready for Texas?
Absolutely. Yeah, there's no doubt about it. They are going to be a contender. Yeah, when the news first broke, and this really is. This is so cool for Texas fans. The Texas fans are getting to enjoy this, and that's what I was thinking when I was watching this morning with Bucky and BK over at St. Patrick, and Jay Willems is rolling out all these Sugar Bowl T-shirts and Big 12 championship T-shirts and all this shit. I'm sitting back here thinking, I'm like, through all the coaching changes and all the controversies and all just everything that this program has been through in the last, like I said, over a decade, for Texas fans to get to embrace this. I happen to think it's even cooler because you're on your way out of the Big 12. Wags is on my ass all the time because it's like, so what's your deal with giving the finger to the Big 12? I'm like, I think if your Mark would have handled this a little bit differently, I would maybe not feel that way. But look, man, if you're on your way out, hell, you got a volleyball team in the Final Four. They play Wisconsin tonight. You got a baseball team that's going to be exceptional. All of these you got a basketball team that's good. This is how you exit, man. When you exit stage left, man, you want to go out. You want to go out like Ric Flair. You want to go out like Ric Flair, my man, and that's what Texas is doing.
I think I saw, and I forget who sent it out. I saw a post, and I hope I'm getting this right. Texas is the first college to ever be ranked number 1 in all 5 of the major men's and women's sports: football, men's basketball, women's basketball, volleyball, and baseball.
Dude.
No school has ever done that. Longhorns have now done that. And you look at this year, you look back, the latter half, from basically 03 till about 2010. You look at what Texas did. Not in football was fantastic, but all the sports.
Yeah.
And it was a really fun time to be a Longhorn fan. And now it feels like Texas is back there.
Yeah.
It feels like it's time to puff out our chest because, like you mentioned, volleyball's in the Final Four. Baseball is they've been a blue blood forever and a day. Basketball's looking good. Women's basketball is looking good. This could be a new renaissance.
Oh yeah,
for Texas athletics. And now like I said, with the added thing of entering the Southeastern Conference, it's and a lot of that, of course, rests on on Steve Sarkisian. What he has done with this program in 3 years is making it's history making.
It is, and it's been, and I mean, I know at the other place when I would get to get on the air and I would talk about Texas and I'd hammer Texas football, and you know why? Because I'm a Texas fan. I am the most critical of my teams. And I think that when you are a true fan of a team, look, I sit here and piss and moan and bitch about the Dallas Cowboys all the time, although I'm not doing it very much right now. We'll talk about that in just a minute. But
I think we all do.
It's the same way with Texas when it was always like, well, Texas has a standard. And I'm like, yeah, a standard. The standard has been going to the Alamo Bowl, 7-5. I mean, that has been the standard. I mean, not that 1 year changes the standard. I mean, could this be a flash in the pan? Of course it could, but I don't think it is. But this is really what you expect. Now, this is what you expect out of Texas athletics. And it's always been, winning the, what do they call it? The cup,
Learfield Director's Cup.
The Director's Cup, and that's always been Texas wins the Director's Cup all these different years. Yeah, but the football team ain't worth the shit.
Yeah.
Well,
again, it's nice when swimming gets a national title and
sure,
and 10 whatever, but yeah, let's be honest. Football is the straw that stirs the drink.
It really is, and the biggest thing for me really is Stu. I don't know if you saw this. Look who's checking in. Look who's checking in right there. Speaking of
John Molise.
speaking of
John.
Dudes doing stuff. Man, we've been at this a long time.
Actually, I just got a text from Christine,
nice,
his lovely wife. It was great to hear from her and John as well.
That's right. Hey, you guys, don't forget to follow Stu on Twix at Stu Myrick. At Stu Myrick.
Actually, it's all social media. Really? At Stu Myrick.
Lucky, man.
Threads, X, Instagram.
Shit, man. Mine's everywhere, man. I had all these different. I never knew there was a Rodney Rodriguez's, and I found out there's a like a real estate broker in Houston with that same name. There's a dude somewhere that has a conjunto band with that name, Rodney Rodriguez y Los Cucuys. I'm like, what?
I'm lucky enough with a unique enough name, I guess.
Yeah, well, I thought mine was too. Although a lot of people call me Robert. It's like, is this Robert Rodriguez?
That's what
yes.
I get Steve quite a bit.
Yeah, it's like, yes, this is Robert Rodriguez. You want me to write you a movie? Send me a plot. I get you mixed up. But it it really comes down to so let's get your thoughts before we kind of move on. So with this game with Washington, so obviously these two teams faced each other last year in the Alamo Bowl there in San Antonio, with Washington winning that. These are drastically different teams. You had a lot of guys that did not play in that bowl game for Texas. This is actually the game last year where I really took note of Michael Penix Jr. and where I had said for most of the year that it was going to be Penix winning the Heisman, which he didn't. But this is really where I took notice of it. Your thought of this Washington team. It really seems like on the offensive side, Penix obviously the spotlight and the go-to guy right there. But when he's shut down, they got a running game that can kind of make some shit happen also.
Yeah, that's kind of the crazy thing. I'm looking. It's funny. I'm looking at Yahoo Sports. They've got Penix, Washington, and of course that's Penix. 343 yards, just over 343 yards a game passing. That's ranked number 1 in the country.
Yeah,
nobody else. Here's the crazy thing: rushing yards, 125 yards a game. I'd take that.
Yeah.
According to Yahoo Sports, that's ranked 189th.
Yeah.
I'm going, that seems weird. Now, Texas at 189 rushing yards per game ranked 43rd. So, there's not much of a difference in the yardage, but you look at the rankings. Look, this team, Washington, Penix obviously has all the talent in the world. He's got some great receivers. As much as I'd like to, much as you'd like to think their rushing game is good, let's face it, their game plan is going to rest on Penix's arm. So, and that's going to be the thing that Texas has to shore up.
Yeah.
And we've seen that. We saw it in the Big 12 title game against Oklahoma State. We saw it with Tech. Even the latter part of the season, it's the Longhorns' ability to get to the quarterback.
Yeah.
And you look at that defensive line anchored by no less than the Outland Trophy winner, T'Vondre Sweat. If they can get to Penix and make him have a long and arduous day, I think, if and Texas plays the offense that we have seen the last few weeks, Texas is in the national title game. It's that simple.
Yeah. And kind of the quiet part about that, I mean, Dylan Johnson's toted it 201 times for 1,159 yards. So, kind of going back to your stat right there, with rushing, I mean, they're able to run the ball and they've done it effectively. It's just that all of the emphasis is on what Penix has done. So that's going to be the thing. I mean, make them one-dimensional and you got half the battle won. I think, in my opinion, you're going to have to shut down Penix. But I heard, I was actually listening to Ricky Williams was on, I think it was Monday with Bucky and BK, and something that Ricky mentioned has kind of stuck in my brain since he said it. Obviously, he was at the Heisman ceremony the other night, and he said that he saw this look in Michael Penix's eyes that he saw in Vince Young's eyes when Vince Young didn't win the Heisman Trophy that year with Reggie Bush. He said it was this look of Michael Penix where it's like, I am not even close to being done. Mm-hmm. I've got work to do, and I got to redeem myself for not winning the Heisman. That shit worries me a lot because that dude is real damn good.
Yeah, you're right. And that's going to be, obviously that's going to be a motivation for Penix. He wants to show that he is the best player, the best quarterback, whatever, in college football. But again, and we go back to talking about Quinn Ewers and his decision whether to stay or go. I think Quinn is going to want to put up a big game just for the sake of, hey, here's what I can do.
Yeah.
So, I think the other aspect, you mentioned the running game. Blue is running like crazy. I think, yes, the Longhorns missed Jonathan Brooks with that injury, but I think that rushing game is doing good. Yeah. I think it's okay, and I do have faith in that. The defense is going to, I think the defense is going to go lights out. They're going to be chomping at the bit. They're going to be hungry.
Yeah. Well, and you look at the running backs. I mean, the running back room has been highly touted, and Tashard Choice, what a great hire. When you talk about a coaching staff coming together, I mean, you get that dude in there to coach this fleet. I like to call it a fleet of running backs. I mean, since JB goes down, I mean, you've had three dudes with 100-yard rushing game. So obviously, when you have that kind of fall off, that is definitely what you want. A great running back room. It has proven to be a great running back room. Speaking of rooms, got to tell you about Covert Bee Cave. 3 state-of-the-art dealerships. They got a lot of rooms over there at Covert Bee Cave, and those rooms are filled with 7 different brands in those 3 state-of-the-art dealerships: Buicks, GMCs, Cadillacs, Chryslers, Dodge, Jeeps, and Rams. All of that right there in beautiful Bee Cave. It's worth the drive, I like to tell you guys. Just take the drive out there and check out all the beautiful sights out there that you're going to find on the way to that amazing dealership. And, of course, if you're looking for the Fords and the Chevrolets, as Jeff Gordon says, you can get those right down the road here down Highway 79 over in Hutto, Hop 'em Hippos. And the good old Fords and Lincolns, hey, the mainstay right here on Research, or 183, as we like to call it. It is Covert Austin. Covert BK also services all makes and models, 86 service bays. Don't sit there and try to do your own maintenance. Man, these things are, like I always say, if you open the hood of your vehicle right now, your car, truck, SUV, look under there, and it's like, man, I can't even find the dipstick. I'm the dipstick because I can't find the dipstick. Let Covert take care of that because it'll be a minimal wait for you there. CovertBK.com. Those new and pre-owned cars, trucks, SUVs, weekly specials. Of course, we're into the holiday season. Dan Covert and all the folks out there, they are going to hook you up with your next ride. It is CovertBK.com. Stop by and see them. Since 1909, serving generations of Central Texans. And as we like to say with the Coverts, and as the Coverts proudly say, nobody beats a Covert deal, not now, and sure as hell, not ever. Yes, Tashard Choice. You got to keep that dude around, Jake.
Yeah. By the way,
mm-hmm.
How do you like this? So line right now, Texas -4. The over-under, they're expecting a little bit of offense. Over-under right now sitting at 64.5.
Yeah.
Going to be some points scored.
There's going to be some points scored. I think it's going to be this could be a last possession ball game. Man, I think I saw, I forget which publication it was that put it out, but it was like the most anticipated. The bowl games ranked in order of excitement or whatever. Not anticipation, but just when you actually go pound for pound, what should be the best bowl games. This was number one. This is number one, followed by the other semifinal, and then the Alamo Bowl. And then the Alamo Bowl, which I think will be extremely good. But yeah, this Texas-Washington game, man, you better change all the bulbs on that scoreboard at the Superdome because they're going to be lighting up that scoreboard.
Yeah, absolutely. You're absolutely right. So, and then like I said, assuming Texas gets past Washington, that national championship game, so many storylines, whether it's Michigan or Alabama, it won't matter. That's going to be a huge. This isn't going to be just your normal national championship game. So many storylines. Either Michigan gets to avenge the 05 Rose Bowl, or Bama tries to avenge their loss in week 2. So
I got a lot of Alabama racing buddies reaching out to me already, and they're like, "Man, we can't wait for the rematch." You know, all this, that, and the other, and I'm like, "What, next season?" Because I think we're playing Michigan. I just got to give them a hard time.
And by the way, the party in New Orleans is just next level. I love New Orleans.
That's in Texas Sports Unfiltered will be there in full force in New Orleans. All of those details to come. Our leader, the man behind the curtain, has been doing a lot of stuff, and we'll have more details as we get just a little bit closer. Stu, before we run out of time here, we got about 12, 13 minutes, something like that left. I do want to get your thoughts because you have covered the Dallas Cowboys for a very long time. Mm-hmm. And, you had your spot right there at AT&T Stadium. We're watching the Dallas Cowboy team right now that just comes out and dismantles Philadelphia. And in typical fashion, as it happens with the Dallas Cowboys, leading into that, it's like, wow, they ain't beat nobody. They're beating all the bad teams. They finally beat Seattle. Well, Seattle ain't that good anyway. So, you come on out and you destroy your arch rival. You probably should have beat them earlier in the year. You weren't able to do it. You come out, you destroy them, in your own building. And, of course, out of that game, it's like, well, Philadelphia's got a lot of problems. Philadelphia's got some stuff and blah, blah, blah. This Dallas Cowboy team looks pretty solid to me, dude. You got a defense playing at an elite level. You got a quarterback that has radically changed his game that is the MVP leading candidate right now. This Cowboy team to me looks pretty freaking legit, brother.
I tell you what, what kind of tickles me is, so when I would go cover those Cowboys games up in Arlington, after the game, after it got done with all the stuff, and I get my car and head back down I-35, I'd tune into the postgame shows. Zach Walchuk, Brian Broaddus they always do a fantastic job. They're on 105.3 The Fan up in Dallas. Love those guys. And inevitably, you'll hear a bunch of their callers calling for Dak to be benched or whatever. And I'm going, really? Is this, I mean, are you watching the same game as me? And now you look at what Dak has done the last few weeks. I mean, this is getting into like, I'm not going to put him right into, the aura of, say, Troy Aikman or that. But man, he is looking really good.
Yeah.
And I looked at this. So you got Cowboys at 10-3, Eagles at 10-3. And right now, the Cowboys, I guess by way of tiebreaker, they have the edge. So right now, they are leading the NFC East.
Mm-hmm.
4 games left in the season. Cowboys, here's the remaining schedule. Cowboys this Sunday they're at Buffalo, then they're at Miami, home against Detroit, and then week 18 they finish it up at Washington. Records right now: Buffalo 7-6, Miami 9-4, Detroit 9-4, Washington 4-9. So that's Cowboys. Eagles, they're at Seattle this week, who are 6-7. Christmas Day they're home against the Giants, 5-8. New Year's Eve, home against Arizona, 3-10. Arizona hadn't been the same since they got rid of Josh Dobbs. And then they finish up the season at the Giants at MetLife. So if you look at that just on record itself, it looks like the Eagles have a little bit of an easier path, to succeed. But the way Dallas is playing right now, it's really hard. And look, like you, I've been a Cowboys fan for life. Some, and for a long time, a long-suffering Cowboys fan for life. So, there's been a lot of the just, oomph taken out. But the way it looks right now, if the Cowboys can keep up this pace, it's going to be hard to not crown them NFC East champs. And now that's great. That's the regular season. Then you got to get to the playoffs.
The regular season has tended to be not so much of an issue. It's that round 2, and I really think to what Jake is saying right here. I think I mentioned this the other day on one of the shows. I am honestly more concerned about this Buffalo game right now than I was the Philadelphia game last week. So, simply for the fact that Buffalo right now, every game is a playoff game. That is, for whatever reason, that they have underachieved. They just can't figure. They can't get out of their way sometimes. I mean, them and the Chargers. It's like, man, what in the hell? They remind me a lot of what the Cowboys have been. And this is going to be. You're going to have the elements. You're going to have the crowd. This is going to be a playoff frenzy feel, I think, for the Cowboys. And I think going on the road is going to be it's going to be massive right here. And this question about Jason Garrett, the reason for Dak stalling, and I saw with Kellen Moore, not helping as well. I think what we're really seeing right now is not that those guys stalled him, but I really think that Mike McCarthy in this West Coast offense has tailored itself to make it to has learned him to do what he does best, man. That 3-step drop thing is unbelievable. The way that you watch him do that right now.
Yeah, I'm with you. I don't think it was a matter of stalling him. I think they did what they could. But you're right, Mike McCarthy, and I'll be honest, I was concerned when McCarthy announced he was going to take over play calling duties. You got to comment the team around Dak is better, and I'll say, yeah, you're right. Now I do think Tony Pollard he's serviceable as a running back, as a starting running back, but I think they need another one. I don't know Will they get through free agency or
You don't like Rico Dowdle?
That spot duty's fine, but I won't say they miss Zeke,
but they do.
But I think I think being a starting running back, Pollard has not been able to, and he's done fine, but he hasn't been able to kind of cement himself in that aura, in that pantheon. And so I think that's going to be something that Jerry Jones has got to address, and as much as I say it, I think if they want some success in the playoffs, maybe they try to, somehow find a running back that they could sign. Otherwise, yeah, they're going to have to wait till the offseason. But, it'll be fun to watch. I think I've heard a lot of people saying that, they lifted the curse now that Jimmy Johnson's going to go in the Ring of Honor. I think, who knows? We'll have to wait and see.
Well, I definitely hope that I mean, whatever the reason is, but I mean, this really does seem like, and I mean, with the defense, and I'll talk about that here in just a second, but I've been a firm believer all year. I mean, I think what made Pollard, so spectacular was the fact that it was, you had Zeke and then boom, he'd come in, and it is so imperative right now to have in the NFL, as brutal as this game has gotten. I mean, look at your starting quarterback list right now. It's like who? I mean, with the running back thing, I mean, to have a two, and this is kind of going back to the Texas football or Texas running back room. Have two running backs that can tote that thing. And I think that really was the thing last year, where you kind of had the slash of Pollard, and then you just had the attack of Zeke. And I got to tell you, Stu, I've missed Zeke all year, and I've been very transparent in saying that. I think they should have figured out a way to keep him. I really missed Zeke last Thursday when I saw him in a New England uniform, just running like Zeke of old, making tackles on interceptions, for crying out loud.
Yeah, that really looks weird. Him and then and not in the silver and blue. That's just weird. So
yeah. And then over on the defensive side of me, I mean, what can you say? Deron Bland, I mean, that dude has been, and it's still the funny thing where breaking records for pick sixes and all of that, but still you get teams picking on him. I mean, Seattle picked on him, made him look really bad, but still, I mean, he's been phenomenal. I mean, Micah Parsons, what can you say about this guy, man? I tell you that is a revolutionary, once in a lifetime player coming off of the edge right there.
He really is
amazing.
No, it's just amazing. So, you want to know about the Iron Claw?
Yes. Let's talk about that. The Von Erich movie, December 22nd, premiering at a theater near you. Damn, I want to get a watch put together for that.
I actually have my tickets to go next week. Now I am fortunate enough. I've talked to Kevin Von Erich. Ross and Marshall, his sons, are friends of mine. I've seen them wrestle. I know a lot of people that worked in the Sportatorium up in Dallas. So I've heard a lot of the stories. Everything I have heard about this movie, it's a really good movie. Hollywood has taken a few liberties with some of the stories, but for all intents and purposes, even Kevin was impressed with this movie. He has gotten a lot of rave reviews. The Von Erichs were actually on AEW Dynamite last night. The AEW's up in the Dallas-Fort Worth area. They were in Arlington. They're going to be in Garland this weekend. So the Von Erichs, in fact, Ross and Marshall wrestle on Rampage, which is Friday night. So that'll be fun to watch. But yeah, I'm really looking forward to seeing this movie. I've heard a few things, like, for instance, they don't really address Chris Von Erich, the youngest Von Erich brother. Yeah. They also don't address much in the way of Lance Von Erich or Ricky Vaughn, the wrestler that Fritz brought in as quote cousin.
No, Fritz.
But it's supposed to be a really good movie, and so I'm looking forward to seeing it next week.
And I got to tell you, I mean, because, a lot of evenings and afternoons, my aunt and uncle and I, going to world-class wrestling all around the Central Texas region, whether it's Austin, we'd go catch it in a small town, drive to Temple, Luling, I mean, Gonzales, Cuero, I mean, wherever we could find it, following world-class around it, and just, in a lot of ways, world class. I mean, obviously the Von Erich's the driving force right there, with the patriarch and everything that Fritz built right there, but kind of world class, just revolutionary in the wrestling TV production part. I mean, just with what they did and one of, I mean, we got to talk about Bill Mercer, the voice of world class wrestling, how he delivered him and Mark Lawrence and Ralph Pulley, those guys, man, must see TV.
I've been able to interview Mr. Mercer a few times when he would come call Round Rock Express games with my Caps. Just a wonderful man, and dear Lord, the wealth of knowledge he has. I know Mark. Mark is a fellow Southern Wrestling Hall of Famer.
Yep.
Mark is a fantastic individual. I found out one thing. It's so funny. So the original David Von Erich Parade of Champions, where Kerry wrestles Ric Flair for the world title
with the backslide.
Texas Stadium. You notice Mark Lawrence is on the call for that match. The only reason it was Bill Mercer's day off.
Is that a fact?
Yeah, Mark told me that years ago. We were at a thing together, and he and I were chatting, and so that's what he told me. Mark is so wonderful.
Oh man!
And I just he and Bill both. You mentioned the revolutionary way they did television. World Class was the first promotion to use entrance music.
Yeah,
because the Freebirds wanted to come out to Freebird by Leonard Skinner.
Yep.
Michael Hayes, the late great Terry Bam Bam Gordy, and the late great Buddy Roberts. Which, by the way, Terry Gordy's daughter Miranda Gordy wrestles on the independent scene quite a bit.
Yeah,
calls herself the Bad Street Beauty. So, yeah, it's for especially here in Texas, that's going to be, I got a feeling that's going to be one of those must-see movies coming out next week.
Yeah, no doubt about it. That is absolutely going to be something to see. I will definitely have myself there to watch Iron Claw, December 22nd. Hey, before we get out of here, Stu, and thank you for doing this, man. This has been a ton of fun for me this morning, brother.
My pleasure, man.
Want to tell you about Great Blue Heron Furniture, a custom leather furniture company started back in 1991. It is Longhorn owned, and let me tell you, friends, they focus on heavy leathers, hides, and fabrics ranging from traditional Western to modern farmhouses. And man, this stuff is absolutely gorgeous. It's also the highest quality that you're going to find. That's always something that when you're furniture buying, I always rattle my chair around here. This is a very low quality chair. That's not what you get with Great Blue Heron Furniture. You're not going to find anything more stylish, more comfortable, or more well built. There's a link in the YouTube video description down below that takes you to the Texas Sports Unfiltered collection. Check that out. And remember, if you use the promo code HOOK'em, you're going to get 15% off of your purchase. If you're looking for furniture that looks amazing and is built to last for decades, not weeks, not months, not days, for decades, look no further than Great Blue Heron Furniture. Click that link, or you can call them at 866-247-9688. And we also remind you there's a link down there in that description. You guys need to dive in and play our Bowl Pick'em contest. Be a part of that. You need to get all that in. All that shit starts on Saturday, Stu. So it's time to go bowling, my friend.
Time to go bowling. It'll be a lot of wonderful sights of half-empty stadiums up until
yeah. They had to just make one and call it the Random Bowl. So some of these that we get going on here. Let's dive in. I see our man BK down there. Wasn't sure exactly if you were needing to get in or what exactly we were doing right now.
I'm not sure either.
Oh, okay.
What's up, Bradley? I'm kidding. It's going to be me with Jordan Scruggs today. So
okay.
Jeff is apparently closing on a house. I don't know if he's closing.
Jeff.
I don't know if he's closing on the buying or the selling, but one half of the closing is getting done today. So Jeff is out today. Jordan texted me saying he's going to be a couple of minutes behind. So it'll eventually be Jordan and I for the next hour. But right now, you just get me.
Ah, there you go. And boy, I tell you, Stu, you got them all going here, man. You got them, this Iron Claw thing, man. I know Wags and I have talked about it, and there's a lot of momentum, and a lot of people are excited. You're right, man. If you're a Texan, you're going to want to see this.
Oh, absolutely. It's going to be, like I said, it's going to be a fantastic. They did a really good job. And So yeah, really looking forward to seeing it next week. So
Yep.
yeah, Bradley, it's good to see you, my friend.
You too, man. Glad we could make this happen. You and I have texted a couple of times back and forth about trying to find an opportunity to get you on Texas Sports Unfiltered. And
absolutely,
it's funny. Wags texted both Rodney and me, and he's like, "Hey, I'm going to be out on Thursday. Anyway, we can find the fill in." And then Rodney and I both texted almost at the exact same time, like, "What about Stu?" And sure enough, Rodney sent the text and it happened. So you guys were great. Was listening on my way back home from St. Patrick. Shout out to them for having us out this morning. And I'm excited to hopefully make this happen again pretty soon, Stu. It's good to see you, man.
I appreciate it, man. Appreciate it. It was a lot of fun. So yeah.
Yes,
absolutely.
Sir.
Absolutely.
That's
All right, boys. We'll turn it over to you, BK. I've got to jet out of here. So Chaos Theory will be back, or actually Chaos Theory will be back tomorrow. I've got a kid walking the plank at UNT tomorrow morning, so I will be not here. My savings account will start growing again after tomorrow.
Off the payroll. That's huge.
There you go.
Payroll. Still got one though. White flag. One to go.
One to go. Almost there.
All right. BK, y'all have fun, man. Stu, thanks for diving in, man. Appreciate you, brother.
All right. Thanks, y'all.
Great job, guys. See y'all. All right. There they go. Double R and Stu. Jordan will be joining me here in a moment. We've got plenty of Texas football conversation to get into over the next hour on It's Only an Hour. And, of course, Trey and BK from 12 to 1, Chip and Zay from 1 to 3, and it'll be Trey and Kevin Dunn this afternoon from 3 to 5. Lots of Longhorn football topics to get into. Man, yesterday was December 13th, 2023. Usually don't get a ton of major college football news on a day like that, but there were 3 pretty massive stories for the University of Texas. There were some big stories across the college football world as well. A lot of stuff going on nationally, but just here in Austin for the University of Texas, you had 3 pretty huge stories. Of course, the release of the 2024 SEC schedule last night. You had the news that Kobe Black was committing to Texas, and you also had the news that Malik Murphy was entering the transfer portal, and he was not going to be a part of Texas's playoff appearance. So a lot to get into. I see our man Jordan right now, so I think he's ready to roll. Jordan, you got me?
Yes, sir. You got me?
There he is, loud and clear, brother. How you doing today?
Not too bad. Not too bad.
Where are you at right now? You up in the Metroplex?
Yeah, I'm actually I'm at the Star in Frisco.
Oh.
Yeah, have some work going on. So outside of 24/7, so trying to kill 2 birds with one stone, and yeah.
You're working too hard, man. You're too young to be working that hard. You know that, right?
Yeah, a lot of people say that. I guess not. Yes.
Hey, you make it work for sure. Can I ask what you're doing up there? I know you're going to some of the high school state championship games in Arlington at Jerry World, but what's cooking over at the practice facility?
I can't really share because it'll kind of expose my network.
Okay, don't get you.
Don't want to do that. Yeah.
No. All right, well, let's talk Texas, man. I mentioned it. Huge day yesterday, like December 13th. It's always close to signing day, so I guess no surprise that you had somebody commit yesterday. But the fact that in the same 24 hours, hell, the same like 8 hours, you had Kobe Black make his announcement. Congrats to you. You were all over that. You had Malik Murphy make his announcement that he's leaving, and he's leaving before the playoff starts. And then obviously you had the SEC schedule. So I'll give you the floor, man, whichever one of those 3 stories you want to start with, just kind of your biggest takeaway from yesterday involving Texas football.
Yeah, so I haven't even had a chance to look at what the schedule is or read any of our content for that. So I won't hit on that. But for Kobe Black, I mean, everyone saw this one coming. This will be in our behind-the-scenes story for the whole class that comes out in February. But, I mean, I don't think it's too wild to share it now. But, I mean, basically, since January, we knew this is where it was trending. I was actually covering Baylor up until June 1st whenever I switched over to Horns 24/7 full-time. But I was helping out Hudson and Mike with the January junior day this year. And Kobe Black was there, and as he was walking out, Hudson Standish interviewed him, and I walked up to him and I asked Hudson, like, what do you think? At the time he was a 5-star, I believe was actually the #1 corner in America at the time. I may be wrong though. And he's like, I really think they're going to get him, just based off talking to him. And then 5 minutes later, Hudson got a text from a source in Austin who said, don't crystal ball Kobe Black, but we really think we're going to end up getting him. And he was like, he didn't give us a sign. The text was like, he didn't give us a silent or anything like that, but like, we feel really strongly we're going to end up with him. And that really didn't change through the spring. He said yesterday he didn't give a silent commitment until August. Someone told me differently on his official visit. But, nonetheless, he still ended up where, everyone thought he'd end up, which is Texas, and what the intel was suggesting going back to January. So, not a surprise. I really think anyone. I'm not going to lie. I've known it was Texas for a really long time, just like I said. But being at the ceremony, it always gets you when they take the hat out and put it down. I'm just like, okay, whoa, like, hey. Because I anticipate, a little trickery coming, but it still gets my heart pumping. You know what I mean? So
yeah, it's like all the work
Kobe
you've done
early
for the last 6 months. It's like, shit. Is this just a waste of time? Everything that I've written about this kid and all this stuff that I prepared, like, is he really about to pull the rug out from under me right now?
Yeah. And there's a bunch of other guys from a lot of people think that, at least I can speak for the recruiting market side of it. I'm not in the press box at Texas games, and I don't attend Texas games like that, so I can't really speak for them. But it seems like online people try to get a lot of these, Texas recruiting writers to go against each other. We're all friends in person, and there was a lot of us at Kobe Black's ceremony, and I was kind of behind everyone the way I was videoing. So whenever he reaches in for the other bag, I like looked at everyone, and they're all like,
God.
And I was just like, oh no. But yeah, he ended up coming through like we anticipated, but still, it always makes it a little nerve-wracking for us.
Yeah.
That's kind of the backstory on Kobe. He FaceTimed the staff whenever he did silent commit in August. Like, we know he did. But again, someone told me in June that it was. I mean, at the end of the day, it really doesn't matter. Yeah, and then Malik Murphy, man, going back, he did the BYU game and the Kansas State game, right? And the Kansas State game was the last game he started, right?
Yep, those two.
Okay. Yeah, I remember that was the one Texas home game, or no, one Texas game I've been to this year was the Texas BYU game. Or Kansas State, my bad. Picked like one of the worst ones to attend possibly. But whenever Quinn came back as starter against TCU, actually, no, I was at the TCU game. Jesus, wow. Long day already. But after the TCU game, where Quinn came back and was starter and they won in Fort Worth, the week following was I had already anticipated Malik Murphy entering the portal and assumed it would be happening, just like a lot of other Texas fans. But within a week of Quinn, coming back from his injury, I did hear from people he was putting in plans to be at another school for next season, which didn't surprise me at all. At that time, I asked, how would it work? They're obviously going to make a bowl game no matter what. At that point in the season, we knew that. So, I asked the source, how would this work? And he's like, well, he's probably not going to play again. So, we think he'll play in the bowl game, but we're going to give him that option no matter what. I was just like, okay. And I mean, dude, from then, which was the week between TCU and whoever was the next game, I think Tech. Was it Tech?
Iowa State.
Iowa State, that's right.
Yeah.
Between that week and the news officially coming out last night, like, I was told he is going to be in the bowl game. He isn't going to be in the bowl game like 1,000 times. I was told like he's leaving before the bowl game. He's leaving after the bowl game like 1,000 times. But the one constant was that he's gone no matter what.
So we still don't know for sure if he's gone before the bowl game?
I have not yet contacted anyone about Malik Murphy since the news broke yesterday, but I did see that Pete Thamel said that I think he had an exact quote. Let me pull this up.
Okay. Yeah, I think like right after the news dropped that he was hitting the portal, there was a thought that, okay, maybe he's going to stay, but it feels like the prevailing sentiment over the last like 12 hours or so has been that he's gone before the CFP. And then Stark met with somebody at Fox in Houston because he was, I guess, at a banquet down there, and he was talking to somebody, and he made it sound like Malik was gone and wasn't going to be a part of the Washington game.
Yeah. So originally who broke Malik entering the portal was actually the Twitter account for the 7-on-7 program he played with in high school, which I thought was pretty interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I was actually driving from Connolly High School to AT&T Stadium whenever he did go in the portal, and it was me who wrote the story, but that story's been written for like a month. And it just had to be updated. But this is from Pete Thamel. He tweeted this out yesterday shortly after Malik Murphy's 7-on-7 program announced the news. He said, Malik Murphy told ESPN he's not going to be with the Longhorns in the college football playoff. He would have preferred to stay through the season, but the timing did not allow it. Murphy told ESPN, quote, "It's nothing against Texas at all. I'm doing this purely for me and my future. In my eyes, I'll always be a Longhorn and a part of this great team," end quote.
So let me ask you this, I guess a couple of questions on this. Where does Malik Murphy end up? I don't know if he's made a decision, but I mean, we heard all sorts of rumors. You guys were over this at Horns 24/7. Like after the spring, there were some big time programs who were reaching out to Malik, trying to get him to enter the portal back then. Now he's got another year in this offense. He played a couple of games, showed some good things on tape. Wasn't amazing in either of those two starts that he had, but obviously has some starting experience now, which I think teams will value. Like what type of offers, I guess, and what type of schools do you expect to be interested in going after Malik now that he's officially in the portal?
It's interesting. So the last I asked about Malik Murphy was about a week and a half ago. And, I asked, what's the plan here? And I was told then that he's going to announce it before the bowl game, but will play in the bowl game. Again, this is a week and a half ago.
Yeah.
But that he was – and I was like, well, why hasn't he announced it? Because this was like I believe this was the day or shortly after the portal opened, and I was speaking to the source. And I was like, why hasn't he announced it? Like, it's better for him if he gets it now, so you can have more opportunities for yourself because the window's closing when it closes, And he was like, yeah, he wants to get a feel for, the quarterback dominoes. He wants to see some of them fall. And then, so you can see which spots are open to have a better idea. Another thing, too, in the portal, this happens in high school a lot, too. Schools will tell a number to a kid, and then the kid will show up, and they won't have that number for him in money.
Yeah.
Word gets around very quickly in the transfer portal, at least with the big name guys, because all these guys have NIL agents and all the NIL agents are connected to each other and they're all friends and tell each other information. Word gets around very, very quickly whenever schools are shorthanding kids. So I think that could also be part of it, wanting to be safe. I don't know that for a fact, though. That's just, my speculation for why it was announced yesterday on December 13th instead of December 4th when the portal opened.
Yeah.
But it makes sense. I did hear that week, or whenever I was on the phone call with that source, I asked, who's it looking like he could be? And he was like, I haven't heard anyone besides Oregon and Ohio State and that they're interested, but, yeah. So I don't know. Ohio State is casting a wide net in how they're tampering to get themselves a quarterback for next year. They've hit up a player who will probably be a day 1 or day 2 draft pick at quarterback next year. He's not eligible this year. I'm trying to get him, and he was like, "Dude, no, like I'm good over here."
The guy who's not in the portal, right?
Yeah, not in the portal. Yeah, I can't really say who it is just because I don't want to come out and accuse Ohio State of tampering or ever get involved with the NCAA.
You just did. But that's okay. No, that's all right.
Yeah,
no specific. Yeah.
I know nothing, Mr. FBI agent. Listen to this. Yeah, that's Malik and Kobe Black. That's the scoop on there. There's some other stuff, or not scoop, I guess the latest.
Let me stop you real quick. I'm gonna ask you one more question on Malik because you brought up the word tampering, and it's clear tampering happens. So this is not in any way a shot at Malik Murphy at all. Like the guy's doing what's best for him. He did great for Texas. Means a lot to a lot of guys in that locker room. We wish him all of the best wherever his next stop is. Hope it's not in the SEC because I don't want to have to root against the kid. Is like legally, I get why he would enter the portal now, right? Because teams can actually start contacting Malik Murphy legally now that he's in the portal. But like you said, I mean, we all know so many of these conversations go on even when guys aren't in the portal. Like, is there a real benefit to actually entering the portal now versus just kind of putting feelers out there and sort of letting everybody know that, like, hey, after the season, I'm going to be there?
Yeah. Honestly, I think the best strategy, if I was a big name player in the portal and I knew I'd have a lot of guys, I would do exactly 1 week before it opened. And obviously, if my team wasn't playing in a conference championship, I would do exactly 1 week before it opened. So the Monday prior to the Monday the portal opens, and I'd hit up Hayes Fawcett and be like, "Hey, deep fry me, give me a graphic." And announce it. So those are basically whenever people are saying, like, whenever Hayes Fawcett goes and posts, Brad Kellner, Ohio State wide receiver, was a 4-star out of high school, has 2 years eligibility left, has told me he intends to enter the transfer portal when it opens. Basically, that is just saying, like, hey, I'll come get me, come tamper with me. I know I can't be in there till Monday. Like, I'm open, come talk. That's what it is. Yeah. Everyone just hits them up. So yeah, I would do that. And then enter on Monday, obviously, as soon as you can. That's what I think would be the best way. What I think is really interesting with the Malik Murphy stuff, like, one, I think he did hurt his stock by how he played when he did get his shot. Also, another thing that whenever people say these big name schools are after him, it's just kind of confusing to me, to be honest. I know everyone was really excited about what he did at the spring game. Go back and watch those throws where he's throwing bombs, right? He's throwing to Jonte Cook, who's a 5-star, and he's getting guarded by someone wearing, like, number 37 who's a walk-on. Like, come on, right? Yeah. Also, watch his feet. On the one he connects with Jonte, his feet do not move when he throws the ball. Like, it mechanically – of the 3, because there are 4 scholarship quarterbacks, of the 3 main scholarship quarterbacks, mechanically he's the worst, and it's not really close. My thing is just like, man, Sark, he's known as kind of the QB wizard, or, having a good QB mind, helping out quarterbacks. Malik Murphy was always a high upside guy that you were going to have to develop, and he needed time to get developed. I don't want to say you ever want to give up on a kid in 2 years, but, if Sarkisian if he's the guy that is supposed to be able to fix quarterbacks or help them get ready, and he hasn't been able to do it with Malik Murphy, you know what I mean? Like, how many schools are going to be after him, the big time programs? I'm not saying he can't be successful anymore. I'm just saying, like, it was very interesting to me after the spring game when it was getting reported SEC schools were after him, whoop to all that. The sources I spoke with never mentioned any of those schools.
Really?
Yeah. So again, it's all been really interesting to me. I think he can be very successful in the right system, and with the right coaches and the right weapons around him. But he's a very interesting player in the portal because, again, all the stuff, the reason he was ranked high out of high school, that's all still there. It's all still there, But again, he's still largely an upside guy, and he's now 2 years removed from high school. So it's going to be interesting who wants to try to buy the lottery ticket and see if they're going to win the lottery ticket. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I saw Bruce Feldman of The Athletic and Fox, like, he tweeted out something yesterday after Murphy entered the portal, and it was like a blurb from a scout or a coach or somebody associated with a college football program, and like, he's like, man, this guy is the most raw talent we've seen since CJ Stroud. And it's like, holy shit. Like, that's the upside that you're talking about, that people thought, okay, if he's able to put it all together, then maybe there's that type of ceiling. But Yeah, it's just, you're right, man. There's 2 games. He did some good things. Obviously, Texas went 2-0, and they needed those 2 wins to make it to the Big 12 title and the college football playoff. So we're grateful for that. But yeah, I mean, like, we were all like, oh, Ewers has bad mechanics. And then we saw Malik Murphy play, and it's like, oh shit. Like, I'd love to go back to Ewers' mechanical problems, because his footwork is way better than Malik. So it's like, yeah, even his 2 years with Sark in this system, you could tell there's still a lot of work to be done. And you go after a QB in the portal, Jordan, you know this better than I do, because you want to win right now. And I don't know if Malik Murphy, like, I hear Ohio State and Oregon, I'm like, there's no way that guy's good enough to start at either of those places right now for a full season. So it's like, does he want to go to maybe a school like that and compete and hopefully start? Or does he go a tier down, either high G5 or low P5, and just say, you know, I don't care if I'm on a national title contending type of team or a blue blood. I want to play, so I'm going to go there.
Yeah, no, I really want Malik Murphy to be successful. I think people are saying Fresno State, Oregon State, Cal, Sean Lewis at San Diego State. It's really interesting to see whenever players enter the portal where they end up. For me, I go to a lot of games, a lot of 7-on-7 tournaments, a lot of training sessions. And I'm younger, you know, so for me, sometimes it's hard to build sources with coaches because they think I'm the same age as the kids they're coaching. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So a lot of the intel and stuff I get comes directly from the high school players because the relationships I built with them and the trust I built with them. And with the portal opening, you know, I've had some calls. What do you think about me entering the portal? What would you suggest? I'm in the portal. What do you think about these school systems, stuff like that?
Yeah.
And it's like the thing I always tell them, like, money's very important, don't get me wrong, but you cannot choose a school off of money. Like, you're going in the portal because you're not happy with the current situation, you aren't playing or you're not getting paid enough. But like, dude, you've only been in college 1 year. If you portal, you're trapped there where if you want to leave, you have to sit out for at least 3 years. Like, it's time to drop your nuts. Like, it's make or break. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
I'm telling them, like, you need to decide. You want to go to are you trying to go to the NFL, or are you trying to go to the NFL, but you also wanted a good degree playing here? I'm like, you need to figure out what you actually want, because so many of these players go in the portal and it just doesn't work. And they're trapped there and it's a shit show. Like, Jalen Catalon wasn't anticipating anything to happen. I don't think any Texas fans were really anticipating that. But, you know, maybe he could have picked a school that was going to guarantee him the starting job and was going to give him 70% of the reps. I don't know if his body could have held up then or whatever. But I just meant, you know, instead of a place that would have rotated him as much like he was at Texas. That was a really bad example. But some of these guys pick the shittiest places to transfer to for like their long-term success. And it's kind of upset seeing it and seeing that people in their circle are letting them make these decisions. But yeah, so that's enough for that. I saw CB say reports there Matthew Golden's going to visit Texas. Yeah, I did want to talk about that.
Yeah.
I'm actually going to put out a report after we get off air. I just had a pretty busy morning, and I'm not going to try to type while doing a show. But I can confirm he is visiting Texas. I reported yesterday he had a visit set up for Louisville this weekend, and that Louisville is making a very aggressive push. They were really impressive NIL program. And Matthew Golden actually does have a lot of connections to Louisville program in his circle. Can't really explain them specifically, but does have a lot of connections to the program. Texas, the staff was in the area yesterday. They're making in-home visits, school visits, stopping by and, you know, seeing high school players, commits, targets. Whenever they do these and they're in the area, they also try to stop by and see transfer portal targets, which is what they did. They had a handful of offensive staffers go in and meet with Golden in his circle in Houston yesterday, and not visiting Louisville anymore this weekend, and he'll actually be on campus today.
No kidding.
Yeah, I was told by my source, and again, I'm going to put in a crystal ball with the story I'm going to put out after I get off air. But, you know, fully expecting him to end up at Texas now. I wrote that I was expecting him, but just the Louisville visit was something I was watching. Now that that's off the table, I mean, y'all have seen where it was going. The picks were entered in right after he entered. So, yeah, Texas, I think we're on commit watch right now. I know I am. I was told that, maybe something could happen as soon as today, but also not to be surprised if it doesn't happen today. I did ask the source, and again, I've been reporting on Matthew Gold. I just want to say right now, I've been reporting on Matthew Gold and Jamar Caldwell for like almost 2 weeks.
Yeah.
And everyone else is acting like this is new in like the last 3 days. But Golden,
you've been all. I'll vouch for you. Like, I'm a subscriber on 24/7. Like, I've been seeing this shit, like well before Golden actually hit the portal. It was like, watch out for this kid. Watch out for this kid. Texas. Like, it could happen. So no, you've been all over that deal. There's no doubt.
Hey, I appreciate it. But I had a pretty good source on Golden, and yeah. Looking like Texas. Asked him how long the visit could be. He says he doesn't know. The source did, but he's showing up on campus today. There was a bit. I reported yesterday there was a visitor that was going to be on campus today as well. That we were asked by sources at Texas not to report. That was not Matthew Golden. I've not seen it get reported yet. I did check back in with the source that asked me to hold on to it this morning, and they said they might actually be canceling that visit for today. Texas will. But they're not sure yet, and they still asked me to keep holding on to it. So until I get the green light, can't really talk about it. But with the different moving parts right now, I don't think that visit will happen for that guy. And once it's fully canceled, I think I'll get the green light to post it. Another guy I want to talk about is Jamar Caldwell. He's also at Houston. Another thing too, going back to when I first started reporting on Caldwell and Golden. On Golden, I had mentioned that a big part of it was going to be Da'Keil Shorts, who's the Houston wide receivers coach. If he's retained, if he's brought back, what's going on there? Da'Keil Shorts is in communication with he isn't originally. He wasn't being retained. The Tulane wide receivers coach had come over with the Houston staff. And about 2 days ago reported that he actually wouldn't be the wide receiver hire. I was told that there is some interest in Shorts potentially coming back. He also is in communication with a few SEC programs, a few Big Ten programs. And he's a really damn good coach. Like, he really is. He's the guy that stole Jonah Wilson from Texas, Matthew Golden from Texas originally. Also got Mikael Harrison Pilot last cycle, who's like the third highest rated kid Houston's ever signed. Like, he can recruit his ass off. He also got Stephon Johnson in the portal, who was one of the better freshman portal receivers last year. He was at Oklahoma State last year. He can coach his ass off, and he can recruit. Houston does have some money for NIL, but if he got SEC backing, SEC funding, he'd be kind of unstoppable. So I reported if Shorts is brought back, that will affect it with Golden. Golden and Shorts are very close. Now it looks like he could be coming back. I asked how would that affect it with Golden. The source told me things have been soured too much, and he's not going back to Houston no matter what. When reporting on that, I also reported that it was a similar situation with Jamar Caldwell and his position coach, which is the Houston D-line coach named James Ely, I believe. It might be John Ely, I'm not sure. Whenever the Tulane assistant staff hires were announced a few days ago, it was also announced they would be bringing over the defensive line coach from Tulane. This morning, 24/7's Matt Zenitz reported that the Tulane D-line coach is actually not going to be a part of the Tulane staff, and that Brian, that's what his first name is.
There it
is actually going to be retained by Houston. I was told that as close as Shorts and Golden were, Caldwell and his guy were closer, so to expect Caldwell to come back. I have seen it online. I'm not sure who reported originally, so I'm sorry if I can't give credit, but I have seen on Twitter that apparently Jamar Caldwell's academic credits won't transfer to Texas. He's originally from South Carolina and then did 2 years of JUCO. This is second year at UH this past season. He's 1 year left to eligibility. I asked my source for Caldwell, hey, I saw something online about credits. What all do you know here? And he was like, hey, I don't think it'll matter because Ely's coming back. So, yeah.
So that dream has maybe died for Texas fans. Caldwell put up good numbers this year. I think 6.5 sacks, 2 of them against Texas as a DT.
Yep.
Like, that's pretty damn good. And obviously Tavondre Sweat's gone and Byron Murphy's probably gone as well. So Look, maybe Alfred Collins comes back. Vernon Broughton's coming back. You've got some guys who will stay here in that interior D-line group. But getting a guy who's got some skins on the wall like Caldwell would have been huge. So that's a bummer. That is a bummer that he might be standing pat down at Houston.
Yeah.
Anybody yet? Like, I guess any D tackles to look at? Like, where? Obviously, wide receivers are a point of emphasis for Texas. You guys have talked about Makuba at safety a lot. Trey Moore at edge. I think you crystal balled him to Texas a couple of days ago, if memory serves. But anybody else? I'll give you the floor, I guess. But any other names or position groups that you think Texas and this staff is really focusing on right now in the portal?
Yeah, I'll hit on Trey Moore real quick. I do have a crystal ball prediction in for Texas, and as things currently stand, I still think that's likely going to be the landing spot. Bobby Burton of On Texas Football, I guess. I'm not sure if he's affiliated with what side anymore. I guess I'll just say of On Texas Football. Reported this morning that Trey Moore, who visited Texas last weekend, is actually going to be visiting Alabama this weekend. It was originally scheduled for Ohio State. Also potentially looking at Ole Miss. I have a fairly decent source for Trey Moore, but he's been on a plane for like the last 4 hours. So I haven't been able to check there. But yeah, so I should have something on Trey Moore later today. I guess whether confirming or maybe my source will say something different.
Yeah.
But yeah, still feel the same way kind of about Texas. He's Smithson Valley kid. Grew up wanting to go to Texas, grew up cheering for Texas. And that's his dream school. But, it's hard whenever Alabama, Ohio State, Ole Miss, are coming with the, we have interest in you. We want you. Woo-to-woo, whatever. Also impressive NIL deals. I did actually ask my source how important he thinks NIL will be. And he was like, it's always going to be important, but his family is doing pretty well. So in the grand scheme of things, I don't think it's really at the front of their mind here. Which, covering Texas, they have the money to compete with literally anyone in America, if not more money than anyone in America. So I'm not really worried there, but, it is part of the story. So, I'll comment on it.
Yeah.
In terms of rest of the portal, I'm not going to lie. The defensive line group, haven't been super impressed with it, but that's kind of just how it works. Like edges and like a good edge or great edges, great tight ends, great interior D linemen. They don't really exist in the portal. Like they're very rare. Trey Moore is one of them, but they're very rare. So
they get paid to stay, don't they?
Yeah. Someone said Smithson Valley's in the state title game this weekend. Yes, they are. I'll actually be seeing them tomorrow night at 7:00. They got a tough game versus Toledo. Someone said, "What is the story behind A&M players saying they were promised NIL, but it was never paid? How can that be accurate?" So I don't really know what the story is right there, but I can tell you what happens in college football recruiting like all the time. Well, not all the time, but it definitely does happen. Part of the NCAA, schools cannot talk NIL with the kid besides being on like a visit or something and saying, "Hey, these are how much this guy makes on a team. This is how much this guy makes. This is how much you can make. These are the different deals they do." That's all legally they can say. Now, keep in mind that never effing happens to where that's the only thing, because you know how it goes down. But basically, it is okay. I don't know. Alabama, right? You're a 5-star wide receiver.
Thank you.
I tell you, we're going to give you, because usually the way the deals are structured is it'll be a number the first year and it goes up. Could be $20K each year, could be $100K each year, could be different. Let's say we're going to give you $400K your first year, is going to go up $50K each year. And that's what we tell you we'll give you on the official visit when you commit. Shake my hand, woo-to-woo, all that. And then you show up to campus. You're all moved in January. And sorry. Hold up.
Oh, you're good. This is a great cliffhanger. You gotta watch season 2, I guess, to get the second half of this story from Jordan right here. I'm amazed that Evan Stewart said A&M didn't pay him. Like maybe that's part of the second half of your story. Maybe he was one of those kids, because I'm sure he was promised a lot in that epic recruiting class that Jimbo and company were able to bring in a couple of years ago. That guy, I can't imagine was willing to go somewhere without a belief that he was going to get at least 6 figures, if not more than that. So, yeah, if he got left at the altar, then there might have been a lot of that going on at Texas A&M, and I don't think A&M's alone too. But like that's promises are made and not kept, and there aren't a lot of rules and regulations with NIL. It's obviously been a very popular talking point with people who cover college sports for the last few years. So you kind of open the door, Jordan, for shit like that to happen.
Yeah, sorry, I'll continue on my point. Hated to leave it on the cliffhanger, but the deal was $400K, and it's going to go up $50K each year after your first year. You show up to campus in January, all moved in. Hey, BK, we actually only have $250K to give you. We're sorry. But you signed your letter of intent and moved into the school already.
Yes,
there's not shit you can do.
God.
So, and they legally cannot sign anything because legally they cannot talk to these guys about a deal, right? And so what was told to me through Jaden and Rashada, that was kind of the biggest example of what's happened so far in that I guess space. Jaden Rashada's deal, this is from well-placed NIL sources and multiple people who have told me the same story, so I know it's true. Jaden Rashada's deal was $6 million for 3 years at Florida. He showed up after signing day, ready to move in. They also told him and his family they put him in a house. Shows up, don't have a house for them, don't have any of the $6 million they told him. They told him they didn't even have $6 million. They really have like 3 something. They get out of their letter of intent, kind of expose Florida for it on the way out. I believe they had they gave the story to someone. I forgot who posted it, but they gave the full story to someone, and then ended up at Arizona State. I don't think Arizona State even has $3 million to operate with off NIL themselves. So I guess he just is more comfortable taking less money than just getting screwed on a deal and still getting more. But
so he didn't get any of that money, did he? Like he left and got zero.
I really don't know how much of it he got, because also I was talking about NIL, I didn't include any of the money that's given to players before they sign or anything like that. So man, like guys will get paid to cancel visits, to go on visits, like the whole 9 yards, man. Anything that the school wants you bad enough, they'll pay kids to do anything, like literally anything. So
what about so man, I'm looking at Horns 24/7 right now, and y'all's composite rankings and y'all's overall rankings. You have Texas as the number 6 class. I think it was 11 yesterday, and obviously you get the Kobe Black commitment, which looks like he's the 4th highest rated player that Texas has in this class right now. Man, we're 6 days away, and obviously you're working nonstop trying to figure out what's going on here. But last year Sark had a top 3 class. This year, I think I heard you with Mike Roach and Jeff a couple of days ago talking about that possibility again. Do you feel like, just recruiting now, obviously away from the portal, you feel like Sark's going to be able to close with a top 3 again, or is 5-6 range kind of feel like where things are going to end up?
Let me look. They're going to finish at least 5. Yeah, they're going to finish at least 5 in the recruit rankings, not the overall. I can't say that right now.
Okay.
We have quotes for one player that is still yet to come off the board and commit to Texas. That's in high school. So I added that player to the class, and it puts him number 5.
Okay. And then that's not a guy who's currently transferred or currently committed to a different school. That's somebody else.
Man, I can't comment on different stuff like that.
Okay.
I can't give you all the detail. That's like yesterday. I was like, yeah, there's a visitor coming in. I can not give y'all any info besides just saying this. I'm sorry, but y'all understand I got to protect my sources.
Hey.
And everyone's like, was he on offense or defense? And everyone just downvoted it. And I was like, thank God. Like, I know. Like, I'm sorry, y'all.
How much did he weigh?
But,
for
how
many
real,
letters were in his last name? Like everyone just nitpicking, trying to play 21 questions to get to it. Oh man,
dude, I've been there in the fans' perspective where it's just like, man, tell me. But like now that I'm been in the writer's perspective the last year or two, like it's not fun having to hold information. Like, trust me, every writer wants to break as much shit as they can. It's not fun at all.
Yeah, no, it's a skill, man. Like I don't want people telling me behind the scenes news like that because I don't trust myself to keep it a secret. And like I just had you guys lay it all out there too, because if you're wrong on something like this, you could be right. Chip will tell you more about this than I can. You can be right 999 times, but if you post something or report something that's wrong on that 1,000th time, it's like people just hold it against you forever. So I'm like, shit, I ain't dealing with any of that right now. I'll just have dumb opinions on the air and be wrong about picking games, but like I don't want to break any news that turns out not to be true. So I got a ton of respect for the way you guys operate.
Yeah, man, there have been some stuff that I've been called out on that I can't defend myself because I'll expose, I guess, kids in the process that I don't know, aren't letting me report certain information at the time. But y'all, the curtain will be pulled back in February with the behind the scenes story where I get to actually give my side of the story for the first time.
There you go.
But usually no one cares 4 months later or whatever,
Yeah. Let me show you this because you mentioned earlier, Jordan, that you hadn't seen the SEC schedule for next year. So I'll share the screen if you want to give some thoughts on what Texas has. This obviously includes the non-conference games too. But if you're listening on the app, Colorado State at home to open up the year, then the big trip to Ann Arbor, week 2. UTSA and ULM. So it's 4 non-conference games, obviously a change from what Texas has been. And I think this is temporary, right? The SEC will eventually go to the 9-game conference schedule. But here you go. Mississippi State at home to open up SEC play. OU and Georgia back-to-back after a bye week. And the last game of the year at Texas A&M. So any initial thoughts on what you're seeing from the first SEC slate for Texas?
Colorado State dub. Michigan.
Yeah.
I'm actually going to the Michigan game.
Let's go.
A close friend I met a few years ago is actually from Belleville, which is right outside of Ann Arbor, and he grew up a huge Michigan fan. So I'm looking forward to that one. And I might try to go as media. I don't know. The thing is, like, it's fun being on the field, taking photos and being in the press box, but it's like, that's work. It's not like you got to work. You can't just hang out up there, obviously. So
dude,
I might just try to experience it as a fan.
Yeah, I can't do the press box, man. Like I don't know with Texas Sports Unfiltered if I had the access that I had working for ESPN or the Horn, but like I would never go sit up there. Like I'd rather pay to go sit in the upper deck just so I can drink and just so I can make noise. Like I am incapable of watching one of my favorite teams play without making noise. It's like a game like that. Yeah, like sitting in the press box, it's cool and it's free. But like, dude, you got to be a part of the big house crowd, and that's your first time there. I'm trying to get there too. That'll be my first time. Like, you gotta see what that thing is like out with the people,
Yeah, no, exactly. So that's 2-0. UTSA.
Who's coaching that Michigan team, by the way? Do we know?
It don't matter. They're losing everything. So
yeah, true.
I do think they're going to end up with a transfer portal quarterback. Not that I have any intel there. I just think that's probably what makes the most sense right now and looking at it from kind of a casual fan perspective.
Yeah.
Just because I don't know shit about Michigan or the ins and out of that program and what positions they want or need. But I do know after J.J. McCarthy, they don't have much left in the cupboard or whatever. Jaden Davis, who's like a borderline 5-star, I believe. He might have been bumped down. He'll be a true freshman, but I know they're trying to get Dante Moore and a few other guys. So it'll be interesting to see who their quarterback is, and that's definitely something to follow as a Texas fan. With the portal open and who they could be getting, because that will directly affect Texas's season next year. So, yeah, ULM, Mississippi State. I really hope I don't get put on some like clip or something.
You will. You will for sure. You know that.
Jeez. Oklahoma, you know how it is. That's one to watch. Georgia's one to watch. Vandy, yeah. I'm actually probably going to go up to Vanderbilt for that. I really like Nashville, so I'll probably try to make a road trip out of it. And I have a buddy who actually has a condo that's like 2 blocks from Broadway, and it's like 1 block from the 24/7 offices, which is right next to Broadway as well in the CMT building.
That's well done, and you'll be of age by then, right? So you'll get the full experience.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah. I'll be of age as of 12 hours and 11 minutes, actually.
No kidding.
But yeah, but Florida,
yeah,
they might not have the same staff by that time next year.
Yeah, I was gonna
Arkansas,
Napier's for sure coming back. But yeah, okay, both of those guys, Napier and Pittman, are like for sure back to start the year, or is there anything that could happen? Like who's the kid? Lagway you are talking about the other day, and you dropped like a maybe. There's something going on with him. He's like Florida's big commit at quarterback. Like, is there a chance anything happens before next season where either Napier at Florida or Pittman at Arkansas is gone?
There's a very real chance Lagway could flip, is what I was told like 20 minutes before I actually got on the show. I'm not going to report on that just because I can't. And also, I really would like to stay out of that with all the other shit going on. But man, if they lose Filsamy and they lose Lagway, that's pretty. You can't fire. I don't think a coach has ever been fired off of losing commits, so I don't think they can really do that. But it's like, god damn, they cannot lose Lagway. Filsamy's important not to lose. I think they're losing him regardless. But man, Lagway, they cannot lose. They cannot lose him. Like if they do, all shit's gonna break loose in Gainesville. Do you expect Murphy to transfer to a school or step down from Texas versus a blue blood? I'm really not sure. I haven't asked. I just hope he picks a place that can prepare him best for the NFL, and that he doesn't just chase a price or anything like that, like a lot of other guys do in the portal. Honestly, shocked Pete and fire Pittman. Very, very true. Very true. And I actually will have some stuff on relating to that in the behind the scenes story in February. The bringing Pittman back is very confusing to me. It's the same way I kind of feel about what Bailey's doing with Aranda, where it's like, if you're not going to fire him this year, you're bringing him back just to fire him next year. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
Wasn't a huge fan of it. At the same time, like they're really like this coaching cycle has been pretty quiet. I feel like, or the coaching carousel for this time of the year has been quieter than it usually is. I feel like it's just because there's not a ton of good candidates that are like obvious shoe-in future head coaches. I feel like there's a lot less than there usually is. I think that might have played a part in it for Pittman coming back. I'm not sure though. My thoughts on Lagway as a player here. So I can tell I've seen a lot of people question why Texas never offered Lagway. So he's always been big bodied, super athletic, super physical quarterback. He's not I wouldn't say he's a dual threat quarterback. He definitely he's like Arch. Arch, I wouldn't classify as a dual threat quarterback, but Arch does have the legs to be very effective in the run game and scramble, move around the pocket. I think it's like Lagway. Not that that's the comp, but the play style is what I'm trying to illustrate. But Lagway, when I saw him his freshman year and he had a bunch of offers in the sophomore year, I'm not going to lie, I was very confused. I saw the physical talent, the arm talent, and I understood why. But watching him in 7-on-7, he literally could not read defenses. Like, I'm serious. He could not. He could not process the defense. at certain times when I was seeing him as a freshman and sophomore in 7-on-7. And I remember being at a tournament his sophomore year, actually, Nick Harris, who now works for the Cowboys. I might actually be trying to grab lunch from him down the street.
There you go. He might be right outside your door right now.
Yeah, I know he is. He's at his office over there. I've been over there, but I didn't even tell him I was coming today.
I appreciate you giving us the Wi-Fi password, by the way. I'm going to take a picture of that, so if I'm ever up at the Star, it's on that screen behind you. Like, thank you for letting me know what it is, so I'm set.
Yeah, no problem. But I remember asking Nick at the time, you know, also the knowledge I have of how the recruiting world works is a lot better than it was back then. So I asked Nick, like, you know, he's a 5-star, he's all these offers. Why hasn't Texas offered him? And he was like, watch him try to read a defense. And like, I really watched for that. And I was like, oh shit, whoa. You know what I mean? And he said the feedback that he got from sources was just that the mental part of the game, they didn't know if he had it. And, you know, Sarkisian runs a pretty complex offense, so he needs to have a pretty effing smart quarterback. And, you know, they didn't feel like he was a guy. Another thing, too, they're originally after Dylan Raiola and what is his name? Julian Sane committed to Alabama. Mm-hmm. They're originally after those two guys for 2024, but they pretty much lost everyone once they got Arch, because no one wanted to come in behind Arch and sit. They knew the situation.
Yeah.
No super high profile 5-star guys. So I think that officially closed the door on Lagway. I do want to say though, I fully believe Lagway is a 5-star prospect right now. He's really turned the corner. He's a lot more accurate. I still think the way I notice his consistency with keeping his arm level. I'd like to see him work on that. Sometimes I do think he maybe tries to force her to do too much, but dude, there are really no knacks on this guy. Like, he's the best 2024 quarterback I've seen in person, I think. Same time, I've not seen Raiola in person. I've not seen Sane in person. But of the guys I have, I think he's easily the best 2024 quarterback. But he's elite speed, elite size. I mean, he's built like a shit brick house. You need like 3 guys to bring him down at the high school level. Like, DeSoto literally couldn't tackle him unless they had 4 people. He can throw off any platform. This year he's made like 20 throws where he jumps up and nukes it, and he can throw the ball like 70 yards. Like, he is basically I can already tell whenever it comes time for him to get drafted, everyone is going to say, especially if he ends up sticking with Florida, that he's Anthony Richardson. He's not Anthony Richardson. He's much more accurate. He's not as athletic as Anthony Richardson. He's a similar big physical quarterback, but he's 6'2", not 6'5". And he's much more accurate and consistent and doesn't deal with the same problems as Richardson does. But I wanted to show some love to DJ. I don't want anyone to think that I'm saying he can't read a defense at all. And it never was like that he couldn't. It's just he was struggling to.
Yeah.
When he was younger, but I mean, a lot of quarterbacks do, you know.
Are you?
Someone's.
What do you got? I was going to ask, are you allowed to divulge? You said there's a chance Lagway flips. Is there a certain school that's being linked to him, or is it just he just wants to get away from the sinking ship that is Florida football right now?
Yeah. So A&M, I think is the most likely one. That's the only one I've heard. I did ask my source, like, hey, I saw it because it all got brought up. And I was like, hey, I saw A&M did an in-home with Lagway. You know, what's going on there? He's like, how do you find out about that? It's like, I saw it on Twitter. And he was like, that was not supposed to get out.
Yep.
Yeah, they were trying to keep it quiet. And someone reported it. Things like that always end up getting out at the end of the day. So whoever reported it, I'm sure, was just like, I want the credit. That was not supposed to get out. I saw him post a graphic yesterday about Florida that he's like 1 week away from signing. So I really don't know how locked in he is on his end, but the person I'm talking to says A&M is very much a threat. If he goes to A&M, that is a big deal for Texas. Wigman only has 1 year left. I think he needs to play the full season to be drafted where he wants to be drafted. But if A&M gets Lagway, that's a pretty big game changer. Like Lagway is a quarterback who will play in the NFL one day.
Wow.
It's a game changer. So
I'm trying to.
That's definitely something to watch potentially.
Yeah. I mean, what do you think A&M does at QB? Like, I'm looking at all these Vegas odds for transfer portal kids. I don't know how often you check this stuff out. You've got better sources than Vegas does on this, so you probably don't need to. But like every top big name quarterback that's in the portal is like linked to A&M in Vegas, where they've got like top 3 to 5 odds for everybody. I mean, McCord for DJU, obviously for Riley Leonard because of the Elko connection. Like, do you think they run it back with Wegman, or could you see them being a player for one of those like plug and play starters from the portal?
I know they were tampering with Cam Ward during the season, and whenever he wasn't officially in the portal, they tried talking to him. He didn't really give him the time of the day because he just didn't care for A&M. That's what I was told.
Okay.
I was kind of confused by that just because, like, I really don't think Wigman is the problem. And, bringing in a guy like Cam Ward who has 1 year, that would, like, I don't think Wigman or anyone who's in Wigman's shoes would play that situation. And I think anyone with the right mind would leave. But I don't know. I haven't paid attention to who they're after besides, Ward. I just know that isn't happening. At least as of right now. But yeah, and Riley Leonard did commit to Notre Dame as well.
That's official. Okay.
Yeah. That was like the worst kept secret. Another thing too, I just think it's kind of bad business to maybe put in crystal balls right after guys enter. Because it's like, hey, we're just accusing the school of tampering.
Just
like everyone knows what's going on, but I always like to be safe, man. Because the last thing I ever want is to be involved in the NCAA violation, or not involved, but questioned about or whatever. So
we don't want.
I'd like to go on the record as saying, "Fuck the NCAA, investigate me, please, you cocksuckers." Guys,
you don't have as much to lose as Jordan does.
I know, but still.
Oh, man.
There is a player, he's not at the University of Texas, but he's at a school that's in the state of Texas who's getting investigated by the NCAA right now for his recruitment. I am not going to blow the whistle on it, but the NCAA, I think, could be starting to crack down on some guys sometime soon. Again, this player is not at Texas. I want to make that very clear.
Yeah,
wow.
Good luck with that, NCAA. You continue to misstep your way to where you're not going to have any role in the sport of college football, which will be better for everybody.
Man. All right, Jordan, we know you got a ton of work to do today, brother. Great show. Always enjoy chopping it up with you. Happy early birthday. Don't celebrate too much tonight, man, and we'll see you tomorrow. Are you on tomorrow?
Yeah, I am. I'm going to try to find somewhere in the press box at AT&T.
Very good.
If not, I'll do it in my car at the hotel or something. I'll figure it out.
All right, brother. You're the man. See you tomorrow.
Yes, sir. See you.
Great show. There he goes, Jordan Scruggs. It's
that
only
dude
an hour.
Is so freaking talented. I worry that he doesn't like me, but a lot of people don't like me, so I can't lose too much sleep over it.
Yeah. You shouldn't be worried about whether or not people like you because nobody does. So I'm here to stop your worry right now.
It's what my wife and kids tell me every day.
Well, you're breaking their fingers, so I see why they don't like you right now.
Hey, his finger's already feeling better, by the way. We're back to running routes and playing catch with the softer ball. He's only keeping the splint on at this point for effect because there's still a few kids in his grade who haven't asked him about it yet.
He wants everyone to know. Battle wounds, battle scars.
Exactly. Chicks love scars, right?
They do. Yeah, I wish it was a full cast, though. Once again, the signing of the cast bid is legendary at that age. So the splint, you don't get that, but probably better that his injury is minor enough to not require a full arm cast or wrist cast.
I'll take that trade-off. Did you ever break a bone as a kid?
Never did. Still haven't to this day.
Me too.
Is it knocking on wood, or are you trying to break your head right now?
Knocking on wood.
Yeah. Been fortunate, man. No stitches either. Did you ever get stitches?
I've definitely dealt with the stitch thing. That is very good fortune by you. Boy, how much of a bubble were you living in as a kid?
Not really much of one. I don't know. I just drank a lot of milk, so my bones were strong.
There it is.
I think that checks out. That's what the commercial said, right?
Drink milk, kids. All right. I figured we would do this on the air. I didn't want to spoil this for you. I know we've been texting back and forth this morning, but do you want to do an audio stream switchover right now live on the air?
Yeah, super exciting behind the scenes stuff. You'll get to see exactly how Texas Sports Unfiltered operates. I almost want to share the screen so everyone, let's see.
Ooh, yeah, I guess I can't share my screen too.
Can I share the let's see, does this work?
Full screen share.
There it is.
Bang.
So this is the name of the app. It's called Butt. Literally, B-U-T-T. This is what powers the free Texas Sports Unfiltered app available in the App Store and Google Play. And basically, the backbone of the business is Butt. So I'm relying on ass to operate Texas Sports Unfiltered as we know it. So I've always been a Butt guy, but this furthers it. So
I love how the IT nerds, who I say that lovingly, by the way, how they give the acronym for the Butt app and they try and explain it in really proper terms, but also can't help themselves but to say, yeah, it's the Butt app. It's pretty cool. Like, good job, guys.
And I think, I got to adjust the settings because I had them set up for the Sue Patrick live broadcast that we had this morning. So I'll do that real quick and then I'll reshare the screen. But yeah, I think BUTT stands for broadcast using this tool, B-U-T-T.
Is that what it is?
It is an actual acronym for something. It's not just, ass. There you go. Now we're seeing the levels pop up, which means it's working. So,
okay.
Yeah, you let me know. Let me type our names in. You guys won't see that. Yes,
I'm going to stop it on the count of 3. So 1, 2, 3. And I'm going to stop it when I count it up like that. Oh, did you hit play already?
No.
Okay. Here we go. 1, 2, 3. That's going to be the count. God, you won't hit play so we can have the dual streams going.
I'm worried that
it scuffed me out. All right, I stopped it.
All right, I'm worried it's going to mess it up. I don't know how it works.
It did. A little experimentation happened today where I had to hit play and leave, but it didn't echo. I was listening to it to the drive to my Texas ortho doctor's appointment today, and it sounded great the entire time. I just assumed that you had stopped it on your end.
Oh, no. I didn't see your text in time, but that is weird that it worked today because we've tried that in the past and it hasn't worked. No, I didn't. Hopefully I didn't screen share that tab. I did show the right butt, right? I didn't screen share what I was watching before this.
Big butt guy with the porn that you watch.
Hey, man, I really don't discriminate, but yeah, I would say so. And you still don't watch it, do you?
No.
Magazine guy, classifieds guy, Sears catalog.
I take it super analog, dude. Imagination guy.
Oh, you got a clock involved?
Clock?
Analog?
Oh, jeez. You and your fucking Mark Normand puns. Have you gotten into him yet, by the way?
Huge fan, dude. Okay. I think I've only watched one of his actual specials, but I've got a Texas Sports Unfiltered TikTok. Follow that, I guess. But I'll scroll through TikTok just to try to learn how it works. And I usually end up just watching a bunch of, this could get me in trouble. But Mark Normand has somehow found his way into my algorithm to where I just get 1 minute snippets of some of the stand-ups that he does. And he posts them himself. He's just trying to grow his brand and his name.
Yeah.
But I just every time I see one of his, I stop and watch the whole thing. It's such a dry sense of humor, but it's so perfectly done. And he's got great puns and quick wit. And he's really good. Highly recommend. And I feel like he's already kind of big, but he's going to blow up, I think, at some point soon.
Yeah, I think that process has started, and his stand-up is really good. He's got a new Netflix special out. His crowd work, though, is unparalleled, and that's where he gets really quick with the puns in ways. It reminds me a lot of you because you've always been super on top of that. Anytime you say the word you and kind of pause and you go, you Darvish, like something along those lines. You've got so many of those, and he does that really well too. And so I'm glad you've gotten a good taste of that. He's actually a New Orleans guy, even though he's based out of New York City now.
Wow.
He's from New Orleans originally. It's interesting though, because the crowd work stuff that he does has really helped him gain in popularity. And that's the case for a lot of comics who are looking to grow in popularity by posting social media clips. But there's a bit of a quandary there because you don't want to burn the material that you're planning on putting on that next special, right? So a lot will go with the crowd work clips, but that has enabled a newer crowd of people who are going to comedy shows for the first time with trying to be a part of the show.
Yeah.
Versus sitting there and shutting the fuck up during the main act and waiting for the comic to address the crowd at the end of things. Like I went and saw Sam Morril. It was earlier this year or late last year at the Paramount. And those guys actually do a really funny podcast together called We Might Be Drunk, where they typically have other comedians on. But he does really good crowd work too. And he did it at the very end. He's like, all right, that's the end of my set. Thank you guys so much for not screaming a bunch of bullshit out. Now I want you to scream ideas out to me and we'll see if we can have some fun with it.
Yeah, I like that.
So if you are planning on going to Cap City or Comedy Mothership or Creek in the Cave or Vulcan, I mean, there's so many comedy clubs now. It's crazy. Sunset Strip, Black Rabbit. I mean, it is off the charts. Like, just know the show is not about you. This is not Mystery Science Theater 3000. Laugh when you should laugh. Clap occasionally when everybody else is starting to clap. Otherwise, shut the fuck up until you're called upon.
Yeah, they need the golf signs. Just say quiet. Someone's got to be holding those up, I feel like, for a lot of the crowds that you get at stand-up sets nowadays. And then when the light comes on, you laugh. The old laugh track bit.
Oh, yeah, like the old sitcom thing. Yeah, that's an interesting idea. I know comedy clubs, like this is a warning too, because comedy clubs have very short fuses with that nowadays. They're not going to let somebody just completely interrupt the show for the comic, but also everybody who paid good money to come watch that person perform, because that's what it is. Even though it's, maybe the Joker in the King's Court, it is still performance art.
Yeah.
So if you're disruptive like that, I'm sorry, you don't get to operate at the big kids table anymore.
Agreed, 100%. I don't know how we got there, but stand-up comedy, we're off the rails already. It's Thursday. Plenty of Texas football to get into, and we'll have where we at in society at the end of the hour, of course. But Trey, I'm going to share the screen. No more ass this time around. This is the 2024 schedule for Texas Longhorn football. Came out last night. We've already known some of these dates. We already knew all of the opponents and where the games were going to be played. But last night, the SEC unveiled its conference schedule for next season. And here it is. And you got some super intriguing matchups. And even though we've known, once again, who the opponents are and where the games are going to be played, to have it laid out like this is pretty damn cool. It feels realer than ever that Texas is headed to the SEC. And well, you've got some fun matchups and obviously some interesting segments in this 2024 schedule for you too.
As far as the conference games go, we already knew about Georgia, Florida, and A&M. Is that right?
I think it was Georgia, Arkansas, and A&M.
Okay.
I think those are the three dates in conference play that we already had, and I think we kind of assumed when Oklahoma was going to be.
Yeah.
But yeah, so I guess 4 to 5 new dates is what we got yesterday.
How about having to play in Fayetteville and in College Station every other year, assuming that those two teams remain a part of the pod or however the SEC redoes things here in a couple of years? That's pretty brutal on the one hand. On the other hand, you get both those teams at home every other year too. But I remember seeing that Georgia date for the first time, it's like, oh gosh, this is going to be, unless it's one of those rare years where it ends up that first Saturday in October, and that we're going to get OU and Georgia back to back. And that could be less bad depending on what happens with Oklahoma's roster next year. But even still, that's a rivalry game. Texas was the way better team this year. They obviously lost that one because Oklahoma played an A+ game and Texas played a C+ game, and you got to have a short memory there because Georgia comes to town right after that.
Yeah, the good news is you get an open week before that ridiculously hard 2-game stretch. But Yeah, I think I'd prefer the open week to be maybe in between those two games versus right before. Oklahoma, for those curious, also has a bye before they play Texas. So no rest advantage for the Longhorns in the Red River Shootout, which is fine. Like there shouldn't be. Those two teams should either be playing the week before or they should not be playing the week before. It shouldn't be one team is doing one thing and the other team is doing the other. But yeah, I mean, how about that? What a 2-game stretch that is. I mean, Oklahoma, we'll see what they do. We'll see what they look like. Obviously, they'll be breaking in a new starter at quarterback with Jackson Arnold. Of course, Dylan Gabriel was portaled over to Oregon. But that game, I mean, we talk about it all the time. It doesn't matter. Even if Texas has more talent on paper, even if Texas has a better record and a better ranking, hell, even if Texas wins the national championship here in a couple of weeks, you never know what can happen at the Cotton Bowl. And obviously, Georgia, 2-time defending champs. They won't be the defending champs when this game happens, but holy shit, man. I mean, that is sexy from a TV standpoint, but that is also scary as hell from that could be a little losing streak if you don't have your puppies in order at that point in the season.
No doubt about that. Now, have you looked to see who Georgia's October 12th opponent is?
No, but I can pull that up real quick.
I'm looking. You don't need to.
Thank you.
Mississippi State in Athens. So not nearly as difficult as the Red River Shootout.
Yeah, but their fans are still mad. They think Texas rigged the schedule and paid off the SEC for that game to happen. You heard about this, right?
No. Are you serious?
Yeah. I mean, it was just some crazy fan on a message board. But if there's one, that means there's a few who feel this way. October 19th, that weekend when Georgia comes to town, is the same weekend F1 is here in Austin at Coda.
Oh.
Shout out Coda text line 512-222-9328, one of our great sponsors here at TSU. But they're just like, they just don't want Georgia fans there. We travel so well. They're scared that we're going to take over their stadium. So they're going to really put F1 the same weekend we're here so we can't get hotels and we get priced out. Like that's literally some jabroni on Georgia fan message board was like spewing that as a real statement.
That doesn't surprise me. And look, crazy Georgia Bulldogs conspiracy theorist, I wish we didn't schedule Coda the same weekend as a home game. It creates an absolute clusterfuck. But this city just loves to do that all year long. And you get to a point in the fall where it's almost impossible to avoid because it's like ACL Fest is the first 2 weekends in October. And then you get Coda and the Texas Book Festival and the Austin Film Festival. It's just one thing after another. So it is a bit of a pick your poison. Now, I do wish that we could flip Vanderbilt and Georgia for a couple of reasons, including not having the Coda chaos to deal with during a home game. But that's just the nature of the beast. Get used to it coming to Austin. Football is not the only game in town. There's a lot of other shit that has people in the city for one reason or another.
Yeah, a little more going on in Austin than there is in Athens, Georgia right now. Now, Athens, Greece, that's where Athens is?
Yes.
They might have some things cooking over there, but I'm not sure. A
lot of people love to say that Athens is like a little version of Austin. I'm sure it is, but whereas you have way too many REM cover bands, we have actual shit going on, guys.
Talking about Athens, Georgia or Athens, Greece? You lost me there.
Greece. I meant Athens, Georgia. Georgia is like a little Austin, but it's like a little Austin. It's like saying Denton's like a little, okay, cute. You can have that if you want it, but you're still not Austin.
Right. Yeah, it's like Kyler Murray, Austin, that size. That size.
Well said.
Dying over here today. Hold on.
Is that a sneeze?
No, cough.
Oh, you've got the cough that's going around right now.
Is that happening right now?
Yeah.
I mean, it's my I haven't been sick in 2 weeks, so I've got to come down with something. Those are the rules for me.
Plus, you started working out too, so your immune system is just completely shot. It's like your body is trying to give up on you right now because it's like, what are you doing to me here?
Dude, my body wishes I died a long time ago. Like it's getting screwed. I did lift yesterday, got another workout in, which I want to go today, but I don't know if that's going to happen.
It just depends on how you feel overall because that can be counterproductive if you're sick. And
I got some creatine and I got some protein powder.
Okay, we need to talk about these things before you just start jumping into dumping powders into water, whatever it is that you're going to be consuming it in.
I know. I did take a video of the gym, and I'm going to send it to you after the show so you can help me come up with stuff to do.
Excellent.
Yeah. So I've got that in the hopper for you, but we'll see. All right. The last 5 games, dude, there are some losable games there.
Yeah.
At Arkansas, last time Texas played there, that game was losable. At A&M, I don't know. Texas didn't lose that much at A&M, but still, rivalry game. A&M's going to be juiced up, whatever, a lot on the line. But when you think about the SEC, Trey, you couldn't ask for a better 5-game slate to end the year, right? Like Vanderbilt, you wish you could play Vandy every year. That's not going to be the case. Vanderbilt's the worst team in the conference. Florida right now is as down as maybe it's ever been. Jordan and I were talking about it last hour. Like Billy Napier might be fired by the time that game rolls around.
Yeah.
Arkansas has a coach that might also be fired by the time November 16th rolls around. Kentucky, they've been solid. But you get that game in Austin, and they're still they're not Bama, LSU, Tennessee, Mizzou, Georgia, whatever. You go down the list of all the great SEC teams, they're not there. And then A&M, it's one of those things where, I don't know, man, like Texas, if Texas has one loss after October 19th, then they're in a great spot to play for an SEC championship in year one. If they have 2 losses after October 19th, because we've got a 12-team playoff starting next year, they're still in a great spot to make the playoff. Now, if they, one loss is to Michigan and 1 loss is to Georgia, then they could still make it to the conference championship if they run the table down the stretch. So, point is, it's not going to be easy, but that's as good of a final stretch of an SEC schedule as you could ask for, isn't it?
Boy, I go both ways on that because the A&M game being in College Station, that is going to be a rabid crowd, and it could be one of those things where Mike Elko has really instilled things, and they are clicking at that point in the year. I still think Sam Pittman is a better coach than what we saw to Arkansas this season. He just made a bad OC hire, but that is a team that through his first couple years in Fayetteville, they fought hard, and they were really bad that first year, but they were bad by a lot less than people thought they would be. So I'll be keeping an eye on that too. I mean, it has the potential to be a whole lot easier than having, let's say, Alabama and LSU on the schedule in the second half. I'm with you. I think that Florida is a bit of a lost cause at this point. I mean, they have recruits jumping like rats from a ship now. So that was one of the saving graces for Billy Napier up to this point. And color me a little bit surprised that things aren't working out better for him in Gainesville. I thought that would be a better fit than it has been so far. And Kentucky, who I'll be honest, I don't know with Kentucky. I have no idea what they're returning. They could be good next year. They're that ankle biting team in the SEC, BK, that I don't know what the comparison is to the Big 12, but it's like you better be careful because Mark Stoops has a better disciplined team that tends to have some really exciting pieces on offense at times. It really helps them stay in, if not pull up games where they have no business being in. Theoretically.
Yeah, they're not the pushover that they have been for the majority of their existence as a football program. But yeah, look, I don't know. It looks good. It looks good to me. There's some marquee matchups. The fact that you've got Georgia, Oklahoma, and Michigan in the same year, like you're talking about 3 super historic blue blood caliber programs, like that's so much fun. Getting the rivalry games against A&M and Arkansas back, that's also incredible. Like this, man, I was talking about this with Bucky this morning. And what was the biggest home game Texas had this year? K-State?
Yeah.
Like, that's just the Big 12 had fallen off so hard. And it's just like you didn't have intriguing conference games really outside of Oklahoma. And now it's like, you've got Georgia and Florida coming to town, even though Florida's down bad right now. Like, it's still Florida. And obviously you got A&M and Arkansas back on the schedule. It looks better, and it's way more intriguing. Obviously, it's a step up in competition in class, so Texas has to be ready. But Trey, what Texas fan isn't confident right now? Like I think there was some confidence going into this season, but then Texas did what it did. They went on the road and beat Bama by 10. They won the Big 12 relatively easily in the conference title game, and they're playing in the college football playoff this year. Like I think all of us feel like, okay, yeah, we know the SEC is a lot better than the Big 12. No one in their right mind would deny that. This program feels like it's ready to take that leap, though.
It does. There are certain positions that have me concerned right now that they need to do a good job of addressing through development of guys currently on the roster, but probably hitting the transfer portal in all the right ways and maybe getting lucky with the true freshmen coming in and providing some valuable time too. But the opportunity is there for them for sure. They're still going to be really good in the trenches theoretically, even though they lose Christian Jones off that offensive line. And if you're good in the trenches, it gives you a chance in any football game. But that's especially needs to be the case for you to compete in the SEC. So that and a few returning players. If Quinn Ewers comes back, that's obviously going to be a huge deal next season. And we'll see. But we do still have, hopefully, a couple of games to play before we get to that point on the football field.
Well, one guy who will not be a part of those couple of games is Malik Murphy. And we'll talk about that in a second. But before that, a quick shout out to our friends at Covert BK. If you're looking for a newer pre-owned car, truck, or SUV, then you got to look to Covert BK. Simple as that. They've got 7 different brands, 3 different state-of-the-art dealerships on 42 acres of beautiful Central Texas hill country. They've got an unparalleled selection. The service is phenomenal. They're going to treat you like family every time you walk in there. I'm rocking a Covert hat right now. Love this new Covert lid. Shout out to them for hooking me up with this. Trey, I've got one of these for you too if you want it. Love our friends at Covert BK. The prices too cannot be beat. They've got specials going on all year round. You don't have to wait for Christmas for a couple of weeks or wait for New Year's. You can go online to Covert BK and see the weekly specials that they have on site right now. Of course, they've got Covert BK, but they've got tons of different Covert dealerships across the Austin area. The Covert Auto Group has been around since 1909, and nobody does it better than our friends at the Coverts. Nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, not ever. Shout out to them, and a shout out to our man, Tom McKay. We'll let you hear from Tom and AV Consultations.
Hi, this is Tom McKay, owner of Audiovisual Consultations, and all of us at Audiovisual would like to wish you and your family a happy holiday season. This time of year can get a little hectic, so we want to remind you to relax, enjoy the season with your family and friends, and give us a call for all your home entertainment needs. If you save the time you spend in traffic and big store crowds, you'd have more time with the people you actually enjoy. So smile, hug your kids, make love to your wife, and cheer the game with your friends. Call us at 255-8678. That's 512-255-8678 or online at avconsultations.com.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Shout out to Tom. Shout out to AV Consultations. And yep, Trey, Malik Murphy. We found out last night that he is entering the portal. Right after that news dropped, there were some reports that said Malik was going to stick around for the playoff and then leave after Texas's season came to an end. But those reports were quickly debunked. And now it seems official that Malik Murphy is in the portal and he is leaving right now. So he will not be a part of the Sugar Bowl on January 1st. And if Texas wins that, the national championship on January 8th. So maybe before we get into what that means for current Texas, your thoughts on the news that Malik Murphy is hitting the transfer portal.
Not surprising. I'd heard a couple of weeks ago that the Texas coaches were actually trying to help him out because he had expressed a desire to leave, and they want to make sure that he ends up in a great spot. And so hopefully he does. There shouldn't be any animosity from Longhorn fans, and I haven't really seen any either. And hoping that he does his best at that next possible stop, unless that stops, I don't know, like A&M or something, then I hope that he's not very good. Or another SEC team, perhaps, at least for the Texas game. If Texas plays whoever Malik Murphy's new team is, well, I hope Malik isn't very good in that game. I am a little bit surprised that he's not continuing with this team through the college football playoff because he is the backup quarterback right now, correct?
He is.
And we've heard for a long time now that he's beloved in the locker room, and Malik loved being as a part of this team as well. Is that, am I misremembering that?
No, all true.
Huh. Well, I'm sure we can try and explain it away by saying we need to get into that next program, and get ready for the next semester. That's kind of bullshit. The fact that he's not sticking with this team through the college football playoff, if he really did care that much, he has been instrumental in helping the team get to this point, and he does potentially still have a role. Like, it feels like a strangely sour grape situation right now. I don't want to hear that you need to get to that next program ASAP. If that's delayed by just a couple of weeks, then that's not the end of the world. Like, we've seen examples these last couple of years where guys have transferred at the semester as late as like end of January. So even if you missed like the first week of classes at that next place, which most schools are starting mid-January at this point, I don't think it's the end of the world necessarily. It's a bit of a head scratcher for me. I'm not going to lie. I mean, I wish Malik nothing but the best, but it's disappointing to see that he is choosing not to be a part of this team the rest of the way.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised by that. The transfer portal closes January 2nd, so that would have been the last day that Malik could have entered his name in the portal. But obviously there are guys who have made their intentions to enter into the portal, but they're deciding to stay here at Texas until at least that Sugar Bowl game happens. So there's a way Malik Murphy could have played and then entered the portal right after that.
Oh, is that right? So there's a secondary portal that opens up for teams that are still active. Is that what you said?
No, the transfer portal closes. Like, you can't put your name into the portal past January 2nd. There's a window where it's open, and it reopens again in the summer, but you can only enter the portal from now until January 2nd. Like, it opened on Monday, and then it's open through Jan 2.
But if your name is in by Jan 2, you can still transfer after that?
Yes.
Okay.
You don't have to make your decision by Jan 2. You just have to have your name into the portal by Jan 2.
Yeah, so if he had to move to that new school by January 2nd, that would be legitimate reasoning, right? But now it's just, I don't know. There were some questions about whether there were some hurt feelings the first game that Arch Manning got into. And yes, he did get run into on the sideline. Yes, there was a tiny injury, but he was also apparently like, there was like a yelling match happening. I don't know if it was with Sark or one of his other coaches on the sideline after that. Yeah. And I never really found out what the specifics were with that, other than wondering if he wasn't pissed off that he wasn't going to get to be the next quarterback to go in there.
Yeah, I think MFAM brings up the right point for why Malik Murphy is entering right now. Like, he wants to make sure he's got a place to go, and these other schools aren't going to be super patient, right? Like, they're trying to figure out what their rosters are going to look like next year. They want to make sure that they have their quarterback figured out as soon as possible. So, they don't miss out on somebody else waiting for somebody else to make a decision that he doesn't ultimately make. So I think this is more of just Malik Murphy wanting to have as many options as possible, wanting to see what other dominoes fall in the QB transfer market, and just having his kind of pick of the litter of as many schools as he wants.
Totally understandable, but you can still commit your services to that next school and finish things off here in Austin. I don't know. Maybe that next school says that's not okay.
Right. Illegally. Like, you can tamper, and we know tampering happens. So, like, Malik Murphy could absolutely have conversations without even putting his name in the portal right now. And I'm sure he has had those conversations for the last few months, but you put your name in the portal, and I guess you get everybody reaching out to you, even the schools that are keeping things kosher, which I don't know how many are right now.
Do guys get like a certain number of official visits that the other school pays for when they enter the transfer portal? I feel like I heard about this a couple years ago, but I'm not recalling what the specifics are.
Yeah, that I don't know. I don't know what the number of visits you get. Obviously, high school recruits have X number of official visits they can take, and then they can take like 1 million unofficial visits. But I don't know how it works with probably a similar system in place for portal guys, but not entirely sure. Yeah. So I don't know. Look, Malik Murphy, we wish him the best, like you said. And he was big for Texas this year when Quinn Ewers got hurt. They needed Malik Murphy to step up, and he did that. Started 2 games. Texas won both of those games. If they didn't, then they wouldn't have played for a Big 12 championship, and they wouldn't have made the college football playoff. So was Malik Murphy amazing in those 2 games? No. But did he do enough to go 2-0 and keep Texas in the thick of things in 2023? Yes, absolutely. You can't tell the story of Texas football this year without talking about Malik Murphy. So we are grateful for that. But yeah, the writing's been on the wall. Like, I think we've all known that this was going to happen for a while now. My hope, as was yours, as was I think every other Longhorns fans, was that, yeah, this was going to happen after the season. Like, not regular season and conference championship, like after all of the games had been played. And yeah, it sucks. And now look, Texas is in a spot where they are 1 hit away from needing to rely on a true freshman quarterback in the college football playoff. And Trey, it's been something Texas fans have talked about since the CFP was announced a couple Sundays ago. Like, the thought of a Texas-Bama rematch and how fitting that would be, considering the last time they played in the Natty, that was the start of this tailspin and the downslide that Texas has been in since 09, early 010. And okay, yeah, you get Bama, it'd be fitting to get to play them, and you beat them for the national title. And there you go. You turn around and you reestablish yourself as a dominant program in college football. That's great. Well, now you've got the second parallel that you have to worry about, like, well, what happened the last time you played Bama in the championship game? You had a really good, experienced starting quarterback. I'm not saying yours is as good as Colt, but you've got that this year. The backup was a true freshman. And that's what you've got now this year with Arch Manning. And I don't know. Like, I love Arch. I think the sky's the limit for him. Super excited about what he's going to be as a Texas quarterback. But holy shit, it is terrifying to think that you are one hit away. I'll knock on wood, so don't blame me for this. But you're one hit away for a guy who's been decently injury prone in his college career from literally turning to a true frosh at the most important position in the most important games of the season.
That is wild to think about.
Yeah.
But that same thing could play out again. And it is still far-fetched right now. No indications that Quinn Ewers isn't good to go. And I imagine that if he plays Bama again, we're going to see the best version of that guy. But food for thought for sure.
Yeah. So there's the other piece of big news. Hell, there were 3 pieces of big Texas football news, right? Obviously, the schedule release, that was scheduled, no pun intended. Kobe Black, we haven't talked about him, but official commit yesterday, Trey. High Foy. What is Foy? Is that a number? John Voight. High 4-star, top 50 player in the country.
Voight used to own my car.
You've told me this story before.
No, I'm sorry. Boy, you and I are not on the same page with our Seinfeld references right now. George Costanza used to own John Voight's car, but it was John Voight spelled John.
Oh, yeah. That's where you've told me this story, and you probably explained it the same fucking way last time as you did right there. And there's not a lot up here, man. There's not a lot going on up here these days, and it's getting worse by the day, I think. But Kobe Black commits. I'm not sure if he's a corner or a safety. I think most people that you talk to will say he's a safety, but you look at like On 3, they'll have him as a corner. 24/7 has him as a safety. We'll just call him a DB, I guess. But I don't know what to expect. It sounds like he's really good. 6 foot, 190. Played some offense this year. 11 touchdowns at Waco Connolly. He's not going to play offense, I can guarantee you that. But very good athlete and a guy who hopefully down the road will make a pretty big impact for this Texas secondary.
I mean, look, he's considered one of the top cornerbacks in the country, even if he projects as a safety in the future because of his body type. You let him try cornerback first. Like, you want to make sure that you're exhausting that before spinning him back to safety because, well, I guess it's easy for me to say, or it shouldn't be so easy for me to say, considering what this Texas football team has looked like this year. It feels easier to find good safeties than it does good cornerbacks that you can put out on an island, like what Pete Kwiatkowski asks his cornerbacks to do.
Yeah, I will say this. Ignoring Kobe Black, Texas has 3 other cornerback commits in this recruiting class of 2024. They have no safety commits right now. Now, there's the 5-star Florida commit, Xavier Filsaime, who I think a lot of people expect to flip his commitment between now and next Wednesday on signing day. So that could be one. But as of now, yeah, I don't think Texas, I'm looking at the recruit list or the commit list right now from our friends at 24/7, and I don't see any S there. Wardell Mack is considered an athlete, but I think he's more of a corner too than a safety. So I don't know. I don't know if there's anything to read into that Texas already has a number of other cornerback commits, and maybe they view Kobe Black as more of a safety. I don't know. Maybe I'm just overthinking this a little bit. Not sure.
Well, you think about the couple of guys who just transferred from Texas who are in the transfer portal right now who were safeties. Isn't Xavion Alford and BJ Allen, weren't they both safety prospects?
Yeah, and obviously Catalan gone too.
Yep.
So, yeah, they need help at safety. They need help everywhere. Love Michael Taff. Yeah. Derek Williams looked really good this year as a true freshman. Feel like he's going to get better, which excited about his future too.
Mm-hmm.
Keaton Crawford, Love Keaton Crawford.
Great special teams guy. That Keaton Crawford.
Yes. Mama said, if you don't have anything nice to say, don't say anything at all. Who am I missing? Jaron Thompson. Jaron Thompson can come back next year, right? I think he's listed as a junior.
Yes, he can.
Okay. So they've got some guys coming back, but look, this is the 85th ranked pass defense in college football this year. So they need some help back there. Sark realized that. This coaching staff realized that. They've got a bunch of recruits coming in. I assume they'll try to hit the portal too for some quicker fixes because you never want to have to rely too much on true freshmen. Even though, hey, the two true freshmen who have played in the secondary with Derek Williams and Manny Muhammad have been great.
That's true.
Manny Muhammad, maybe the most consistent corner on Texas this year, only because Watts has been hurt and been in and out of the lineup. And then Derek Williams, maybe the most consistent safety for the Horns this year. So, yeah, look, if you can evaluate talent, you can find guys who are good enough to play right away, then more power to you. But you obviously would like to have a little bit more experience in the defensive backfield everywhere, but especially in the defensive backfield when you make the leap to the Southeastern Conference. Okay. Sponsors. Altstad beer. The best beer that you can find all throughout the great state of Texas. Maybe I need some Altstat. Maybe that'll make me feel better. Love me some Altstat. I was at Lala's last night, Trey. You a fan of that spot?
Where it's Christmas year-round?
Where it's Christmas year-round.
It's a great spot.
Great spot. And holy crap, it is packed this time of the year.
Oh, is it a big tourist trap this time of year? People visiting or just locals going there?
I think it's locals. Like it's a Wednesday. I'm sure on weekends it gets relatively touristy, but everyone else had the same idea that I had, I guess. Like, Christmas bar, December. Let's do this. And yeah, it was packed. But they had Altstat there. Had a couple of Altstats out there. They've got Altstats at a bunch of your favorite spots all throughout the great state of Texas, whether you're in Austin or Dallas or Houston or San Antonio, it doesn't matter. Make sure you ask your bartenders, waitresses, waiters, servers, whoever for Altstat beer, and you can pick up 6-packs at HEB, Specs, Twin Liquors, Total Wine, wherever you go. They've got Altstat beer, no impurities, no regrets.
Now, did you lure any young ladies under your mistletoe last night, BK?
Under my mistletoe?
Yeah.
Is that an innuendo? Or
Yes.
are you asking if I walked around with one of those little guys?
You sometimes have proven to be a props guy with your game, and I admire it. Specifically, the yellow card bit from back in the day.
Oh yeah,
They called you. They called you the carrot top of single guys in your college days, didn't they?
No, but I'm gonna run with that. Thank you.
But yeah, no, we're talking innuendo here. But if you didn't, then good for them. They haven't fallen victim like so many others have.
Yeah, victims. They're not victims. I hate that you use that word. All right. It's going to get me in trouble.
Speech, okay. It's a figure of speech. Just be okay with it.
Yeah. Okay. Just like Nicole Brown Simpson, victim, figure of speech. Not actual
exactly.
victim.
UT parking brings up an interesting point here. I think we'll see Jelani McDonald and Austin Jordan move to safety this spring. I hadn't heard about that about Jordan. I have heard about that about Jelani McDonald. Always hate to hear the Sean Taylor comparison, but he gives people Sean Taylor vibes, BK. And if you can come anywhere close to that and closer to that than the BJ Foster, the next Sean Taylor vibes, then yeah, sign me up. So maybe that's part of the reason why we aren't seeing these coaches push harder for safeties on the high school recruiting trail right now.
Jelani McDonald is the next Sean Taylor?
Yeah. He is a guy that the linebackers, defensive ends, and safety coaches have been fighting over to see where he ends up because he's such a freak athlete for his size.
Interesting. I don't want to say the last time a guy got a lofty comparison like that at Texas, it worked out because I'm sure this has happened 5 times since then. But I don't know. People are like, Byron Murphy's got a little Aaron Donald to him. I'm like, oh, okay. Shut up. And look, Byron Murphy's
that's impressive though.
This is a couple years ago. It was somebody, it might have been T Sweat. It was someone on Texas, and then a couple of guys on Texas were because he's undersized, he's 6 foot, like Aaron Donald is, and he's disruptive. I guess he was disruptive in practice. Now it's turned out that he's incredibly disruptive during games. But like that one, once again, Aaron Donald, one of the best defensive players in the history of the sport. Byron Murphy's not that and will never be that. Sorry, Byron. We love you. But like that one was like, okay, like that guy turned out to be an awesome player who's ranked as the second best interior D lineman in college football in his last year on the 40. So like, if you're telling me we're going to be saying Jelani McDonald is going to be one of the best safeties in the nation whenever his last year at UT is, which I guess would be 2 or 3 years down the road from now, then all right, sign me up for that.
My favorite ridiculous comparison from this year's team, BK, is, I hear that Malik Murphy has some Vince Young to him.
Oh,
Vince Young. I mean, are we judging this book by its cover here? Because these are two very different types of players.
That is literally the only thing that is being judged. I guess maybe two things: the race and the size.
True.
Right?
Yeah.
Like both black and both 6'5", 6'6", and big and built. And that is where the comparisons stop, right there.
They're both right-handed. We'll give you that one, but that's it.
I won't even give you that one.
Oh, damn.
Even though it's true, so I feel like I should give you that one. But
I was about to say, this is a truly Big 12 officiating going on right now. I don't understand it, but I have to accept it, I guess.
Plays under further review. We're going to VAR for that one here. These comparisons obviously get out of control at times, but every once in a while they're right. So I guess we keep trying and we'll see what happens.
Tom Herman also not the next Nick Saban, it turns out.
No. It has turned out that that's the case, right?
Let me check FAU's schedule, the season record this season. Nope.
Dude, we need FAU on the schedule next year. Can we replace like Colorado State or ULM with FAU? Get a little Tom Herman revenge game here?
Yes.
Otherwise, you'd be worried about the Tom Herman underdog stat?
That hasn't held up at FAU, has it?
No, I don't think so. I don't think it has at all. Actually, it didn't hold up with the Chicago Bears the year he was there too.
No,
not that he was really doing shit. All right, I've got a video to show you here. But we haven't given love. You haven't talked about your chair in a while, so I'm going to ask you to talk about the chair that you're sitting in, and our great friends over at Relax the Back.
While the video's going on.
No, we'll do the I didn't set that up well, did I? We'll do the read first, and I'll show you a disastrous kiss cam moment.
Okay.
At a hockey game within the last couple of days.
I was like, oh, cool. There's a video to go along with me talking Relax the Back today. I can't wait to see it. No, this Relax the Back chair is incredible, guys. You've heard me talking about it for several months now. I will continue to express joy for getting to sit in this chair each and every day. It's literally where I work when I'm not on the air because of the different functions. Like right now, I'm laid back because I've been dealing with this hip issue that Texas Ortho just checked out. Need to give them some love as well. Usually, I'm more sitting upright, but I've been sitting back recently. I've got the lumbar support. It's so easy to adjust it up or down, front or back, go a little side to side if I need to as well. The lumbar support, the headrest too. It helps me to feel a little bit better than I would if I was stuck in an uncomfortable chair. I've been a Relax the Back customer for more than a decade now. It started snagging some massage tools from there that I still use to this day. And yes, it has advanced to furniture. Unfortunately, I haven't gotten that stand-up desk just yet. I know when I do, though, Relax the Back is where I'm going to go to purchase that as well. Find out for yourself and also check out where the closest Relax the Back location is to you here in Central Texas by going to relaxtheback.com.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. All right. I just found a second kiss cam video to show. So we'll show these both. You want to start with the bad or the good?
Ooh, man. Let's start with the good. I like ending with the bad.
All right. These are opposite ends of the kiss cam spectrum in terms of levels of success that you can have from being on the kiss cam. So we start with this one. This is a recent Golden State Warriors game at the new Chase Center. It's probably not that new anymore. In San Francisco. Not only do you get a little kiss here, but you get a little bit more bang for your buck.
Wow.
Yep. A right titty grab.
Sometimes those things are canned. That was impromptu.
No, yeah, the guy, yeah, it's just perfect. She started laughing. Didn't look like a Zeke Elliott St. Patty's Day situation there.
That's one of those wasted stopping it, but kind of liking it moments for her, I guess.
Yeah. And there was no tongue, right? There's no French kiss. Sometimes you see that, right? They'll start just opening the mouths more than anybody needs to see and then really going to town. That was just like a normal kiss, a little smooch, and then boom, it's right there.
It was a pretty deep non-tongue kiss. Like, I feel like if the kiss had continued for much longer, tongues were going to be jammed down throats.
Yeah, a little double.
Good call there.
How is she wearing a graduation cap and gown?
Yeah, she is. And a lei too.
Yeah, it's weird. And she looked like older than what I guess anybody can graduate and wear a cap and gown. So
go again, please.
All right.
Wow.
She's not early 20s, right?
One more time, please.
Where are your hands right now? No.
I think she's maybe it's like a graduate degree or something. She looks mid to late 20s, I would say.
You think so?
Yeah.
I think she looks a little older than that, which is the nicest thing you can say about a woman, I've learned. Now we go to the next one. So that was good, right? Well done by the guy. Got a little extra action. Nice. This was not a hockey game. It was in Nevada. They don't, well, I guess they have the Vegas Golden Knights now, but this is at a University of Nevada basketball game. So college hoops. And boy, this is just about the worst thing that can happen to you if you're a guy and you get put up on the kiss cam. Yeah, they put up a couple. Well, I guess not a couple, but the guy and the girl, the guy looks over to her and basically asks, and she says no, and she mouths it to where the whole arena can see her say no. And of course, the whole arena nowadays means the whole internet, because that made it onto the internet. And now this guy is getting dunked on by everybody.
Yeah, he needs to find a slump buster fast because he's a national disgrace right now. Sorry, guy.
Yeah, I mean, what do you do in that spot? Like, think they were just friends? You think they were like on a date and she said no? You got to bail at that point, unless it's like, I don't know, shit. He clearly wanted to. It wasn't one of those where they were both just like, oh, we're friends, or we're cousins, or this isn't Alabama, so we're not doing that. Like, no. But yeah, you got to bail on that girl, right?
It's just the latest example that in every guy-girl friendship, at least one of the two wants to hook up with the other. Because they were friends up until, you said this happened last night or 2 nights ago?
Yeah, a couple days ago. This week for sure.
Unfortunately, in those last couple of days, the friendship has probably come to an end because he's had to come to terms with the fact that he has more of a crush on her than he let on.
Yeah.
He's like, sorry, you ain't my type.
Right. And you just embarrassed me in front of everybody. So
he's most likely gotten really drunk and shed some tears to her and her friends and maybe some of his guy friends too. He's been called a giant pussy several times and been told, we told you to not let it get to this point. And yeah, I just feel really bad for this guy, BK. And I'm not saying that from personal experience either.
Did this happen to you?
No, I said I'm not saying it from personal experience.
Yeah, but when you like explicitly say that, it leads me to believe that you are speaking from personal experience. You wouldn't have brought that up unless you were.
Sometimes you can say not saying it from personal experience just to clarify, because people might get the wrong idea.
Like, do you think that bus driver didn't actually sleep with Veronica Vaughn? No, he knows from experience, dude. That's how it works. He has experience. So I think you have experience.
Great Chris Farley reference there.
Oh, man. That's a classic. All right, I'll play it again.
Shut up, bitch.
That's sorry about that. That's not the one I meant to click. There it is.
Boy, his look back up there. That is the best / most tragic part of this. Can you play that one more time?
Yeah. Here we go.
The embarrassment was already starting to set in for him. Oh my gosh, this poor bastard.
Wow. What a brutal moment. Yeah, that's you ever been put on the kiss cam?
No. You?
No. I was always like worried it was gonna happen if I was at a game with like one of my sisters or something. I'm like, God, this would be the worst thing ever. But
you can just do the quick neck slash.
It's easy. Nope. Yeah. Like, but I don't know if that's ever happened in reverse. Oh, we got to get to where we at. I don't know if that's ever happened in reverse, or it's like guy has done this to girl, like girl's gone in and tried, and guy's been like every time you get that video, it's those exact gender roles.
Yeah,
coming to fruition. All right.
Well, guys are typically the pathetic sex, not to put gender or sex, biological sex into a box, BK, but we are the more pathetic lot, generally speaking.
Yeah, I agree. Women are the more pathetic lot. All right. That is what you said, right?
No.
Okay. Live read commercial. What are you doing?
Let's go live read. I haven't talked about pest wranglers in a couple of days, but I love talking about my guy Steve. Going to be hitting a Stars game with him and KD next week, and his excellent company, Pest Wranglers. They've been at it since 2006, taking care of those pest problems in homes and in businesses. In that time, Steve has valued relationships. He's valued the relationships he has with his employees. He treats them well. And doing so ensures that those employees are treating you, the customer, well. It's why they have countless reviews on Google, Yelp, and elsewhere. If you're not satisfied with the service, don't worry. There's no contracts or anything like that. That's how confident he is that you will love the customer service and those pest problems will be taken care of. Go to pestwranglers.com. Find out more info, including that contact info. And Pest Wranglers is a proud sponsor of...
Where are we at in society today?
That's right. It is your regular look at stories that show we as a people are headed in the wrong direction. Very occasionally, I will bring you a story that provides a sense of optimism that has us all saying to ourselves, hey, maybe we as a people are starting to figure something out. BK, I'm not sure what today is, because today we are going to talk about Pornhub revealing the most popular searches of 2023. And according to this New York Post headline, it's good news for grandmas.
Whoa.
You a big fan of the GILF porn?
No. I don't think I've ever watched one. And I don't think I ever will watch one. I have watched porn inside the GILF. That's what you're asking, at Globe Life Field in Arlington.
Oh, boy. I was like, while you were inside a GILF, that is crazy, man.
Yeah, no, not one of those GILFs, a different GILF. Just went Richie incognito mode on my phone and pulled something up there. But no, that is not my thing. And I have a lot of questions for people who do have that as a thing.
Yeah. I would want to ask some questions too. Now on earlier today, Pornhub did unveil its top searches for 2023. Despite the planet's purported obsession with youth, it appears many porn perusers are secretly scouring the web for content featuring those of more advanced age. The quote mature category is now the 7th most viewed worldwide, according to a Pornhub press release, surging in popularity by a staggering, this can't be real, 69%.
Come on, man. That can't be.
Searches with the word granny grew by 132%, while GILF, Grandma I'd like to fuck, for anybody not familiar with the acronym, spiked by 168% when compared with numbers from 2022.
Jeez. That's big time. So, okay, mature is like, that can just be, a MILF, right? Like that would qualify.
Mature is, a woman who probably looks middle-aged to older.
Okay. But yeah, obviously, if you're searching Gil for Granny, then you know exactly what you're doing.
You're looking for wrinkles.
Yeah, a lot of them too. You're looking for hip replacements, I think. Yeah.
So some of the other terms that grew this last year include the words big, bigger, and biggest.
What is this, a Jardians commercial? What are we doing here? God.
Grew collectively by 177% worldwide, while searches containing huge ballooned by 67%. Meanwhile, amid the ongoing wars in Ukraine and the Middle East, searches containing the word soldier were up by a whopping 332%.
Wow.
Here's where it gets sad, and here's where it gets very fitting of where are we at in society, BK.
Here's where it gets sad? You're telling me it's not already sad?
Oh, just wait, buddy.
Oh, jeez.
Searches for the word robots. Any guesses how much that went up from one year to another?
Ooh, well, you just gave one that was 300-something%, so I feel like it's higher than that. I'll go.
Soldier is 332, yes.
I'll go 479.
Well, you overshot, which is also what she said. It went up by 304%. So triple the amount of searches for robots in porn from 2022. Terms like sex robot, AI robot, and 3D robot were amongst the most popular within that robot category.
Now I'm part of that. I'll fess up to that.
What?
Not my cup of tea, but I wanted to see. I was intrigued.
Oh, would you like to see the website's most popular porn star this year?
Ooh.
This is safe for work, although it's a skimpy bikini. The young lady's name is Abella Danger, which is certainly the name on her birth certificate.
God-given, yep.
She's a 25-year-old.
You sure Danger's not her middle name? Are we sure about that?
It's her last name.
Okay.
Her middle name is Latza.
That's so bad. God. She's not a granny? Whoa.
I don't believe she's a granny.
Not a granny.
Again, they do things differently in Miami. So there's the most popular porn star on Pornhub, according to the website.
Wow. Okay. So you had
Walter White was the runner-up, for those wondering.
Walter White?
Oh, my goodness. I didn't even get to the top relative searches in the U.S. By the way, the U.S. shatters any other country in terms of the country using Pornhub the most. Philippines and France are number 2, but they're like, I don't know, a third of what the U.S. does in terms of porn search. Now, as far as top searches within each state, BK.
By the way, someone is questioning you, saying that you did not pull up the right picture of the right adult film star.
Well, my apologies. That's not my world like it is some of you creeps.
All right. Sorry. Go ahead. What's the relative search term? I'll do my own research for that one.
Oh boy, I'm not even going to ask you to guess in Texas because there's no way you're going to guess this. Texas, the top search is creamy.
Okay. Creamy, not just cream.
Look, okay. You know what? I'm not even going to read. I am going to read some of these, but I'm going to read them while showing them on the screen as well, because I don't want to be accused of being anything here other than somebody reading what's on the screen. North Dakota, loud, wet sex. Minnesota, tickling. God, that's so fucking Minnesota, tickling. Iowa, cartoon porn.
Ew.
New Mexico, Native American. Arizona, car sex. Boy, Arizona is a good car sex state, isn't it? Utah, very boringly and unsurprisingly, is Mormon.
I don't know how to answer your Arizona question, by the way. Is that rhetorical, or did you want a real answer? Because I don't have one for you.
Washington is sensual sex. So Washington. Oregon is nudist. Yep, that tracks. California, Asian stepmom. How about
That's good?
How about Louisiana? Big black dick. Wonder if there was some frostbite there that caused it to change colors.
I just see Zay in the waiting room just shaking his head. He did not like that one. He was not a fan of that one, Trey.
That's a callback, damn it. How is Florida's only fantasy? Florida's needs to be something much worse than fantasy, doesn't it?
Yeah. Ours was creamy.
Creamy.
I don't even. Now I'm going to search that just to see what shows up, because I don't know.
Do that while also searching oatmeal cream pie the next time you're on Pornhub.
Okay.
Wow.
I mean, I know what's going to come up when I do that. So that research has already been done.
I've only heard that term. I've never even had it described to me what an oatmeal cream pie is.
Go watch the Always Sunny episode about those, and it will open your eyes to some things.
Fair enough.
Fellas, welcome to the show.
Fellas,
how you guys today?
We never know what we're walking into.
That makes two of us.
With the final segment of the Trey and BK show. We never know.
It's eclectic. What y'all have coming up today?
Oh, well, we will certainly get into the Malik Murphy news, the new SEC schedule for 2024, and how the Longhorns are working the portal, baby.
Does it disappoint you guys at all that Malik Murphy isn't going to stick with this team through the college football playoff?
Well, no, because the portal window punishes the playoff teams. It punishes the playoff teams. It's a first world problem, and it sucks because they have until January 2nd to get into the portal, and that leaves no time to take visits. And so I think he's doing what he's got to do, because look, he's given everything he's had. There's no doubt he's got a vibe that, Quinn's talking about coming back, and that just leaves the room compressed, and he's got people who want him, and they'll pay him. So
yeah, right when Arch Manning went 2 for 5 in the Texas Tech game and got a standing ovation for that very mediocre performance, right then I was like, Malik, he ain't coming back. He gone. He can't come back to that. It's just too much.
Too much. Zay, I remember when we had to name Arch Manning's first game as our defensive play and player of the game in that post game, that it was probably bad news for Malik Murphy's future in Austin.
Yeah, can't top that. Oh, Arch Manning throws it 10 feet out of bounds. Standing ovation. We love him. Can't wait to see that. Then Malik Murphy, you see that? Like, come on. And Malik Murphy's out here getting hurt on the sideline and shit. Come on, y'all ain't going to protect me? What are we doing? I'm a quarterback. Somebody jump in the way. Take the bullet. Kevin Costner, bodyguard, Whitney Houston, take the bullet. But we let our backup get hit, or he has to miss some time. That's not a good look, fellas.
Yeah, that was stranger than fiction, man. Stranger than fiction.
I will never.
Malik, 6'6", 250.
Yeah.
Guys are getting all giddy during a return and running right into the guy.
A mess. I'll never forget that Arch Manning overthrow, though. Man, that shit was electric. You ever seen a true freshman do that? No.
God, he's got zip on that ball.
Oh, kid special. All right, guys. We know y'all have a ton to get into today. Should be a fun show. We're excited to listen. Y'all be good.
Appreciate you, fellas. Great
Appreciate
show.
you, fellas.
And
hey, in the immortal words of Judy Brown, happiness is a choice, and we're happy to spend some time with us, Chip and Zay, right here on Texas Sports Unfiltered, your Longhorns tailgate. I mean, football season never ends, and pettiness and basketball are also a never-ending theme in this
Pettiness
show.
and basketball, really?
We got you covered, man. Well, I mean, in addition to all your incredible takes and infotainment that we provide every weekday from 1 to 3, if you don't have an alarm set in your phone for 1 p.m. weekdays, what's going on? Where are we at in society? because we're here for you. And hit us up with the comments. Zay's all over the Coda text line, the 512-222-9328. Hit us up, man. This is your show. It's y'all's show. We're just here to serve and try and enlighten and entertain, while also giving you a place to, kind of lose yourself just for a couple hours. I just bumped into a guy who is paying $4,500 for 4 tickets to the Sugar Bowl.
There we go.
So
there we go.
That's
screw
you call
the
making
mortgage.
a commitment.
Yeah, screw the mortgage, screw the bills. Screw the responsibilities that you have in everyday life. Don't worry about that. It's rare.
We're not guaranteed tomorrow.
Exactly. You never know. Like, when is Texas going to get to this point ever again? Because we thought you saw how petty Mac Brown was when he lost in 2009. We talked about it yesterday. So we know these opportunities, it could be slim. This ain't Alabama. Like, we want it to be that, but
we want it to be that.
We want it to be that, but 4,500, I can't knock that at all. If you gotta, downgrade and maybe live on the street because of it for a couple of months till you get back on your feet and Texas wins a championship and you saw it, hey, so be it.
Let's go.
Let's go.
What up, Ruse? Goofy growing. What up? What up? Of course, we'll talk to our man, Lance Taylor, our SEC insider and prognosticator. Get the final take on his trip to Floribama and what he's got going on over at lanceslock.com. Find out what the hell's going on with my Lions. I'm sure Zay is going to pick his Broncos. Zay's been on the Broncos money train.
Yes, sir.
In his picks, which
we found some indica that works, Sean Payton. So we found that hybrid.
Some indica.
Yeah, man. That's got him right, got him thinking straight. What? Hey, Sean Payton, again, ever since Sean Payton ripped the bong, he's a whole different coach.
He ripped the bong?
We've talked about this. That video that's on social media, Sean Payton getting high.
Him and Laramie Tunsil?
I don't think he's going the gas mask route. That's a little extreme. Like, that's some serious, Cheech and Chong stuff that Larry Tunsil was doing, and I salute him for it. But no, Sean Payton, he went viral, I want to say, in the summer, maybe a little bit before that, because he got caught on film taking a huge bong hit out of a big jumbo, and it looked like he was doing it with some frat boys. It's a weird video, man. It really is. But hey,
you might have to load up the bootleg.
Oh, I'll definitely load up the bootleg for that. That is worth it.
I mean, he is in a state where it's legal.
Yeah, exactly.
And
embrace it.
Embrace it. Plant-based. Okay, never mind. Yeah, this I'm worried. I'm worried about my Lions against the Broncos, but everyone's telling me that the magic is run out. It's over. My man Zay said that. The curse is back.
It's back.
Bobby Lane is waking up. I mean, he put a 50-year curse, 50-year curse on the Lions, and we're in year 64.
Damn.
So that tells you where the Lions are. But all I can hold on to was my trip to Tampa. Everything was magical that day. Got to see him beat the Bucks and their creamsicles. Amon-Ra scored right in front of us.
Damn, you acting like this Bucks game is the Lakers in-season tournament. Is that how it feels now?
Well, they're not playing very well. They lost to the flipping Bears.
The division though game. That team, they know Detroit. Like, division games are different. It's the NFL. The parity's always going to be a factor. Like, you could see
Matt Eberflus. Really, Dan Campbell? You lost to Matt Eberflus?
Yo, Justin Fields, he does some special things, man. You remember how good he was coming out of high school. If it wasn't for Trevor Lawrence getting all the hype, Justin Fields would have been even bigger. And I think sometimes people look at him and the whole stigma on Ohio State quarterbacks gets thrown around. And I get it. He likes to run and he'll make a mistake or two. But other than DJ Moore, who else he really got? Like, they don't give Equimenius a chance. You ask John, that dude should be Pro Bowl type player. So I'm over here like, what's going on? But Justin Fields, he better than you think.
Well, UT Parking wants to know. And yeah, fire away with questions. I mean, that's what we're here for. Show the people. Will, I'm assuming Matthew Golden leave Moncrief without committing? I would think that there would be a good chance he'd be committing. Now, I'm never going to question Sark on the receivers. Not after, bringing in A.D. Mitchell from the portal. If he's going to be super selective, okay. If he loves Matthew Golden, then he probably ain't leaving Moncrief without a commitment. So, they got a lot going on. I think, you got Andrew Makaba. He's coming in for a visit tomorrow, I think. And
East Side?
Yeah, man.
East Austin kid, baby.
Come on.
LBJ alum. Come on home, Andrew. Come on home, man. Eat mama's home cooking. Mama probably makes some good oxtail or something like that. Some good cocoa, with some Caribbean rice and stuff that a lot of you folks that are listening know nothing about, man. Andrew, come on home and get that on a weekly basis, bruh. Weekly basis. Playing in front of the home crowd, playing in front of kinfolk. Come on, man. Ain't nothing better. Getting that love, being from that. John A. Barron will tell you it's himself. I remember a little clip with him after the Alabama game when he was talking about he's trying to be an ATX legend. An ATX legend, because he knows, hell, Mike Griffin been living off that 05 championship. They gave him a damn cupcake restaurant.
Look at you poking the bear.
I'm not poking the bear. I'm just saying Mike Griffin looked like he living pretty good. That's my guy. I know
they didn't give it to him.
I know they didn't give it to him, but you know what I mean.
Hard-earned money down.
That's true, but he got that money for having success here. He came back home, had success in the NFL.
Do you think when Andrew and Brian Arakpo started, they're like, man, let's open a business together. And you think Frou Frou Cupcakes, it was such an oddball decision that it became a television show.
Yeah, you see how it's only one season, huh? You see that? I ain't seen no 6 episodes, one season. I ain't hating. I'm just saying. On Roku, come on, man. Who got that?
Zayton. He's Zayton it,
man. I gotta see it.
I will admit, I have no idea how to get Roku, and I've got the most bootleg. I got the most bootleg channel collection you've ever seen. I think I have every channel on the planet, but I don't have Roku.
I thought Roku was just a remote. I didn't think they had a channel or anything like that.
I'm sure it is. I have no idea.
I know the show on YouTube somewhere. It can't be that, hard to find. I know somebody needs to buy it, HBO Max or Hulu. Somebody need to take it so we can see it a lot easier.
Yeah. Can we get the all 22 of Cupcake Men? Hey, Chip and Zay, how do you guys see SEC scheduling working for 2025 and beyond? Well, I thought we were going to talk about 2024 today,
right?
Because that's what we got in pocket. As far as 2025, I don't know. There's, I was at SEC meetings this past spring, and there's a lot of opposition to the 9-game conference schedule because the philosophy is, why would we schedule ourselves more losses? We're the SEC. We've won 13 of the last 16 national championships. And that line of thinking is, held by the top end of the league. The bottom end is like, we're going to get how much more money for playing an extra conference game? Okay, yeah, we'll take the money. So I'm fascinated to see how that conversation continues. But if they go to 9 games, then you will have 3 annual opponents, and the rest will be throw it in the blender, and every 2 years you'll change out some new. And remember, Texas's 3 are Texas A&M, Arkansas, and Oklahoma.
Whew.
So, and remember, Saban didn't like his 3 because it's Tennessee, LSU, and Auburn. And he's like, that's way harder than what some of these other fools have.
I mean,
like Georgia. Georgia has Auburn and
Florida.
Florida sucks right now.
Yeah.
And
which is weird because the facilities in Gainesville and the tradition, they shouldn't be this bad. I mean, coaching's a big deal, but yeah, that's not as bad as you would think it is just this year and a couple of years before.
Well, the schedule for 2024 is out, and I think it's a pretty fair lining up of a tough schedule. It's a tough schedule. You're playing Michigan on the road in the non-conference. You're playing Jeff Traylor and UTSA, which you're going to have to coach and you're going to have to prepare. You can't just roll out and roll on. Remember, that UTSA game a couple of years ago was close until Jahdae Barron took that pick 6 in. It was a 1-possession game. Then it got a little out of hand. But remember, Traylor did the onside kick. I mean, he was going for it. And why wouldn't you?
Yeah.
Massive underdog. So Texas plays 4 of their first 5 at home. So you like that. Of course, it's the hottest time of the year, but you get those. And then you get an off week, and then the gauntlet hits. You got OU, and then 7 days later, you got Georgia coming to your place. So there's I think that off week comes at a good time because the OU and Georgia games are going to be physical. Then you go to Vanderbilt, and everyone's like, oh, well, that's an easy one. Well, that's letdown city. Like, you've just played 2 massive games, and the propensity is going to be, oh, I can kind of cruise today. My teammates will pick me up. And that's when you find yourself in that clunker game like Washington was in against Arizona State, where nothing's going right, turn blah, blah, blah. Anyway, that's a bring your own juice game. So to me, that's that 3-game stretch is the hardest on the schedule. Then you get another off week, and you've got Florida, which under Billy Napier, they're still rebuilding. They were 5-7 this year. Normally you'd be like, oh, Florida. But then you go to Arkansas. Who knows what's going on with Sam Pittman? He kind of barely got a stay of execution in Fayetteville, coming off the 4-8 season and the 1-7 record in SEC play. That game's never going to be easy, though, because it means too much to the Hogs. Then you come home, and you got Kentucky. Mark Stoops, he's always sneaking around the chicken coop, he never seems to win that big upset game when everyone's picking him to win it, but they scrap and make life difficult. They beat Louisville, obviously going, right before that ACC championship game. And and then it's A&M. And say no more. Nothing needs to be said for that one. And that's currently scheduled on November 30th, but ESPN said last night that game could move to Thursday or Friday. So we're talking possible Thanksgiving or Black Friday situation. So, yeah, I mean, look, you're in the SEC. It's going to be rough, but I mean, Zay, I kind of like the way that schedule is laid out. The tricky game, the two tricky games for me are you're going to Michigan and then you come home and you play UTSA, which you can't sleep on that because Traylor he'll have players and he'll have them coached. You get Colorado State to open the season. Should be no problem. You get ULM to wrap up the non-conference. Should be no problem. They just fired. How dumb is ULM? They just fired Terry Bowden. Have you seen how many of his players have been taken by big-time programs? Like Josh Newton, the corner at TCU, he was at ULM. ULM has 2 defensive tackles in the portal right now, one of whom was like the Sun Belt, player of the year. I mean, Terry Bowden he needed support. Like, help me keep my players. I'm finding these guys. I'm getting them to Monroe, and you fire me? Like, as soon as people get film of my players, they take them. I was like, wow, because Terry Bowden knows what he's doing. I mean, he had the best start of any first-time FBS coach when he started at Auburn. I mean, that guy, and then that Auburn situation always turns into Game of Thrones. And I mean, always. So Terry Bowden was like, I'm out of here. Before you can get me, I'm out. And that kind of stuck with him. But that dude can coach. And he went back to grad school at Clemson just so he could be a grad assistant to Dabo Sweeney so that he could get back into coaching. Like he wanted to show schools out there, hey, I'm serious about this. Like, I've won a ton of games. He was Jimbo Fisher's coach at Samford. Terry Bowden, his quarterback at Samford was Jimbo Fisher.
Wow.
Like, that dude knows football. And AJ Milwee was his offensive coordinator for 6 years at Akron. Terry Bowden. Like,
interesting.
I'm like, what is ULM doing? But I just hope Terry Bowden gets another chance. I don't know if he will. And that dude was finding players and getting them developed. And then the big boys would just walk in and be like, hey, how about we throw you $200,000 in NIL? That good?
Ooh.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know
Terry's
what part
like, hey, TCU's offering Josh Newton $200,000. What do we got? And they're like, huh?
Yeah.
And then they expect him to win.
Yeah, it's cold-blooded, man. That's cold-blooded. I mean, that's kind of shows that some people in the front office just don't know what they're doing, or if it could become a prideful thing, who knows if Bowden got into some arguments with the athletic director and different things like that where they didn't see eye to eye and they were just looking for an excuse to fire him. But yeah, those type of things, that's what's unfortunate when it comes to this business. But yeah, man, when it comes to this SEC schedule, I mean, we knew it was going to be tough regardless. This is what you wanted. This is what you expect going to the Southeastern Conference. And
this is what you came for, right?
Exactly what you came for. Yeah. And right now it's looking like 9-3 for me. I know Texas fans are like 9-3 teams in the college football playoff. How you not see him win 11 games or Sark's on his 10-game win or plus shit? Like, okay, yeah, cool. But I'm just trying to be realistic with everything you'll probably lose with this 2023 team. And I know Sark and this coaching staff, they're hitting the transfer portal hard. We saw, Kobe Black signed yesterday. He's coming to Texas. Big time commitment there for the secondary. So we get it. They're still going to have top tier talent, but will those guys be mature enough? And whatever happens with Quinn Ewers is going to be huge at this point, because we all know if Quinn Ewers goes and balls out and hopefully wins the national championship and in 2 games has maybe 8 touchdowns for over 600 something yards, see ya, Quinn. See you later, bruh. You're gone. I don't even coming back. That sounds cool. I get it. It's a deep class. Somebody going to take a chance on you. And if you put up numbers like that against possibly Washington, Alabama, or Michigan, then I expect you gone. So I'm trying to be as objective and as a realist as possible. And when I look at this schedule, it's screaming 9-3. And with a 12-team playoff, you might still be able to finesse your way in if the committee looks at what they've been looking at this last year on the best teams, and Texas has a good showing and beat some good teams depending on who those teams beat throughout the season, because we all know that has to take a part of it. Then maybe they can finesse their way in at 9-3. Obviously, a lot has to go into it. That's a long way from now. But yeah, Chip, just looking at the schedule right now, Michigan, going to Ann Arbor, that's tough, man. Oklahoma's always tough. Georgia, A&M, Arkansas, and then the trap games in between with Florida and Vanderbilt. Like, damn, like that's an absolute gauntlet. And again, with what's coming back, I just can't go out there and just talk crazy and be like, this team's winning the SEC championship year 1.
I love that you're already like sizing up wins and losses when we don't even know. We got transfer portal.
Yeah.
We got transfer portal time in May, baby.
Yeah, I ain't the only one. Shoes, Texas fans, y'all looking at the same schedule and y'all trying to pick out, okay, where the wins at, where the
who's
losses.
Michigan's quarterback going to be?
True. You're right.
Who's
UTSA's
quarterback going to be after?
Oklahoma don't even have an offensive lineman no more. Like old Jackson Arnold from Denton Geyer, that's supposed to be all big time. That big 2023, quarterback recruit, 5-star. Dylan Gabriel said, nah, man, I'm going to go in my idol Marcus Mariota's footsteps and go to Eugene and wear all those crazy colors and different uniforms of Oregon. And now Jackson Arnold, him and Brent Venables are holding their crotch in their hands back at Norman.
What does that say? Right. What does that say about Venables? Like Venables can't even get 5 minutes to figure out his offensive direction. Everybody's out. Like,
yeah,
hey man, I'm out.
I mean,
I get it. Levy is leaving. He's going to Mississippi State, but man,
he looks like a villain. We've talked about it.
Oh yeah, no.
He has like just a weird vibe. When you see him in his pressers, he tries to joke and laugh with you, but I don't know. He looks like the dude.
He's a t-shirt model.
Yeah, he looks like the dude that played the Green Goblin in the Spider-Man movie with Tobey Maguire. I don't know that actor's name, but that's who he just gives me a odd vibe. And Daryl, I don't know.
No, I got a better one for you. Florida.
Malik Murphy.
He could be back. He could be coming to Austin in late October next year. I know Florida was involved in the spring when he decided to stay. Yeah, Willem Dafoe.
Yeah, Dafoe. That's who Brent Venables looks like to me.
But Florida, do you want to go there? Do you trust Billy Napier? Do you trust Florida's coming to town November 9th next year? Malik Murphy could be the quarterback for the Gators, but do you have a good enough feeling about what Napier's got going there? I like their athletic director, Scott Strickland. I think he does a good job, but man, you just don't want to get into a situation where, that's part of what got Terry Bowden. They hired a new athletic director, like an idiot. that guy wants to get his own guy. Okay, you're a genius. But, when they hired new athletic directors at Alabama, they just stuck with Nick Saban.
Yeah.
They sensed that the people who know football. But anyway.
Hey, if I'm Lincoln Riley, I'm saying Inglewood kid. I mean, Lincoln Riley's the quarterback whisperer. We know the guys that he put to the NFL, and Baker Mayfield, Kyler Murray, and now Caleb Williams, who's definitely leaving. The fact that Caleb Williams hasn't announced that he's entering the draft is so annoying. I hate these guys. Like, what are we doing? Just go. Just go. Like, stop acting like you care for this school so much and you're such a good guy. And all you're doing is being dramatic. Go. Enter the
they don't have to declare till January 15th, man.
You're right. So what's the point? Like, I don't get what keeping people on their toes. Because again, people like Malik Murphy, now they're sitting on their ass waiting for guys that are just like, hey, that might be something that's appealing to Malik Murphy. But Caleb Williams is out here bullshitting. Like, come on.
Those coaches out there who, by the public view, may not see an opening, those coaches know.
True.
And they're going to reach out to Malik's inner circle, let him know. And look, they're going to talk with their money. But I wouldn't have it come down to that.
Yeah.
Because the thing about what Malik's just been a part of, and he's been a good part of it, is the culture at Texas. He's, we talked about how he's running the aux cable in the locker room, coming out mid-shower to get after David Benda for trying to change the music. I mean, that dude felt comfortable in that locker room with his teammates. Now he's got to go find that comfort in a speed dating situation because he wants to be enrolled when classes start in early January and start, becoming a key part of whatever team he's going to join. And he will, because his personality is so, tour de force. And I think it's going to be fun to watch him. It's going to be fun to watch his career. You see guys leave like Jaquindon Jackson and Cam Rising and Shane Buechele. There are a bunch of really GJ Kinney. People forget, when in 2006, when Colt took over or was the guy on scholarship, and Mac didn't know if some, wiry kid from Tuscola, 3A Tuscola, Jim Ned, was going to be able to handle being the quarterback at Texas, which is the second highest profile sports position in this state behind the Cowboys quarterback. And so they're bringing in one guy after the other. GJ Kinney, Jevin Sneed, RIP Jevin Sneed. It was on and on. And Colt was like, yeah, y'all just go find another spot. But yeah, there are a bunch of dudes who left who ended up doing okay.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, sometimes you just need a different environment. Didn't mean he didn't give.
Sometimes you just need to be somewhere where Quinn Ewers and Arch Manning are not.
That's exactly. He got dealt a bad hand.
Malik was interested in Ohio State, and then Quinn commits. So he was like, nope. He's looking around. Sark gets the Texas job. Sark's like, hey. And then lo and behold, here comes Quinn Ewers again. And that's, I think, when Malik's mom was like, you know what? I don't know if this is going to work out so well. And
he listening to his mama?
No, but she's a smart woman. She works at UCLA. She'd probably like for him to, talk to Chip Kelly, but he's about to get fired. It's
you don't want to go that route.
You want to go that route.
I don't think you want to go that route.
And now what are you really getting in if you go to a Pac or whatever, a West Coast school, when you're going to be traveling east every week or every other week, half your games, whether you're at Arizona, Arizona State, USC, UCLA, you're on a plane, working your way back to the Central and Eastern time zone. So I'm fascinated because that guy's got a big presence. All right. So you looked at this schedule and you said 9-3.
Yeah.
Did you circle the losses?
Yeah.
Oh, let's talk.
Yeah, let's talk.
Michigan?
Loss.
Okay.
Georgia? Loss.
Georgia? Okay.
Yeah. Just because Oklahoma's going to be a win. Again, they got Jackson Arnold and Brent Venables. His team is just evaporating at this point. So, yeah, that's a win. But all that momentum and excitement coming from the Cotton Bowl, it's going to be tough to get up for a Georgia team that's going to be very pissed off that they didn't make the college football playoff the year before. And Kirby Smart's going to come with that same energy into 2024. And that team is going to play with that. So, yeah.
Right, who's that third loss?
It's either the Arkansas or Kentucky.
Yeah, see, I think that Kentucky game is it is the definition of a trap game. Because you got to go to Arkansas. You don't know what the hell you're going to get in that game. They could be have an awful record, but they're going to play like they've never played before. And then you're going to come home, and Kentucky's probably on its way to having another 8-4 season. And they're good. I mean, Mark Stoops coaches his teams get better. His players get better. That's going to be a hard game. And you got A&M sitting there. And all anyone's going to be talking about is the resumption of a 117-year rivalry that took a 13-year break. Yeah, I think that Kentucky game is a dangerous game. That's that trap game.
Yeah.
Trap
game.
Walking into a trap.
Yeah, shout out to DJ Dog. Appreciate you, DJ Dog 31. He always has great comments here on our comment section on our YouTube page. But he said Georgia plays Alabama prior to the Texas game. So, okay, that might change a little bit.
That's fair.
That's fair.
You got big rivalry games.
That's the best part about the SEC jumping in, because it's a lot like the NFL to where everybody's going to have trap games. Like Nick Saban, you could bitch all you want, but you could look down the list. Everybody's going to have trap games. And you never know if that Missouri team is going to be good like they were this year, or, is South Carolina going to come up somehow? Like, you just never know with the SEC. They always have that one team just because the conference is so thick up and down, especially with the way the transfer portal is. So, yeah, you got to be careful, man. But damn, just thinking back to Malik Murphy and what he did for the Horns this year and him leaving, like I feel like a hypocrite when it comes to Malik Murphy and how I look at Jalen Catalon's situation, because I want Malik Murphy to get a ring. If he goes off and has to do what he has to do by trying to find a university as quick as possible, which doesn't allow him to travel with the team to New Orleans, I'm good with that. Jalen Catalon ain't good with it. Not good with it. Don't even want him to get on the bus. None of that. Like, go to the transfer portal. And yes, to me, it's a huge double standard. Like Malik Murphy, he showed and proved how much he loves this team and this university. He was just dealt a bad hand. Like, the dude came in with a broken foot, Chip. Like, he was already at a setback once he touched down the campus, because it wasn't like jumping in the lab and working on your game, which they had to tweak his arm up a little bit for their comfort, AJ Milwee and Steve Sarkisian. But he was doing rehab for a lot of that part. So he was already behind in certain ways. And then once he starts getting more and more healthy, here comes Arch Manning along with Quinn. Quinn Ewers already here. So it's been tough for Malik Murphy, but those 2 games that he showed, and he's, dancing, and I know he had a couple of bad throws, but you could just see the pride that he has. And just hearing this comments from Pete Thamel and stuff, like you could tell that dude, it really does hurt him not to be able to join his teammates because he has to look for another school and worry about his future. With Jalen Catalon, bro, like, all right, you played. You get that the position that you play with what Pete Kwiatkowski and Terry Joseph and Blake Gideon want to do and how they want to rotate guys. That's what it is, bro. Like, you get it. We're winning. We could use you. Derek Williams ain't playing. What are we doing? You could put more film out there for the NFL aspirations. It's Thursday, and I've been trying so hard these last few days, ever since Jalen Catalon threw his name into the portal, to make it make sense. And it just ain't. It's just still not. And it's making me more mad day by day because I'm like, brother, you're so much talent. It ain't our fault you got hurt. And I gotta go Hulk Hogan. Right there. Yeah, like, brother. Macho Man Randy Savage, hey, brother. Like, I don't know. It just make sense. It's brutal to think about because we had so much hope on Jalen Catalon. Like, he's a Texan. Where he from? Ain't he from the outskirts of?
Yeah, Texarkana.
Texarkana, brother. Like, come on. Oh man.
Ugh. Hey, and I hate to correct DJ Dog because we love the participation, but Georgia actually plays Mississippi State the week before they come to Austin. So they play at Alabama on September 28th. And then they're coming to Austin October 19th, and on October 12th, they play Mississippi State. So advantage Georgia, I guess, from a degree of difficulty game. Mississippi State just changed out coaches. We don't know what's going on. Jeff Lebby coming in. The talk is Will Rogers, the quarterback at Mississippi State, might be going to Washington to replace Michael Penix. Now, Malik fits what Washington wants to do.
Oh, shit.
Malik fits what Washington wants to do.
Yeah.
They want to sling it, and Malik wants to sling it. So that could be interesting.
Yeah.
What if he goes to bowl practice with Washington?
Okay, come on.
What?
Okay, come on.
Oh, that got him. That got him.
That did. That sent a chill.
Hey.
That sent a chill down my spine because now, is he giving up the plays? Is he telling Kalen DeBoer, which you don't got much time to do that, but
he's going to be a Husky.
Oh, my Lord.
Listen, we don't know. We're sitting here spitballing like the rest of you. I'm just sitting here saying from a offensive standpoint, where does he fit in? He's not a runner. We've covered that. He's Byron Leftwich.
Yeah.
He's not a runner.
Yeah, see, that's why the Lincoln Riley thing probably wouldn't work out.
Right. Lincoln wants to have a guy who can bail out his offense.
Yeah, you got to move.
When he absolutely has to have it. But Washington, the Huskies, they do exactly what Malik wants to do.
But ain't all them brothers going to the draft, Roma Dunze and Jalen Polk and Jalen McMillan? Ain't they gone?
Yeah.
They got to be gone, right?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Yeah, that makes me feel better. I mean, I want Malik to find the best place possible. It'll hurt me seeing him go to the Huskies when you got to play them. Like, that'd be tough.
Could you imagine?
I couldn't.
Like, everyone's like, oh, I bet Malik will be at the Sugar Bowl, even though he won't be in pads and he won't have practiced. He'll probably want to be with his teammates like Bijan and Roshan were at the Alamo Bowl. What if he's at the Sugar Bowl wearing purple? Oh! Let's ask Lance Taylor, because he talks to everybody. He just got done talking to Brock Heward, who played quarterback at Washington, for God's sake. Lance, what if Malik Murphy goes to Washington?
Wow. We heard down here in SEC country that Will Rogers and Woody Marks were making that visit to Kalen DeBoer. And I was like, I hated it obviously we all like Mike Leach. One of the quirkiest, most entertaining guys we have seen in the history of college football. And when he passed away, obviously Zach Arnett was overwhelmed. And I think one of the guys that took the blunt trauma to the head from all this was a guy like Will Rogers. I mean, the offense was just awful. And so I would love to see Will Rogers get another opportunity. I really don't know how good the kid is. But when I heard that, I was like, I think Kalen DeBoer might be able to do a little bit better. But now I hear Malik Murphy. You guys have heard the stories behind the scenes, how good he is in practice, but watching him against BYU and Kansas State, thought he looked like a pretty average quarterback. I am blown away with the decision, though.
Tell me why.
Well, I just think you are committed to a team. You're in the middle of a championship run. Chip, you were there in 2009 when Alabama took on Texas for the national championship in the Rose Bowl. And on that first series, Colt McCoy goes down. And I think it was Garrett Gilbert comes in, has an opportunity to win a national championship. And if you're Malik Murphy, you owe it to those guys. You're obviously better right now than Arch Manning. You've got some experience. And if something was to happen to Quinn Ewers, and by the way, we saw it last year, he got hurt. This year he got hurt. So he is a guy that could go down. And if that happens, you're going to throw Arch Manning into the mix now? I just think it's really selfish. I think if you're this talented, you can find another place to transfer, or you can tell your team, this is where I want to transfer. We know there's been tampering going on. There's no way you make this decision without knowing what your landing spot is. You could just go to Sark and the staff and say, hey, look, I am going to take a look at this institution, X institution, whether it's Washington or not. It blows me away, though, that's where it does get tricky if it is Washington. But I just think he owed it to his teammates to stay committed, and he could have found somewhere else to go. This late in the season, and for the comments to say it hurts, I'm all in on this team, to me, that's complete horseshit. And I just don't like this. I think a lot of this is forced on the kids because where we are on the timing of the calendar for National Signing Day and for transfer portal, this portal shouldn't be open until after the college football playoff is closed.
Yeah, they don't care about the 4 teams or 12 teams next year because it does. It hurts them. But the D1 council is like, first world problems for those playoff teams. We'll worry about the other 120.
You guys really, are we talking about, is there a possibility Malik Murphy goes to Washington this month and basically just unloads on them? Because I'm a big Rams fan, and when so it was Brett Rippon. He started against the Packers, and he was awful. And it was when Stafford was out for a couple of games. And so they cut him. They immediately, Seattle signs him to the practice squad because the Rams had Seattle the next week. And it's just like they're using this kid. And I'm not saying Washington would use Malik Murphy, but would they really bring him on campus and just unload on Sark's game plans?
Yeah, I have no idea. They're we were just talking about teams that do what Malik wants to do. And my God, Penix is not a runner. Malik's not a runner. Malik wants to throw it all over the place, and Washington throws it all over the place. And Michael Penix is leaving. So you're just trying to, look up places that it would fit. Now, that'd be bonkers, because you're right. He could have whispered into the ears of his coaches and said, hey, I'm out, but help me out. Make sure my paperwork, whatever, gets filed January 2nd, the day after the damn game, and that I'm off to wherever I want to go. But I agree. It's the timing,
You guys tell me who the ultimate arch villain rival all time for Texas. I know Brian Bosworth's probably got to be up there just because of the personality in that rivalry. But can you imagine if Ewers, God forbid, does get hurt in this game, Arch comes in, he's underwhelming, Washington wins, and it seems like it would have been a game Texas would have won, and then Malik Murphy goes to Washington, and becomes their starting quarterback. I mean, he has to be the most hated guy in Texas history if that scenario played out. As unlikely as that scenario is, if it played out, I mean, you guys tell me, would he be the most hated guy in the history of Texas football?
I mean, he'd be up there, that's for sure. But he has such a good fan following, Lance, because you could tell how much he loves this team. And the moment for me where you knew Malik was gone was the last game of the season against Tech when Arch went in and went 2 for 5 and got a standing ovation for throwing an incompletion in the red zone on 4th down. And Malik Murphy, who got hurt that game, who didn't even get in because he got hurt on the sideline on a weird kick return when he was just standing there by the Gatorade jug. Like, he's just on the bench watching Arch get this standing ovation after showing a very mediocre performance. And it's like, man, do I want to be around that for another season? You know?
Yeah, but I mean, guys, I would say, going into this season, I would have thought that he knew he was going to get that. Whether or not he's a better quarterback or not, Arch Manning was one of the most highly recruited guys we've ever seen just based on name. So Malik Murphy would have had an opportunity to leave last year. Did you guys not tell me there were people interested last year in the portal for Malik Murphy?
Yeah,
So
we heard Florida and Auburn.
Yeah, if you want to bowl, do it then. I mean, I just the timing. If you guys are playing in a holiday bowl, okay, I get it. But when you have an opportunity, and I go back, Cardell Jones in 2014, the first ever college football playoff, and this will be the last. I never believed Ohio State had a shot against Alabama in that game. And, no disrespect to Blake Sims, but that was one of the less talented quarterbacks Nick Saban has had. But I still thought with Blake Sims, Alabama was a 7-point favorite. They were going to walk Ohio State off the field because Cardell was able to do it in a Big Ten championship game against Wisconsin in his first start. But there was no way Alabama having time to prepare for Cardell. And Cardell went out, showed out. They win the game. They ultimately win the national championship when they beat Oregon. Who doesn't say that Malik Murphy doesn't have that opportunity?
Right.
I just don't get it.
And Zay was just saying the same thing about Jalen Catalan. Like, what are you doing? You're the first guy in the portal. You're a 5th-year guy with a chance to play for a national championship. Like, where's that in the equation here?
I don't give a ring. I'm sorry. I'm just like, look, you're not part of the team anymore. Even though blood, sweat, and tears up until this point, like this is the most important part of the year. If they are fortunate enough to play for a national championship, you might never get that opportunity again. So it is such a, as you said, weird, wacky time right now in college football and it's got to be people in their ear. It's got to be a dad, an uncle, an agent. And it's really sad.
Yeah. Yeah. Cause the kid at Ohio State, he's leaving, but he's not playing in the playoff. He's going to a bowl game he doesn't want to be in, and it's time to move on. But
and I'm wondering, I thought 2 weeks ago we would have, Cam Ward, Washington State's former quarterback Cam Ward would be named, or would be coming out of the portal going to Columbus. And Ohio State's really kept quiet about that. So it makes me wonder, are one of these 4 teams involved somehow with Ohio State? I mean, I just don't know why you make the decision to, and I don't think Kyle McCord's like, you know what, I don't want to be a Buckeye anymore. I mean, it's a high-profile program. He had a solid, not spectacular year. To me, it was one of those wink and a nod kind of push out the door. Ryan Day, hey, look, we appreciate everything you've done for us, but we're going to go a different direction. And if that is, in fact, the case, why would Ryan Day and Ohio State not already have said who was coming in from the portal unless they were playing in one of these high-profile games?
Are you shocked by everything that Brent Venables is losing in Oklahoma? I mean, all the offensive linemen, big-time freshman left tackles walking, Dylan Gabriel off to Eugene to play for Oregon. It seems like Oklahoma, they're kind of limping their way after a 10-win season, Lance, kind of limping their way into the SEC, while Texas on the other side is out here in the college football playoff, getting big-time recruits, and it's just 2 completely different schools, seems like.
Yeah, I will say this. Dylan Gabriel did college the right way. Like I wish, and I thought about this way back in the day. I would have loved to have gone to different universities for 2 years, 2 years, and 2 years and jump around the country. And he did it. Central Florida to Oklahoma and now to Oregon. I mean, look, he thinks he's making the move that is best for him. I also think there's something to Jackson Arnold and how talented this kid is going to be. And maybe Dylan Gabriel saw the writing on the wall. Hey, look, it was nice, my time there, but it's time to move on. And I'll have an opportunity to play immediately for what should be a contender in Dan Lanning in Oregon. As far as the rest of the team, I don't get it because it seemed like in year 2, this was one of the better bounce backs. After watching a 6 and 7, I was like, damn, I think Brent Venables might be over his head. And I thought he turned it around. I mean, obviously got a signature win this year against Texas. And, you know, as they were going into the SEC, I would have thought most of these Oklahoma guys were excited about playing in what is deemed the best conference in all of college football. So, yeah, that is a little surprising.
Yeah. All right. So give us your, 18 days away thought. I'm going to ask you this every week. So
that's fine.
Texas, Washington. The more you think about it, the more you think what?
I kind of lean Washington just at this point. And the only reason I say this is it seems like people have already booked the rematch of Alabama and Texas. And I think Washington has a ton of experience. I think they play with a lot of confidence. Kalen Moore, 9-0 against top 25 teams. In his 2 years at Washington, they were 7-0 in one-possession games. They know how to win. And Texas is playing their best football right now. But sometimes, and you guys know this, when you have that break, it throws you out of rhythm. And it finally seemed like Quinn Ewers was in that rhythm. So right now I lean Washington. I don't love it. There's a reason Texas is a 4.5-point favorite. On the other side, to me, it's a coin flip. Most everyone I talk to, how is Michigan going to score against Alabama? I just don't think Michigan has shown us anything offensively this year. I know they can run the football, and I think J.J. McCarthy is better than advertised. He is going to have to make throws, though, to beat Alabama. I mean, we know now they've got not one, but two All-American cornerbacks. And it's going to be a tall task for J.J. McCarthy, but I saw one of the best throws I've seen this entire year against Ohio State, where he threw just a BB, threaded the needle for a critical touchdown in that game. So I think McCarthy's talented enough to do it. I will lean Alabama right now. Alabama-Washington rematch from 2016, the last time we got a Pac-12 game in the college football playoff. That's just early leans. I really haven't done a deep dive yet.
Yeah.
Yeah, Lance, I like how you said 2 All-American corners with Alabama, because I remember going over the Texas-Bama game week 2 of the season, and I was saying, hey, Kool-Aid McKinstry, be careful testing him. Terrion Arnold, you might want to go after that dude. And that's what they did. He had a few holding calls in that game. And I feel like quietly, ever since then, he's made himself some serious money in the upcoming draft with his performance. Where'd the turnaround come from?
It's a great question, Zay, because this was a guy that Alabama fans were really critical about coming into the season. And Lane Kiffin called him number 3 and went after him. And I think that was kind of the turning point. Terrion did not like that. This is a very confident kid. We've got an NIL deal with him, so he joins us every week. Great kid. And I thought we were going to have him back-to-back years because he wasn't in anybody's mock drafts 2 months ago, and now he's in everybody's top 15. They've got him going in front of Kool-Aid, which I think he probably will. The way he will test in Indianapolis will be off the charts. Former 4-star basketball player, played the point, can jump out of the gyms, quick as a cat. I mean, he's got everything you want, the hips, everything you want with a quarterback. So he's going to be a guy that goes extremely high. On the other side, you know, of the coin, you got Jalen Milroe, who back in September when you guys saw him against Texas, you know, some of the mistakes he made ultimately led to that loss. And I don't know a more improved offensive player. And we had him on the show today. He's got an NIL deal with us. And I asked him the question because we were talking about the schedule release in the SEC. And he was like, I hadn't even looked at it. And I said, well, I think it's an interesting time then to ask you for Alabama fans, are you coming back? Because there was a small contingent that said he could go the Anthony Richardson route. Limited reps at Florida. Indianapolis took a flyer on him just because of what the ceiling could be. And I think we've seen more from Jalen Milroe. So, you know, all it takes is 1 or 2 of these teams in the first round to fall in love with you. And so I think he had an opportunity to come out this year. But he said, I am coming back to play my final year next year in Tuscaloosa. So those 2 guys.
He said that on your show?
He did. He said it today.
Look at you getting some breaking news.
Got to get a bone every now and then, Chip. Yeah, we needed something positive. We got asked to do the UNC Asheville Auburn basketball game last night, and it was on a neutral city for Auburn. They wanted to go up to Huntsville to play a game. They hadn't played one there in 20 years, and maybe some of your listeners are familiar with Huntsville. Huntsville, the big NASA. It's where they did a lot of the work to get us on the moon back in the 60s. Anyway, we went up there and called that game, and they wanted us to do Manning style, but we had to interview almost every dignitary from the city of Huntsville. So it was like a 2-hour infomercial trying to do play-by-play, and we just got crushed. So it was nice to get something positive on the show today. We knew we were going to get crushed, so it wasn't that big of a deal.
I love it. I love it. So how often are you going to be doing that stuff?
It was just one of those one-offs. They were just like, hey, the city of Huntsville's putting this on the SEC network. We want to do something, against the grain, a little unorthodox. They asked us to do it. And, we were more than happy to do it just for the exposure. And we got a lot of positives, but we got a lot more negatives. But we laughed about it. And some of the comments were pretty incredible.
Well, what'd you think of the SEC schedules?
Florida's is brutal. When I saw it before it was lined up, 6 weeks ago, 2 months, I was like, this is one of the more difficult, at least opponent-wise, schedules I've ever seen. Like looking at it, it looks like Florida might be favored in 5 games this year, or might be underdogs in 5 games this year. And it's a critical year, obviously, for Billy Napier as he goes into year 3. I think Texas and Oklahoma have some awesome marquee games. You look around these SEC schedules now, and you don't really see a bad schedule.
Right. Yeah, I'm looking forward to the first Steve Sarkisian Lane Kiffin game.
Real quick, I had Texas underdogs in 2 games, 2 of the 12.
Michigan?
Yeah, because that game's in Michigan, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and then the other was to Bama.
Or Georgia.
Georgia, yeah. Yep, Georgia and Michigan. Not saying they lose that game. I'm just saying on paper right now, I think they would be underdogs in those 2 games.
Well, that Georgia game's right after the OU game. So that's brutal.
That is brutal. I mean, it's almost like right now, if you ask Texas fans, will you take a split? I mean, 10-2 in the SEC is going to get you to the college football playoff, especially if you're a brand like Alabama, LSU, Texas, even Oklahoma.
Yeah. What did you think of Bama's schedule?
I thought it was pretty tough. I thought one of the more forgiving schedules was Auburn. I mean, I don't know if Alabama possibly could be a dog in 1 game at LSU, possibly. Don't know what we're going to get with if Grant Nussmeier is the quarterback. You're obviously going to get a drop off from what you have with Jaden Daniels, but I don't. If Nick Saban comes back, I don't see Alabama not being in the college football playoff.
Yeah, at Tennessee, at LSU, at Oklahoma.
You think Jalen Daniels, how you think he's going to pan out in the combine and stuff? I mean, nobody thought when he was coming from Arizona State he was ever going to be a big-time NFL prospect. That he goes off, wins the Heisman, has an incredible, career at LSU, and now people are talking about him in the first round.
Yeah, the first time I really watched him play was against Michigan State when he was playing under Herm Edwards, and the game was in East Lansing. And I remember seeing how skinny his arms were. And I was like, this dude, I've heard a lot of hype about him, but there is no way this guy's going to hold up. And they ended up winning that game. And I think he made a couple of plays with his legs, but it didn't blow me away. And then when he transferred out from Arizona State, he had regressed as a player. At least it looked like that. And I was like, why is he coming to the SEC? Like, I don't think he'll ever start for LSU. And then he blew me away last year. And then this year, he had one of the best seasons I've ever seen. And so as each and every game went by, I was like, this dude's going to be a really good NFL player. And I've heard him described as Lamar Jackson with better accuracy. I think he can make all the throws. I think he's got that type of speed. The fear you've got, I don't know how he survived the hits he took. Because a guy like Kyler Murray, you go back to when he was at Oklahoma, he would run, but he would never take a direct hit. Jaden Daniels is the opposite. He welcomes contact. And you do that in the NFL, you aren't going to make it, especially at his size. They list him at 215. I have a hard time believing he's 215 pounds. But to answer your question, I think, first of all, I think he's going to be, if he stays healthy, a really good NFL quarterback. But I think his measurables in Indianapolis are going to be great because he can flat out fly.
Yeah, Kyler's no dummy. He's a baseball player. He was sliding everywhere.
Right.
Sliding.
Yeah, that's what I'd be doing. I don't care if my ass is 215 or not.
Oh, yeah. Sam Ehlinger patted him on the head after the Texas OU game that Texas won. Kyler thought he was, trying to make fun of him because he's short. And Sam's like, take that L, bitch. I mean,
and Kyler's now like, I took that paycheck, bitch.
Yeah. Yeah. Sam's backup check in Indy is not it's not Kyler Murray money. No doubt about that.
For sure.
Lance, any lanceslock.com.
Yeah, jump on board. We've got bowls starting up on Saturday. So we got a bowl package. It's guaranteed. We'll give you more details at lanceslock.com. But if we don't win for you the entire bowl season, you will get refunded all your dollars. So great stocking stuffer for the gambler out there in your life. Jump on board. You get a free play every single day at lanceslock.com. But we've got a play tonight on the Chargers and the Raiders in the NFL.
All right. Well, let's do it again next week, my man. At that point, we'll have an idea what this portal's looking like and signing day.
Yeah. Can't wait to see it, man.
Hey, and good job on the Jalen Milroe scoop today.
Yeah. You guys will be seeing it. It'll be out there probably.
I just retweeted it.
Okay. Thank you, sir. We appreciate that.
Some love. So
okay.
Look at my guy Lance Taylor with the scoop.
Yeah. Well, we'll take whatever we can get. Again, after the disaster that was last night courtside.
Lance is out of the basketball business. I love it. All right, buddy.
Okay. See you guys.
Thanks, man. Appreciate you, man.
Oh.
Jalen Milroe, take the money, bruh.
I wonder if Texas fans heard that and are like, yeah, man, why is Malik why can he wait? Until January 2nd, he can file the paperwork day after.
I get where Lance is coming from because Lance, he hasn't been here like us. He hasn't seen how much it's going to hurt Malik Murphy not to be in that game. Like, I get where Lance is coming from.
Lance has seen team after team go to the college football playoff and knows it takes all hands on deck, especially when you've had to come in and win a couple games for your team against BYU and K-State.
But can we even say Malik Murphy is QB2 if he would have stayed with what we saw from Arch going 2 for 5? I get that. I get that he didn't show much, but with the month, with what Malik showed against BYU and Kansas State, why wouldn't Sark say, at this point, Arch understands the playbook. He's been out there. Like,
I love it. I love when you do this because
is Malik 1 foot in or 1 foot out? Because Malik knows what's coming in 2024. So if he were to stay on the squad and know that, hey, regardless of what happens here, I'm gone. Do we really want that for your quarterback? Is that really fair for Malik? Like I'd be thinking about everything else too. Like, where am I going to go after this? Like, yeah, I want to be a part of this team. I want to show that I have heart and stuff. Texas pride, sure. But I got to think about my career. Now a whole bunch of teams are getting their quarterbacks and stuff, and I might be left for scraps. Like, that's tough on a young brother, man.
All right, so that didn't change your opinion of Malik?
No.
Okay.
No. Jalen Catalon? Oh, shit.
Jalen Catalon is dead to you. R.I.P. Jalen Catalon.
Yeah, man. Jalen Catalon, that's where I'm like, yo, bro, what are you doing? But Malik Murphy, go see what's out there for yourself. Because, again, that Texas Tech game was brutal for him. I felt that's the first thing when I saw all those fans who stayed. It's 57-7, Chip, or 50-7 before Trey Wisner takes it in on that drive that Arch Manning took the team up 80-something yards.
13-play, 91-yard drive.
And there's fans still there giving standing ovations for that.
Standing ovations.
Suspect. quarterback performance. He threw it smooth over Casey Kane's head out of bounds in the back of the end
Oh, yeah, but he
zone.
had zip on it. He had zip. You see that arm strength? Arch.
Right then. I was like, Malik, dog, it's a wrap. It's been fun.
I think Arch's arm is stronger than Quinn's.
Oh, my gosh, man.
People were going bonkers.
Yeah, people talking about that athleticism when he scrambled for a little bit.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, like, oh, shit.
He ran for 12 yards, but he had a snap go like right through his hands and go backwards for 10 yards. That cost him all that rushing yardage. That's why he has 3 carries for 7 yards.
This guy's got Vince Young speed. Like, what?
I think he clocked at 20 miles an hour. That is one fast white boy.
Malik, man, you don't deserve that, bro. You don't deserve that. That's
He
tough.
runs way better than Malik Murphy.
That's tough. Yeah. And like, yeah, Malik knew that was a possibility, but when you're in it and when you go through it, like I'm over here with a toe up leg because somebody didn't dive in front of the bullet, Kevin Costner bodyguard style, to protect me, and I end up getting hit on the kickoff. And this dude, the third string is getting standing ovations? Nah, bro, time to go. Hit that portal. I'm surprised he didn't do it sooner, to be honest.
You're saying he's in his feelings.
Oh, why wouldn't you be? We're all human. We all got emotions. Everybody knows. They're football players, so they're big, bad, and tough and stuff like that. Manti Te'o talking about mental health. He had a fake woman.
Listen, if Steve Sarkisian is the only opinion that matters. So when Malik walks over to Steve Sarkisian, hey, you remember those 30 and 37-yard deep ball touchdowns to Adnan Mitchell against BYU and K-State? We good? Sark could be like, oh yeah, we're good. We're good. This is ridiculous what I'm seeing out here. These fans, they don't know their heads from their rump roast.
Yeah. And those fans will turn back and look at you. Hey, you remember that pass to absolutely no one on the screen that got picked off in BYU and Kansas State? Both of those games. Yeah. Are we good?
Now, who exactly were you throwing it to?
I still don't know.
Coming off your own goal line?
Yo, when
the only person in the picture was a 300-pound fat offensive lineman?
The defender caught the ball and looked around like in disbelief, like, what? To me? Like, me? That's how ridiculous that was. But again, man, the dude bleeds orange. I got to give it to him. He fought hard for his squad.
Oh, yeah.
You know, the dude, he came with some serious swagger and fought hard for his team and did everything that Sark told him to do. But, yeah, you think that Steve Sarkisian's voice is the only one that matters? Shoot. That Texas fan base, they'll let you know different. Have you questioning yourself? And a lot. So.
All right. This Daryl says Pete Thamel's got a list. USC, South Carolina, Baylor, Georgia, Oregon State, Syracuse, and Duke. No Washington, Zay.
Good. Oregon State, I mean, they don't got a conference. So
does that matter?
I mean, I guess not. I don't know.
I think they're
you know
going
what?
to be
Baylor, our guys, John McClain. I would like to see Dave Aranda. I don't want to see Dave Aranda get fired. He seems like a sweet man, you know, with his very just soothing voice.
Yeah, you just want to make sure that there's a winnable game in the league. So keep Aranda at Baylor. You know he won that Big 12 title with all of Matt Rule's players. You know that.
When Texas leaves to go to the SEC, I want those Texas teams to get wins. Like Tech, I want Tech to succeed. This isn't no A&M situation. Like I want Tech to succeed. I want Baylor and TCU and U of H. I want all those teams to have success. You know, it's good for business.
It's good for business.
Yeah.
You know what other team is having success? The Dallas Cowboys. And joining us now, former offensive assistant coach with those Dallas Cowboys. He was chatting up primetime Neon Deion Sanders the other night when the Cowboys were playing. One and only Glenn Stretch Smith. Stretch, how you doing?
Good. How you guys doing today, fellas?
I mean,
Good, Stretch.
Texas fans are getting ready to go to the college football playoff for the first time. I just bumped into a fella who said, I've got $4,500 and I'm paying it for 4 tickets. And I was like, ouch.
All right. There you go. I'm hoping it's New Orleans, right?
Yes,
New
sir.
Orleans for the first one?
Yes, sir.
Well, I'm hoping you get the bridal suite over there at the General Jackson so y'all can do some ghost hunting while you're down there.
Oh,
is that the thing to do?
I mean, they say that General Jackson hotel's got some ghostesses in it. So I was hoping maybe you'd go down there and you could drink those Pat O'Brien drinks and hunt ghosts till the damn world looks flat. Get down there and get after it.
General
Patty
Jackson.
O'Brien.
I'm gonna write that down. All right, Stretch. I mean, these Dallas Cowboys, people are getting crazy on these Dallas Cowboys. They're like, oh man, I might have to book my Super Bowl tickets.
Oh, I got that. Hey, what's great about that is you talked about that Longhorn fan that did it. So we have the Monday call-in show, and we had guys already checking on hotel rooms at the Venetian and buying tickets to the Super Bowl. And hey, one thing about the Cowboys fans, I mean, you're either drinking wine or you're stomping grapes. There ain't no damn in between. And right now they are drinking the wine and yucking it up. So you know how that is. All that'll have to happen is a Sunday trip to Buffalo, 40 degrees and rain, and go throw a stinker out there, and they'll be ready to burn the damn town down.
Well, that's what I was going to ask you. What did we learn in the win over Philadelphia? Did we learn anything? And what are we about to learn? Because this next stretch of games is not going to be fun.
Well, I just, what I keep personally going back to is the depth of this football team. When you see how Stephon played, how they matched up with Brown and how they matched up with Smith, how they handled Hurts running the ball. And yeah, I think he's a little dinged up and hurt, but the Dallas defense smelled blood in the water, and they just lined up and basically whipped the Eagles. And I'm saying leverage-wise, they were where they needed to be when they needed to be. We don't hear anything about Diggs anymore, and he's a Pro Bowl corner, and we're not hearing anything about him. Hankins got dinged, but you have the depth that the Cowboys have right now, and I think that's the difference in years past is the depth where Hankins can go down and they can run in Mozzie Smith. They can run in Neville Gallimore. They can run in Chauncey Golston. If Diggs goes down, they ran in Bland, and we see how he's played. And guess what? If they don't like the matchup that they have with Bland, they're good enough at the other corner with Gilmore just to say, hey, we'll switch up who we're playing here. It's not like one has to play on the right or the other has to play on the left. They're able to be almost interchanging parts. You combine that with how the offensive line is playing, especially I think the left side of the offensive line. Before it's been Zach Martin on the right side. Now it's Tyler Smith and Tyron Smith on the left. It's what they're doing. It's a quarterback that's not throwing interceptions. Yeah, he had a bad turnover that was a scoop and score, but if not for that, I mean, the Eagles don't score a touchdown. So I think, you've got a football team that has depth, a football team that is showing that receiver-wise, Cooks, Gallup, we know CD. Tight end wise, they allowed Schultz to get out of here and go to the Texans. They allowed Noah Brown to get out of here and go to the Texans. Replaced him with Jalen Tolbert, Cavante Turpin. Replaced Schultz with Jake Ferguson and Luke Schoonmaker. So I guess what I'm getting at is the feel that I get is just looking at this and taking it from an analytical standpoint is that the Cowboys have more depth than they've had in the previous years. And I think that's what will ultimately give them a chance here in the playoffs. Are they as good as San Francisco? Not today. But, I mean, all that needs to happen really is, for one attrition situation to hit that team, and all of a sudden they're not that good. So I just think that with the way that the Cowboys are playing on both sides of the football, a kicker that doesn't miss, he hits it from 60 and 59, and I mean just drills it from 60 and 59. They're playing pretty well right now. You got to give them credit. I've been critical of Dak, but he has done what he needed to do to pick up this offense. It feels like week after week he's getting a better grasp of the offense, understanding what to do. They ran the motion right before the half. Philadelphia had the Blankenship kid go down, so they had to bring the backup safety in. They ran the motion. They closed the middle of the field. Bang! He throws the skinny post to the 1 yard line to Cooks. It's those kind of things that you see that tend to say this is a different Dallas Cowboys team than what we've seen in the past, which is when they get to the playoffs, they tend to fade. I don't see that this year, but again, what do I know?
I've been saying this might be Dak's Dirk Nowitzki 2011 season.
You won't get any argument out of me. I mean, right now, he's it's he or Brock Purdy are the favorites for MVP, and you have to say, and you got to give him credit. I mean, again, I've been plenty critical of saying he needs he needed a signature stamp win. Do you want to call beating Philadelphia? No, I don't want to call that. I want to call it when they beat San Francisco in the NFC Championship game. I want to see now that's a signature win, and now you can go ahead and pay him that next level money.
Yeah, especially if that game's in the Bay where it looks like it's going to be played at. Hey, Stretch, you talk about Brandon Aubrey, the kicker for the Cowboys, and how easy he makes it look. Did you ever thought in all the years that you've been coaching that guys would go look at soccer players and see if it could translate to the NFL as far as making field goals and just, kicking the ball off, et cetera?
What's interesting, you asked me that, is obviously I coached in the USFL this last year, and it just so happens that Fossil was at the game that we played Birmingham, and our kicker it was a really good kicker as well. And obviously they signed Aubrey because of Fossil's relationship with the special teams coach at Birmingham, which is Chris Bonio, who was our kicker with the Cowboys back then. So they had a little relationship, and he felt like this kid was really kind of on the uptick. Now, you got to say, kid's from Dallas. He went to Notre Dame. Skip Holtz found him, kind of he was like you said, a soccer player there. What I like about him though is that, I mean, it's like he has a routine. He looks like Ben Crenshaw did when he won the Masters. He's kind of got that routine, that little forward hand press, and bang, he just drills the putt. He kind of comes up, puts both his hands around his, around his collar. He kind of loosens his shoulder pads up, and then he just steps into it and drills it. And so right now, he's in a routine, and he's hitting it flush. And the rest, I think, is history. I mean, to go 30 consecutive field goals, hitting them, and it's like 28 was from 60 yards, and or 28 or 29 was from 60, and 30 was from 59. And they looked like they looked like they were 30-yard field. He just drilled it. I mean, I don't know if they've got some kind of. I know, Chip, you're kind of a math savant, so I'm sure you could figure out how far that would have been good from. But it looked like it would have been good from 65 or 70 when you saw it cross way up into the uprights. So it's impressive what he's doing. It's impressive that Cavante Turpin comes out of the USFL last year, makes the Pro Bowl with the Cowboys. Brandon Aubrey's going to come out of the USFL this year. He's going to make the Pro Bowl with the Cowboys. And both of those guys are deserving. And to see what Cavante's doing, what they're doing with hand sweeps and getting him, to widen the field. It's impressive what the Cowboys have going on.
Was it your scouting report on Brandon Aubrey that led to the Cowboys signing him?
No. I'd like to step up and give you some sort of good story. The answer is no.
30 for 30.
30 for 30. I mean, think about it. A guy didn't even play college football, and he stepped into the biggest, the biggest franchise that there is. We could sit here and argue it. The Cowboys are the most magnified team in the NFL. Whether you like them or don't like them, that's a fact. And he steps in and he's just flushing everything. It's incredible. I mean, knock on this wood. He'll go to Buffalo in that SHIT box weather up there and start kicking it sideways. But right now, he's got it going on.
That's the most you've ever talked about a kicker in your life.
that is the truth right there. Because as a coach, you know what I want him to do? Just go out there and kick the damn thing. Don't tell me about the labor pains. Just show me the baby.
Show me the baby, baby.
That's it.
Show me the baby.
Stretch, Jake Ferguson, this past offseason, a lot of Cowboys fans were getting after Steven and Jerry for letting go of Dalton Schultz to the Texans, and they weren't willing to pay him that money. And with what I saw from a rookie Jake Ferguson coming out of Wisconsin, I was like, hey, Cowboys fans, hold your horses. I get it. Dak Prescott and Dalton Schultz, they had something there. But this Ferguson guy, if he could figure it out with his athleticism and his size, he could be something. And sure enough, here in 2023, he's second in receptions right after CeeDee Lamb.
Well, I mean, it was, Schultz was kind of Dak's kind of binky. He'd run that 5-yard option. If the guy had him leveraged inside, he knew he was going to turn out. If the guy had outside leverage, he knew he'd turn him in. He kind of had that feel for sticking the ball all over, Schultz where he needed to get those critical kind of move those sticks, those critical chain movers, that 3rd and 4 and 5, he knew he could go to him almost every time and win. And so I think that's what the Cowboys fans were worried about is all of a sudden this is, felt like Dak's binky and okay, he's gone. But what I like about what they've done with Ferguson, number one, Jerry listened to the pro scouting department. I mean, you got to give Will McClay and all those guys a lot of credit because obviously they stood up and said, hey, we can use the money elsewhere. Let's allow he and Noah Brown, who I thought's a heck of a receiver. We'll let them go to the Texans. But more magnifying is the fact that Ferguson has got speed. I mean, it seems like every game that if whoever Dallas was playing last week, obviously Philadelphia, they leave the middle of the field open. He's in the seam right now. And I mean, he's got a great feel for how to widen that safety, how to press him wide, get Skinny in the hole, and then he'll catch that one or two, feels like flat balls, and the corners want to come up and, hit him in the knees. Hell, he hurdles the guy. I mean, so he's athletic, and, hey, they made the right call, and you got to give credit to the scouting department and really what the Cowboys are doing with how they're managing their roster right now to say, hey, he's good enough to be the starter in here. And just like I kind of started the conversation with, guess what? They got depth. I mean, this football team has depth. They've got guys They can roll in the game. If DeMarcus Lawrence get winded, that's fine. We'll put Sam Williams in there. If Armstrong gets winded, that's fine. We'll put Fowler in there. If Hankins goes down, no problem. We've got a first-round draft pick in Mozzie Smith and Neville Gallimore out of Oklahoma. We'll roll them in there. It really is. It's an infectious feeling. The depth of this football team, it's also infectious feeling the way they're playing.
Did Sirianni really say, can someone please hire Dan Quinn to be a head coach?
I think what happened to Sirianni is he forgot his visor in November. So I'm not real sure he was all there the other night.
They're paying the Odigizua kid. What are they paying him?
Oh, I mean, he's still on his rookie deal. That's the point I'm making. It's how they're managing their roster right now, how they've let some guys go, how they've paid certain guys, and then they got guys that are overperforming from a financial standpoint. I mean, I look at what the Chiefs are doing. I mean, and you can say what you want to about the Chiefs, but they let Hardeman go in free agency last year, and they also let Juju Smith-Schuster go in free agency. Before that, they let Tyreek get out of there. Well, guess why? Because they're having to pay the quarterback. They're having to pay that quarterback big money. Well, he's getting the lion's share of the money. And guess what? You're playing with fourth or fifth down the line receivers because the quarterback who you had to pay all of that money to, he's driving his SUV Rolls Royce, and all that's cute, but it ain't real cute when he gets a red ass and throws his helmet on the sideline because the fifth string wide receivers lined up off sides. So, that's how it is. Back to the statement. Your ass is either fishing or you're cutting bait. Right now, they're cutting bait over there. I mean, Patrick, you're getting all the money, buddy, but guess what? You're throwing to some guys that aren't as good as what you used to have. And the reason is because they're having to balance their salary cap. And you got to give the Cowboys credit again for how they've balanced their salary cap, what they've done, and allowing certain players to get out of here who were good players. Dalton Schultz playing his butt off for the Texans. I think he's a little dinged right now, but I saw Noah Brown catch some nice balls. So they're having to let some guys go, but they're managing their roster. And to me, that you got to give credit to Jerry. Everybody always beats up on Jerry, but you got to give Jerry a little credit. He's saying, hey, I don't have to give every one of these guys a password to the honeycomb hideout. I'll only give a few of them that.
Yeah, he used to do it to everybody. Now he's finally wised up. But Odigizua, 4 years, $5 million. I mean, they are paying him nothing. Do you pay him? He's got one more year after this on his contract.
Well, I think you got to take a look at where you're at. I mean, and you got to say, okay, are we in a position? You have to think about paying him because he is so productive. The issue becomes that guy that is Hankins and Mozzie Smith. That's the guys. Those are the guys that are eating up the double team blocks. Don't you know what I'm saying? If 5 offensive linemen. And you got 4 defensive linemen. One guy's got to eat up the double team block. And that guy's got to know when and how to play. And it's not a very glamorous job to go down in there and fight your ass off as a 2 technique with whoever their guard and whoever their center are. But ultimately, that's allowing the rest of these guys, whether it's Parsons to get a one-on-one situation, Lawrence to get a one-on-one situation, Odigizua inside, who's taking advantage of that one-on-one situation. You got to look at the entire puzzle before you say, okay, well, we got to pay this guy. No, you got to pay the guy that's down there working double time too. And so that's the point I'm making. They've done a nice job of balancing all that and then replenishing the cupboard when the cupboard gets empty, being able to draft, Odigizua, being able to draft Mozzie, being able to draft Neville Gallimore out of Oklahoma. That wasn't a real sexy pick when they took him, and look how good look at the job he's doing for the money he's making. So, I mean, sometimes you have to do that, and that's part of the process. Just like at receiver, They had to pay Gallup a little money. They traded for Cooks, but they had to let Cooper go, which I was critical of letting Amari Cooper go. I mean, he was a big-time player. But you look at how CD is developed and you look at this receiving core now, you got to give him credit.
Stretch, going to transition to college a little bit. We haven't had a chance to talk to you since the committee put out the college football playoff. We know Bama and Michigan are playing, and obviously the Horns versus Washington and the Sugar Bowl. But did you think the committee got the 4 teams right that are in, or do you feel like Florida State going undefeated but losing their quarterback got hosed?
Yeah, it's nothing against Florida State, but they're not playing as good as the other 4 teams are playing right now that are in. And if you say they are, well, then you're looking through them rose-colored glasses that that got the tomahawk chop on them. I mean, they're just not playing as well. That's not taking anything away from Florida State, because guess what? They beat everybody that was on their schedule, and you got to give them credit. But I do believe that the reason that they took the computers and all that RPI and all that stuff out of the game was to allow human eyes to see the game. And you got to trust those guys to say, hey, I do believe they got the best 4 teams. I could make a case that Ohio State would be a better choice than Florida State. I could make a case, for basically Georgia will be a better choice than Florida State. If you're honest with yourself and you take you're looking at it through some clear glasses. Again, that's nothing against Florida State. They did everything they could. But if you're asking me the question, do I think they got it right 100%? They got it right. I feel, the 4 best teams in there, and we'll see how that plays out.
You watched any? I know you've watched the Horns. Have you seen any Washington games?
I saw a couple of Washington games. Obviously, Penix is a really good player. I mean, he distributes the ball around. I saw him last year in the bowl game. I mean, you guys saw that too. I mean, you know what he can do. If I had to say who I believe the best team is right now, I think it's Michigan. But I mean, right after that, I think I could make a case for any of the other 3, and it'll be interesting to see. I have watched enough more college football this year than I have in the past years, and I'm not sure why. I just have, and so I do think that Michigan is going to be really tough. I think Washington is a good team, but I think Texas can match up defensively better with them than they did a year ago, and and if Ewers is healthy, and they say he is. I mean, you gotta like the Longhorns' chances. I'd like to see the Longhorns tee it up with the Wolverines. I think that'd be a heck of a matchup and would draw the most eyeballs from a TV standpoint.
I think it'd be a great matchup for Texas, as long as Tavondre Sweat and Byron Murphy are man in the middle. We were just talking about that. I gotta let you go on this, Stretch. They're paying Jonathan Hankins 1 year, $1.3 million for this season.
Yeah.
They're paying Odigizua 4 years, $5 million. I mean, they're getting it done with like guys you can't believe. So is that all coaching? Is that all Dan Quinn?
No, I think it's. I do think it's some. I think it's a pie, and there are pieces of the pie. I think they're coaching them well. I think Dan Quinn puts them in the right position. I think they've done a great job of managing their salary cap. I think they've done a great job of picking and selecting these guys. And then I think they've done a better job of having depth behind them, so they don't have to play 40 snaps a game. You can play 22 snaps a game. You can play 25 snaps a game. All of a sudden, you take that wear and tear off. All of a sudden, you're able to roll guys in there. That's what leaves those guys fresh. And so I think it's a combination of things. I feel the same way about the offensive line when you think about, they're still letting Tyron take Wednesday off. Hey, he's a good enough player. He doesn't need to practice Wednesday. Let him sit in the meetings. Let him hear the game plan. and understand we need fresh legs and we need guys that can go and get it done on Sunday. And when you have that depth, that experience, that ability, and the job that they've done, again, from a scouting and a salary cap standpoint, I mean, it feels like the stars are lining up. And I'm not trying to get you to get on the phone and call the MGM so you can get that same bridal suite that you got at the General Jackson at the MGM. But I mean, the Cowboys got a shot.
Come on, baby. It's time.
You ain't telling me. Hey, you ain't telling me nothing. I'll be out there in the middle of it in Vegas. All 6'7" of my big ass will be right in the middle of it.
Right in the middle of it, baby. Well, there's room for you in New Orleans if you want to come down for New Year's.
Hey, I hear you. I'm gonna.
They got a casino there too.
They got casino. They no question. I'm gonna. I'll be interested to hear where old Chip Brown calls home for 4 or 5 nights. I want to know where the.
Oh, it's the Media Hotel. Don't you worry.
All right. Well, I you know what I'm sure you'll be holding court up there in the on the 11th floor wherever they're pouring that cheap beer and them shitty drinks. I'm sure you'll be right in the middle of it.
Hey, appreciate you thinking of me.
You'll be the. I tell you what, you'll be the maitre d' up there on that floor.
Hell yeah! Who needs another?
Yeah, exactly. Come on and grab a brew. It don't cost nothing. Give me the password to the Honeycomb Hideout.
You got media members trying to grab bottles of whiskey to shove in their.
Hey, did you see that before I go? Did you see the guy at the Cowboys game that was allowing folks to get in that door down there for a few $100?
Oh,
down there in the end zone, where they have the standing room only.
Oh yeah.
I mean, I don't know how you can beat up on an entrepreneur. He said, hell, if you got a few of those dead presidents in here, go over there and stand, take you a gander. I think he had him. They said he had a pile of money.
They busted him?
They busted him.
Yeah. Who turned him in?
Coach, I don't think it said on the story, but it showed him in a pair of them. It showed him in a pair of those cuffs headed for the Crowbar Hilton. So it didn't. I don't know if it was worth it or not.
Damn.
I know. Damn the luck, man.
Trying to get his hustle on.
Poor guy was trying to make him a little extra money so he could go over to the Yellow Rose and see Mercedes on this main stage.
Hey.
That's probably all he was trying to do, too. That's what's so sad. He's trying to support single moms, and now he's going to jail.
Oh, she got to be a mother, Chip.
Oh, come on. Don't get indignant over the stripper polls. The pole assassin will come for you. I promise you.
Oh, hey, y'all are getting a little deep here. Isn't it time for a break yet?
Well,
we got 15 minutes.
Stretch, you're the best, man.
Hey, guys, have a good one, fellas. Be good.
Thanks, Stretch.
All right.
Cowboys
Bills up next. All right, Zay, we got a ton to get done here. How about Apple Leasing? Y'all know where to go. AppleLeasing.com, 346-9977. AV consultations for your big screen, your surround sound, your surveillance. Give them a call, 255-8678. Brain Vault mouth guards for all our competitors out there. And if you're the team manager of a flag football team, whatever, they do group fittings. They will come to you. BrainVault.com. Salt Traders, Coastal Cooking. Get your New Orleans on now. You don't have to wait. I mean, all night happy hour on Monday night. 3:30 to 6:30 happy hour every day. And you're getting $5 off the beginnings menu, which has the New Orleans barbecue shrimp. Come on, let's go get some New Orleans barbecue shrimp at Salt Traders. And don't forget about Great Blue Heron Furniture, greatblueheronfurniture.com. Check it out. And if you like it, the promo code HOOK'em. This is furniture that is built for a lifetime, and you can design your own couch, recliner, bar stools. I think that's the coolest part. I did it, and it's super cool. All right, Zay, for today's chip shot. Texas is right in the middle of it on some of these portal targets. And right now it feels like they're going to get what their highest priorities. We'll see. But I like who they're in on. They're in on, Andrew Makaba. They're in on the Traylon. Oh God, I always get his name wrong. So I want to get it right this time. The kid, the edge rusher from Tennessee.
They're also in on the edge rusher from UTSA.
Yeah, Trey Moore.
And
so I just Tyler Barron, who's a really good player. I always want to say Treylon Burks, who's a completely different player. Tyler Barron and Trey Moore. I mean, they're getting after it, and it's going to be interesting because you got Colin Simmons enrolling as soon as possible. He could be at the Sugar Bowl with the team, and to me he's Joseph Osai. So if you liked Joseph Osai, you're going to like Colin Simmons because the guy's he's got unbelievable bend. He's got cat closing speed. He's motor. He wants to make the play every time. You put him on the same field with Anthony Hill. Good God. I mean, good luck. And I'm really excited to see this kid, Darren Gillette, Zay, because from what I hear about him, he's just a football player. He's got good speed. He's good size, 6'3", 231. So I really want to see what this guy brings because I get the feeling, and I said this in the Insider this morning at horns247.com, that he's one of the 10 players in these bowl practices who can really help himself because they're looking to see who's going to line up next to Anthony Hill next year. And Anthony Hill can play middle. He can play weak side, but someone's going to be lining up next to Anthony Hill. Is it David Benda if he comes back? Is it Mo Blackwell, depending on if they play Anthony Hill at middle? Because all the other dudes can play weak side because they had to learn that position because Jalen Ford was playing middle. So I'm fascinated because I do think they have some really talented athletes at that linebacker position. Samaje Burrell, I want to see what he's got. But yeah, so basically the chip shot today is you have good reason to be excited and not just about signing day on the 20th. For the high school kids, you got portal targets that are listening. I mean, Texas is trying to talk to Walter Nolan, the defensive tackle from A&M, but they don't want it to be just a flat out bidding war. They want the guy to want to come and be a part of this defense and what Texas is doing. So that's always the tricky balance. And you hear Sark say it. I'm not going to take a kid whose first question is, what am I getting for NIL? I believe Sark when he says that because he knows. You got to have guys who are in it to experience what's happening right now for the Longhorns, for God's sake. All right, Zay.
All right, Chip.
To the right call.
Right call time. Before the right call, got to shout out Covert BK. Been doing it for over 100 years in the greater Austin area and have been providing the greater Austin people with a high quality selection of new and pre-owned vehicles, Ram, Buick, GMC, Cadillac, Chrysler, and Jeep. You're going to find what you want at Covert BK. Check out covertbk.com for all the latest specials and inventory. Nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, not ever. Rewinding back to hour one, Sean Payton. This isn't the right call, by the way, but Sean Payton, you haven't seen them ripping the bong. Here you go. We got it on bootleg right here. That is Super Bowl winning coach Sean Payton taking a huge rip from the glass pond.
You got some frat dude sneaky recording him, like whoever recorded Bo Davis in the team bus when Bo Davis was like, "You ain't funny. I got my ass kicked. Some of you please need to get in the portal.
You mother effers think it's funny? Yo, Suge. Bo Suge Knight Davis, baby. But yeah, that's Sean Payton, high off the finest hybrid.
High on life.
Chronic.
There in Colorado.
Yeah. All right, now for the real right call. So let's go to the NBA because we know the NBA has a lot of petty. They suspended Draymond Green indefinitely, so we don't know when that fool coming back.
I mean, should he come back at all? That roundhouse punch?
He needs help. When Kevin Durant, who is the guy you went to war with, bro, you got 2 championships with KD, and KD's a big reason why he's still not at Golden State like he could be, because him and Draymond had a riff against the Clippers. I want to say in the last year KD was there where Draymond got a rebound, clock was going down. KD was like, give me the ball. I'm the greatest scorer of all time. You shoot like you got a backpack on. Give me the ball. And he didn't give it up. And then KD had something to say on the bench, and Draymond was real dramatic about it, like Draymond always is, and blew it up to where the media talked about it, and it put KD in a very odd situation, and they never recovered from that. So if KD's out here saying, yeah, Draymond wasn't like that when I got there, even though he was, and you're like, man, I hope that guy gets help. Yusuf Nurkic said, I hope that brother gets help. You got a dude from Europe calling you brother and stuff. That's how you know you're down bad, Draymond. Like, I hope that brother gets help. Like, everybody is seriously concerned.
He's a dude who got punched.
Yeah. But listen to this, Chip. Kind of going back to your neck of the woods where you're going to be like, this might make sense. There is a video going around with one of my favorite and underrated players of all time, Rasheed Wallace. And Rasheed is talking to Gilbert Arenas and a couple of other players on Gilbert's show. Yeah. And Rasheed said, yo, I've known Draymond since he was a young teenager, since he was a young boy. He was best friends with one of the front office guys' son that worked for the Pistons. So he would always be in the locker room with Rip Hamilton and Chauncey and Ben Wallace and Tayshaun Prince and Rasheed, and they didn't have no filter with Draymond in there. Like, they were still crazy-ass, tough-ass Pistons, cussing, talking wild. So Rasheed says, yo, you can kind of blame us for how he be acting because that's what we did. And Rasheed Wallace leads the NBA in ejections all time. And Draymond Green, he's a close second. Rasheed has 28, Draymond has 20. So I don't think Draymond's going to catch him at this rate, especially after possibly getting this help. But it makes a lot of sense, of just that type of atmosphere Draymond was around as a youth. And he thinks that, these guys, they're winning championships. They're having all this success.
That's how they do it.
That's how they do it. This is how it's done. Especially
I'm gonna do it.
Yeah, especially because that Pistons team, nobody was ridiculously skilled.
Right.
Like there were no.
They beat the Lakers. They swept the Lakers in 2004.
I think it was gentleman's sweep. I think it was with 5. Kobe had to hit like a crazy shot in one of the games to win one.
I'm romanticizing.
Yeah. It felt like it.
Yeah.
It was 5 though, because that was when they had the 2-3-2 format, which never went to the home court advantage team's favor. That never made sense to me. I'm glad it's 2-2-1-1-1 now. But
Rasheed Wallace has one of the greatest quotes of all time. He is driving in like a yellow Lamborghini with Damon Stoudemire. This is when they're playing for the Trailblazers. They get pulled over. Cop, they're speeding. Cop's like, smells like weed in here. Where's the weed? And Sheed goes, we smoked it.
Freaking idiot. Yo, that team, that Blazers team, they were so good, but they were on their thug shit so hard, man. If it wasn't for Scottie Pippen kind of just balancing stuff out, because Scottie came over with that championship like pedigree. So like Scottie touched down and was like, yo, guys, we could be good. And they brought Steve Smith on the squad from Miami, and Steve Smith was kind of the same way too. Like him and Scottie were like, yo, Rasheed, Bonzi Wells, Damon, we could be very good. Y'all gotta just chill out a little bit. Like we got Sabonis, like Brian Grant. That team was tough. They were up by like 15 points in 2000, game 7 against the Lakers, and blew it. They always show that damn alley-oop that Kobe throws Shaq to ice the game and stuff. It's like y'all were up by like 15. How'd y'all blow this lead, Mike Dunleavy Sr.? What are we doing here? But yeah, man, they were just too many off the court theatrics for that team. Like they had too much going on. I remember David Stoudemire getting busted at the airport for having the chronic and foil. Like, what are we doing, man? Or I think they raided Damon Stoudemire's house one time, and he just had like a pound of chronic just sitting on the table like it was nothing. And just, God, if y'all could just focus, maybe y'all could take down this really, really good Los Angeles Lakers team. But hey,
it smells like weed. Where's the weed?
We smoked it. Yeah, which Rasheed didn't smoke enough because he was too turned up. All them ejections, all that crap that he dealt with. He should have smoked a little bit more, though.
Then he got to the Pistons, and he was money.
He was money, man. One of the best in-season trades of all time. Great move. Great move, man. God, he was skilled.
And he was an agitator. So he'd get under your skin. He'd get you off your game. And that, I mean, I think Detroit, they majored in being agitators from, the bad boys on to that Chauncey Billups, Rip Hamilton, Sheed Wallace team. And Tayshaun Prince was the guy to me because he was so good on both ends of the court. He was so long. He could guard any guard you had. And he just made it really miserable. Kind of like what the dude for the Nuggets.
Aaron Gordon?
Yeah, Aaron Gordon. What he did for the Nuggets. Yeah. He takes your best shooter out of his game. And what are you going to do?
Yeah, when Tayshaun was with Tubby Smith at Kentucky, like he was very popular just because like his jump shot, him being a lefty, he had that shot, his arm would be way out there for a lefty. It'd be very awkward, but it went in. And yeah, once he got drafted by Detroit and focused on defense, that was his career. You're right. He could guard anyone. At 6'10", to be that mobile and athletic, like
arms forever.
He slowed Kobe down. He would slow down LeBron, and I think they should have put him more on Tony Parker in 2005. I thought Larry Brown, like Chauncey guarding Tony, that's cool and all, but I'd switch it up a little bit. And then Ginobili started going off, and whatever. But yeah, Tayshaun Prince. Everybody talks about those 4 other guys that were making all-star teams, and Rip, Chauncey, Ben Wallace, and Rasheed. Tayshaun Prince needs way more love for that era.
Yeah, sure. He was the guy that I was always checking. Is he in the lineup? Okay, everything's good. Everything's good. It's kind of like Dwan Harris at Kansas. Like last year they had, all the guys, but it was about whether Dwan Harris scored 6 points. They were 21-0 when he scored 6 points. So
Dwan Harris, like, he is one of the most frustrating players to watch when he's playing against Texas because it's like, dude, how are you even being productive out here? There's some games where you're like, how is this guy even a D1 player? And then there's others where you're like, man, this dude's completely taken over the game. And yeah.
Well, Texas always focused their D on him because if you cut the head of the snake, they don't get the entry passes. I was like, I didn't even know, but RT was saying afterward, that's the guy we had to stop. And he didn't score a 6th point in that drubbing, that 20-point drubbing that Texas administered to KU in the Big 12 tournament. He didn't score a 6th point until KU was down 18 with 2 minutes left.
Yeah. Sure.
Man, I was talking about how awful I look. I know I look awful. I'm old. I got JDH saying I look like Jim Brewer.
Holy shit! What are y'all talking about?
Chip, can you please give me a fuck you, you're cool, fuck you, and I'm out, man.
I do get a lot of that Jim Brewer on it. I'm like, that is not a compliment, people. But
he is hilarious.
He is hilarious.
He's coming to town actually in, I want to say January or February.
Well,
oh my God, that's so fun.
Man, I got to get back to the comedy club because I haven't been out to Rogan's place yet.
It's world-class club. It's legitimately one of the top 3 to 5 clubs on the planet.
Is it hard to, he does some weird thing with the tickets, right?
They do ticket drops at various times. Unless it's a huge name, you can usually get tickets for at least a little bit after they make the announcement. Like they had a batch of announcements yesterday, I believe, or a couple of announcements yesterday that included Dan Soder, who's going to be in town the first weekend in March. Soder is one of those Legion of Skanks comics. Really funny and starting to get his comeuppance now. I'm actually going to see Mark Normand at the Paramount that weekend. Otherwise, I probably would have purchased tickets. But I checked literally like an hour or two ago just to see. And you still have general admission and VIP table tickets available to both shows on Friday and Saturday night.
Nice.
So something like that would be good. Like Steve Renazizi, dude who was on the League back in the day.
Oh, yeah.
Which one is that on the League?
He was the brunette, the hot brunettes, not the hot. God, there's a couple hot brunettes on that show. I'm trying to think of what
he's not Nick Kroll.
Not Kroll. Okay. So he had the hot wife, but not Nick Kroll and his wife. The other.
Okay, yeah, that dude's hilarious. Okay.
Yeah, BK and I spoke with him in the past. I'm gonna try and get him on the Texas Sports Unfiltered in the podcast. Hopefully the week leading up to his shows there, because he hasn't sold out just yet. It really does just depend. Like Ari Shafir, I think he sold out at the end of January. But just go to comedymothership.com. Like even if you go to the shows in the smaller room, so it's the Fat Man and the Little Boy are the 2 rooms. The smaller room is a little bit more random. There's some open mics as well, but they do something called Bottom of the Barrel, where audience members literally write ideas down and they just put it in a barrel. And comedians come on stage and they pull it out. And however fucked up the concept is, they're supposed to try and work with that and come up with something funny. And like all the mainstays at that club go into that room and work. Like Tony Hinchcliffe, in my opinion, is probably the funniest guy in the city right now. He's regularly on that. Rogan goes in there. Ron White, Brian Simpson, who my guess is he's about to blow up big time. He's a regular at the mothership. And then some guys like that, Asan Ahmad, Derek Simpson. Yeah, it's really hard to miss regardless of the show. So even if it's not like a big time name on the weekend, you're not guaranteed to laugh, but there's a really good chance you will.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I
bet you didn't want my straight up Rain Man answer to your question, Chip.
No, I need to have a page bookmark so that I know when and think about it. Okay, I got to ask you this, Trey.
Mm-hmm.
Is your camera in a different place?
I am.
Because you look like you're wonderfully relaxed
in the back chair right now
and reclined. Yeah, and it looks like you just have your microphone laying on your chest.
It's not quite that. I've got a microphone base that you can see right here. That's digging into my
loins.
We'll call it psoas to hip flexors. Not quite groin, but psoas to hip flexors.
Why am I not surprised?
I'm sure John
Brown
had
a technical term
saying that, but
yeah. Speaking of John Brown, have you taken his advice and not stretched at all?
I go back and forth on stretching. I actually see more value to stretching than John Brown does, but it's about when you do it. Like if you're stretching right before you exercise, I think that's the wrong time to stretch. But there is a time where you can get your muscles more relaxed, and it can be a good thing for you too. But there's a balance there. I understand where he's coming from. He's, I think he takes an extreme viewpoint, and there are extreme viewpoints on the other side too, in terms of you've got to stretch at all times. You want your muscles to be totally relaxed. I reside somewhere in the gray area with that, but my hip is still fucked up. If that's what you're asking, I actually went to Texas Orthopedics today to a Dr. McDonald who said that he thinks that it's a little bit of glute fatigue. And so I'm about to go to PT to reactivate my glutes, to the Tiger Woods quote from several years ago.
My glutes weren't activating.
My left glute is not activating, and it's causing a hip problem, according to one of the top hip specialists in Austin and the entire state.
I thought you were going to tell me you needed your hip replaced.
No, thankfully it's not there just yet. Interestingly, I found out from Dr. McDonald today, because of course I've been Dr. Googling this shit, trying to figure it out on my own. And so I didn't realize that you have a labrum in your hip. Like, we've all heard about the shoulder labrum because of the common injury in baseball.
Oh, that's right. That was the LaMarcus Aldridge injury.
Oh, interesting. I'd forgotten that. Good callback there. But you have a labrum in your hip. And so I asked him about that. I'm like, I was completely unfamiliar with this. I cover sports. I figure I would know a little bit more about it. I'm like, and apparently labrum tears are common. He's like, oh, here's how common it is. It's not even really worth your time to check on that right now. Like, you would have to do an MRI. But even for most people in their 30s and 40s who get an MRI, they will show a labrum tear even if they have no hip pain. It's something like 70% of people have some sort of hip tear, just because that's the nature of the beast. Your body starts to wear out over time, and things wear down and slow down, unfortunately, as a result. So hopefully getting that glute reactivated again is going to knock out the hip issue.
Yeah.
Well, the labrum tear in the shoulder, that usually needs to be dealt with, right? Or not?
It depends on the degree of tear. Sometimes rest and some other things and some PT can
It's a
actually
minor
help that.
tear.
It's all about the grade of tear.
Yeah.
What's up, Zay?
Yeah, looking back at Tiger Woods' history with the glute situation, did any of his filthy, disgusting sex that he was having behind the scenes play a factor into that? Because we come to hear that Tiger's very freaky.
Well, I'm trying to convince Justine to apply for jobs as a hostess at Shenanigans, so she and I can bang behind the back dumpster there to really get the Tiger Woods mantra going. You know.
I mean, I want to party with Zay in Vegas. I want Zay and me and Michael Jordan.
Oh, man. Yo, if Mike paying, I'm going.
In
just
Vegas?
To go to the darkest nether regions of Vegas.
Ooh.
The Caligula room or whatever it is in the MGM compound.
Hey, blame Michael for all the trouble that Tiger's been in.
Right. He was a naive dork.
Yep.
Who's like, how do you talk to girls? Tell them you're Tiger Woods.
Oh, man. They weren't doing that in Palo Alto, man. They weren't rolling around like that. Tiger
How could he be
guidance.
How could he be such a dork when his dad was apparently hitting on everything that moved his whole life?
See, that's where I'm at. Like, come on. You saw Pops wilding behind the scenes, taking women to the Winnebago and stuff. Like,
wow, in his
Tiger was
final
working on
days,
his
if you've
game.
read the Tiger Woods biography, the old man was only having in-home nursing from hot chicks who, I don't know if they did the Deshaun Watson extra money treatment or what, but Earl was going down swinging.
Earl.
You can't get into life hand jobs. What's this life for anyhow, guys?
Oh, shit. Oh, hey. I thought I saw KD. Did he not pop in?
I did too.
He always does that.
Let me see if he's texted.
He gets like a little.
Yeah, he always does that. He'll show up and then something happens.
He's
He'll
restarting
get a little,
right now.
little lurk, and then he'll be like,
He's having some issues, so he's restarting right now. He texted me 2 minutes ago.
Yeah.
I got you.
Yeah, it always happens for him. So.
Oh my God. Yeah, that Tiger Woods biography, you can't put it down.
Are you talking about the one by Armin Katayan?
Yeah, it's old. It's old.
Great.
I found it in a used bookstore when we went to Colorado this summer, and I read it in 2 days.
Armin Katayan's awesome. Actually, I think I did interview him about that book. It was a long book, and unfortunately, I think we only had 30 minutes. There was a ton of material in it, though.
Unbelievable. I mean, it is copious.
And that was pre some of the other shit that's happened with Tiger, too.
Yeah.
I feel like there's a follow-up there. Maybe
it was pre-car accident that shredded his knee.
Yeah. I feel like there's a paperback reprint with some updated material that Armin could get into.
Yeah, I mean, we still go goo goo gaga every time Tiger Woods is attempting to play in a tournament. Like, your prime as a pro athlete is typically 25 to 31. Typically. Golf, obviously, totally different, but he's emeritus. He's Tiger, tell us a story. I mean, he's not out there trying to win tournaments unless it's Augusta, because he said, I'll always try to win Augusta because I know every inch of that place and I can putt these greens and no one else can. So, but yeah, I mean, it's a phenomenon. All right, here's a question for my man Zay. I can't believe it's Thursday and I haven't asked you. Have you seen Air yet?
Nope. So I haven't seen it.
Because there's a, I don't know. I mean, the Tiger Woods movie, I guess it's still too early for that. I mean, his kids are old enough now, right?
To where they know all the stuff, all the dirt.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
That's a movie everyone would watch.
Who plays El Tigre in that movie? I feel like it needs to be an unknown actor.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I say that also, no, I don't know if this is still happening because of the serious health scare that he had, but like Jamie Foxx was supposed to play Mike Tyson. I was really looking forward to that one. So it either needs to be somebody like that or a complete unknown.
Yeah, because it's a
Will Smith's son, Jaden Smith, young Tiger.
That could work.
If I'm ESPN, I make that a 7-8 part series like they did with the captain and the Jordan, doc. And
you're saying make a documentary out of it. I was thinking of a Hollywood.
Well, I mean, they're doing it with the Lakers. I mean, they could put actors in there and make it a.
You had just mentioned The Last Dance. No, I would be with you on that. If you really want to tell a story in modern times, you don't waste time on a movie. Movies are for short stories. Series allow you to do more in the way of character development and playing with multiple storylines at once. I completely agree on that. And some of the other characters you would have to include in that series. I mean, shit, Phil Mickelson probably deserves his own series at some point. With the rivalry those two had together.
Well, and the real life of what Phil Mickelson's doing with his gambling. Like that. I mean, he's got some weird relationships. I'm fascinated to know what that dude's gambling history looks like.
It's funny you say that shit because this is the book that called him out for some of the craziest shit, Gambler, by Billy Walters. Just read it, just talked to Billy too, as a matter of fact. He is literally one of the most successful sports gamblers in the history of that activity. And he was friends and gambling buddies with Phil. And then Phil completely fucked him over when the feds were coming after him and he needs somebody to be truthful on the stand. Phil initially said he would. All he had to do was tell the truth to the questions being asked, but then Phil got scared and said he wanted to protect his reputation. And so Billy, who was in his early 70s at the time, got sentenced to 5 years in prison. And he ended up spending 31 months before he was one of those guys who was looked at as old enough and not a huge threat to society during COVID that he actually got out after 31 months.
Damn.
Yeah, I want to read that. What's it called? The Gambler?
Yeah, it's just called Gambler. It's the red jacket. Billy Walters is the guy's name. Yeah, he tells a ton of crazy stories because he was a reckless gambling alcoholic. He came from abject poverty in Kentucky, placed his first bet at the age of 9. At the age of 9 in the mid-1950s, he was a huge Yankees fan and already had an insane work ethic and had saved $125. Just think about that. $125 is a lot for my 9-year-old in 2023. $125 in 1955 to anyone, much less a 9-year-old, must have felt like $1 million. Bet all 125 with some adult that lived in town on the Yankees beating the Dodgers, and that was the year that the Dodgers actually beat the Yankees in the World Series. So it was like a year and a half's worth of savings down the drain, but it was only the beginning for some of the crazy shit and the amounts of money that he would bet on over the years.
I love it. Yeah. All right, KD, what's up, dog?
KD is froze.
Oh, yes.
No.
That's funny because Jack was like, who is this guy staring at us? He was.
I want to know who Jack Burton is with that picture. Is that a real picture or is that from a movie or something? You look like
looks like a young Kurt Russell.
Yeah, it looks like a movie star. Exactly.
He's got the Texas Sports Unfiltered hat on.
Does he?
I think it's Harley Davidson.
Oh. Hey, go with it. Go with it.
Yeah, I'll take it.
Sweet Texas Sports Unfiltered aviators, Jack.
Yeah.
Yo, does my man talk about MJ in the book? You can't talk about gambling in sports without Michael Jordan, the GOAT.
No, he didn't have any direct experience with MJ. Trying to think of some other, because he wasn't dropping names to drop names. Oh, this is a funny story. I'm not even going to try and retell it, but he basically got into a huge scrap with Guy Clark, who's like a legendary singer and songwriter from Texas. Back before Guy Clark was big, over pitching nickels. They were pitching nickels, and there was an argument about who got closest to the line, and it turned into him having a beer bottle broken over his face and his new wife not even recognizing him when he got home because his face was so fucked up.
Oh,
yeah, and he's got a Steve Wynn despises him because he figured out that roulette wheels eventually wear down and they become biased towards certain numbers, and he won like $5 million off of a roulette wheel where Steve Wynn was essentially daring him to play. And so Steve Wynn has refused to talk to him since then. And it went so far that he was supposed to get pardoned by Donald Trump. But Steve Wynn is apparently good friends with Trump. And he was going around bragging to people that Trump wouldn't give him a full pardon. He would just, I forget what the second thing is, where it was concurrence. I don't remember what the term is, but it wasn't a full pardon like Trump was supposed to do. And it was all Steve Wynn's doing because Steve Wynn still holds his vendetta against Billy Walters.
Because Billy Walters somehow won $5 million playing roulette.
Roulette, yeah. He just looks for these little advantages in gambling, and like they've come up with this system in sports gambling. He lays it all out in the book. He and I are actually going to spend an additional 30 minutes next week talking about that because it's going to be its own interesting podcast of like how to properly value sports betting to where you gain a little bit of an upper hand, because usually the house is working with a small percentage upper hand. But the way that they provide value on everything from players to conditions to previous week's game, it's a fascinating Florida a formula that has led to him winning a huge chunk of money over time. And the reason why he says he's doing it is he's like, look, it's good that sports gambling is legal now. There's a lot of people that are going to get sucked in like me who don't have the 40 years in the work ethic to work through just going bust as many times as I did. I'm like trying to do this as a bit of a public service to them. Like, look, if this is how you want to do it, pay attention to these things. And there's still a lot of work that has to be done, but you can actually game the system that is supposed to be gaming you.
Well, I got some big time reading to do before I get to New Orleans and that casino.
Yeah, join me at the Pai Gow table, Chip, because I'm going to be playing a decent amount of Pai Gow while I'm there.
That's the game that's the best to rig against the house?
No, that's just the game where you can sit on like $50 for a really long time if you want to.
Yeah. KD, what's up, dog? Uh-oh.
Yo, how are y'all? I appreciate it, man. I've been dealing with Trey. It was the charger the whole time. I had to get a new charger. So when the charger's in, it's what slows it down.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Okay.
I know. So I feel good though. I figured something out.
You and I tried everything too, and I never would have.
I know. So I literally, I mean, I got a 9 kg thing here. I got the modem all set up, computers all cleaned out, and like I finally just like charged it up and did it without that, and right away it was on. I'm like, all right, I figured it out without you this time.
Man,
It's not,
my friend.
It's not an Ethernet cable thing.
No. Apparently, I can go to Mars with my modem. So I upgraded everything, and now I figured it out. So I'll be going to Walmart probably tonight.
Yeah, I'm glad that Westlake diploma is coming in handy, KD.
About time, man. I'm not Silk Road bright, but I figured it out eventually, man. Now I got to like bottom 5% of like any technology and like actually knowing anything about it. And Trey knows that. So for me to figure it out, I'm pretty pumped up.
Well, congratulations. I am going to
see you, fellas.
Make some calls.
Appreciate you guys.
Have a nice show.
Oh, I know what it is. Oh, I figured out how to completely turn this shit off. All right. That's good.
What's up?
How you doing?
Good. How are you?
I'm all right.
I do have one admission to make.
Uh-oh, what's that? You went to Starbucks? Okay.
At about 1, yeah.
Well, you don't drink coffee every day, so you can use caffeine as a tool, unlike me, who just has to use it to get back to even now.
Yeah, but I mean, I'll definitely be hopped up, but one of those days where I kind of needed that, so.
Were you, was it a bad night's sleep last night? Were you just up early and you've been running around using your brain all day?
Great night's sleep, more the latter. So, went to bed really early, just slept through, the whole night, and woke up and was ready to go. But yeah, long day. So, what about you?
It has been a pretty long day for me too, but then again, most of them are when you have to wake up with your kids by 6:30 to make sure that they can get off to school. And at that point, it's like, I guess I could theoretically go back to sleep, but it's like, I'm up now, so I may as well go do the gym and take care of anything else that I need to. And I actually went to the doctor today to get my hip looked at.
Okay.
Dr. McDonald at Texas Orthopedics, he was hooked up by Dr. Danny. Thank you very much, Dr. Danny. I mean, he is one of the best hip doctors in Texas, if not the entire country, and got a pretty positive prognosis with regards to what's going on with my hip.
Good.
A bit of glute tendonitis. So I just got to try and get the glute activated and strengthened and awake a little bit more, and it should help resolve my hip issue.
Good to hear, man. I've been dealing with that. So that's that can be really tough to deal with, and usually a lot of factors involved. So what's your next step with it?
I'm supposed to take something that's like Tylenol, but a little bit stronger and anti-inflammatory for a week, even if my hip doesn't hurt, and then go to PT a couple times a week. They're going to give me some exercises to do on my own, which I'm happy to do. I actually like being able to work things like that into my regular workouts. And I am supposed to avoid running, jumping, or there was something else too. Like explosive movements like that for like 4 to 6 weeks. So
cool. Yep.
On the sand sidelines for the next 4 to 6 weeks, which is actually an okay thing because I was considering doing a fast after the first of the year. I know you and I talked about this off microphone, and you are planning on doing something. Yep. I may join you now because my one reluctance in doing that is that what I want to do would take me away from the court for probably a couple weeks. But I got 4 to 6 weeks to sit out now, so may as well try and do a complete system reset while we're at it.
Totally. I'm with you on that. Sand sideline. Right? Wow. I'd never heard that, but it makes sense. Yeah. So are there any, because you were in better when they were looking at my hip and trying to go through breaking me down. A lot of it was bad weight. I told you.
Yeah.
You don't really have that. So there's no get down to this weight, because I've already gained 4 pounds from when I got down to the weight they wanted me to get down to, which was way too light for me. I didn't feel comfortable with it. And you probably don't have that, right? Like they're probably like, it's just your hip.
Boy, that's a great question because I do wonder if my visceral fat is a little bit out of whack, and visceral fat
Dude,
for
are you
anybody
kidding
who
me? You know.
I don't know for sure though. That is much more difficult to detect.
Me,
and I would
yes.
guess that for the rest of me, my visceral fat is a little bit on the bad side, but like they didn't check that because they look at my weight and they see that I've got good muscle tone and they're like, oh, you're at 100. By the way, total tangent here. I will get back to my thought that I just broke off mid-sentence here in a second. Can we figure out a better way to check people's weight at the doctor's office and not have them get on the scale fully clothed with their shoes on? Or if we're going to do that, there needs to be some sort of tear there where you're like subtracting 5 pounds. Because I realize that I'm comfortably in the 170s right now. I'm not in the upper 170s that me wearing heavy shoes and jeans and a jacket suggests that I am. Please?
Yeah, and by the way, if your office still employs the weight we had in the 80s that goes there and then you scale it on the top with the thumb deal from that point on, that felt like you were changing your grandfather's, cable deal, then I may not trust your prognosis. Fair?
The analog scale, yeah.
Oh, God. I mean, I actually do kind of appreciate it because it takes me back to Dr. Halden here off Medical Parkway, like in the 80s. But I also don't appreciate it because I'm 45 and you're, at this point, somehow convincing me to get your fingers up my asshole.
But like with you, so you went and got checked out and they're like, well, how are you this weight because you're really skinny everywhere else? So like, this must be visceral fat. For me, they look and they see, oh, you're pretty muscular. So you being at this weight seems normal. But I don't know that for sure. Like I want to go get a DEXA scan, which is like an internal body scan just to see where my visceral fat levels are right now, because that might help too. But then again, that's probably why I'm going to be doing a fast or some sort of cleanse after the first of the year. So to answer your question, no, they didn't suggest that. They just suggested strengthening the glute. And I think it makes a lot of sense because there's certain things that I've done that help provide relief. I just haven't been consistent enough. So to get a more specific protocol, a more specific game plan in place will help me to implement it versus just winging it on my own.
Yeah. I mean, if anyone could, you could, but it's probably a better way to go. Talk to pros and go from there.
There's a balance to be struck, right? And I'm lucky that, we have a connection with Dr. Danny and he's able to get me in relatively quickly. And this guy is, even though he's known as a really good surgeon, he's also very conservative.
Is Danny his first or last name? You keep on saying Dr. Danny, like, Mrs. Edith or something like that,
Like, Dr. Danny is the last name. I know. I went through that for a long time also. I've actually seen him before for a finger injury. But Dr. Danny is a major part of Texas Ortho, and he recommended Dr. McDonald to me. And
okay, cool.
Went and saw Dr. McDonald South today. Boy, I forgot how miserable Mopac is, even after 9 o'clock.
Dude, I went to Costco on Monday, and I mean, I lived out there with my mom, lived out there in college, lived out there doing radio. I mean, I know that area out south pretty well and know how it's changed too. And dude, that area is crazy. Talk about not having right infrastructure. I mean, you take William Cannon off and that's a huge line now. And I lived right there where BK does off, Sedona Springs, doing radio in early 2000s. And there was none of that stuff there. I mean, there was Randall's, a couple other things, but there was no Costco or Whole Foods is right there. And it's a great area to live, but man, it's congested. Yeah,
and like even the intersections off of Mopac are a complete clusterfuck too. Like capital of Texas, trying to take that right coming from where Ben White essentially turns into capital of Texas. What a fucking nightmare. But it's been like that for a long time now, too, though.
Yeah.
You go up to B Cave and you exit there. That's a nightmare going in every direction.
Dude, 360 in general, going all the way to 183 all the way to 35 is a shit show. I mean, like, I'll give you a great story about 360, 1984 or 85. Me and buddies were at Woods of Westlake. So what is that? Westlake Drive, or like right across from used to be Ben-Hur Shrine in Westlake High School off Mopac. You know where Lost Creek is, then the radio station we worked at?
Yeah.
Right before that, the light before, to the left.
Yeah.
That's Woods of Westlake. That's where I lived. We used to go to the top of that where 360 is now. And it was a blinking red light, and we'd play home run derby. And a truck would come once every 15 minutes, blinking red light. Hey, hold up the game. This asshole's coming through. How you doing, sir? Have a good day, sir. Good to see you. Good to see you. I had something dirty for you. You weren't ready for it, you know. I mean, you know, so imagine me driving through there the last 35 years, like with that in my mind. You know, that's where you get some of the old man bitterness. And some of that's just there too.
Yeah. Well, you and I were bitter old men as kids.
Right.
It's funny how kids are so resentful to cards that are just passing by because they need to use that road to get from point A to point B.
Yeah.
Like, I remember plenty of those moments as a kid. And as an adult, just a few days ago, I was driving through my neighborhood and some kids were throwing the football around. And I'm just like driving down the street to get from point A to point B. These little fucking punks are like pump faking like they're throwing the football at my car just because I'm passing by, breaking up.
Good for them. Good for them. I'm glad there are still American boys that have any balls fucking left outside of, like, you know, Westlake swimmers that are now beating Riley Gaines.
Yeah, and I was the old guy saying, "Get out of my way, you punks! Out of the street, you punks!"
Yeah, I know. They pump at your car. That's pretty ballsy.
Yeah, I slowed down at that point, and he like very.
We wouldn't have done that because American men had balls back then, and they had shot us.
Yeah, shot you or gotten out and just like
and threatened us. Yeah, it would have been more of that, and it would have scared the hell out of us.
And if you go back,
which would have been good for all parties involved.
Yeah, and if you go back to the 1970s, then the guy probably gets out of the car and starts trying to hit on the kids because pedophilia was so widely accepted back in the 1970s.
I don't know if that's the case or not, but okay.
Did you?
Going through the whole list. What do you have?
Well, Malik Murphy announced late yesterday that he is transferring and will not be a part of the team for their playoff run.
Bum, bum, bum. Yeah, I think you and I talked about that for 5 months now, and we were not the only ones, so we didn't split the atom there for sure. Most people kind of saw that coming, and ideally saw that coming. And I think considering how fluid the whole NCAA is right now with NIL transfers, they just put a stop order on transfers being penalized for like 14 days. So I don't know if that's going to continue. You got to be really open and also really cool about stuff. And Sark, with his comments in Houston, was very cool about it. And I think it's a great situation for everyone. I hope Malik goes somewhere and kills it. But Arch is the next guy, and Quinn will be back next year.
I am not totally sure Quinn's going to be back next year. I know that's the assumption everybody has made, but he has not come out and said that.
Okay. Even if he's not, Arch is probably the guy. Did you see enough in 2 games? Maybe not. I mean, maybe you want both those guys to compete. That'd ideally be the case, but I understand what Malik's thinking looking at the tea leaves.
Oh, I completely understand that. And as soon as Texas fans went as crazy as they did when Arch Manning comes into the game and goes 2 for 5, picks up a couple first downs with his legs, like he had to have seen the writing on the wall to go along with the strong likelihood, according to insider reports right now, that Quinn Ewers is coming back next year. I don't blame him at all. I also don't know if it's a sure thing that he's going to go be really successful someplace else too, either, like some people are suggesting. I think that he's still got some developing to do at that position to be anywhere close to good. And like, even though it was great that he was able to help Texas win a couple of games this year as the starter, it looked like at that time he still had a ways to go. And that's with one of the best play callers in the country trying to help him out.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. I mean, there are no guarantees either way with him. What happens and if he is going to be a success, but it'd be nice to have him around. But the whole thing has changed. It's not like it was back in the day with Danny Cannell.
No, it is not.
Sorry,
you are.
Was I breaking up there?
Yeah, you're breaking up and skipping just a little bit. So I'm not totally sure what to do at this point. How about I do?
Yeah, because I plugged it in. Well, no. I'm good now because I plugged it in. I was testing it, but I want to make sure I have enough power. So that definitely is it.
Where are you power wise?
Halfway.
Okay. We should be good.
All right.
So the one thing that does surprise me a little bit is that Malik Murphy, for as much as we've heard about him being this great teammate who's beloved, who loves being a part of this culture, is not sticking around for at least one playoff game. Because he is the backup quarterback, and Quinn Ewers, while we hope he stays healthy, has shown a propensity to get hurt at times over the last couple of years too. I mean, shoot, even going back to his final season in high school at South Lake Carroll. So there's a potential for Malik Murphy to help this football team in these playoffs. But as Sark talked about last night, and I know he had a conversation with ESPN2, it is juggling a lot. I feel like it could have been done up to this point to where you can still be a part of that playoff run.
I agree. I think it really is more situation. I don't think either of those guys are bullshitting about how Malik feels about UT or how Sark feels about Malik and how the team does. And the team does love him, and he is all the things people have talked about. Great teammate, hard worker, type of guy you want to be around. But I get what you're saying, and I think ideally that was kind of his point. I wish that could be the case, but he's got to go take visits. It's not like he just goes pick somewhere and enrolls there in the spring, right? He's got to go take visits. He's got to talk to people. He's got to really move on with his life right now.
See, I believe things are closer to decided than that.
They probably are. They probably are, and you would know more. I mean, I've not looked into it. I figured this would happen the whole time, so I'm not shocked. But maybe if you already had everything decided, go ahead and stay. So I'm not privy to your information, but you just put it out there. So what do you know? Where's he going? UCLA, right?
I don't know for sure. And I have not been told anything, but the way that things work, it would be shocking to me if he hasn't had a conversation with somebody at this point. And
but a conversation compared to a visit or a second visit is different.
I agree. I understand that, but if you're getting help from your coaches who understand that you want to be in a situation where you'll probably be starting next year, then you have a better idea of that. And he could have put his name in almost 2 weeks ago at this point. He could have taken a visit this last weekend. I think there was a way to deal with this that would have allowed him to stay a part of the team. I know it's every situation is not similar, but as CB points out, Washington's backup quarterback has entered the transfer portal, but he's going to stick with the team through their playoff run. So I think it can be done. It is curious to me that it didn't happen here because of his relative importance on this football team as a guy who doesn't play. But if he's called into action, it's much more significant than if backup snapper is a big deal too. Like the backup defensive end is having to play or something,
Yeah, no, I agree. I think it's kind of one of those, it's where we're at. And the reality is where we're at in college football benefits UT a lot more than it hurts it.
It most definitely does. Now, On 3 has a list of possible landing spots for Malik Murphy.
Okay.
Georgia, South Carolina, USC, Syracuse, Baylor, Oregon State, and Duke. Just based on where he's from, USC or UCLA, even though that's not on the list, would obviously make sense. But who knows? Oregon State is looking for a quarterback, but my guess is he wants to go play FBS somewhere.
Yep.
And Oregon State, and I guess you can make the argument that Syracuse isn't much of an FBS or a Power 5 school at this point. Even though they are in the ACC, they're also Rans in that conference.
Man, I almost would take Oregon State over that.
Over Syracuse, yeah.
I mean, I know they're playing like 5 Mountain West Conference teams, and then I don't know how they're splitting that up, but yeah, I mean, Syracuse is bad. It's just also, I mean, have you ever been up there
to Syracuse? No, I have not, but I remember talking to Major back in the day when you guys did that show that I was producing, and him talking about just how miserable it was when he followed Greg Robinson up there.
Yeah.
And just the insane amount of lakefront snow that you get once it starts getting cold enough for water to freeze. And it's unrelenting too.
It's rough. Some fun gals though.
Yeah, I mean, there's some extra padding for sure. There's that winter layer is there 24/7, 365 would be my guess.
Your guess would be, for the most part, correct.
Have you been up to Syracuse?
Yeah.
Did you visit there as a possible school because their journalism school is so good?
I looked at it. I was more going to go to Boston U because they gave me half a ride. But went to Syracuse, went to Buffalo and Syracuse when I was on the Real World with Malik to go get him a jacket. And
a jacket?
It was for free, and the guy had a place up there and wanted the cameras to come up, and Malik didn't have any money, so he's like, "You want to take a ride with me?" I'm like, "Yeah, anything's better than this house. I'll go to fucking Iraq." Kidding me? We're going to Pluto? Fuck it. No oxygen. Let's give it a shot.
Wait, did MTV not give you guys money for clothes?
I mean, they gave us some money, but not really. And, Malik probably blew it on drinks or, we got those food. So I totally got it. And we met this guy and he's like, "Yeah," he's like, "You got a place." He's like, "It's up in Buffalo. You stop by here." And so went up there to cover something too. So I've been up there twice. And yeah, I mean, it's, Buffalo, especially like it's a different spot, man. It's not New York City or even Jersey across the river.
No, it's more Schenectady than it is New York City.
Yeah, Schenectady's pretty fucking rough, though. And actually, both those places are too. Schenectady is like more southwest side Chicago.
Yeah, I remember that was the reputation when James Thomas was playing here, and they would always talk about Schenectady.
East St. Louis type stuff.
Oof. Yeah, Buffalo's a shithole.
Yeah.
It's amazing that they have professional sports teams in Buffalo.
Yeah, it really is. Going up there too, I'm thinking, oh my God. I'm like, and this is like 2000. Thinking there's gonna be a pro team in Austin.
Yeah.
And, it blew away San Antonio, which for me as a kid, I'm like, they had the Spurs, they have a pro team. Sean Elliott plays here. And driving through there and thinking, you fucking kidding me? This is a pro city. This is not Chicago in the summer or Dallas or Houston. And even Dallas and Houston, I laughed at because they had no downtown. It was barren. I always thought a pro team should have like a New York City, Chicago. I mean, LA's downtown, in terms of skyline was a joke.
It is amusing that San Antonio has become a destination. Like there are a lot of conventions that happen in San Antonio.
For who?
It's got that convention center, and the convention center is accommodating, as well as the hotels all being right there too. I mean, it's a terrible decision if that's where you're going. I remember talking with
I obviously was mocking you. I don't know if it's a terrible decision. It's probably cheap and you can get some good food. And, at our age, you and I would probably like that more than Miami or Vegas. No, we're not that old. You and I would actually enjoy that more, but it wouldn't be going to Schenectady or Buffalo.
Look, is it better than Detroit? Yeah, probably. But
yeah. Well, is herpes better than AIDS?
Like just ranking it with other Texas cities, I look, you're right. It's cheaper than going to the good parts of Dallas where you would want to do something like that. Houston too. Austin has priced itself out of a lot of that, although Austin does. I mean, it's like a consolation prize if your convention can't land in Austin, as that you go to San Antonio. It's like, oh, we'll still get good Mexican food. They have breakfast tacos here.
Yeah, good
Riverwalk.
food.
The Riverwalk is something that has more of an allure before you actually go to the Riverwalk and you're like, oh my God, this is a fucking shithole creek.
Yeah, the Riverwalk's kind of like the Venetian whenever you're going over that pool that, you know, is just kind of a body of water, which is fake. Venetian in Vegas.
I have never been to the Venetian in Vegas. I don't get the reference.
Well, they have the whole waterways, fake ones. And so
like
I mean,
Venice?
this one's real, but like it's just not yeah, I mean, it's better than that. So San Antonio's not that bad.
It's not that good either.
Totally agree.
Very middle of the road. Congratulations, San Antonio. Yep. You are very middle of the road.
Yeah. There are a lot of people there, though, that wouldn't want to be living here.
Now, I will say this. Northern San Antonio has gotten it going on.
Yeah.
Like New Braunfels is a part of greater San Antonio now.
Oh no, I was talking downtown San Antonio.
Yeah, strictly downtown San Antonio.
Any of the suburbs, south, north, west. I mean, like that is a great place to live.
No, you're right about that.
Talking straight up city downtown. That was
in terms of visiting and staying downtown. Yes, I agree with that. Remember when Bucky jumped into the Riverwalk? I do remember that. Gutsy move by him, talking about catching something that doesn't rub off. Stick your skin into the water in the freaking Riverwalk. It's like sticking a toe into the Chicago River that runs through downtown Chicago. Drink up. Or Town Lake, by the way. All of you who are watching or listening right now who think it's a good idea to go out on a paddleboard in Town Lake, that is fucking disgusting. Yep. Don't do that. Put on a full wetsuit so you're not subjecting your skin to whatever is floating around in that water. Remember, I mean, this was, I don't know if it was 10 years ago because I wasn't here 10 years ago, but back when you and I were in school, people did not go out on Town Lake. This is something that's within the last 10 to 15 years, I feel like.
No, I mean, occasionally in the 80s, you'd hear about someone who probably was way too drunk, who ended up drowning in Town Lake, and they were eaten up by duckweed. You know, duckweed was a real big problem in the 80s. It's probably still there.
Yeah.
You know, the quicksand of water, if you will.
Mm-hmm.
But I can't believe it. I mean, my nephew came down here and he's, you know, triathlete, paddleboarder, you know, he's one of those guys that like is always doing something. Great for him. I mean, he's you on steroids and it's just always going. It's like, well, let's go meet down there and paddleboard. I go, where? He goes, Lady Bird Lake. I go, first off, it's Town Lake. Secondly, and he's from Dallas. I'm like, secondly, no. So we go down there and do the whole paddleboarding thing. You know, luckily my hip at that point totally stayed in place and I was able to stay up the whole time. I never got wet, but knowing what that water was made me keep my balance.
Did he ask you to go grab a bite at Mueller afterwards?
No, you mean after Tyler's? Got to go to Tyler's, man. They used to love Tyler's when they were kids. Like,
Tyler used to be a lot.
Okay, can we stop by Tyler's for an early birthday present? I'm like, all right, let's go.
Tyler's used to have it going on. I don't know anything about Tyler's in modern times. I haven't been to a Tyler's in 15 years, but Tyler's did used to be a cool spot.
Well, they loved it. But no, he wanted to go to Mueller's, but he said only I've heard the really cool route is to take Manchaca and then take a left on SoCo.
Yeah, but did you guys go far enough up that street to where you got to NoCo?
No, but he's like, Uncle Kev, can we keep on going down and take a right and take me to Rainy Street and tell me about those stories, what it was like in college? Well, nephew Josh, we bought really poor weed, bad weed there. That's what we did.
And if you really want to go back, let's go back to SoCo for a second. And I can point out where the needle users and the prostitutes all were.
Yeah, you know, Grandbob. So we had two Popeyes really working. And Grandbob was about to divorce Grandmom. So it was already getting to that point. So he wanted to take long trips whenever we got to go. And I always wanted to see hookers because I was starving and desperate trying to find Playboys or Scramble Channel back in Westlake. And so we would go to the Popeyes off South first, and I would ask Dad to take us down South Congress and get us back to Ben White. And boy, that was a fun trip, Josh. So don't tell your mom about any of this.
No, Mom should not hear about the stories of Uncle Kevin regaling in the 1980s.
I mean, my nephews have never ratted me out. One of their friends did once. And I told Jacob, I'm like, hey, Uncle Kev, cool part is going to stop, you know. And I'm not giving these guys anything like, you know, it's not like I'm supplying them with stuff, but I'm giving them good info. We all need that person in our life, Trey.
Yeah. I think I'm that person in my kid's life.
Yeah, you are.
That may actually be an unhealthy thing, though, is when your dad is that person.
Yeah, probably not.
But I'm trying to subject him to the world, too. So we have we know exactly what the Texas football schedule looks like for next year. Did you check that out?
I did, man. People are really into schedule releases. And maybe I'm too present or real time, but like it doesn't fire me up as much. This one, yeah, it looks like A&M schedule looks very easy. And I love how A&M put on their official schedule TU in all lowercase. Like, I mean,
just keep providing more fodder, you dumbasses.
Some point you just never grow up, right? You can be a certain age and it's like he's 78. He's not going to grow up.
That's what the sheep say amongst themselves.
God. Yeah. What stood out to you?
That 2-game stretch with Oklahoma and then Georgia here in Austin is going to be an interesting one. BK and I talked a little bit about the last 5 games, which could be cupcake, relatively speaking, I guess, but they're also tricky too. Like if Arkansas and A&M remain regular opponents on the Longhorn schedule, it means that every other year we're going to be traveling to Fayetteville and College Station, and then both teams being in Austin the same season too. Playing Kentucky, I think that game is at Kentucky. Could be a tricky one. Kentucky's just one of those teams, man. They're the SEC's ankle biters that if you're not careful, they'll do what Iowa State, Kansas State, Texas Tech. I mean, there were plenty of ankle biters in the Big 12, what they were capable of from time to time. And Vanderbilt is obvious, or not, I don't want to say obviously because I don't know one way or the other. Hopefully that's a pretty easy game after Georgia. And then Florida, which you and I talked about Billy Napier at the start of this season, with me showing more confidence in his ability to get things turned around there. He's headed towards a midseason firing next year, even though they already announced that they're bringing him back because they weren't that good this year, and recruits are fleeing that program like rats off of a sinking ship right now. And some of their talented players too, like Etienne is in the transfer portal, and he was one of the guys who was even moderately successful on offense for them last year. Feel like you're freezing again.
Agreed. Sorry, I had to plug this back in. So is it is it getting better or no?
It is.
Give me 1 sec. I'm going to refresh this.
Okay. While he is doing that, let me tell you about some of our excellent sponsors here at Texas Sports Unfiltered. Starting with Relax the Back. You see the chair that I'm sitting in right now. I am leaned back because I'm trying to keep those hip flexors a little bit stretched out versus that 90-degree angle. Well, if I want to, this chair can sit straight up. It leans back, has an adjustable headrest and lumbar support as well. And I got it through Relax the Back. Technically, I got it at the Mullet Open. My brother won it, charged me a couple $100 for it, which is way cheaper than I would have gotten it at Relax the Back, but it turned out to be a great investment for me. I've been a customer at Relax the Back for probably 15 plus years at this point. Started with snagging some massage tools from Relax the Back, and it's turned into getting the most comfortable furniture in my house. That's why I'll eventually be getting a stand-up desk from Relax the Back as well. So check out all the stuff that they offer in store, get shipped to you, or find that store closest to you here in Central Texas by going to relaxtheback.com. Also, Pest Wranglers. If you have pest problems and want somebody to take care of it, no questions asked. Well, they'll ask questions, pertinent questions, to make sure that they are taking care of those pest problems. It is Pest Wranglers, pestwranglers.com. Our guy Steve, a.k.a. Cooter, started Pest Wranglers back in 2006. So many pests disposed of since then in homes and businesses. Most important thing about Pest Wranglers that whole time is how well they treat the customer. Countless 5-star ratings and reviews, Google, Yelp, and elsewhere. That's because Steve cares about people. He values relationships. He knows how to treat his employees. As a result, his employees know how to treat you, the customer. There are no contracts you have to sign. If you're unhappy with the service, you can cancel at any time, but we are confident that you will not want to cancel because of that customer service. And most importantly, them taking care of those pest problems. PestWranglers.com. Also need to give some love to Great Blue Hair and Furniture. It is a custom leather furniture company that started in 1991. They focus on heavy leathers, hides, and fabrics ranging from traditional Western to modern farmhouse. And man, this stuff is gorgeous. It is the highest quality furniture you can find. You will not find more stylish, more comfortable, and more well-built furniture anywhere out there. If you're watching this on YouTube right now, you can check out the link in the description below that takes you to the Texas Sports Unfiltered collection. And if you use the promo code HOOK'em, whether or not you are buying from the Texas Sports Unfiltered collection or not, use that promo code HOOK'em, and you're going to get 15% off of your purchase. If you're looking for furniture that looks amazing and is built to last for decades, look no further than Great Blue Hair and Furniture. Click that link for more info or give them a call, 866-247-9688, 866-247-9688. Let's take a look at that YouTube comments line. Jason, this is from a little bit ago when I was talking about the Billy Walters book that you see right here. That red cover is called Gambler. He is the guy who admitted that Phil Mickelson tried to bet hundreds of thousands of dollars on the U.S. in the Ryder Cup back in 2012 before the U.S. completely collapsed, refused to take that bet. That barely scratches the surface of his story. By the way, Phil Mickelson, according to this book, and I have no reason not to believe Billy Walters, colossal piece of shit, but we all know that at this point. So you asked if that was going to be a Books on Pod interview. It will eventually be on Books on Pod, Jason. I am trying to figure out a way to get it on this channel as well. Maybe some good holiday programming, so stay tuned for that. But yes, please do subscribe to Books on Pod on YouTube, wherever you get your podcast. You can actually watch it via Spotify as well. Lots of great conversations happening over there. Been doing a ton of comedian interviews, which of course it speaks to my inner nerd and somebody who loves that art form. But yeah, the Billy Walters conversation will definitely be at booksonpod.com. CB, what's up, KD? Hey, CB, know what's up to me? I'm sure you probably did a little bit earlier. Ike, good afternoon to you as well. Hope everything's good at Domino's and elsewhere. Jack Burton says Katie uses Craftsmatic adjustable. Hi from Australia. How about that, Ian? Hello from Australia. If you're out of the country right now, appreciate you tuning in. I feel like it's early morning, very early morning, pre-sunrise in Australia right now. So we do appreciate that. Hopefully you're not having to work the graveyard shift, Ian. And Jason says, once again, the wife and I are planning a full cleaning, eating, keto, mild workout program for 15 weeks starting February 18th. Oh, so you're clearing not just the first of the year. Maybe there's some birthdays in there. I've got a birthday and an anniversary in mid-January, but you're clearing Valentine's Day as well before y'all get into that. That sounds like a heavy-duty routine. Good luck with that, Jason. As Kevin and I talked about at the start of our conversation today, we are ourselves looking into some sort of cleanse or detox. So 'tis the season, right? Once we get through the holidays. CB, yes, Costco is a madhouse. Regardless of the Costco that you go to, there is a Costco here in Cedar Park. I avoid that area like the plague on weekends and during rush hour just because of how many people are shopping in Costco. Costco that Kevin was talking about is also a shit show seemingly at all times. And our guy Double R, Rodney Rodriguez, said south is hell down there. Up north, we are catching up in the Round Rock area. Yeah, it is catching up. But it feels like there are more alternate routes that you can use to get it from point A to point B, Rodney. And that's a major problem with Austin right now, is there aren't enough main thoroughfares to get places. And especially when you're talking about getting north to south, you are limited with those backup options too. Like I've said for a long time now, that there are a couple of roads that this city just needs to bite the bullet, or this area, I should say, this county or these counties, and say, you know what? This road is driven like a highway. We just need to treat it like, we just need to build up a highway here and have some of these stoplights turned into overpasses or underpasses to allow for a smoother flow of traffic. 360 is one obvious example in my mind. Another example is a road that's pretty close to me, Palmer Lane. Palmer needs to be turned into a highway from, I don't know, where it connects to 290 all the way through 35, past Mopac, past the 45 toll road. I don't know. Maybe it comes to an end at Palmer, although it does go north of Palmer now. It turns into Ronald Reagan. That has also become a major thoroughfare. This just may need to expand all the way to where Ronald Reagan touches 35. That's probably the play. But I don't know if these cities, if these counties are going to be able to do that. It's unfortunate. I mean, you hear about Elon Musk wanting to drill a tunnel below I-35 to create a sort of alternate route for somebody who is not stopping in Austin. How many years is that going to take, and how feasible is it? I think they're just about to complete a very first boring company project, as Elon calls that company, in Vegas, maybe. I feel like I saw that when we were in Vegas the week before F1. But yes, the South is hell. Jason says, yesterday morning from Slaughter to 183 at 7:30 was the worst traffic I've dealt with in the last 3 years. Jason, I was driving on 183 from Cedar Park going towards 360 today. Going to Mopac. And I don't know if it's because there's construction going on with those toll lanes that are being constructed right now or what, but it was unbearable at 9:30. And it used to start to thin out then, but it felt like it was full bore at that time. Cooter says sign in Northwest Austin near Steck. Not sure what that means. CB says, at least y'all don't have traffic circles and roundabouts. They're a pain in the ass. OCB, spoiler alert. Austin is starting to put those things in left and right now, and they're a colossal pain in the ass. I actually have less of an issue with the roundabout. I hate the stupid wrong way routes that it has people going now. They're counterintuitive. And yes, if you drive that intersection enough, you know where you need to go. But I've seen too many examples of people who are going the wrong fucking way because the road makes no sense, because all of a sudden it puts you on the left side of the road when your entire life you've been on the right side of the road. So yes, we do have a version of that in Austin, unfortunately. And Austin does have a history of batshit crazy designs with our infrastructure and trying to be innovative or creative with things. And sometimes you just need to not worry about reinventing the wheel. As we see if things have leveled out for KD. It looks good so far, Kevin.
Yeah, it looks good, but I unplugged it, so it's going to die soon. So, we may end this early. But you need to show me with the default, the bio and all that, how to permanently save that with my adapter. I don't know why my adapter's done this now. I've, gotten a million new windows, so maybe it doesn't configure, but technology is a pain in the ass, man. It's great, but it's a pain in the ass.
Yeah, it's the double-edged sword, right?
It really is. I mean, and you know, when we were kidding around last time that it was more of a modem thing, but it was this too. I mean, I think this is the main culprit, and you knew that. You're like, yeah, the modem's not the issue.
Yeah, it felt more like a computer hardware deal for sure.
Yeah, well, that's not my forte, man.
It's not really mine either. I can say,
yeah, it's a lot more yours than mine though.
I can say words, but when it comes down to fixing the problem, once it gets past changing a few settings in the system settings and then hitting the computer like a monkey in 2001 Space Odyssey, I kind of have to call an expert too. CB, go Texas volleyball.
That's crazy. Yeah. So like the power just went down, so I have to power.
Yeah.
Yes. Agreed.
You're skipping all over the place. Thank you, Glenn. Appreciate the filler time comment. Yeah, go Texas volleyball tonight. Going to play around 8:30 tonight. It is the second match of the Final Four. Hey, Rodney Rodriguez is popping in right now. What's up, Rodney?
Hey, dude. You know, I'm just here. I'm in the bullpen. I'm trying to get out of town here, waiting for my daughter and my wife to get home. So I've got some time on my hands.
Rodney, you know, I may need you, man. Like this is no bueno.
Rodney, are you a lefty or a righty?
You know, it's actually weird because I'm a righty, but when I played baseball, you know, my very short baseball career, and golfing, I'm a lefty. So I guess I'm ambidextrous, I guess is what I am.
All right, well, I'm calling the lefty out of the bullpen here.
There it is.
Calling
there
the
it
lefty
is.
out of the bullpen.
Yeah. Hey, Rod.
Good to go.
Hey, Rodney. The whole joke Cooter had, that was a joke at Wags, man. I was making you laugh for 5 minutes. Wags is the one that was boring you.
Man, it was one of those things where, I mean, I don't know exactly what the hell was going on, but for some reason I was pissed off at public schools that day. And, you know, I was just going on and on and on. And even Wags was like, what the fuck is going on here, dude? He's like, slow down. He's like, calm down. I was like, sorry, man. Sorry, you know. Turn into Fox News over here, or CNN or whatever the hell, whatever side you're on.
Yeah, well, they're pretty much on different sides, but the same thing. So there you go.
Same thing, bunch of bullshit on both sides.
All right, I'm gonna treat this like I'm 18. I'm gonna go until I don't last anymore. So, Rodney, I appreciate you being here.
Yeah, I can hang out, dude. It's not a problem. It's not a problem.
I guess that means you'll be going 9 times then, huh?
Well, it was on a river, and she was inside joke there. Hey, did you guys see that the Kappa sorority had to like fight off dudes being in the sorority?
Oh, wow.
I used to always joke about that in college. I'm like, dude, I mean, you know, it's, you know, any sales deal, marketing deal is about getting in front of, you know, supply and demand. If you're the only one selling and they're on demand, like, you know, all of a sudden your market goes up. And so I used to always think about that. And yeah, I mean, you know, and look, I'm sure there has been someone who's like, I'm legitimately a woman and I want to be a part of this. And that's a different topic and way different thing that Rodney, that stations you were talking about earlier, I'm sure are hitting left and right.
Mm-hmm.
But there's also, you know, some stuff where I totally understand women saying, hey, you know, this is our deal, you know, sorry.
Yeah. There's certain things you know, you get creative dudes that want to figure out a way to roll into the ladies' bathroom and all this other kind of shit, and it's like, all right. At some point, you got to draw the line. So yeah, dudes can get kind of creative there. So I did see that, and I figured it's just a matter of time. I was surprised it hadn't happened yet.
Hey, did you guys see that Buster Posey came out and said the Giants are having a hard time signing big-time free agents because they're reluctant to move to the Bay Area because of how big of a shithole it's become?
It's not surprising, man.
Maybe somebody who is revered by that area speaking up about it will get the politicians and those in charge to try and change it, to try and change the general direction, as lost as of a cause as it seems to be.
Yeah. Maybe so. I mean, maybe it does take somebody like that to kind of take a stance, and that can make a change. Hey, speaking of baseball, I don't know if you guys talked about this, but did you see there with Ohtani's big contract right there? How it's loaded where if executives are gone and shit, he can like opt out. Like if the owner and GM, like if for whatever reason they are released or relieved of their duties, he's like free to go, offer his services somewhere else, man. That's some fucking leverage right there, dude.
This is such a fascinating contract. Like, now look, he's not the first baseball player to have deferred salary. It's apparently more common than any of us realized, although the amount that he's deferring is interesting and impressive for him wanting the Dodgers to remain competitive, because they are going to have so much more money to spend elsewhere. But the fact that he's putting things like that into the contract is, he could probably get out of this contract pretty much any year that he wants to, if he feels like he can make that much more money in the process.
Yeah, he really can, Trey, and that's what I'm curious about, because it's like Mike Walter and Andrew Friedman, those guys. If something happens to them, and it's like, well, what happens? What it's one thing. I mean, the owner can't be relieved of his duties, but he can sure as shit get in trouble, outside of baseball. I mean, we've seen that. More often than not. So something like that. But man, it's like, man, that's some major incentives right there to try to get himself out of there, man. I was really surprised to see that, man. That's pretty big time. That is real damn big time.
I don't fault him for wanting to make sure the people who helped convince him to be there, because they have this shared vision for what it's going to take to win a championship. Like, if those people are no longer around, then all of a sudden you lose that protection. And so baseball players have more leverage than any other sport, because you're not limited by number of years or max contracts like you are in the NBA and the NFL. Technically, you're not either, but you do have a salary cap that you're dealing with that is much more strict than the cap that exists in baseball, the luxury tax cap. And then the NHL, I don't know what the restrictions are on salaries or if there are any, but the NHL is not working with nearly as much money as baseball is. So for him to take it to this level, kudos to him for doing that. I mean, you are in the driver's seat, even though you're not going to be pitching again for another season. Everybody knows how good you are. You have the awards to show for it and the career stats, and he's making the most of it while also getting to stay in a community that he's become comfortable with over the last several years, being on the other side of town.
Trey, and it's kind of the one thing that always irritated me now. I know with the transfer portal and everything that's going on right now, but with college football, I mean, these coaches were just free to fucking take off, whenever they wanted to, better opportunity. And here you are, you've gone in and you've won over the mom and the grandma and everybody else. And you've brought this kid in, and he's a part of your program. And then, a year later, oh, hell, hey, USC's calling. I think I'm going to go there. And the kid was stuck around there. So kind of, similar scenario right here. And, the transfer portal, it is what it is. I mean, there's a lot of things that people want to bitch about it. But when it gets to a scenario like that, where it's somebody that has gone out and won you over, however they've done that, whether it's been through the heart or some other reason, and then the coach just bolts. I mean, it's like that personal feel is gone and your ass was stuck, So I think that maybe that's something that factored in here with Ohtani, like you're saying. I mean, these dudes brought me in. They better be around here or I'm shagging ass out of here.
Yeah, every guy should not have this leverage, but clearly Ohtani does. And generally speaking, in college sports, I have more of an issue with it in college sports, because these guys essentially are operating on one-year deals every year, versus there being some sort of restrictions in place from things becoming as insane as it has been on the college football and college basketball side of things. And I don't know if it's going to get worse over the next now 13 days while the NCAA no longer has the authority to keep kids who transfer from being eligible immediately for the following season. But I also realize that college football's inability to keep guys from being eligible immediately, whether you're talking about the first, second, or third time for the next 13 days, has created an issue. And I see how bad the problem is in college basketball now, where, like, I want to be excited about Texas basketball, but not just the guys that they lost this last year, but how many transfers that they're bringing into play. Like, it's hard to keep track of things from year to year. And I'll be much more willing to use that energy to do so on the football side of things, but I don't want this to be this free agent free-for-all. And I think that once the NCAA is completely eliminated from this process, which yesterday's ruling is another step in that direction, the sooner we can get some adults in charge who do have the sport's best interest at heart. Like, how can the NFL operate on a rule that requires kids to be a certain age or of having made through a certain number of years in college before they're eligible for the NFL?
Mm-hmm.
How is that possible? It's possible because the NFL, are they a public business now, or are they still technically considered a private business / the NFL has its rules.
Private, yeah.
College football, once it separates from traditional college sports and athletics departments and becomes its own entity, they will be able to put more rules like that in place because they're not going to be beholden to citywide, countywide, statewide, and federal restrictions along those lines. And by the way, that would be a good thing for something like Title IX too.
Yeah.
Versus this ridiculous hoop jumping and phony process that currently exists where you're trying to match scholarships on the female side based on how many scholarships football gives out. That's not fair. College football is a completely different beast from every other college sport.
Yeah, I mean, it really is. And I mean, and it's only going to get bigger. And, you know, I'm curious to see now. I guess I saw the other day that the Florida AG now they're you know, with this antitrust thing. I mean, they're not actually, you know, there's not a lawsuit in place, but they're going to begin to investigate. And, you know, they're demanding, you know, stuff from the committee, whether it be votes, whether it be the you know, how they got to the rankings and all of this. And this is probably a scenario where, you know, the NCAA is probably sitting back and thinking, God damn, I'm glad we're not a part of this right now, you know, because this would fall back onto them. But you know, it really has been a thing to where the NCAA has just backed away from this thing. And I'm thinking that, Trey, maybe at some point they're thinking that it's going to come to a head where they can get back involved again. But you're right, man. It's like this thing right here. I mean, this is NFL light. I mean, this is NFL light, what this is turning into. I mean, when you want to talk about XFL and all the USFL and all this, I mean, when you want to talk about a quote unquote junior league to the NFL, it's college football all the way, but by far, in my opinion, compared to some of that other stuff.
Completely agreed. Now, I didn't hear you and Wags earlier, Rodney. What did you think of Malik Murphy entering the transfer portal with no intent on sticking with this Texas football team through their playoff run?
Man, I got to tell you, I really think, I mean, just from everything, you know, we've heard that he's handled it well. You know, he handled it accordingly, very classy and so forth. And that's great. He's a good dude from everything that I have heard and just all of that. But I think, you know, it's one of those scenarios. I mean, when you go back and you're going to book in this entire season, I mean, he had an more than integral part in making this happen. You know, I keep seeing, you know, he won 2 games. Actually, he won 2.5. He won 2.5 because the Houston game was still kind of hanging there in limbo, you know, when he had to come in. I would have hoped that there would have been a way for him to be a part of this because, you know, I heard the guys talking earlier today where he should get a Big 12 ring and all that. And yeah, he should. He definitely should for what he's done. But I'm just, man, I mean, give it the whole problem for me with this, Trey, is this transfer portal date needs to be pushed out past the college football playoff. Let's get through all of this shit, and then you can put yourself in the portal because it helps a lot of the other schools, but like the 4 in question at this point, or if you're in a New Year's Six bowl or whatever, and you actually give a damn, you're the one that's getting the shaft because your guys can choose to not be a part of the team and can choose to go find a new home. That shit sucks in my opinion. But Malik, I wish he'd hung around because there's that little part of me that's like, God dang it, man. If you need him, it's going to be rough. It's going to be rough.
Yeah, it's going to be the Arch Manning show. And you don't want that to happen. You want Quinn Ewers to stay healthy. But what do you get with Arch? I mean, we've seen him in a couple of games now, and it's been a bit of a mixed bag. I know everybody was going crazy about his 2 for 5 performance and picking up a couple first downs with his legs, but he's still a true freshman. And he's not like a true freshman who's been seeing the field for much of the season. He's a true freshman who's been in 2 games up to this point. So
Yeah.
thrust them into action like that. BK brought this up earlier, and it's a little bit terrifying to think about the potential parallels. Say Texas and Alabama make it to the championship game and Quinn Ewers gets hurt early. And so you have another highly touted true freshman coming into that game trying to help the Longhorns win a national championship, much like what happened in early 2010 in that 2009 season with Colt McCoy going down on that speed option to the left where it takes a hard shot from Marcel Darius, and then Garrett Gilbert comes in after that. I actually thought Garrett Gilbert played decently.
Admirable.
His receivers let him down at times, but they were in that game into the fourth quarter, but unfortunately it was not meant to be.
Yeah. And one of the things that I mentioned as KD's back is you have to think one of those things with Malik. And I mentioned it earlier. Maybe Quinn has gone to Malik, in confidence and said, here's what I'm thinking. But, if it's if it's 2 games and he balls out or whatever, it's a very heavy quarterback draft. That's the other thing to think about when it comes to him staying. But, the other part of that is I'm assuming Malik was on the sideline after he got, hurt there on the play when he wasn't paying attention, apparently. But, when he sees that standing ovation and the people going batshit crazy when Arch Manning comes into the game there at DKR, he has to be thinking, all right, time for me to pack my shit and get up on out of here, because this is not going to be my franchise moving forward.
That's right.
Agreed.
All right, Kevin, how you feeling confident here?
I mean, reset everything and it fired up like it usually does. So can you guys hear me or no?
Yeah.
Can hear you okay. Rodney, you cool sticking around for a few minutes just in case?
I got him. Yeah. I can hang out.
I always like Rodney hanging out. So you got wife and kid, you said? Where you guys going?
We are heading to Denton. I've got my youngest is walking the stage tomorrow morning at fucking 8 a.m. at North Texas.
Good for you though.
For that, my pocketbook is like,
that's what I meant.
It's like, so I was saying earlier, it's like the white flag in racing, 1 to go. I've got one that's got about a half a year left, and then I'll be done with all that shit. Then I can retire and just do this all the time. You know what I'm saying?
Now, North Texas is an underrated broadcast journalism school, an underrated music school too. Did your kid graduate with either of those degrees?
No, she's actually working in getting her degree in nonprofit stuff, and it seems like about 90% sure that she's got a gig waiting for her in Austin from an internship that she did a couple of years ago. So
Awesome.
So it looks like all that's going to be in place. So she's worked her ass off. Proud of that kid, man. Proud of any kid that gets through that, man, because it's stressful. It's a lot of work. And the thing about it is to see how she is just her last couple of years in high school and now living alone in college, just to see the maturation and how she's become a young woman, and like can take care of herself and can stand up for herself. She was real timid for a long time. Now she's like, fuck you. So she's got it, man. She's got it. I'm a proud dad today, guys. Proud dad today.
Good for you. Good for her, man.
Absolutely.
8 a.m. though. So I went to my niece's graduation. We spent a couple of days there, and she was like, "You don't need to come to this. Like, we're going out to dinner the 2 nights before. Like, we're all good." Now you're the parent, obviously, but that's a long beatdown of a day.
Oh man. Well, the backup plan was, we can just leave Round Rock at 3 a.m. I'm like, fuck you. No.
Yeah.
Not when I'm waiting for an older daughter and a wife to get their shit together. I'm like, that ain't happening. We're going to miss the ceremony. We might as well just stay home. Right. So, that's a plan, but no, it's going to be a good time.
Have y'all visited Denton a fair amount since she's been to school there?
I actually have spent a lot of time in Denton, just like with the Texas Motor Speedway stuff.
Okay.
When I would go up to work there, it was kind of Denton was kind of the closest place to go hang out. It's pretty cool little town. I mean, they got a cool football stadium. I like that little football stadium with the wings and shit. It
it's
looks
pretty cool.
Yeah, it's all right.
My sister's in Flower Mound, so we'd go by the Motor Speedway every trip there. That's always weird I always told Trey when you get to I-35 east or west, Like for me as an Austinite, we hit that, split. And I'm always like, all right, we're almost there. It's like another hour and 20 minutes to get to Flower Mound. I mean, you're in Waco at that point, bro.
I know.
Now that 35 is almost completely done from Austin to Dallas, it's a nice drive because you have a lot of checkpoints along the way that are pretty incremental. It's like Temple at a certain point, then Waco, then Hillsboro in the split. When you get to Waxahachie, you're kind of on the outskirts. You cross I-20. It's not a bad drive compared to what it was 10, 15 years ago when it was just construction hell.
Yeah.
Well, we were talking about San Antonio earlier, Trey, and a lot of stuff we're doing at Lone Star is from here to San Antonio. And I mean, that used to be Rodney, a stretch where there was just a lot of country farmland. And there was not much there. And now that almost feels like from here to San Antonio, that is one block of development, period.
Yeah. There's a lot of construction happening on that road right now, too. Everything that used to be in Temple and then in Waco, all of that is between like South Austin and North San Antonio now. It's crazy.
Yeah, it's so weird. Like say taking a trip to San Antonio. Once you can get past Slaughter, once you get to that 1327 area and you can kind of make your way into San Marcos and you just start driving and you look up and boom, there's New Braunfels, there's Shirts, and then boom, there's 1604. I mean, now it's like they used to call that back when I first got in real estate, they would call that the Texaplex, all the way from San Antonio all the way up to DFW. But it's like nonstop, KD. You're exactly right, man. Dallas is not a bad drive. But my other daughter, however, goes to Tarleton.
Dallas can be a bad drive, though, Rodney. If you hit Waco whenever they were doing all the construction, there were a couple times. I mean, the last time I went to go see my niece and family in Flower Mound, my old man didn't want to drive that now, so I'm driving and we're driving back, get up early, and we hit all the right spots. I mean, we were flying back south, but we hit Waco and everything going north.
Yeah.
I mean, I literally was thinking, I don't know what I would do. I mean, that had to be an hour trip just through Waco.
Yeah.
It was back. I've never seen it backed up. It started at the bridge and went all the way to, I swear to God, you almost hit, what's the bigger town as you get south there?
Coming back south from
Waco?
Yeah. Well, you got Temple, then before Temple, you've got
it was
Mary Hardin Baylor is,
but it was like in between, it was more Temple. Like I mean, it was backed up, not moving there. I thought, oh my God.
Yeah. Well, I did 2 years of PA work at Heart of Texas Speedway in Waco. And that's a Friday night racetrack. That's a Friday night racetrack when all that construction was going on. And you'd get to, they have that sign right there when you get into Waco where it says to get through Waco, it's going to take X amount of minutes. And you'd get up to that. And it's like a 12-mile stretch and it would say 48 minutes. I'm like, man, I got to get out of this gig. I mean, this is stupid. But now Temple, now when you're going north, Temple is where you're going to back up now.
Yep.
It seems like. So hell, who knows, man? It's the drivers. A lot of time the drivers are the problems, guys. It's like, get your head out of your ass. Come on, just go. Just go.
Yeah, just go or get over. Like we have enough lanes now. I mean, if you want to go slow, get over.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. But they don't get it. They don't get it. I did hear y'all talking about the northern part of San Antonio. That is pretty cool out there. They've done.
Well, the outside parts of San Antonio are great. And that's where I felt bad. I was like, I was just talking about strictly downtown areas, which I would rip on Austin too a little bit too.
Oh yeah, that's a mess, man. We've gone to a couple of concerts at the Alamo Dome, and it's like, let's not do this anymore. This is ridiculous. I mean, it's horrible. But
the Alamo Dome sucks for football. Is it any better for concerts?
Not really. They've finally gone in and done some upgrades to it, where it was like concession lines and all that were horrible. I mean, you would like get in the merchandise line and it like sprung straight out into the walkway, and you're trying to maneuver around there, and the concession line would have like 2 windows, and the next concession thing was way the fuck down on the other side. they've actually gone in and renovated. Maybe that's part of the UTSA Roadrunner involvement there. Maybe that's been part of it because they draw pretty well. But on that Northern San Antonio thing a couple of weeks ago, well, it's been about a month ago, we had that hail damage thing a while back, and my car got destroyed. And my wife found me just killer deal on a car at a Toyota dealership in Bernie. So we went on a Saturday morning and took the drive out to Bernie. And that's a nice little drive out there. That part over there, pretty damn cool. Pretty laid back.
Bernie's very cool. Good area.
Bandera over there too?
Yep, a little bit further down. We did a weekend in Bandera probably 2 years ago. It's like this secluded cabin. Dude, I haven't slept that much. It's like nobody bothering you. It's out in the middle of nowhere. Had a hot tub. It's like, man, you just go there, and it's like, and it feels like you're in like a faraway country, and you're just miles from San Antonio. It's a great spot out there.
That's pretty cool. I didn't know about that. Trey, it sounds like a good getaway for you and Justine.
Lots of those little types of spots in the hill country.
Yeah. No, we used to go to the Bastrop State Park.
Hell yeah.
That was our getaway.
Primate Research Center.
Well, they had cabins out there and you got away. I mean, it wasn't probably as nice as Bandera, Rodney, but we weren't as bougie as you are, all right?
Well, trust me. I didn't book that fucking trip. I can promise you that. I absolutely did not book that trip. There's this little spot outside of Lockhart. I guess it's probably west of Lockhart, a little town called Fentress, and they've got this spot out there. It's called Leisure Resort, and they've got little cabins and all this stuff, and it's like right on the river. It's right on the river, and that's a nice little hidden gem over there. Of course, it's cheap. So lock your doors at night, but it's pretty cool fucking little spot, dude. Pretty cool little spot, man. Be careful.
God.
Sleep with one eye open, brother.
Yeah. Well, it sounds like you're gonna have some restful sleep with that place.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Listen for noises. It's not just the animals that you hear. Not just the animals that you hear out there.
It's kind of crazy though, like Fredericksburg. Like growing up here, if you would have told me, I mean, there's so many things. If you would have told me Austin's going to be this, you can give me a list of 10 things and I would have laughed. Kevin, you're going to have the same sushi you get in New York City, and it's not going to be that big of a deal. And be like, I doubt that. Kevin, you're going to get great, real Italian food here. Doubt that. I mean, you go through the whole list, but like Fredericksburg being like a big wine place where like resort, like weekend getaway, places like that, like I never would have thought that. I mean, it's really cool, to be honest. I mean, a lot of places have just grown. South Austin. I mean, you mentioned Slaughter Lane. My mom lived out there. Rodney, that was the edge of South Austin when we lived there. And now like that's a good spot to live. And you're just getting out to Buda now.
Yeah.
How about referring to the stretch between Johnson City and Fredericksburg as Texas wine country 20 plus years ago? Oh, you mean where we go get fresh peaches during peach season? No, it's Texas wine country. No way. Fuck off. Texas
we would have
wine.
Yeah, we would have laughed your ass off the fucking stage, bro.
Yeah.
It's like, who's your dealer and what are you on?
Well, and Wimberley's another one. I mean, I remember as a kid, we drive to Wimberley, and it was like, I mean, what I remember growing up as a kid going through Wimberley is there was some hamburger joint there. We'd stop and get a hamburger.
Yeah.
Good fat.
Rodney, there was always one food place in all those places. We'd stop in Lockhart or Elgin or Bastrop, whether it was Billy's, I mean, there's always one food spot that was good. You stop that,
You mean besides the Texas stop sign, besides the Dairy Queen in every fucking town on the way to the coast?
Here's my question. As someone who grew up here like y'all did, I know I'm going to get grilled for this, so go for it. We had a Whataburger off of Ben White. We'd stop there only when we were going to Padre or something like that. We never really stopped there that much or ate there that much. My grandparents did, but they ate at Sonic too a lot. Is Dairy Queen that different than Whataburger, like food-wise? I haven't had Dairy Queen in a long time.
To ask that question too, Rodney.
Dude, I gotta say, I like some Dairy Queen. I mean,
well, that's my memory is I liked both, and it was fast food. And did it make me, was it part of my top 20 things that made me proud to be from the state of Texas? No. But it did the job, and it was good, you know?
Well, when I was a kid in Lockhart, very young, we had two. You had one that you had to like go park there and eat, kind of like a Sonic. I mean, it didn't have the, you couldn't order whatever. You had to go walk up and get it. And then you had one where you actually walked in. I mean, like they had the most amazing chili dogs, back in the day. But
yes, I would get chili dogs. They had weird blizzards that were really good. I mean, it literally was a poor man's version of what I get at Amy's, Trey.
Yep.
Mexican vanilla with Nutter Butter Reese's Pieces. I mean, that's kind of what it was. But it hit the spot, man. And Whataburger was good too. I mean, I just didn't think Whataburger was. I mean, I feel like it's gotten so much love. It's a good spot. But Dairy Queen is treated like the poor little bitch throughout.
I know. And them Texas tea tacos that you can get at the Dairy Queen, shit. I mean, that's legit. I mean, I don't know if they got one of my primos back there making them. They taste pretty damn authentic to me, man, because they are damn good. And I got to tell you, I was traveling with a friend that lived up north for many, many years.
Hey, Rodney, Whataburger has no shit on my Dairy Queen, all right? He's back there. He's like, hey, yo, grandma taught me this shit, all right?
So we're like traveling through Texas, and there's Dairy Queens everywhere. And she said, well, back where I'm from, I don't know where it was, somewhere up north, way the fuck up north, not North Texas, way up north in the United States. Apparently those Dairy Queens like don't serve food. All they have is ice cream and sundaes and I guess blizzards and all that. It's like they have burgers and fries, and chili dogs. Like, yeah, man, that's how we do it here. So I don't know. Dairy Queen's a hell of a lot bigger than I thought it was, apparently. And now they're Dairy Queen restaurants. Have you seen the sign? DQ restaurant.
No. That's like the new McDonald's. Trey, have you seen that? The new McCosmos or whatever?
What's the catch there?
The catch is it's for millennials who don't think McDonald's is very cool. And so they have, I mean, it is, look it up right now and put it up for us. It is, I mean, the stuff they're serving, like avocado lattes or whatever it is, it is. No, oh God! Of course you're gonna like it, Rodney. Rodney, help me roast this guy when he pulls up the menu and actually agrees.
How do you spell this? Because it's not pulling up for me.
It is. Let's see here.
Hell, this is going to be. I mean, guys, I'm sorry. I like the McRib. I mean,
Cosmic, COSMC.
COSMC.
Yep.
COSMC. Rodney, you said you like McRibs. I like yoga mats too.
The other day when I was sick, my wife was like, "Let me go get you some food. What do you want?" I said, "Would you go get me a McRib?" And it's like right down the road. It's a mile away. She comes back and she comes walking in with that bag and she's like, "I'm sorry, babe. This smells like dog shit." I'm like, "Well, I've never eaten dog shit, but if dog shit tastes good, I'm going to the backyard for seconds because that shit's good."
Take that out of the compost.
According to this article, McDonald's is opening a new chain called Cosmics that will focus on coffee and other drinks to try and challenge Starbucks and Dunkin' as the fast food giant seeks to boost afternoon sales. It opened its first Cosmics location in Illinois, which of course is where McDonald's originated and is headquartered, on December 7th. And the menu includes...
And by the way, that was a press release. The real release is they're doing this because the new generation thinks they're lame.
Yeah.
Well, and it's, the fatty, sugary, carb-heavy model is one way to get people hooked, and another way to get people hooked is through caffeine and a lot of sugar, fatty bullshit too. Now, they are selling the Egg McMuffin, I guess, all day to go along with everything from the churro frap.
Hold on, they're selling the what?
They're selling Egg McMuffins all day.
All right, never mind. I take back everything I said.
That's a
I
winner.
love this place.
I was about to say, if McDonald's ever needs to boost sales, all they got to do is the nuclear option. That's served breakfast all day, period. But
They used to, but they cut it out.
Yeah, they stopped
did?
doing that. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Wow, that's
No, I stopped by it like at 10:40. Trey, a little secret. I have been going there somewhat routinely outside of vacations now.
oh boy.
I never mentioned that at the meeting, but I look at Kevin. What's up, Kevin? Duval Road. Yeah, you're right. No. So the Stallion, where I live now is, they call it Central North Austin. Rodney, you're in real estate, residential. You would know exactly what I'm saying.
Yep.
Where I live now, a little bit north off Burnett, and I'm closer to Lamar, but would have been the Stallion, which was a turn and burn, two-story place. My parents, after softball games on Friday night, would go there. Fried onion rings, Trey, the whole menu would disgust you. That kid, Trey, would think it's the best, like it's Eric Repair went in there and said this is the best menu of all time.
Well, the cosmic menu is disgusting me too.
All right, we'll get to that quickly though. The Stallion was a place that ended up burning down right after they got insurance. So Rodney, you do the math there.
How about that? How about that?
It was like Burnett and 51st, around there, and that was considered North Austin.
Mm-hmm.
And Duval obviously would have been too. I mean, as you kind of go through it, or it was North Austin, Duval would have been North Austin. But now what do you guys call that in real estate now, Rodney? You call that Central North?
We call that prime time, brother. Yeah, that's North Central. Yeah, that's North Central. Man, they got all kinds of shit. Look at that.
All right, Trey, can you expand that so we can see it?
This is as well. Let me see if it does that help.
Yep.
Yep.
All right, so churro frap, s'mores cold brew, sour cherry energy burst,
disgusting,
tropical spice aid, blueberry ginger boost, blackberry mint green tea, island pick me up punch, berry. I mean,
that sounds good. Actually, that sounds like a rum runner I'd get in Padre at 1.
The island pick me up punch. Yes. I'm sure you can,
that's the only thing that sounds good of the whole thing.
Popping pear slush, turmeric spice latte. And then here's where it gets really fun. The food items offered. I mean, look, these pictures are supposed to make these foods look appetizing. These foods look fucking disgusting based on the picture before you even read the names. Creamy avocado tomatillo sandwich. No. Spicy queso sandwich. No. McPops. These look like little fucking beignets with shit.
By the way, I've made spicy queso sandwiches on my own accord with ham or whatever I've left over or chicken, and they were phenomenal. That one I ain't doing.
Yeah.
Pretzel bites. It's maybe the safest thing on this menu. Hash brown bites.
Yeah.
Those be all right. Hash brown bites.
Yeah, that looks pretty good too.
It looks like Whataburgers. It looks like Whataburgers little hash brown things. Well, no, they got the long ones. They got the longer ones.
Yeah, well, I'm sure Trey's well aware of that.
Of which one?
Any Whataburger bite? Like, are you familiar with that?
Dude, the last time I ate Whataburger was probably 45 now, almost 46, probably like 23 or 24 years ago.
Oh, we got to get him back over there. We got to get you back over there, dude.
Whataburger on Old Torf, and it was always late night too. I mean, it was always coming back drunk from the bar. So it would be, I would typically go breakfast tacos. I would do the biscuits and gravy sometimes with that sausage gravy. Very occasionally I would waver into the burger / fries sector. Actually, back in the day, I wasn't a fan of Whataburger's fries. I thought there were other places that did fries much better than Whataburger. I don't know if that's held or not.
McDonald's has got damn good fries. I think.
McDonald's has great fries, and they have good hash browns.
Mm-hmm.
And
hash brown is a highlight for sure.
They are. I mean, I've gotten it recently on breakfast, mainly because I've just been stretched, and I make a much better Egg McMuffin than they do, but it takes time and, to actually do that and clean up and all that. And
Stop going to McDonald's, man.
What am I killing myself?
Yes.
Oh man, I'll tell you, man. I love McDonald's, man, and it seriously is like
Rodney, will you be my best friend? I need a new one,
dude. Anytime you want to go,
another super chat. Thank you, Kevin.
Whenever you want to hang out at the McDoon Dunes, you let me know, brother. We'll go there.
Well, I don't go there a lot, but I used to only go there for on trips, road trips.
Yeah.
And I've got one near me, and I was coming by like at 8:15 the other day, and was just doing shit. I'm starving, and I've got a meeting, and thought, why not? And get an egg muffin, hash brown, but I always get an extra hash brown.
Yeah.
And I got milk too, and of course I'm in the meeting, and I'm like, oh my god, I'm about to piss out of my butt. I can't do dairy anymore.
Yeah.
But the meeting went well.
That dairy.
Well, I think that dairy's like any other. I mean, I don't think you think they're cheating on milk?
Get unpasteurized milk, and it'll probably help with your digestion.
Well, yeah. I mean, I've been trying to do that forever. Like, if any of y'all DM me, email me, get in touch with me. If you know a farmer who will sell me unpasteurized milk, like I had one set up and that fell through. I had one for a little while. I'll pay y'all well. I'll tip you well. I won't say a word. I'm Irish. They can put a gun to my head, and I'm not talking about Epstein. All right.
I got a guy.
Well, hook me up. I will. If they deliver, I will, or I'll even go get it. But like, I need that because I want milk. My body wants milk. My system, which is weird. Like half adults have that in their system.
Mm-hmm.
I got a guy. He's not only my unpasteurized milk guy, he's also my mushroom guy too.
Oh,
Clausen? Well, fuck, I don't know. I mean, that is our mushroom guy, and I thought you meant mushroom like the legal ones that we get.
No.
All right. Just stop, because I don't want him to go out of business like my last guy.
No, it was no. I didn't even know what name you were throwing out just now.
Dave, encapsulate.
Oh.
Dave
I thought you were talking about somebody completely different there.
By the way, 2 people from Buda ordered Encapsulate USA and used Texas Sports to get $10 off. So y'all join it. Rodney, this will blow your mind. These mushroom pills that Trey and I take now, supplements. And
totally above board, no psilocybin. It's
like
lion's mane and reishi. It's
right.
just a highly concentrated blend.
Oh, they clean you out. Allergies, everything. Like it is. It's like Trey and I were both. I don't know if we were skeptical, but you and I are very realistic on stuff, and most stuff we've taken, and you and I have tried a lot of shit. Didn't do this. Like after a couple of days, we called each other, and I was like, "Are you feeling this?" It's like, "Yes."
Damn, I gotta get that.
No, it's legit. We're not selling you. We're not making any money off this. So
yeah, I gotta get my hands on that because the older I get, it's like this being sick. I never get sick. Of course, I've been traveling, so that's probably the problem. I went to Florida. That's all I have to say. But allergies and all this other bullshit. Yeah,
you probably have some disease that'll be found out in 2024.
Oh, I know. I was talking to one of the dudes that was at the race with me, a couple of days ago, and I told him, man, I got sick as fuck after I got back from there. And he's like, what, STD? I'm like, no. I mean, no.
I believe they call it Nile crocodile herpes in Florida.
Oh man, it was horrible.
They call it the Thelma flu.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah, I got to get my hands on that because I'm in desperate need of some of those remedies like that, man.
Yeah. Trey knows more about them, and this was one that I tried, and it kind of reminded me at my age that there's a lot of stuff. The problem is that we're old enough that we've seen so much bullshit stuff like fake diet fads, fake supplements, or just not fake, but stuff that doesn't really work, right? But we forget that.
Yeah.
What's up?
I said, as important as all of that is, it's also a world that's rife with bullshit too.
Yeah,
it is. But to Trey's point, there is some stuff that really does work. So if you shut everything off because a lot of it's bullshit, and it was 15 years ago, you get to the age where you actually really need it and you've shut yourself off. So I'm glad I got on Encapsulate. Like I will be using that the rest of my life. Like I have Centrum pills since I started taking them at 18 or whatever.
Damn. Well,
there's a website, Kevin, encapsulateusa.com.
Encapsulateusa.com. Trey and I don't make a penny off of it. We've gotten some free supplies, so we'll be upfront with that. But we're also if you're getting free supply, that means you're using it, you like it. So we actually believe in it.
They let us test it out, and holy shit, does it work?
Use Texas Sports as an ID. You get $10 off, and y'all will feel it. I will warn you, the first couple of days, like if you're at the office, make sure you're close to a bathroom because it's gonna flush out a lot of stuff in your body for the first 3 or 4 days probably.
It just depends on how bad your diet is. For me, it really only affected me that first day, but for you, it went a little bit longer.
Yeah, that's Trey's way of saying, it took you a week. It took me 10 hours.
Damn, maybe I don't want to take this. I have to take a month off. Be like, I'm gone for a month, guys. I'm shitting my brains out.
No, and it's not that bad. It's not like you're shitting your pants, right away. It's more you feel it. And it's like, wait a minute, I went 2 hours ago and I need to go here in a little bit. And I hate to put it this way, but the description I was given, a lot of the stuff that is caked on the side of your intestines, and bowels, it is one of these mushrooms or one of these things, Trey helped me out, that kind of cleanses that and wipes it off. And
it's like that toilet scrubber when you're cleaning.
Yeah, that's a great way to put it.
Yeah. Literally getting the shit off of the sides.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, they're really, there's so many things that are out there, with supplements and shit. I've got friends where it's like, man, there's this weight loss pill. I'm going to start taking it. It's going to lose me 20 pounds in 2 weeks or whatever. And I'm like, for $19, you think that shit's really going to work? $19, you're going to lose that kind of weight.
Yeah, generally speaking, crash diets are setting you up to not just gain that weight back quickly, but usually you end up adding a few extra lbs too. You have to be very careful with losing weight fast. There is a right way to do that. Now, you can jumpstart it by losing weight quickly, but you have to stay disciplined enough to maintain better habits than what got you to that point to begin with. And a lot of people, when they hit that number on the scale, they're like, all right, cool, I can resume my regular life. And that's not the case.
Yeah. You go diving right back into bad habits, essentially, is what happens. I've been there.
Portion size is a big deal. A lot of people go back to the same portions that they were eating previously. That's a big problem with lap band surgery. People's stomachs shrink, and at first they just don't have the appetite to eat more. But gradually they find themselves getting back to the excessive amount of food that we all tend to eat because it's kind of what we're served as Americans, the supersize, if you will, of whatever the option is. Versus a lot of people have the mindset of wanting to eat until they're full, but it's better to think of it like eating until you're satisfied. Like, you don't want to eat until you're kind of feeling sick to your stomach. It may be okay to do that from time to time because I guess everything in moderation, including overeating. But if that's how you're doing it even once per day, you're going to dig yourself into a pretty big hole that's hard to climb out of.
I will say this, so like my mom's been thin her whole life, and especially women, but people would ask her, like, what do you do? And her and it's more just who we are. I think for me, it's who I am. So I'm lucky that way. I want to have a good metabolism, but like, if you're a slow eater, most people, so getting back to your point, Trey, yes, overeating or eating till you're sick. Well, you don't know that if you eat so quickly. And so your brain will tell you when you are at any of those points, hey, I'm satiated. I'm sated. I'm at a pretty good spot. I'm full. I'm stuffed. I'm sick. Right. But you have to take time to do that, which is why I get mocked all the time. Even lunch today, like I'm a slow eater. And I'm glad, because usually what happens is, and it's also why I take a lot of stuff home and eat to go. Because you may order something. It's like, all right, no, thank God that my stomach told me, or my mind told my stomach, no, we're all good, man. Like, you're full. But if you just eat so quickly, you never get to that point until you get sick.
Yeah. Yeah.
My
Well,
parents used to always tell, or my grandparents used to always tell me it was 20 minutes. Is that a number you just said? 20 minutes before your stomach registers what you've just
eaten? Which is also why, the way I love to eat, man. I like to get some appetizers, eat a little bit. Let's all have a drink. Let's chat. Let's order something else. Maybe some appetizers, maybe some whatever, a little bit, entrees that are smaller. We share. We get entrees. You get into your entree. At that point, your stomach's already been rolling for like 40 or 50 minutes. And once your stomach gets some food in it, at that point, the 20 minutes goes by a lot quicker. To where it's already getting stuff, and it'll let your brain will let your stomach know we're good.
I'm like Michael Jordan at a Papa Shot when we sit down to the dinner table, especially compared to you. I mean, it is, unfortunately, I can't even help myself. It's like a fucking competition. And thankfully, one of my kids developed the bad habit of eating too fast. So together, we're actually trying to work on it right now.
Yeah. Yeah. I've got to work on that too. And there's a lot of times where it's like I go back and get more just because it's good. And it's like, I really don't.
We all do that. I can't fault you for that,
Well,
I literally known I was going to throw up at like 3 events, knowing that one more uni for my palate and that 20 seconds will be worth the puking in 1 hour.
Yeah.
Hey, Kevin, did you want to give some love to Apple Leasing before we get out of here?
Yeah, Apple Leasing is great. And I heard Rodney talking about it earlier, maybe looking at a new car. And a lot of people are in that spot. And I totally get it. We're in a weird spot. I mean, we got the 10-year treasury going down. And, so it looks like the economy is getting better. But I don't know how quickly that's going to heal buying cars and buying that market. But if you want to lease for a little while, you can set the term limit. You can let them know how long you want to lease. You can also let them know what you're looking for. So options are always great. You get those with Apple Leasing. They've been around for 30 plus years, 35, 40 around there. I've known Scott Crossett, the owner, for a long time. I'm telling you, great guy, legit, and his company is too. So get to appleleasing.com or call them 512-346-9977, 512-346-9977. Tell them what you want to lease, or give them a price and say, hey, this is what I want to pay a month. What can I lease? You can test drive it. They put a bow on it for you if you want to get done for Christmas or Hanukkah or anything, birthday. And just really good people. So it's appleleasing.com. What else we got here? I feel bad. I want to go longer. I know you guys probably can't or don't want to, but I feel bad with my computer issues. But Trey, we're going to go over this because I think I have it figured out, but this has happened a couple times. So you are my IT guy.
I am. That's right. Yeah, I mean, we can go a little bit longer. I'm not going to go too long because I need to get to Style Switch. They're doing their 12 meats of Christmas last week. And tonight is the tomahawk ribeye that they are smoking.
Oh,
yeah.
Shit.
They're doing a tomahawk ribeye? How much is that?
I don't know what the per pound is, but I'm willing to pay. And I'm going to pay.
Oh, no. I mean, trust me, I wouldn't. I'll pay whatever. I'm just curious.
I'll let you know after I go there, and I'm pairing it with a cheesy tater tot casserole that they only serve every night that they're open at the park location.
This skinny, all cut up guy now, who's a fat little fuck back in the day, is throws that shit in front of us like, yeah, I'm just trying to be all healthy. And it's like tater tot casserole.
Oh, it's so decadent.
No, I'm sure it's incredible.
They make this great Alabama white barbecue sauce too that goes perfectly with cheesy, deep fried, salted up potatoes.
Shit, man. I'll think about that when I stop on 35 to get some beaver nuts here in a little bit. Shit.
God, I'm going to see her too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I like it. I got to bounce, guys. I got to get some shit packed and get ready to get
You're
on.
right. Love you, brother.
Absolutely.
So much,
yep.
I love that guy. I appreciate him stepping in, man.
Yeah.
But everything's been good, right? Everything's been clean.
Yeah. What did you do differently?
Went to was it bios and then diagnostics and reset it to default, which I've done before, and it restarted everything and fired up right away.
It's not only been fine since then, it's significantly better than what it was previously. Even
all right, well then let's come over at some point. We still have to watch the 30 for 30.
Yeah.
I got some good Nestle Crunch chocolate bars we can enjoy too. And
how about it devolving to sneaking a baby Ruth into the backpack earlier today? So I had to have this conversation of, I mean, Jesus, are you like?
I wasn't talking about that,
pleasure or for the crime at this point. Fucking baby Ruth. Nobody in the history of candy bars likes fucking baby Ruth.
She snuck a baby Ruth.
Yes, a full size one. They mocked that candy bar. And
do you want Uncle Kev to have a man to woman talk here?
No, because she's not a woman. She's a little girl.
I was talking about Justine because I think she's a bad influence.
Or maybe it's me going and binge eating at Style Switch tonight.
Yeah, but you're a good example, actually. You're not like the health nut maybe around this area where you never do anything. And the kid's like, yeah, you haven't enjoyed anything in life. Like you're eating nuts and you sold some fucking computer company. And I know you're selling weed in the back room and you ride your unicycle around here and you're worth $10 million. You're pathetic to me. You're not that guy. You're the guy who takes care of himself most of the time, and you give a little time for, hey, let's enjoy it, right?
Am I less pathetic if I also play some banjo?
That's kind of what he does. But the weed's good, so I'm not gonna complain about the street concert. There literally are guys around here. This area is so funny that I know probably IPO'd for like 20 million.
Oh.
Like, so, I sold some app for, I'm like, all right, good for you. Good for you. But you're on a unicycle and you're dealing, shit around here. And it's like, you're also the guy I see at Central Market. He's over the top because the guy at the cheese shop or cheese counter happens to be black. And you are just doing everything you can to just eviscerate all white people vocally in front of him. And I'm like standing in line behind you. I'm like, dude, you're white. Like, and this guy thinks you're fucking pathetic. All right. He sees what you're doing.
What the fuck is up, Norse One? Good to hear from you.
Yo.
Okay, speaking of unicycle, this just triggered a memory for me from Chi-Town. Drink up. There was a guy in Chicago who had this bike, and the bike had like this, I don't know if it was PVC piping or what, but it like created a full circle like over and around his bike. And he would literally he would be riding and he would hit the front brake and would literally do a circle on this PVC piping. And it was like this novelty that just amazed people. And occasionally he would hit people up for money. Well, one late night, I was coming back from the bar in Chicago and I saw this jackass. And he was riding around the fucking street and he was doing his fucking circles up and down Milwaukee. And then he abruptly stops at one point and like there was somebody near him who had dropped something into the trash can nearby, and he stops and he like picks it up out of the trash can and keeps fucking loop-de-looing down Milwaukee Avenue. And I'm like, this guy just fucking got crack or something, which is why he's doing.
Oh, you think it was the drop off?
Oh, it was a drop for sure. Like I didn't think
it
was 100% a drop. And this guy who everybody assumes is just this harmless jackass who does loop-de-loos on his fucking BMX bike.
Who's picking up, dude?
Clearly picking something up to help fuel him for the rest of the evening into the morning hours. Oh, I'm so jealous, Norse One. Been in the mountains all day, finally back in Denver. Missed the whole show. I'm sure y'all already talked about our boy Malik.
Yeah.
Good luck to Malik. Wish he would have stuck around for the college football playoff because you never know what could happen. But you also understand that he's in a bit of a rock and a hard place to situation right now, so he's having to do what's best for him. That's
Go back and listen because we talked about it, but in summation, like just the timing of the whole thing is not good. And I don't mean that on Malik. I mean the way the system is set up. Malik did everything right. I totally get it. I got business to take. I've got a decision to make. I want to be around. I completely 100% believe him from everyone on the team who I know, who I've talked to, who just has loved him for 2 years. I think Sark was being completely legitimate and authentic, and I think that shit helps. I think that's anti-Dabo Sweeney and some of the stuff we've heard, or even Saban or different guys who have said shit, and it's like, more Sweeney. But, I'm pro player, great guy, great teammate, get it, bad situation because of the way it's all set up. But we need to be able to set that up better to where there's timing to where you're on the team and we don't start that process until this point.
No, he just has to submit his name by January 2nd, but maybe you extend the transfer portal window by a week. And one other thing too,
I'm talking about the beginning. Don't start the beginning until a certain point.
Oh, I think the beginning is, like maybe you start it in January. I don't know. You need.
Yeah, that's my point. Start it after the fucking season ends.
They give it
where you can't put your name in there.
But maybe you shift that month a little bit. I'm not sure because I think if Malik had submitted his name earlier, he's going on more visits up to this point. Maybe he has a better idea. Well, also practice not starting back up for the UT team until tomorrow. So he may have been able to cut.
When is he going on visits as a backup quarterback when they're getting ready for Oklahoma State, Trey?
No. I'm saying after the Big 12 championship game is over with.
All right, but you're still preparing for a Final Four. Like you can't.
They're not.
You're either in or you're out. So I appreciate him saying, "Yo, I'm out, bro."
They aren't back to practice until tomorrow. Like they've had since the Big 12 championship game is off. They've been working out, but they have not had practice until like tomorrow. They're starting that back up. Now, granted, there is still prep.
Yeah, but what's an Indian holiday like the Indian Christmas that just happened a couple of days ago?
What Indian holiday?
Wasn't there some Indian Christmas? What's it called? Or Indian holiday?
The Festival of Lights?
No. Continue. I'm going to butcher this, so continue.
But, yeah, I don't know. There is no one right answer right now. I feel like one easy thing that you can do, though, to just at least reduce the clutter a little bit is move National Signing Day 1 to prior to the start of the high school football season. There can be stipulations in there that if a coach...
Agreed. Totally agree.
You get out of your letter of intent. And by the way, that infuses
100%.
Excitement into National Signing Day too.
Yes.
Also,
move that up and move getting into the portal back. You do both those things, you'll solve the problem or get closer to solving it.
Yeah, and moving the portal back isn't some huge burden to these guys because most schools don't start back up until mid-January anyhow. And we've seen examples beyond Brew McCoy, but he's the first one that comes to mind, of guys who go to that new school at the end of January. So even though they've missed the first week of classes, they can still very clearly go to classes. And oh, by the way, they have resources through the football program to allow them to play catch up too, if the major is that hard, or, well, just let somebody take their test for them.
Yeah. All right, that's pretty much it. I've got other stuff, but it's very evergreen. So, what else is going on? What are you doing tonight? Are you getting the tomahawk? I mean, are you going to get it just for you or the family?
No, the kids are going to be eating the tomahawk chop. They're not going to have a choice. They normally get brisket, but we're doing the
not have a choice.
Chop as a family. They have a lot of autonomy with what they eat. They don't get that choice tonight.
No, not have a choice to have a tomahawk chop steak from what are they, like royalty?
We're all creatures of habit, and they would.
I don't want any lobster anymore, Father.
On the surface, they would prefer the brisket that they always get there, but they're not going to have that choice tonight.
No,
they're getting
on
the
surface. They have no palate.
Well, the brisket is really good at Style Switch.
Is it tomahawk chop?
No, but To my original
that's my
point,
point.
creatures of habit, and they know what is really good. They've never had the tomahawk chop before, and so there's some reluctance to go there, but they will have it at my insistence, and they will enjoy it too, and realize why I insisted that they have the tomahawk chop.
Okay, I could have had Melissa at the local C-Mart, and she was okay.
I don't think it's fair to call Melissa a C-Mart.
And you give me Sofia Vergara. My guess is I'm going to think these, meat tarps are a little better.
Brisket over sea bugs any day. Sea bugs.
Well, sea bugs is seafood. He's talking about a fucking goddamn steak. And brisket, by the way, I mean, only Jews and, as Bourdain said, and Texans have been able to figure out how to make brisket palatable. That's my biggest thing with brisket. It's why I don't eat it a ton. It's amazing what they've been able to do. But there are other much better cuts of meat that you can do really well that, for me, taste better.
Yeah, brisket is one of those rare things.
Well, I've been real popular today. I've gotten on Whataburger and fucking brisket.
Look, I understand where you're coming from. And by the way, if you're used to the only really eating leaner brisket or not eating a brisket that's been cooked correctly, I completely
want fatty brisket.
Wouldn't think brisket is that good. One thing brisket does better than any other cut of beef is what happens to the fat and how the fat really begins to render.
Yeah,
it becomes
it almost confits, but not like in a saute fashion.
Exactly,
in a melting fashion.
And much like with why I like a tomahawk pork
and
chop,
the cartilage and the muscle structure totally breaks down with that. It's glorious. Brisket's great. I'm not saying it's not. I'm just saying that fucking tomahawk chop is like Wagyu's better than certain. Ribeye is my favorite, but it is what it is.
Yeah, and it's a tomahawk ribeye that we're getting tonight. So that's, I mean, I'm with you here. I'm the one that's forcing my kids, whether they like it or not, tomahawk ribeye over the brisket.
Dude, your kids are so spoiled, and they're great kids. But y'all are also good parents. I mean, shit, you're busting her ovaries on a baby Ruth. So what do you like? It's like where my dad went to school, where they're checking backpacks to see if you have a gun in there. What were you doing checking her backpack to get the?
It wasn't me. Justine was putting something into her bag that Vivian had asked to put into her bag, and all of a sudden she's like, "What the heck is this?"
Oh, poor girl. She wanted a fucking baby Ruth at school. All right. This is why I'm such Uncle Kevin. I'm always taking their side, aren't I?
Yes, you are.
Well, because I remember being a kid, and I haven't had kids. I've had nephews and nieces, but I always took their side too, and they'd call me Uncle Kevin. Mom said this, but there were a lot of times I'd be like, you know what, your dad and mom are right, and which is why I'm a powerful, credible source for you, because I won't give that a lot, but when I do, they know, hey, baby Ruth. I mean, I would get on her more for the baby Ruth part. If it would have been a Nestle Crunch or a Snickers or Reese's Pieces, I get that. A Nutrageous, are those still around?
That's why I said, do you even care about what it is that you're about to eat, or are you just doing it for the crime? Seriously, have a
doing it for the crime.
As I said, have a little bit more respect for your palate if you're going to put yourself at risk.
Fucking felonious criminal, you.
My goodness, have more respect for your palate if this is the risk that you're going to take. It's very simple.
Well, her and Calvin have sushi, right?
Yeah.
Well, don't give me that's normal. I mean, I love how parents do that. Parents love to give you the real nonchalant. She's trading stocks. Love Zuni. Big fan of expensive purses. She's 7. You like that? That's what my sperm delivers. All right. That's what my parenting delivers. At 7, she's that fucking sophisticated.
That's right.
Anyway, Y'all love to do that with your kids. Yeah, kid's hitting sliders. He's 8. Yeah, 84. Get him off the pitch machine.
He's only throwing
Keeps
curveballs.
shoulder and elbow in. Shoots it out the right center. Yeah.
Only throwing curveballs 15% of the time.
Huh?
Only throwing curveballs 15% of the time.
Yeah, right. Which is not good. Don't have your kid throwing curveballs.
Oh, I agree.
You still playing catch with Calvin?
Yeah, as a matter of fact, I don't think you and I got into this. On Tuesday, I broke his thumb last weekend.
Good for you. No, I mean, anytime I hear a kid getting injured now, I applaud it. And not because I want kids to be injured, because we need that. We all get injured. I mean, think about all of us at our age. How many times did you fucking just go over the handlebars or, all types of shit, jumping off of something you should have? And it's like, yeah, he may have broken his back, may not walk again. And you end up getting up and you're okay. And it's good for the soul. It's good for you growing up, Trey.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that. Justine's family.
Did your dad ever pitch to you? And you know how many times my dad hit me, like with a baseball?
Yes, yeah. And I definitely took a couple of grounders that rolled up the glove in my arm and would hit me square in the face. Those did not feel good, but they're character builders, right?
Yeah, I was talking about pitching, where my dad's like throwing me batting practice and would hit me.
Yeah, I don't remember that, but my dad also didn't pitch to me a ton. I got hit in baseball for sure, but we were playing catch. He loves to run routes and kind of teaching him some routes and how to take those smaller steps before he breaks in one direction or the other.
Oh, you mean chopping the route up?
Chopping the route, and then
Whoa, look at you already chopping the route. Have you got him to a good spot where he's like giving those long strides but not really running?
Well, yeah, one of the things we're working on right now is him not leaning the other direction. It's like you need to sell that you're going this way before you start going that way, and your footwork and your overall balance is going to help you get going that way really quickly. That gives you the separation that you need.
Yep.
And I'm also working with him on how to catch the ball, how to catch with his hands.
Whoa, Dow's up 160. There we go.
And so we recently he asked to upgrade footballs. We've used this really soft ball up to this point that's more meant for the swimming pool because
yeah, you told me that last week. So did you use a harder one and broke his fucking thumb?
Well, yeah, we're using the harder ball. It's smaller, like is supposed to be the size for his age or whatever. And we were running routes and it was going great, but we did this out and up. And it was a football that I put a little bit high and it was over his head. And he tried to reach his hand up to do an Odell Beckham Jr. catch. And it just hit him on the top of his thumb. And so it broke his thumb tip. And he was in a lot of pain.
When you say break, like what is break?
It broke the top of his thumb, like a fingertip fracture.
All right.
When got x-rays and everything. But he was already feeling better. The next day he was ready to play catch again. And he's already taken the stent off.
Beautiful.
Fingertip fractures, generally speaking, are week to 2 week injury recoveries.
Cal, looking up with Kevin.
Issues here too.
None of those are straight, brother.
Yeah, I've got that issue with this pinky, which Jared Elliott's partner broke, actually.
Oh, did she really?
Yeah.
I need to call Jarrett and I hung out a ton. And nothing bad happened. We were good buddies, but just different stuff in life. So we haven't hung out. I need to go hang out with him once he's hopefully done with another natty. Jarrett's a great guy. You mentioned earlier or last week, you asked me about Eddie. I mean, Augie was number one, but Jarrett, like those three, I was the closest with and hung out with outside of work. And Jarrett's a great fucking guy, man.
Yeah, I mean, I've always liked him for his coaching, but hearing you say that away from a microphone was great to hear.
Guy. We're in Seattle. They lose the Final Four. They lost to Wisconsin. They were the big favorite. He was still, they'd already won. I think they had won Louisville, or maybe that was the next year.
The one in 2012?
13 or 12. I forgot. I covered all those. Like we'd be in the meetings and I had some say. And they're like, who wants to go cover the volleyball deal? And I would always find out what city. They were like, Louisville, Seattle. I'm like, I'm there. You know, I have to cover enough stuff in Manhattan, Kansas. So I'll take that. But yeah, they lose that. And Jarrett was pissed off. I mean, was down, but he was like, hey, man, we're going out tonight. And I was like, well, I got a flight. Supposedly ESPN tried to rebook it for tonight. Let me call them and get it changed for, you know, tomorrow night. And I did. So we went out, and it's not like we got fucking shit-faced, but, you know, we went out and had some drinks, hung out, talked, had good dinner, met some other people. And I thought that's pretty cool that, and he needed it. I mean, he was super down. It's not like he was, you know, acting like nothing happened. I mean, he was talking about the game, the match, and where they're at as a program, but needed to hang out. And Jarrett's good people, man. Like I'm also really proud of him, thinking about that night or even the win in Louisville. Like, this guy's really built this program. They've been to 11 out of the last 16 Final Fours, Trey. That's North Carolina. That's North Carolina basketball, Nick Saban, Alabama football type shit, dude.
It's crazy to look at. I'm checking out just his stretch since he took over in 2001, and it actually took him to year 7 to really get it going.
Mm-hmm.
Although he did make a regional final in year 6. I mean, 2007 is when they started winning Big 12 titles and making deeper runs into the tournament. I mean, this year they were 20-4, and it was considered a bit of an underachieving season. But here they are once again playing in another Final Four with a chance at a ship if they can take care of business tonight, starting around 8:30 and make it to that final, which is Saturday afternoon.
So you'll love this. So, of course, I have the, you know, and I will say this, ESPN back at that time, they put you up in good spots. Like, we were downtown Seattle, nice. I had a really nice suite, but I totally get it. You know, they're paying me to work there. So at that point, you know, we're not working anymore, then, hey, suite's gone. And so I was going to get another hotel. He's like, dude, I have a 2-room suite with a huge, so I ended up was going to crash in the other room, but ended up crashing on the couch. Because we were up late and laughing. People were there. And I ended up waking up. I'm like, oh, I was the old guy who fell asleep first on the couch. But luckily it wasn't college. I didn't have markers all over my head.
No hand in warm water?
No, none of that. But he's a good dude, man. I'm very, very proud of him. And we got most of the stuff figured out at UT right now. I feel like going into the SEC. That's all very fluid and could change at any point, but feeling good about it.
Yeah. All right, buddy. I got to get the style switch before those tomahawk ribeyes are gone.
Y'all be good. I appreciate you, Rodney, and everyone dealing with my bullshit. Trey will come over here and deal with the dumb kid and try and figure all this shit out.
Love you, brother.
All right. Love you too.
Thanks to everybody for checking us out today, either on YouTube or that free app. If you are on YouTube right now, subscribe to Texas Sports Unfiltered if you have not done so already, and click thumbs up on today's episode. And make sure to download the free app on your iPhone or Android. Just search Texas Sports Unfiltered in that app store. For Kevin and everybody else at Texas Sports Unfiltered, thank you so much for tuning in. We'll talk to you tomorrow from 8 until 3-ish, 5-ish. Well, you'll just have to stay tuned to find out, starting with Bucky and BK bright and early, 8 to 10. In the meantime, have a great rest of the night and hook 'em.